Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1063 to Chapter 1147. Hee, if you like her, I'll let you have her. Xianxia was displeased, but in order to save his own life, he offered generously. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, you're such a nice guy. Forget it, have fun by yourself. We're not interested in the Scorpion Men's women. Moreover, this is a reward from Lord Mu Tuesday. We don't dare to take it. Let's go. Let's not disturb Xianxia here. The lizard man turned around and left while chatting and laughing. Xianxia suddenly felt much better. It seemed that following Mu Tu would really lead to a good outcome. I, Xiali, am willing to swear a blood oath that I'll be a slave for the rest of my life. Xiali shouted in despair and swore a blood oath with the bloodline of the Scorpion Men. This blood oath was a little special. It was not as simple as just saying it. Once the oath was broken, the power of the bloodline would blow the Scorpion Men into pieces. This was something that had been proven countless times. Ling Xiao also knew about it. Unfortunately, the lizard men seemed to be afraid of Mu Tu and remained indifferent to Xiaoli's words. Watching the lizard men leave, Ling Xiao could not help but be tempted. Although Xiaoli was not a good woman, it was disgusting to be defiled by another guy who was even worse. Moreover, the blood oath of the Scorpion Men could be taken seriously once it was made. If he saved Xiaoli, he would immediately gain a strong general. This was a rare good thing. Xianxia was much weaker than Xiaoli. He was only a celestial realm warrior at the peak of the 8 Desolation Heaven. Although he was much stronger than ordinary Scorpion Men warriors, he was still far from Xiaoli. If Mu Tu had not restrained Xiaoli's inner strength, Xianxia would not have dared to touch Xiaoli. Ling Xiao no longer cared about this kind of strength. Since he could do Xianxia a favor, he could also get a strong helper. This was a good deal, so Ling Xiao was naturally happy to do it. However, when he was about to take action, he suddenly heard a voice. Xianxia, you're really shameless. You betrayed the Scorpion Men tribe and even wanted to humiliate Commander Xiaoli. As the voice rang out, a person walked out from behind a huge rock. This person was clad in silver-gray armor and looked handsome and valiant, just like a young general. Furthermore, since he dared to walk out in front of Blind Scorpion, he was most likely stronger than Blind Scorpion. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Blind Scorpion asked coldly. You don't have to care about who I am. If you want to live, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll definitely die when I draw my sword. The young man said indifferently, appearing very calm and indifferent. You're courting death. Why would Xianxia care about such a young man? There was actually someone who dared to ruin his plans. He couldn't let him off. A tail that was several meters long suddenly shot out, stabbing towards the young man. The ignorant are fearless. Suddenly, the sword was unsheathed, and the whole world seemed to turn black. Except for Ling Xiao, Xiaoli and Xianxia lost their vision in an instant. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that this young man actually knew how to use the shadow power. Although it was far from the shadow ultimacy, it wasn't weak either. What was even more bizarre was that this young man could actually merge with his shadow. When the two merged, the shadow was him, and he was the shadow. In this way, Ling Xiao's void shadow crocodile couldn't do anything to him. All the attacks that were aimed at the shadow or the real body might be avoided by this young man. Interesting. Black inscriptions began to flicker in Ling Xiao's eyes. Even if this master might be an enemy or a stranger, as long as it was useful to him, Ling Xiao would learn it. Since ancient times, there had been a saying called unity of heaven and man. Heaven represented all things in the world. Other than the human king, it seemed that no one could truly achieve unity of heaven and man. However, there were many experts who could achieve unity of heaven and man with certain objects. For example, the most common unity of heaven and man was sword. This was the unity of heaven and man, which was also included in the unity of heaven and man. Ling Xiao had always been trying to achieve unity of heaven and man with sword, but perhaps because he was improving too quickly, it was very difficult to achieve this. Today, when he saw this young man achieve unity of heaven and man with shadow, he was suddenly enlightened. Since there was no suitable sword for unity of heaven and man with sword, then unity of heaven and man with shadow might be possible. The young man who was attacking didn't realize that someone would steal his martial arts at this time. He stabbed out with his sword and crippled Scorpion Blind's tail. However, he didn't kill Scorpion blind. I'll spare your life because we're all working for Master Mudu. Why aren't you scramming? The young man sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Scorpion blind. Shadow Sword, Situ Mo. You're from the Black Crow Empire. Why are you helping this woman? Scorpion blind didn't leave. Instead, he asked coldly. Haha, didn't you hear that she's going to be a slave for the rest of her life to the person who saved her? I like such a good maid very much. Situ Mo smiled faintly. I'm afraid you're not so lucky. Scorpion blind suddenly roared. His body had completely turned into a huge poisonous scorpion, and the tail that should have been cut off grew back. I was going to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Well, your mission has been completed anyway. As long as Master Mutu defeats the Scorpion King, you'll still die. Why don't I kill you on behalf of Master Mutu first? After saying that, Situ Mo drew his sword again. This time, he didn't show mercy and directly cut off Scorpion blind's head. Humph, death is not to be regretted. Without even looking at Scorpion blind's body, Situ Mo said to Scorpion Li, you just stay here obediently. My men will protect you. When things are over here, you'll come back to the Black Crow Empire with me. After saying that, he leaped and left. Only a martial artist from the Black Crow Empire was left behind. This martial artist wasn't weak and was about the same as Scorpion blind. However, this person died very quickly. Scorpion blind, who should have been dead, crawled out of the rubble and killed the martial artist from behind. Stupid Situ Mo. You're stronger than me, but unfortunately, you're too stupid. Do you think I, Scorpion blind, can be killed so easily? You're not dead? Scorpion Li was also a little surprised. You've actually mastered the shell-shedding technique. What's so strange about that? I'm not as strong as others, so I naturally have to master the secret technique of escaping. I'm not good at other things, but the shell-shedding technique is better than yours. Scorpion blind laughed. Situ Mo wants to save you, but it's a waste of time. I don't expect him to save me. Situ Mo is the same as you, jackals of the same tribe. Falling into his hands is no different from falling into your hands. Scorpion Li suddenly laughed. Then who else can you count on? Is there someone else here? Scorpion blind laughed. Little brother, do you really want to see me being defiled by this villain? I did offend you, but now I'm going to become your slave. Are you not willing to help? Who are you talking to? Scorpion blind's forehead was covered in cold sweat because he didn't sense anyone's aura. Large beads of sweat appeared on Xiaming's forehead. It was a cold sweat of fear. He didn't find anyone nearby. Could it be that Xiali was bluffing? Yes, it must be. Thinking of this, he looked coldly at Xiali and said, Bitch, how dare you scare me? I'll teach you a lesson. Xiaming pounced on Xiali with an angry smile on his face. However, at that moment, Scorpion blind suddenly sensed extreme danger and instinctively dodged to the side. Unfortunately, it was useless. His cultivation was not much higher than Ling Zhao's, so it was impossible for him to avoid the shadow cone. No. Impossible. At the last moment of his life, Xiaming used all his strength to turn his head and look behind him. What he saw was a human figure. A figure younger than Shadow Swordsman Situ Mo. This person walked over with a chuckle. He desperately wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, his consciousness was blurred. How is it, Sister Xiali? Did I do well? Ling Xiao looked at Xiali, who was tied up and said with a smile. When she was not in the scorpion state, Xiali was really charming. She was more coquettish and ruthless than Yunya. You little monster, hurry up and untie me. Xiali said angrily. That's not right, Sister Xiali. How could you forget your blood oath so quickly? Since I saved you today, you are my servant. Why do you still call yourself sister? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I didn't expect you to care about this. Well, young master, can you untie me? Xiali said with a wry smile. That's more like it. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Several streaks of sword chi broke through the air and cut the rope easily. Although he couldn't become one with the sword, it was easy for him to replace the sword with his hand. The moment Xiali was untied, a tail quickly wrapped around Ling Xiao, and then a blue poisonous sting hung above Ling Xiao's head, with venom rolling on it. Haha, little brother, you didn't expect it, did you? You finally fell into my hands. Xiali said gloomily. Sister, how can you bite the hand that feeds you? I saved you, yet you want to kill me. Aren't you afraid of the blood oath? Ling Xiao pretended to be scared and asked. Humph, you're jackals of the same lair as those fellows. Don't think that I don't know that you're also here to help Mutu and the lizard men deal with the scorpions, right? Xiali snorted and said, that's right. If I attack you, the blood oath will make me explode. However, I can guarantee that I will kill you before I die. My good elder sister, this is a big misunderstanding. Our Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire are sworn enemies. Previously, I heard them talking about going to your scorpion tribe to steal some treasure, so I simply came over to take a look. If I can spoil their good business, that would naturally be for the best. How can you say that I am jackals of the same lair as them? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Really? Xiali asked skeptically. Of course it's true. Ling Xiao nodded. Don't tell me you're spouting nonsense because you're afraid of death? Xiali asked coldly. Afraid of death? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and said, Elder sister Xiali, aren't you overestimating yourself? With your internal strength restrained, your current strength is at most around the 7-star level. Do you really think that you can deal with me with this strength? After saying that, Ling Xiao's body turned into light spots, flew out, and condensed a few meters away. How is this possible? What's going on? Even Xiali was shocked by Ling Xiao's move, which was simply much more powerful than the shell-shedding technique of the scorpions. Have you heard of human photosynthesis? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Previously, when he saw the moves of shadow swordsman Situ Mo, he suddenly had a thought and figured out the trick of human photosynthesis and human shadow unity. Thus, he comprehended the ultimate move of the 5th step of the profound meaning of light and shadow. What he just displayed was the 5th step of the profound meaning of light, the body of light. The mystery of the body of light was that it could turn one's body into countless light spots to dodge the enemy's attacks or turn into light balls and light rays to attack the enemy. In short, as long as it was something light could do, the body of light could do it. However, its speed could not reach the real speed of light. After all, the human body's endurance was limited. To reach the real speed of light, Ling Xiao had to continue to improve his cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be able to do it at his current level. However, for Ling Xiao, the fact that the body of light could dodge attacks was very helpful. Unless the opponent's fighting intent could suppress him and make it impossible for him to dodge the attack when he transformed into light, he would definitely have an absolute advantage in the battle. Of course, Ling Xiao would not explain such detailed information to Xiali. It seems that you haven't heard of it, but it doesn't matter. In short, it's impossible for you to kill me. I don't need to lie to you. Looking at the dumbfounded look on Xiali's face, Ling Xiao felt very satisfied. Xiali's true strength was much stronger than his, but she was also intimidated by his move. How could she not be pleased? Alright, I believe you and am willing to keep my promise. However, my clansmen are in trouble and I have other things to do now. You can wait here. If I can come back alive, I'll definitely keep my promise. Xiali said with a sigh. There's no hurry. Let me help you lift the imprisonment first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Don't joke around. My internal force was personally imprisoned by Timur Mutu. How can you possibly lift it? Xiali shook her head with a bitter smile. I know you have good intentions, but there's really no need. How would I know if it's useless if I haven't tried? Timur Mutu's so-called imprisonment is actually just a confinement array set up on your body. It's a piece of cake for me. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not want Xiali to die. If Xiali died, wouldn't he have saved her in vain? Alright, you can give it a try then. Xiali did not have any hope. She just felt that as her master, Ling Xiao could not disobey his words. However, who would have thought that the strange inscriptions on her body would gradually fade away after Ling Xiao poked her body a few times? Little darling, I love you so much. Xiali suddenly hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him. This was a pleasant surprise. She could clearly feel that her strength had returned. Unlike the feeling of being half dead before, she had now regained the cultivation of the 10th wonderland. Although she could not deal with Timur Mutu with this strength, she could at least save a few scorpion men. Oh my god, sister, you are too enthusiastic. Fortunately, you kissed my face. Otherwise, my first kiss would have been gone. Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, he could not escape from Xiali, who had regained her cultivation, unless he asked the butterfly girl for help. Although she did not attack him this time but kissed him, it was still depressing. Good little brother, big sister wants to apologize for what happened before. Unfortunately, I might not have the chance to serve you in the future. That Timur Mutu is very cruel, and our king was ambushed by a scoundrel. We're no match for Mutu. I'm afraid big sister will die in this battle. Go, quickly leave this place and return to your divine Phoenix Empire. Xiali gently stroked Ling Xiao's hair as she spoke. Why? Are you trying to cheat? If I leave, what if you don't want to look for me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. If big sister doesn't die, I'll definitely look for you. Definitely. After Xiali finished speaking, she leaped away. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched the beautiful figure disappear. He couldn't help but sigh and say, why did you suddenly become so gentle and amiable? Sigh, if I watch you die, can I still be considered a man? Shaking his head inwardly, Ling Xiao also leaped up and followed. Whether it was to save Xiali or to destroy Timur Mutu's plan, he had to continue moving forward. On top of a mountain that was covered in black rocks, there was a palace that was embedded in the mountain. This palace blended with the mountain, and it was mysterious, majestic, and domineering. This was the palace of the Scorpion Men tribe, where the Scorpion King lived. However, at this moment, the palace was experiencing a catastrophe. Although the Scorpion Men tribe was putting up a final resistance, they were surrounded by the Lizard Men and the experts of the Black Crow Empire. The Scorpion King and Timur Mutu were not present. Only earth-shattering noises could be heard from time to time. The two were probably fighting over there. The battle between Yin-Yang realm warriors was too shocking and destructive, so under normal circumstances, it would not be carried out in a crowded place. This was good for both sides. Don't put up a pointless resistance. Hand over your blood mirror, and you might be able to live. The lizard men were led by Feng Zhan and their leader, Li Bi. The one who spoke was Feng Zhan. Although it wasn't impossible to snatch the blood mirror after killing all of the Scorpion Men, it would be too much of a loss, and more importantly, it would take up too much time. Most of the Scorpion Men were already injured. Apart from Xiali, the 3 commanders and the 12 vice-commanders were all severely injured and unable to fight. But once these guys fought with their lives on the line, they were also very terrifying. Feng Zhan, stop dreaming. How can we hand over the treasure of the Scorpion people to you guys? A figure appeared on the battlefield, tearing a gap in the encirclement and killing dozens of lizard men. Xiali! Weren't you imprisoned? Feng Zhan looked at Xiali in astonishment. Xiali had been able to kill dozens of lizard men at the celestial realm with a single attack just now, so the shackles had definitely been lifted. Hehe, I'm sorry, General Feng Zhan. It was me who freed Sister Xiali. A faint laugh rang out. Ling Xiao had also appeared in the midst of the Scorpion Man army. Although his military uniform was a little damaged, he still looked so valiant and brave. His delicate and handsome face reflected a sense of heroism. Seeing this person, Feng Zhan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Xiali smiled wryly. Why did he still follow her? The human boy who saved her and made her owe him a big favor actually followed her to this unknown battlefield. Hehe, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the trash who was hiding in the dark just now? What? I killed Xiameng and you want to take the credit for it? Shadow swordsman Situmo looked at Ling Xiao with a disdainful smile. You killed Xiameng? Ling Xiao sneered. Situmo, you're too careless. Xiameng didn't die at all. He just used the shell-shedding skill. You're a martial artist at the 9th heaven, but you can't even see that. It seems that Scorpion God doesn't want me to owe a despicable person like you a favor. Speaking of which, you're really not as powerful as my little brother. Xiali said lightly. What? Situmo looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He was not as powerful as this humble human being? Good brother, why do you have to do this? You don't have to get involved in the affairs of the scorpion people. Xiaoli looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. She was actually very touched in her heart because she never dreamed that the man she had offended would help her like this. Sister Xiaoli, you're treating me as an outsider. I can only say that we're all in the same boat. I led the troops to defeat the Black Crow army, but in return, I was betrayed and plotted against. Your scorpion people tribe should be the same. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, what's more, that old dog Mutu almost killed me. His good deed is bad for me. How can I not help you? Although Luo Yunyang's words sounded a little frivolous, Xiaoli was deeply moved when he heard them. Why did the scorpion people hate other races? In fact, there were historical reasons. When the sacred dynasty ruled the entire mystic world, the scorpion people actually lived a very free life. However, the decline of the sacred dynasty caused the mystic world to begin to split, and the 13 continents began to govern themselves. The miserable fate of the scorpion people began from that time. The scorpion people were different from scorpions. After they were born, they would not eat their own mother and father at all. However, many races in the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire spread rumors, turning this non-existent thing into the truth. Then, they secretly transported a large number of scorpion people to be killed. Why were they killed? That was because the blood of the scorpion people could be used to refine miraculous pills that could cure hundreds of poisons. It was because of this that the scorpion people were so reclusive and unwilling to communicate with other races. As long as other races approached here, they would be vigilant and afraid. From Ling Zhao's body, they saw the shadow of a person. Although they had never seen that person before and had only seen it in history books, they even doubted whether it was true. That's right, that was the human king. In the ancient times, the scorpion people were ruled by the lizard people and were very miserable. It was the human king who saved them. And today, another human had appeared. Although his cultivation couldn't be compared to the human king, his aura and courage didn't lose to the human king at all. The scorpion people were very moved. However, the lizard people were very angry. Today was supposed to be a great day for them to eliminate the scorpion people and unify the poisonous desert, reproducing the glory of their ancestors. But now, such a guy actually appeared and was clamoring to help the scorpion people, treating them as if they were nothing. Bastard, I don't care who you are. This is a war between us lizard people and scorpion people. A human like you better not meddle in other people's business. The lizard people leader roared angrily. You're the lizard people leader, Libi? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, I'm Libi. What about it? Since it's you, then I'll kindly advise you. Timur Mutu isn't a good person. I heard his conversation with Feng Zhang before. He said that after using you, he would destroy you. Don't tell me you're still going to be stubborn? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao didn't expect the lizard man leader to listen to him. However, there were some things that needed to be said. Libi, are you going to listen to him or me? This kid is cunning. He's clearly trying to drive a wedge between us. If we fight, the scorpion men will be saved. Feng Zhan said coldly. At the same time, his right hand moved. If Libi didn't listen to him, he would naturally kill Libi first. Kid, no matter what you say, it's useless. Today, I'm going to destroy the scorpion men tribe. If you want to die, you can continue to stand there. Libi didn't disappoint Feng Zhan. This was an idiot. He only had brute force and courage, but he didn't have a brain at all. Such a guy was too easy to control. Feng Zhan was a little reluctant to kill him. If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. I don't need to waste my breath. However, today, I, Ling Xiao, will protect the scorpion men tribe. If you want to touch them, you have to go through me first. Ling Xiao simply blocked Xiaoli behind him. He handed Xiaoli some rejuvenation pills and heaven-returning pills and said, heal them first. Sister, I'm afraid you're also injured. Leave this group of good-for-nothings to me. Ha ha ha, this kid is really crazy. Even if you have a breakthrough, you're just a 7-star early-stage martial artist. Do you really think you're something? Feng Zhan couldn't help but laugh. yes, I'm just a 7-star early-stage martial artist. However, General Feng Zhan, you seem to have forgotten that your Grand Preceptor Timur Mutu was scared away by me. Your little duke was captured alive by me in front of you. I'm very weak, but you can come and try. Let's see who will die here first today. Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. This made Feng Zhan a little wary. After all, Ling Xiao was telling the truth. This kid wasn't strong, but he was cunning. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed. Since you're so confident, then I'll kill you first. Let's see how sharp your mouth can be. Just when Feng Zhan was hesitating, Situ Imo spoke up. Xiaoli actually said that he was inferior to this kid. His heart was filled with anger. Now, this kid's identity was clear. He was the one who scared away Grand Preceptor Mutu and captured little Duke Tomohiko Kuma alive. If he killed this kid, wouldn't be a great merit? He was a genius, but he wasn't born to a good family. So, he needed an opportunity. And this opportunity had already appeared. My mouth is sharp, but the sword in my hand is sharper. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. But remember when you die, my name is Shadow Swordsman, Situ Mo. Situ Mo walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. Although the sword in his hand had not been unsheathed, the murderous aura was already very strong. 2. Ling Xiao looked at Situ Mo and slowly pulled out the golden crow sword. Ling Xiao was a warrior and a swordsman. In the past, his understanding of the sword was very shallow. He used the sword as a sharp weapon to defeat the enemy and make the best use of the weapon. However, since there were many new memories in his mind, he suddenly understood. He was not a qualified swordsman. Strictly speaking, he was just a swordsman. A swordsman had his own realm. But this realm required not only constant practice in battles, but also comprehension. There were 5 realms for a swordsman. Ling Xiao was in the first realm, which was the sharp sword level. With a sharp sword in hand, he was invincible. The sharp sword level was to make use of the sharpness of the sword to make the best use of the moves. At the same time, the speed, inner force, and consciousness would be improved. There were 3 levels in the sharp sword level. The top level was unintentional sword. The so-called unintentional sword level meant that the moves were very easy and skillful. There was no need to think at all. The moves and the sword were combined to the extreme. Ling Xiao was in this realm now. Therefore, he needed the help of a sharp weapon like the golden crow sword to make the best use of his combat power. After the sharp sword level was the soft sword level. The soft sword level was to make use of the moves to the extreme. The user's consciousness was higher, his speed was faster than the sharp sword level, and his inner force was higher than the sharp sword level. Every move was to attack, and the style was to change. Using change and speed to win, the user's body and attack speed was like a ghost, like smoke. The characteristic of the soft sword was that it was easy to change, flexible, and hard to control. Because the soft sword was hard to control, its moves were very sharp. This level was also divided into 3 levels. The top level was Impermanence soft sword. Impermanence, simply put, it was a fight without any moves. If one side was fast enough to make the other side unable to block, then it was impermanence. Therefore, fast was a kind of impermanence. If both sides were moving at the same speed, it would not cause the other side to lose. As long as one side's moves were more strange, refined, and unpredictable, it would have a clear advantage in a fight of the same level. The biggest characteristic of the soft sword was its versatility. Through the flow of force and internal strength, the form of the soft sword could be changed according to the user's will. It was as if it had become a source that could always be turned into a new move. It was unpredictable, mysterious, and bizarre. If one could reach the peak of this level, then in martial arts, one would be able to surpass moves without any moves. In terms of the thousands of changes in swordsmanship, in terms of the subtle changes in martial arts, one would have reached the limit of human ability. Ling Xiao had now reached the level of unintentional sharp sword, which was the 3rd level of the sharp sword level. He was about to advance to the soft sword level. As for the other 3 levels, he still could not touch them. However, he could confirm that when a real swordsman reached the highest level, he would be one with the sword. There was no need to use a sword. Any part of the body could be used as a sword. Ling Xiao had gradually discovered and mastered this kind of progress after the battle in Northern Desert City. Whether he could become a peerless swordsman in the future would depend on whether he could comprehend the top level of swordsman. It was not enough to just cultivate. Comprehension was the key. Of course, Ling Xiao's opponent, the shadow swordsman Situ Mo, was also a swordsman of the sharp sword level. However, Situ Mo's level was obviously not as good as Ling Xiao's, and had not reached the level of unintentional sharp sword. Therefore, in terms of the level of swordsman, Situ Mo was not as good as Ling Xiao. Don't underestimate this seemingly small gap. In a battle, a small mistake could lead to a huge difference. Situ Mo's sword finally came out of the sheath. The surroundings instantly became dark. In the darkness, a snake-like sword stabbed towards Ling Xiao's throat. It was not gorgeous, but very dangerous. Being trampled to death by an elephant was death. Being bitten by a poisonous snake in the throat was still death. However, in the face of Situ Mo's attack, Ling Xiao just gently raised his hand. The golden crow sword in his hand instantly condensed the red sun all. There was no need to think. It was as if the sword in his hand could think by itself. It was as if all the battles were natural. What move should he use? What was the most appropriate move? It was completely a conditioned reflex. This was the so-called sharp sword has no intention. The dazzling brilliance dispelled the darkness, and Situ Mo's miserable scream sounded in the hall. Then, people saw Situ Mo lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked, as if their hearts were being squeezed by something. That kind of shock made them not know what expression to use for a while. Except for a few people, no one saw what Ling Xiao had done just now. It was too fast. It was faster than people's thoughts. I've said that the names of the dead don't need to be remembered, but since you've helped me understand something, I'll spare your life. Get out of here. Ling Xiao put away the golden crow sword and no longer looked at Situ Mo. To him, this was an opponent that he could do without. What he cared more about now were Lieb and Feng Zhan. If he didn't kill these two people, the Scorpion men's trouble couldn't be solved. But he didn't care, but all the Scorpion men cared very much. Among them, there were many people who had heard of the shadow swordsman. For example, Xiali, although Xiali had said before that Situ Mo was not as good as Ling Xiao, it was just a casual remark. After all, Ling Xiao had saved her. But at this moment, she really felt that it was not that Situ Mo was not as good as Ling Xiao, but that there was no need to compare the two at all. In front of Ling Xiao, Situ Mo was just a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy in front of Timur Mutu. He lacked the spirit and courage of a swordsman. Comparing Situ Mo with Ling Xiao was purely an insult to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao, who was standing there, was not just a benefactor in front of Xiali, but a real man, a hero. A heroic swordsman, he was fearless and showed off his abilities. This was the great hero in her heart, the great hero. At a certain moment, the shadows of the human king and Ling Xiao seemed to overlap again, and the overlap became more and more frequent. Xiali couldn't help blushing. She really fell in love with him. He actually fell in love with a human that he would never fall in love with in his entire life. The Scorpion people's emotions were just that direct and straightforward. They just liked great heroes and great heroes. They were not as complicated and changeable as the emotions of humans. You. Do you know who I am? How dare you hurt me? Situ Mo weakly lay on the ground and said in horror. I don't care who you are. As for you, if you don't disappear from my sight immediately, I will stomp you to death like an ant. When Ling Xiao spoke, his eyes were fixed on Feng Zhan and Lei Bi. He didn't take Situ Mo seriously at all. I am a member of the Righteous Alliance. General Jia sent me to assist the lizard men in exterminating the Scorpion men. Situ Mo was already extremely weak, but this time, his voice was exceptionally loud. Oh? Ling Xiao suddenly froze, his gaze returning to him. Haha, are you afraid now? As a member of the Divine Phoenix Empire, you actually dared to attack me. If General Jia were to find out, you're dead for sure. Situ Mo finally became proud again. Looking at Ling Xiao's shocked expression, he laughed happily. Hurry up and heal me. Perhaps I can put in a few good words for you in front of General Jia. Otherwise, when we reach the Divine Phoenix Empire, you will die. Haha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Situemo frowned. I'm laughing at the fact that you could have lived, but unfortunately, I hate that bullshit General Jia. Since you are his subordinate, you should go first. Don't worry, he will definitely accompany you in hell. After saying this, Ling Xiao stepped on Situemo's head and killed him on the spot. Using a sword, he was afraid of dirtying his sword. General Jia, Righteous Alliance. This stupid Situemo simply didn't know how angry he was at these two words. Pfft. It was like a watermelon bursting. Everyone's heart was once again fiercely squeezed. Ling Xiao actually killed Situemo. Wasn't he a member of the Divine Phoenix Empire? He actually dared to kill a member of the Righteous Alliance? And what was even more inconceivable was that he actually killed him as if he was stepping on an ant. This shock caused many of the Divine Phoenix Empire's martial artists hiding among the lizard men to tremble in fear. And the most shocked ones were probably Li Bi and Feng Zhan. Originally, they hoped that Situemo would be able to test Ling Xiao's strength, but they didn't manage to do so. It was just one move. No, that wasn't even a move. He killed him so casually. I know that there are many Divine Phoenix Empire's martial artists here. No matter who sent you, if you stand out now and help me deal with the Lizard Men and Black Crow Empire's people, I can let bygones be bygones. Moreover, when we return, I will give you a reward. Otherwise, none of you can live. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He naturally couldn't let the news of him killing Situemo spread back to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Therefore, whether it was General Jia, the Righteous Alliance, or the martial artists sent by the Emperor, unless they were tied to him, they would all die. They actually colluded with the Black Crow army. Just this crime of treason meant that there was no need for these martial artists to live. But no one moved. Although Situemo was powerful, he was still just an early-stage 9th heaven martial artist. Even if he was killed by Ling Xiao, he could only blame himself for not having a high enough cultivation. Weren't there still Feng Zhan and Li Bi? Li Bi was a peak 9th heaven martial artist, and Feng Zhan was a half-step yin-yang realm expert. Even 100 Ling Xiaos wouldn't be a match for them. Therefore, these martial artists didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to do anything. They even thought that Ling Xiao was simply courting death. Since that was the case, why would they follow Ling Xiao to their deaths? This daddy will definitely kill you as a sacrifice. Li Bi stared coldly at Ling Xiao as he spoke. Although Situemo wasn't closely related to him, he couldn't tolerate Ling Xiao killing Situemo in front of him. Ling Xiao didn't give him any face at all. Moreover, if Ling Xiao didn't die, those scorpion men would really think that their savior had arrived. He had to kill this guy and make those scorpion men feel despair. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Li Bi. This opponent wasn't too strong. Although he was a peak 9th heaven martial artist, he was still much stronger than Situemo. He wasn't undefeatable. As long as he could skillfully use what he had learned, it would be easy to defeat this guy. As for Feng Zhan, he would leave it to the butterfly lady. Young master, Li Bi is too strong. You are no match for him. Let me deal with him. Xiaoli walked up to Ling Xiao and said charmingly. At this moment, she was sincerely willing to be Ling Xiao's woman. Sister Xiaoli, you'd better save your energy to deal with Feng Zhan. It's just Li Bi. I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Xiaoli wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. Ling Xiao, who was standing in front of her, was only an early-stage 7-star martial artist, but she felt a kind of majestic aura that encompassed heaven and earth. Oneness of heaven and man? No, this was not oneness of heaven and man. This was a realm higher than oneness of heaven and man, controlling heaven and earth. Heaven and earth seemed to be in his hands, as if they were integrated into his weapon. This realm was too terrifying. Countless martial artists tried their best to reach oneness of heaven and man but failed. However, Ling Xiao actually reached this level. How was this possible? Xiaoli's brain instantly fell into a state where he could not think. To be honest, even Ling Xiao himself was a little surprised. He had only used the trick of oneness of man and shadow on man and mountain river martial soul. He had only reached oneness of man and soul. However, this gave him a big surprise. Mountain river martial soul encompassed everything, controlled heaven and earth. and ruled over mountains and rivers. Was this the true essence of mountain river martial soul? Ling Xiao had an epiphany. This epiphany came at the right time. Lu Bi's throat squirmed and he actually took a step back. He was furious. His opponent's cultivation was clearly much lower than his, but he was actually afraid of his opponent's sword intent. All of you, attack! Kill him! Kill him! Lu Bi roared angrily. Yes. Under Lu Bi's order, the martial artists of the Lizard Men, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire all pounced on Ling Xiao. He did not know how many there were, but there should be 100 or 200. Moreover, these martial artists were all in the celestial realm, and the strongest had even reached the peak of 8 desolate heaven. Ling Xiao had almost been killed by the leader of the guards in the later stage of 8 desolate heaven. However, today, facing the siege of so many martial artists, he still had a calm smile on his face. He did not move. He just stood there and gently stroked the storage ring with his right hand. The golden crow sword appeared in his hand again. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent filled the entire hall. It was as if there were countless sharp swords roaring in the air. The blood-red sword intent caused many martial artists to fall from the sky directly to the ground and vomit blood. Even more martial artists found that their vision seemed to be blocked by a wall. This was not an ordinary wall, but a wall formed by a peerless giant sword. Anyone who bumped into it would be smashed into pieces. The sword intent was invisible, but it could kill. Xiaoli couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had never thought that his sweetheart would be so terrifying. Could this be a real swordsman? The people she had seen before who used swords were merely martial artists who used swords. Other people's swords were just weapons, tools, lifeless things, no different from other weapons. Ling Xiao's sword, on the other hand, was alive. It was filled with a sharp killing intent. It was a real sword that could kill and destroy everything. Labor had once again regressed. Once again, he was intimidated by the terrifying sword intent. Golden Crow Rising Sun, it was the same move, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. He thrust out his sword, and golden light shot out in all directions. The entire space seemed to be filled with blazing heat. Many of the enemy's bodies actually exploded and burned. In that instant, everyone had a misconception. It was as if the space here was controlled by Ling Xiao. The people facing Ling Xiao actually felt sharp sword chi coming from all directions. They didn't know where to face or where to attack. They were flustered and completely lost control of their target. Controlling heaven and earth, this was not a martial arts realm, but a special state. Countless martial artists spent their entire lives pursuing heaven and man unity. No one dared to dream of controlling heaven and earth at all. They felt that it was a dream, a delusion. Moreover, even heaven and man unity was also a supreme realm that only a few people could reach. Without comprehension ability and special opportunities, most martial artists couldn't reach this state in their entire lives. This had nothing to do with martial arts realm. Controlling heaven and earth, controlling everything. Even everything in heaven and earth had to listen to your orders. This kind of thing could only be done by gods. Who dared to think about it? However, Ling Xiao actually did it. Although he could only achieve temporary control due to the limitation of his cultivation, this moment was enough to change everything. The golden crow let out a loud cry. The sharp golden light pierced the throats and hearts of the martial artists one after another. The fire began to burn as if purgatory appeared. More than 100 people were all killed. No one was spared, just one sword. Ling Xiao displayed to everyone present the true terror of a swordsman. The remaining martial artists no longer dared to provoke Ling Xiao. They all cast their gazes toward Lu Bi and Feng Zhan. In their eyes, only these two people could truly defeat Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. Fine lad, didn't expect that you actually have such a powerful martial technique. No wonder you're so arrogant. Today, your father is going to kill you, then seize your martial technique. See how you can show off in the future. Lu Bi was not as smart as Xiaoli. He did not perceive that Ling Xiao entered a kind of inexplicable special realm just now. He even thought that Ling Xiao grasped some powerful martial technique. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage 7 stars heaven. For him to be so powerful, wasn't it because of the martial technique? Lu Bi's brain was only so simple. He could not think of too many things. Ling Xiao indeed used a martial technique. What he used was the Golden Crow Rising Sunday. However, the power was so great that it had nothing to do with the martial technique. If he used other martial techniques, he could also display such a powerful attack. It was a pity that Luby did not understand this. Seeing that you're so stupid, I still don't want you to die in a daze. Quickly take your people and retreat. There's no need to send yourself to death for the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao said faintly. Stupid, perhaps Ling Xiao really meant well, but such words were so harsh and uncomfortable to Luby. A lowly human, a race that had become slaves, a mere 7 stars heaven martial artist actually dared to call him stupid in front of so many people. How could he tolerate this? Bastard, I'm a peak 9th heaven expert. You're not even a fart in front of me. How dare you call me stupid? Luby was furious, extremely furious. However, in his heart, he was actually afraid of Ling Xiao. Just now, Ling Xiao's sword was too dazzling. It made him, a peak 9th heaven martial artist, feel fear. He did not want to die yet. The lizard men had always been inferior to the scorpion men. They lived under the protection of the scorpion men. When they encountered a threat, they could only ask the scorpion men for help. This was because they were too weak. He, the patriarch, the king, was only at the peak 9th heaven. He believed that this was because the scorpion men had stolen their cultivation resources and martial arts manuals. Therefore, he wanted to join forces with the experts of the Black Crow Empire to destroy the scorpion men. They were not strong, but they had the advantage of numbers. If they added the help of Timur, Mutu, and Feng Zhan, it was very possible to destroy the scorpion men. Now that success was at hand, he really did not want to die. Once he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, even if he felt that he could kill Ling Xiao, he was still afraid and did not want to make a move. What? Not happy? Then you can try. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Luby with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. In terms of momentum, he had already won. This was especially important for the result of a battle. Humph. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Killing you would be letting you off too easily. I'll raise you in my myriad beast cave and let you be ravaged and tortured all day long. I'd like to see if you'll still be able to boast so shamelessly at that time. Luby was very emotional, but he still did not make a move. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. His face was full of a bright smile, as if he had heard something funny. Luby, if you are afraid, then you are afraid. Why use such words to cover yourself? There's nothing shameful about being afraid of a martial artist who is stronger than you. Ling Xiao said with a smile, just like how I am afraid of Sister Scorpion Li. Don't tell me you don't even dare to admit this? What a joke. You think I am afraid of you? I am the dignified Lizardman King, a peak 9th heavenly layer martial artist. Who do you think you are? You are just a 7 stars heaven early stage junior. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Luby said disdainfully. Still not admitting it? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I stopped your plan to exterminate the scorpion men and killed so many lizard men. You should hate me to the bone, right? Just like you said, you can't wait to grind my bones to dust. However, you always say it, but you don't do it. Instead, it was Situ-Mo who took action for you. Unfortunately, that trash has already been killed by me. You are afraid of following in his footsteps, so you don't dare to make a move. Am I wrong? Nonsense. Luby roared furiously. But the fear in his eyes was even more intense. Everything he was thinking in his heart was seen through by Ling Xiao. He was indeed afraid. From the moment Ling Xiao killed Situ-Mo, he was already afraid. Later, when Ling Xiao killed hundreds of martial artists with one sword, he was even more frightened. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he hoped that Feng Zhan would help him kill Ling Xiao. However, Feng Zhan didn't dare to move. Feng Zhan was also afraid of Ling Xiao's cunning, not to mention that Ling Xiao was accompanied by Xiaoli, who was difficult to deal with. Don't tell me you're really scared? Feng Zhan turned his head to look at Luby and asked, he's just an early stage 7-star heaven martial artist. Don't tell me you're even afraid of this kind of trash. Feng Zhan was very dissatisfied. Rain's performance was too disappointing. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy still had a use for him, he would have killed him with his own hands. Lord Fengzhan, don't believe his words. He's provoking us. Lebed said hastily. Alright, since you're not afraid, then go and kill him. I don't want to see this brat act so arrogantly in front of me. Don't forget, he might know the whereabouts of the little duke. If we kill him, Grand Tutor Mutu will be able to obtain information from his soul. Fengzhan said coldly. Alright, I'll go kill him now. Libby had no way out. He could clearly feel Fengzhan's killing intent. If he didn't dare to deal with Ling Xiao, then he would have to face Fengzhan's butcher's knife. Therefore, he could only face Ling Xiao at this time. Boom, in the hall, an evil aura began to spread. Libby had actually transformed into his lizard form before Ling Xiao even made a move. He wasn't a lizard man, but a lizard, a huge lizard with the bloodline of an immemorial dragon. His body became incomparably huge. He was 10 meters long and 3 to 4 meters tall. His bloody mouth and sharp claws made him look extremely ferocious. You're really scared. Ling Xiao smiled and shook the golden crow sword in his hand. His aura burst out again. Libby was afraid of him, so he chose to enter his strongest form at the first moment. Although it was ridiculous, it was also a self-confession. However, Libby in his giant lizard form was really powerful. He could even unleash the power of a 10 Directions heaven martial artist. Roar. Libby let out a loud roar. After entering his lizard form, he had already forgotten about his fear. He opened his mouth wide and a ball of fire shot out from his mouth, aiming at Ling Xiao. Crimson Sun All. Ling Xiao stabbed out with the golden crow sword, which turned into a huge awl. Boom, the flames collided with the Crimson Sun All. The ground was instantly scorched and sunk, creating a deep black hole. The blazing waves of fire continued to roll and spread to the surroundings. Everyone could feel the temperature, which was high enough to melt their skin. Rumble, the flames continued to grow stronger. The surface of Lubi's body turned crimson red, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Ling Xiao felt a huge pressure. It didn't feel like a lizard was standing in front of him. Instead, it felt like a volcano was erupting. His body was knocked back continuously. 2 grooves were carved into the ground. What a guy. As expected of a race with the bloodline of the immemorial dragon. Although this flame isn't a sacred flame, it's terrifyingly powerful. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. This Libby was really not easy to deal with. It would be difficult to win with ordinary methods. However, this guy was an idiot. Since that was the case, he should be able to win easily with a special attack. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand trembled. However, it wasn't fear. It was excitement. As soon as Ling Xiao's thought flashed, the sword already knew his intention. Void Shadow Crocodile. A sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's left hand. It was the purple flash sword that he hadn't used for a long time. A huge shadow crocodile was born in the shadow. It followed the shadow of the sword and pounced on Lubi's shadow. Roar. Lubi's bloody mouth let out an even more shocking roar. He actually sensed the danger at the moment. His body released a powerful force, which actually protected his shadow and body completely. The Void Shadow Crocodile's attack didn't succeed, however, Ling Xiao's face revealed a smile. Swordsman. Be fearless. My sword is invincible. Light and Shadow Divine All, the Void Shadow Crocodile was just a feint. Ling Xiao knew the sensitive sense of smell of wild beasts. He didn't expect the Void Shadow Crocodile to work at all. The real killing move was the Light and Shadow Divine All that had been condensed for a long time. At that moment, Lubi's body seemed to have stopped. The black and white sword light spiraled and flashed. It pierced through the raging flames and shot directly toward Lubi's mouth. Oh no! Lubi's face changed greatly and he tried to retreat. However, to his astonishment, he seemed to be in a strange environment at this time. There were light and shadow divine alls in all directions. He didn't know where to escape to. The only way was to fight head-on. Boy, how dare you! Fengzhan's voice suddenly sounded. He probably saw the tragic result of Lubi's provocation, so he suddenly attacked and tried to stop Ling Xiao. Shameless, your opponent is me. Xiali finally attacked and stopped Feng Zhan. Although Xiali and Feng Zhan did not gain any advantage in this fight, they did obstruct Feng Zhan's rescue. Die. I told you, you should have left early. Ling Xiao had no sympathy for Li Bi. He gave this guy a chance, but not only did he not appreciate it, he even wanted to kill him. From the moment Li Bi ordered those warriors to kill him, Ling Xiao put Li Bi's name on his blacklist. Li Bi's expression became extremely twisted when he saw the invincible sword. He could not block it no matter what, even in his giant lizard form, he still felt a great fear from the bottom of his heart. He was the king of the lizard men. He could have destroyed the scorpion men and unified the poisonous desert, but he was killed by a nobody. He was not willing. Poof, boom, the whole world became quiet. Li Bi no longer felt despair and unwillingness because he was already dead. The huge body exploded from the stomach and turned into a pile of mush. Even the corpse was not intact. His huge beast face was still filled with fear and regret. He should not have provoked Ling Xiao. He really should not have. If he had listened to Ling Xiao from the beginning and chose to leave, things might not have turned out this way. Everyone's breathing suddenly accelerated when they saw the huge body fall in the hall. Some were because of fear. Some were because of excitement. The king of the lizard men died just like that. Ling Xiao really did what he said. Where did this young man come from? How could he be so powerful? What a terrifying young man. None of the lizard men dared to take revenge. Their king was killed by him, and he died so easily. The martial artists of the Black Raven Empire trembled, and finally stopped the ridicule on their faces. The person they looked down upon had actually killed the lizard man king. The warriors of the Divine Phoenix Empire were terrified. Ling Xiao gave them a chance, but they did not take it seriously. They did not believe that Ling Xiao could do anything. However, Ling Xiao quickly slapped their faces. What kind of young man was he? Killing the shadow swordsman Situ Mo with one strike was like stepping on an ant. Killing hundreds of heaven-tier martial artists with a single sword strike was as easy as waving his hand. In an instant, the lizard man king was killed. He was as cunning as a fox, but he was as fierce as a dragon. There were no words to describe this young man. Monstrous was not enough to describe him. That was because even a monster wouldn't be able to do what he could. He was simply the demon king of the evildoers. He was only 16 years old and had yet to leave his teenage years, yet he had already done such a shocking thing. Could it be that what he said about scaring off Timur Mutu and capturing the little prince Tomohiko Kuma was true? Originally, no one took Ling Xiao's words seriously. Even the scorpion men didn't believe him. But now, they were starting to believe it. This young man was doing something they had never imagined. Every single one of them would shock the heavens and earth and make the gods weep. Xiali looked at Ling Xiao with shock in his eyes. Ling Xiao's performance was perfect. It was a miracle. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Brat, you've really pissed me off. Feng Zhan was completely furious. Ling Xiao had actually killed Li Bi right in front of him. This kind of humiliation was even more infuriating than killing him himself. As a half-stepping young realm expert, he couldn't even stop Ling Xiao from killing Li Bi. So what if I pissed you off? Do you really think you're something? If I can snatch Jiuma Jian from your hands and kill Li Bi in front of your eyes, I can also kill you. Do you believe me? Ling Xiao winked at Xiali and then looked at Feng Zhan and said coldly. Feng Zhan was not an opponent that he could defeat alone, but it should be no problem for him to join forces with Xiali. Among the enemies, besides Timur Mutu, Feng Zhan was the only one. As long as Feng Zhan was killed, there was still a chance to turn the situation around. Although the key was still the battle between Scorpion King and Timur Mutu, there was still some hope. I'm going to kill you. Feng Zhan didn't look at Xiali but stared at Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was more threatening than Xiali. Although Ling Xiao was not strong enough, Ling Xiao was too cunning. But this brat was too cunning. If he wasn't taken care of quickly, then he would definitely cause endless harm. Feng Zhan's body began to change. Black wings formed on his back and he had many characteristics of a black crow. Although he hadn't completely transformed, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that Feng Zhan was going all out. Whether Xiali stopped him or not, he was going to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, not only did his body change, but a knight's shadow holding a long spear appeared behind him. The knight was fully clad in metal armor, and the warhorse beneath him was also covered in armor. He looked very mighty and valiant. I thought he had a spear martial soul. I didn't expect him to have a rarer knight martial soul. Plus, he has the Black Crow bloodline. Feng Zhan is not easy to deal with. Sister, be careful. Ling Xiao frowned. In this battle, he would only be a support. Xiali would be the main fighter. Don't worry, brother. I know what I'm doing. Xiali also transformed. Although he was not as enchanting as before, he was more ruthless. Feng Zhan, you killed many of my brothers. Today, I'm going to take your life. Since you want me to die, I'll kill you too. Let's see who can survive to the end. Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands. One was the golden crow sword, and the other was the purple flash sword. Facing Feng Zhan, even if he was only a support, he had to go all out and not hold back. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. Die. Feng Zhan's long spear shook and stabbed toward Ling Xiao with terrifying spear shadows. Behind him, the huge knight shadow also waved his long spear and stabbed toward Ling Xiao. This spear pierced the air, causing the air to emit a burnt smell. There were even flames twisting and burning in the air. He actually targeted Ling Xiao instead of Xiali. Damn, you really think highly of me. Ling Xiao would not fight with this guy head-on. He used the flashing light technique to dodge the attack and then disappeared from the battlefield with the shadow step. Xiali blocked Feng Zhan's attack. The huge scorpion hit the valiant long spear with the sound of the pipa. Obviously, Xiali was not as relaxed as before. Back in the desert, Feng Zhan still held back. At this moment, he unleashed all of his strength. Xiali was forced to take more than 10 steps back and almost fell to the ground. If you don't come out, I'll kill her first. Without any hindrance, Feng Zhan's long spear condensed spear shadows and stabbed toward Xiali again. If you want to kill her, you'd better protect yourself first. Double light and shadow divine all. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared. Two swords and two light and shadow divine alls attacked Feng Zhan from both sides at the same time. Feng Zhan had to go all out to kill Xiali, so his defense must be weak. Ling Xiao's attack was just right. I've been waiting for you. Feng Zhan sneered. The knight behind him left his body and stabbed at Ling Xiao with his spear. Human soul separation? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had seen this method before. However, after the separation, the strength of both parties would decrease. This should not be good for Feng Zhan. No. After frowning for a moment, Ling Xiao quickly disappeared into the darkness. Feng Zhan's method was not an ordinary human soul separation. This guy's martial soul had probably advanced to the wandering soul stage. For a long time, martial souls were divided into remnant soul, complete soul, out-of-body soul, wandering soul, and other stages. In the out-of-body stage, although martial souls could cooperate with martial artists, it would cause the strength of both parties to decrease, and they would not be able to cooperate. Therefore, although many martial artists' martial souls had evolved to the out-of-body stage, there were not many martial artists who really had their martial souls out of their bodies. All this would change only when martial artists advanced to the wandering soul stage. A wandering soul stage martial soul could fight alone, and within a certain range, it would not reduce the combat strength of both parties. In other words, the amplification effect still existed. The most terrible thing was that a wandering soul stage martial soul could fight alone. Even if the martial artist did not control it, it could still kill the enemy. Ling Xiao had never seen a wandering soul stage martial soul on the Tianlong continent. Most people probably could not reach it, and those who had reached it disdained to use it. After coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, many martial artists he met did not have a martial soul, so he had forgotten about it. He did not expect to meet a wandering soul stage martial soul today. This was really out of his expectations. The wandering soul stage was divided into 3 stages: night wandering, day wandering, and spirit body. At the night wandering stage, one could not see the light, which was a great disadvantage. At the day wandering stage, one was not afraid of the sunlight, but was still very afraid of the stronger blood qi and soul power. Only after turning into a spirit body could one fight like a real warrior without too many obvious disadvantages. Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit was only at the 7th stage of the out-of-body stage. It was still far from the wandering soul stage. These thoughts seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, they only took a moment to flash through Ling Xiao's mind. There were only two things he needed to grasp. Firstly, Feng Zhan and his night martial soul didn't reduce their combat strength. Secondly, the martial soul was definitely weaker than the martial artist's body. That was enough. However, there was a limit to this weakness. The combat strength of a sealed night martial soul was definitely not inferior to a martial artist in the 9th or 10th grado heaven. Ling Xiao was still powerless in front of it. No wonder people with martial souls were so powerful. Just based on this point, it was enough to completely destroy those warriors without martial souls. In comparison, a bloodline could not do this. A bloodline could increase the strength of a martial artist's body, and this increase might not be inferior to a martial soul, but it could not be separated. Therefore, it was impossible for Xiaoli to help Ling Xiao. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. It turns out that everything was just wishful thinking. The people of the Scorpion tribe were also in despair. Their bodies had not recovered, so they couldn't help. At this time, they could only watch Ling Xiao be killed by the martial soul. This was simply too depressing. Alas, there shouldn't have been any hope. Ling Xiao's courage is commendable, but his strength is too weak. It's simply impossible for him to defeat Feng Zhan. Yes, we thought too much. Compared to the depressing Scorpion men, the Lizard men, the Black Crow army, and the Divine Phoenix army, who were originally worried, were excited. Die. They hoped to see Ling Xiao killed. That way, they would be safe. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's temperament, he would never let them go. At that time, they could only die. Boom, the knight's long spear pierced Ling Xiao's body, and the explosive force blocked everyone's vision. Everyone was waiting. What happened to Ling Xiao? Was he dead? No. Ling Xiao is not dead. How is this possible? Then, a shocking scene appeared. Ling Xiao was standing there, unharmed, while the knight's martial soul was rapidly shrinking. Finally, it turned into a cloud of dust and completely disappeared from the hall. What's going on? This is absolutely impossible. That martial soul is at least at the 8th grado heaven level, but Ling Xiao is unharmed. It's fine that he is unharmed, but he actually killed the knight's martial soul. How did he do it? Countless people cried out in surprise. The key point was that this scene was too strange. It was so strange that many people suspected that their eyes were damaged. Damn it. Fortunately, I have Butterfly's help. Otherwise, I would have been skinned even if I didn't die. That was close. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. This half-step Yin-Yang realm expert was not someone he could deal with now. He might not even be able to deal with a 10 Directions Heaven Realm warrior, let alone such an expert. Of course, if it weren't for the butterfly lady, Ling Xiao wouldn't have wanted to fight the night martial soul head-on. He would have chosen to run. If he ran away, Feng Zhan would not be able to do anything with Xiaoli holding him back. The situation was different, so was the natural choice. Boy, what kind of demonic technique did you use? Feng Zhan was going crazy. He thought that it would be a sure thing to kill Ling Xiao with his martial soul at the Wandering Soul stage. However, he could not accept the result at all. Not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but his martial soul was also destroyed by Ling Xiao. His martial soul was really destroyed. It was just like a warrior being killed, he would never be able to get it back. Feng Zhan was both angry and scared. If he was facing Timur Mutu or Jining, he could accept it. However, he was facing Ling Xiao, a warrior at the celestial realm. All intelligent creatures would always be afraid of the unknown. Feng Zhan was no exception. That ferocious fighting spirit from before had almost vanished into thin air at this point. Demonic technique? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Haha, so what if I use demonic technique? As long as I can kill you, I will do anything. Are you scared? You. Feng Zhan really wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death. However, he did not dare to. Because he was really scared. He did not even dare to get close to Ling Xiao now. Ling Xiao could kill his martial soul, so he could definitely kill him. He would never take the risk before figuring out what method Ling Xiao used. Scared? You don't dare to attack? Then it's my turn to attack. Ling Xiao showed a playful smile and looked at Xiaoli. Sister Xiaoli, take a rest first. I will deal with Feng Zhan. After saying that, the whole hall was filled with killing intent. Blood-red light gathered on Ling Xiao's two swords at the same time. The soaring fighting spirit made his sword essence extremely sharp. Facing Ling Xiao. Facing a warrior whose cultivation was much lower than his, Feng Zhan was really scared. He kept retreating. If Timur Mutu was not fighting fiercely in the distance, he would have chosen to run away. Boom, at this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the distance. Immediately after, a mountain was reduced to dust. The entire palace began to shake. After a while, Timur Mutu, who was covered in blood, appeared. He was holding a corpse in his hand. Scorpion King was killed. In the end, Timur Mutu won this battle. Ling Xiao, we meet again. This time, I won't let you escape from me no matter what. Timur Mutu's body floated in the air. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and then threw Scorpion King's corpse on the ground. Seeing that corpse, all the Scorpion men lost their fighting spirit. Even Xiaoli was completely paralyzed on the ground. There was no hope. There was no hope at all. Scorpion King was dead. The Scorpion Men tribe had no power to fight back. Even if Ling Xiao could kill Feng Zhan, it would be useless. He had no chance of winning against the powerful Timur Mutu. At the scene, only Ling Xiao remained calm. He was indeed not Mutu's match. But he was fearless. A swordsman must have the sword courage and an unyielding heart. No matter whether he could win or not, his heart could not be disturbed or panicked. Strange inscriptions flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be analyzing Timur Mutu's situation. Ling Xiao was sure that even if Timur Mutu killed Scorpion King, he would not be able to escape unscathed. He had never seen Scorpion King before. But according to the situation of the battle just now, there was not much difference in their strength. Even if Timur Mutu killed Scorpion King, he would be seriously injured. So what if his cultivation was high? If he was seriously injured, Timur Mutu's combat strength might not be stronger than Feng Zhan's. Of course, this was only his speculation. He needed the mountain river martial spirit to analyze whether it was true. Fortunately, he still had the power of a sovereign personage and the butterfly lady. If it really didn't work, he could only use the strength of a human king and the butterfly lady. Even if he couldn't kill Mutu, he had to scare him away again. Ling Xiao's guess was correct. In fact, he had underestimated himself. Originally, if Timur Mutu had fought steadily, it would have only been a matter of time before he defeated the Scorpion King. After all, the Scorpion King was already injured. As time passed, his combat power would only become weaker and weaker. But Mutu didn't have time. If he continued to dawdle like this, his people would all be killed by Ling Xiao. He hadn't expected that even Feng Zhan wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao, but that was the truth. Therefore, in a short period of time, he risked his injuries and erupted with all his strength to forcefully kill the Scorpion King. However, at the same time, he was also heavily injured. The martial artists present all understood in their hearts that Mutu had appeared in order to kill Ling Xiao. If he hadn't come, this war might have been reversed. A 16-year-old boy had appeared in the Scorpion Men tribe alone and turned the situation around. Countless experts had been defeated by him. Even Feng Zhan, a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert, was so frightened that he kept retreating. No wonder Xiaoli treated this person as his master. The Scorpion Men didn't understand at first, but now they completely understood. They even felt that Xiaoli becoming Ling Xiao's servant was a kind of luck and honor. It was as lucky as the comrade-in-arms of the human king in the primordial age. Grand Tutor. Feng Zhan looked at Mutu awkwardly. He had lost all his face today. Not only did he fail to clear the obstacles for Timur Mutu, but he also forced Timur Mutu to risk his injuries to come to his aid. It was really too embarrassing. However, with Grand Tutor Mutu's appearance, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Feng Zhan's resentment had dissipated. This could be considered a kind of gain. Trash. Mutu slapped Feng Zhan across the air and scolded, "You can't even deal with a mere celestial realm martial artist. Are you worthy of calling yourself the most valiant general under the little prince? Previously, when you saw the little prince being captured alive by this kid, I gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but now, look what you've done. I'm guilty. I deserve to die." Feng Zhan hurriedly knelt on the ground. He felt wronged and depressed. Ever since he met Ling Xiao, he was simply unlucky. You deserve to die, but the one who deserves to die more than you is him. Naturally, Timur Mutu wouldn't kill Feng Zhan. After all, Feng Zhan was a major force under his command. If he killed Feng Zhan now, he would be a fool. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Good kid, when we were in the northern desert city, you made me suffer a great loss. Your wisdom is unparalleled and I admire you. After that, you captured the little prince alive, which made me look at you in a new light. Today, even Feng Zhan is so scared that he doesn't dare to fight with you. I'm starting to like you. How about it? I'll give you a chance. Join the Black Crow Empire and you can immediately take over Feng Zhan's position. You'll also enjoy endless glory and wealth." Old thing, when did you learn Li Bi's trick? Are you trying to scare me? Or are you saying that you're already weak and are just a paper tiger? Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and looked at Timur Mutu as he spoke. Hearing this, everyone trembled in fear. Was Ling Xiao's courage really made of iron? He actually dared to say such words in front of Timur Mutu. Did he want to die? Humph, this old man is indeed injured, and seriously injured, but killing a celestial realm martial artist like you is still a piece of cake. 8 Desolation Heaven? Isn't he a 7 stars heaven warrior? Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that Ling Xiao had released the aura of an 8 Desolation heaven warrior. Ling Xiao's breakthrough actually happened just now. It was at the moment when he suddenly comprehended the ability to control heaven and earth. His cultivation had directly advanced from the early stage of 7 stars heaven to the early stage of 8 Desolation heaven, producing a sudden leap. It was just that Ling Xiao was not familiar with the power of 8 Desolation heaven, so he didn't use it. Otherwise, it would have been easier for him to kill Li Bi. Old thing, as you said before, no matter how sharp your mouth is, it can only talk. It can't kill people. If you want to kill me, then do it. I'd like to see if you, old dog, are still lingering at death's door. Ling Xiao's voice was somewhat casual and even sarcastic. The analysis of the mountain and river martial soul told him that Timur Mutu was indeed injured, and his injury was very serious. The strength that he could exert now was at most at the first level of Yin Yang realm. With this strength, the butterfly lady and the human king strength could definitely put up a fight. Therefore, he was not afraid. He's crazy. He's not crazy, he's confident. Yes, didn't you notice that every time this kid said something, he used his actions to prove it? He's not the kind of guy who doesn't have hair on his mouth. The Scorpion Man tribe's hearts, which had sunk to the bottom, suddenly rose again. Perhaps, there was really hope. The Scorpion Man warriors finally realized something. Ling Xiao was right. It was impossible for Timur Mutu to not be injured after killing the Scorpion King. Even if their king died, it would leave an indelible wound on his opponent's body. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Even though I'm heavily injured, I'm still a Yin Yang realm warrior. A small fry like you can't understand the difference between the Yin Yang realm and the heaven realm. Timur Mutu had lost face. He couldn't convince Ling Xiao, so he could only attack. In fact, he was very unwilling to attack. What he needed the most now was to heal. The more serious his injuries were, the more dangerous and weak he would be. However, he couldn't back down now. He had no choice but to attack. Timur Mutu raised his hand and a powerful storm filled the entire hall. The storm turned into a sharp blade and slashed towards Ling Xiao. This was a genuine attack, not a battle intent, nor something flashy and impractical. Ling Xiao didn't know anything about Yin Yang realm warriors. He had only heard the Moon Maiden say that warriors of this realm could reverse Yin and Yang and turn a deer into a horse. They were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists all controlled Heaven Essence energy. However, Yin-Yang realm warriors controlled a higher level of energy, called Yin-Yang Yuan Qi. Ling Xiao didn't know how powerful Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was, but he knew that Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was definitely stronger than heavenly origin energy. Are you afraid? The Yin-Yang Yuan Qi of the Yin-Yang realm is close to the embryonic form of immortal Qi. In comparison, the heavenly origin energy you possess is just a crude and lowly energy. It's like a candle flame that can never compete with the sun. Old dog, when did you become so talkative? Since you want to attack, hurry up. Could it be that I'm right? You're actually afraid of me, a mere heaven realm warrior? Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands, but his mind sank into the mountain river martial soul and released the power of a human king. Although the power of a human king was limited, only 9 cauldrons. However, this kind of thing couldn't be stingy when it was time to use it. Otherwise, it would be too late to think of using it after death. Moreover, this time, he didn't use his monarch power on himself, but on the butterfly lady. When the power of the human monarch fused with the butterfly lady, when Ling Xiao completely entered the state of being able to control the world, something strange happened. How can I use the butterfly lady's power? Ling Xiao was a little shocked. Although he had used the Book of Seals in the past to fuse the demon fox's power with himself, it was still not enough. However, it was completely different this time. The butterfly lady wasn't his martial soul, nor was it a monster from the Book of Seals. Instead, he was a living being that existed freely. He could actually use the butterfly lady's power. More importantly, his consciousness was very clear. It was obvious that he wasn't being controlled. Was this what the realm of consciousness that controlled heaven and earth could do? It was too miraculous. In fact, Ling Zhao's thinking was a little too simple. The most important reason was, of course, the most important reason. However, if there weren't other factors, this kind of special situation wouldn't have happened. For example, the power of the human monarch, the close relationship between him and the butterfly lady, and the fact that the butterfly lady was currently in his mountain river martial soul. The special situation this time was the result of a combination of various coincidental factors. He might not be able to use it again in the future. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. As his cultivation continued to increase, he would have less and less time to rely on others. Anyway, he had obtained this power today, so he could have a good fight with Timur Mutu. It just so happened that he wanted to test how powerful the light and shadow profound meaning would be when he was infinitely close to the Yin-Yang realm. He smiled and suddenly looked at Timur Mutu. I have to say, you're really unlucky to have met me and obtained new power. You can be a qualified sparring partner. Everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Even if he was the demon monarch among the monsters, he actually dared to ask Timur Mutu to be his sparring partner. It would be depressing if he didn't succeed in anything and got himself killed. Mutu seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. He swept over with a strong chi blade. Just a gentle wave of his hand was several times more powerful than Feng Zhan's move. The entire hall began to shake, as if it was about to disintegrate. Everyone could feel how powerful this attack was. Xiaoli looked at this scene nervously, but she was powerless. Although she was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, she was still no match for Mu Tuesday. Even so, she still couldn't watch Ling Xiao die. Ling Xiao appeared here to save the Scorpion Men tribe. No matter what other motives Ling Xiao had, objectively speaking, he was here for the Scorpion Men. She couldn't watch Ling Xiao bleed alone. Stand there and don't move. However, just as she took a step forward, Ling Zhao's voice rang out. It was resolute and irrefutable. Xiaoli really stopped. In this moment of hesitation, Ling Xiao had already performed his move. It wasn't a new move. It didn't even work on the other light and shadow divine alls. Ling Xiao only used a crimson sun all and a dark shadow all. The red sun all was surrounded by the golden crow fire, while the shadow all was flickering with purple lightning. This time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to launch a sneak attack. He just wanted to break Timur Mutu's attack face to face. The young man standing there was still so valiant and extraordinary, so arrogant and unruly, so carefree and unrestrained, it seemed that nothing could make him retreat, and nothing could make him afraid. Both intelligent and brave, a monstrous genius. You live up to these words. To be honest, this old man really doesn't want to kill you, but you don't know how to cherish the chance to live, so I can only take action. Timur Mutu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't a person who cherished talents, but even such a person was still amazed after seeing Ling Xiao. If he could use such a monstrous genius, then not to mention the insignificant divine Phoenix continent, even the Five Immortals Island, or even more powerful forces on the mainland, wouldn't be able to compete with the Black Crow Empire. He believed in his own vision. The current Ling Xiao could become an invincible general on the battlefield, and if Ling Xiao was given a few more years, he would probably become a Yin-Yang realm expert in the mystic world. You can't kill me. Ling Xiao's voice sounded indifferently. You can't restrain me. Although a Yin-Yang realm martial artist is powerful, you're only a hero on the first 3 continents. If I go deeper, you're nothing at all. After saying that, the 2 swords pierced through the air. The 2 awls collided with the huge air blade. An ear-piercing roar sounded in the palace. After a moment of rumbling, the power of the explosion finally destroyed the palace that had been ravaged by the destruction. The warriors dodged in panic. Looking at the ruined palace, although their hearts ached, they didn't have the mood to care. Because something even more shocking had happened. Ling Xiao actually blocked Timur Mutu's attack. This couldn't be described as a miracle. It was simply indescribable. It was too shocking. It was as if they saw an ant tripping an elephant with its tiny legs. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. The most shocked person was Timur Mutu. He actually couldn't kill Ling Xiao with one move. This was even more shocking and humiliating to him than his defeat in Northern Desert City. He wasn't as smart as Ling Xiao. He couldn't kill him in terms of strength. How was this possible? Old dog, your end is here. A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. He put away the purple flash sword. Behind him, the shadow of Tao Tai had already appeared. Tao Tai's doomsday, one sword shocking the heavens. Darkness descended, and all the light disappeared. It was as if they were swallowed by a giant beast. This sword was powerful, violent, and crazy. This was Tao Tai's doomsday, the doomsday sword, Ling Xiao's most powerful move at the moment. Boom, boom. The entire space exploded with piercing sounds. In the darkness, it was revealed. It was killing, it was death, it was destruction, it was cutting everything and swallowing everything. This sword was earth-shattering and unparalleled. What's going on? Timur Mutu was even more surprised. If his previous attack had been a casual one, he could still accept it. But this time, he actually felt fear. When did Ling Xiao become so strong? Although his opponent obviously didn't have the strength of the Yin-Yang realm, this kind of lethality wasn't something he could withstand. Retreat, facing Ling Xiao, Timur Mutu chose to dodge. Because he didn't have the confidence to withstand Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. Light shadow escape, kill. Although Doomsday of Tao Tai was powerful, Ling Xiao didn't think that it could cause much damage to Timur Mutu. Just as the other party had said, even though he was severely injured, he was still able to bring out the strength of a primary Yin-Yang realm cultivator. His true killer move was not as powerful as the Tao Tai Apocalypse, but its destructive power was not any weaker than the light shadow evasion. It was more secretive, more terrifying, and more impossible to guard against. The moment he used the sword move, Ling Xiao's entire person suddenly disappeared. The sword disappeared, he also disappeared at the same time. Nothing could be seen in the darkness. In the realm of heaven and earth control, with the help of the half-step Yin-Yang realm, and with the power of the human king, Yi Qingyu was able to control the heaven and earth. His light shadow evasion had also been greatly improved. In the entire world, there was only that single ray of light. He couldn't dodge it, nor could he block it. In that instant, Ling Xiao seemed to have reached the true speed of light. Timur Mutu's expression turned ugly. He couldn't locate Ling Xiao, he couldn't sense Ling Xiao's aura. The only thing he could see was a ray of light that was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. He knew that this might be Ling Xiao's attack, but as a Yin-Yang realm expert, he couldn't dodge it. At the critical moment, he desperately activated his Black Crow bloodline. His body turned into a huge black crow. His feathers were as tough as meteorites from outer space, completely wrapping his body. At the same time, the Yin-Yang energy on the surface of his body condensed into a layer of protection, hoping to use it to weaken the power of the attack. Qi La, the damage caused by Doomsday of Taotai finally arrived. Although Timur Muta's energy protection was strong, it was still completely devoured by the huge Taotai sword energy. Then, the ray of light also arrived. It pierced through the sharp feathers and pierced Timur Muta's body. Timur Mutu actually soared into the sky, flapping his black wings to weaken the power of the attack. A pair of black and white wings appeared on Ling Zhao's back as he soared into the sky and chased after Timur Mutu. His expression was cold, without any fear. In his eyes, the only target was the old dog, Timur Mutu. Could he kill him? He wouldn't ask himself such a question. Because a swordsman didn't need to doubt himself, especially in a situation where he already had the upper hand. Doubting himself was akin to committing suicide. This was the best time for Ling Xiao to kill Timur Mutu. He didn't know if he could obtain this kind of power in the future, so he had to kill this old dog here. At the same time, he could also gain valuable experience in dealing with Yin-Yang realm experts. Ling Xiao's speed was even faster than Timur Mutu's. Although Mutu could display the strength of an early Yin-Yang realm expert, he was still heavily injured. Every time he used his Yin-Yang energy, his injuries would become more serious. In order to dodge Ling Xiao's attack, he didn't hesitate to transform. This made his injuries worse and faster. But he had no choice. Facing the current Ling Xiao, Timur Mutu didn't know what to do. He could only risk his life. Standing on the ground, Feng Zhan's expression was uncertain. He knew that once Ling Xiao died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Although Ling Xiao was very scary now, Feng Zhan knew that he had to take action. When Ling Xiao attacked Timur Mutu with all his strength, he had to take action and kill Ling Xiao. Only then could he relieve his worries. Yellow sand filled the sky. A figure flew in the sky like a fairy. Her figure was beautiful, and her eyes were beautiful. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Behind her was a group of soldiers in special uniforms. They were riding demon wolves trained by Northern Desert City. The color of their uniforms was very similar to the color of the desert. When they were still, it was almost impossible to tell the difference. At the front of the group were two women. One of them was as cold as ice. Even in the hot desert, she was as cold as ice. She was cold plum. The other person exuded a sense of nobility and arrogance. Her innate aristocratic temperament made her stand out from the rest of the women. She was Xianxia. Cold plum, why did the Moon Lady suddenly appear in the Divine Phoenix continent? Xianxia looked at the woman in the sky and asked nervously. I don't know. Cold plum shook her head. She really didn't know. Of course she knew who the Moon Lady was. She was the only woman Ling Xiao had expressed his love for. And she was very powerful and terrifying. Why did the Moon Lady come to the Divine Phoenix continent? In fact, it was not for anything else. Because when she sent Ling Xiao away, she left a trace of her vitality in Ling Zhao's body. As long as Ling Zhao's life was in danger, she would be able to sense it. Many times before, although Ling Xiao had encountered a lot of trouble, he had been able to turn the misfortune into a blessing. But this time, the Moon Lady felt that the yin-yang vitality she had left in Ling Zhao's body was about to disappear. So she ignored everyone's objections and went to the Divine Phoenix continent alone, following Ling Zhao's aura all the way. In the desert, the Moon Lady encountered the dark assassin team that was rushing over to find Ling Xiao. That was how it was. She had traveled day and night without resting for a moment. She had traveled from Heaven's Choice Academy to here. She could only relax when she saw Ling Xiao. Although the disappearance of the Yin-Yang Yuan Qi might not mean that Ling Zhao's life was in danger, she wasn't willing to take the risk even if there was a slight possibility. She had lived for more than 100,000 years, and Ling Xiao was the only one who dared to say that he liked her and wanted to protect her. She also felt this kid's true intentions. She didn't seem to care, but she was very happy in her heart. She didn't want her man to die like this. She had to save him. What is that place? The Moon Lady suddenly looked in the direction of the poisonous desert and asked. Your Highness, that is the poisonous desert. The Scorpion Men tribe and Lizard Men tribe live there. It is very dangerous. A member of the Dark Assassin team answered. Let's go there. The Moon Lady didn't explain anything. She didn't need to. Her powerful strength had convinced these members of the Dark Assassin team. At the same time, Ling Xiao was still chasing after Timur Mutu on top of the collapsed palace in the Scorpion Men tribe. This scene was very strange. If Timur Mutu was chasing after Ling Xiao, it would be understandable. But now, it was the other way around. What angered Timur Mutu the most was that his speed wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao. He wanted to use this opportunity to change the situation. However, Ling Xiao's sword attack gave him no time to do so. He could only keep running. He kept dodging. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He looked a little miserable. Damn it! Timur Mutu roared in his heart. He was one of the Grand Tutors of the Black Crow Empire and a top Yinyang realm expert. But now, he was being bullied by a dog. He was actually being chased around by a brat like Ling Xiao. If this spread out, he would lose all face. Suddenly, he saw Feng Zhan move on the ground. Feng Zhan was also very depressed. He was a general of the Black Crow Empire. He was insufferably arrogant on the battlefield. He was also famous in the Black Crow Empire. However, he was fooled by a stinky brat. If he didn't take advantage of the battle between Ling Xiao and Timur Mutu to kill Ling Xiao, when would he be able to do so? Suddenly, he transformed into a black crow as well. A black light soared into the sky. His sharp claws contained powerful heavenly elemental energy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Shameless! Xia. Li became anxious and soared into the sky at the same time. Unfortunately, she was a scorpion woman, not a black crow. She could not fly. Even though he could temporarily soar into the air, his speed was still much slower. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Zhan attacked Ling Xiao from behind, but there was nothing he could do. Shadow body. Ling Xiao was still there, but he had turned into a shadow. He had no face, no expression, no shadow that a human body should have. The fifth step of the profound meaning of light was light body. He could transform into light to dodge attacks and attack enemies. The fifth step of the profound meaning of shadow was shadow body. He could not dodge any attacks but could devour everything, including energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a human-shaped black hole. The moment Feng Zhan saw the shadow, he felt a strong sense of danger. He wanted to dodge, but his body was out of his control. A powerful suction force pulled him into the black shadow. Disappeared, the powerful Feng Zhan, the half-step Yinyang realm Feng Zhan, he actually disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. What the hell? People didn't know what happened, but they knew Feng Zhan's aura had disappeared. What did it mean? It meant death. Ling Xiao actually used such a strange method to kill Feng Zhan. For a moment, they found it hard to accept. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had to believe it. Sneak attack from behind. Extremely shameless. Death is not to be regretted. Ling Xiao's cold voice echoed in the air. Then, he looked at Timur Mutu. Old dog, you must feel bad seeing your capable subordinate killed by me, right? But who asked you to be so useless? You can't even protect your own subordinate. Do you deserve to be called the Grand Tutor? Hateful. If I don't tear you into pieces today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Timur Mutu had never suffered such humiliation since he started practicing martial arts. A mere human martial artist had actually killed his most capable assistant right in front of him. What a great humiliation, how could he tolerate this? Hee, you want to tear me into pieces? I really don't know which old dog was the one who was chased around by me. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He was actually quite helpless. Originally, he had saved the real big move for Timur Mutu to enjoy. Unfortunately, Feng Zhan had blocked it. This had given Timur Mutu a chance to regroup. As the saying goes, the first drum will be strong, the second will be weak, and the third will be exhausted. It was probably impossible for him to kill Mutu now. But even so, he still wanted to leave a deep impression on Timur Mutu. If he didn't scare this old dog away, everything he had done today would be in vain. You have a sharp tongue. It's a pity that you've already used up your trump card, but I haven't really made my move yet. Timur Mutu swallowed a pill. In an instant, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding and he became spirited. The most terrifying thing was that his aura had returned to its original state. Yin Yang reversal pill. You actually have such a thing. Ling Xiao had seen this type of pill in the. After consuming it, it could completely heal one's injuries. Furthermore, one's physical strength and inner strength would also be completely restored. However, after 2 hours, one would return to their original state and their injuries would worsen. It seems that Timur Mutu was really forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this kind of thing. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, boy, you're indeed very powerful. You've given me too many surprises today. But since you've killed Feng Zhan, you must be buried with him. Mutu didn't want to waste time because the yin-yang reversal pill only had an effect of 2 hours. He suddenly approached Ling Xiao in the air. A powerful aura assaulted Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao was forced back dozens of meters. He didn't even have the ability to stay in the air. Was this Timur Mutu's full strength? It was simply incomparable. Too terrifying, almost everyone thought so. But Ling Xiao's face still had a smile on it. Buried with him? You should go. I don't even know him. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to bravely move forward. If he ran away, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, when Timur Mutu's strength had completely recovered, he wouldn't be able to escape because his speed was no longer comparable to Timur Mutu's. He could only fight with his back to the river. What was a swordsman, what was a warrior? Only by being fearless and cutting off all obstacles in front of him could he be considered strong. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he could still remain calm. He would never retreat in the face of a powerful enemy. This was a warrior, this was a swordsman, and Ling Xiao was such a person. Even though he knew that he was no match for him, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest. What? You still want to fight with me? Timur Mutu's voice became bone-chilling, with some disdain and pity. You are a smart person. You should know that with your current strength, you can't even touch a hair of mine. You can't even touch one of mine. You are always so arrogant, but don't forget that you have already lost twice in front of me. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, and his aura gathered again. He could feel that the human king's power that he had just extracted was about to be exhausted. This attack might decide whether he could drive away Timur Mutu today. Therefore, he did not hold back. He did not intend to hold back either. Behind him, the eye of the world in the sky changed. It was no longer changing inscriptions, but a world. Night and day alternated, and a power emerged that made Timur Mutu very uncomfortable. Pretending to be mysterious, Timur Mutu clasped his palms together, and a terrifying power condensed in his palms. Then it slowly separated, forming a black rhombus-shaped object. Everyone could feel that this black rhombus-shaped object contained an incomparably terrifying power. It was a power that Ling Xiao could not block at all. However, Ling Xiao seemed to not see anything. He just condensed his sword move as if there was no one around. Light and shadow escape, kill, it was the same move, but its power could not be mentioned in the same breath. A dazzling golden light collided with the black rhombus-shaped object. Clang, a crisp sound of collision rang out, and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. The tip of his sword only left a small scratch on the rhombus-shaped object. This old man has already said that your next attack will be useless. Timur Mutu sneered, and then the rhombus-shaped object suddenly began to spin. The golden crow sword trembled continuously, showing signs of breaking. Crack, strange cracks appeared on the golden crow sword. Ha ha ha, this is your best weapon, right? What will you do if it breaks? Timur Mutu was very happy. After being suppressed by Ling Xiao for such a long time, he felt as if he was suffering from internal injuries. Now, he could finally vent his anger. Are you that happy? Your opponent is just an 8 desolate heaven cultivator. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. And don't you know that I'm very cunning? Tai Chi sword body. It was still the 5th step of the light and shadow profound meaning, but it was a fusion of the body of shadow and body of light. At this moment, Ling Xiao had actually transformed into a sharp sword. On this sword, there was a clear distinction between black and white. It actually evolved into a huge Taiji diagram. Light and shadow intertwined. The fusion of black and white. This sword was not only incomparably sharp and capable of destroying everything, it was also extremely flexible and unfathomable. The seemingly slow sword was actually astonishingly fast. Everyone had a very contradictory illusion. That sword clearly looked so slow that it seemed as if everyone could dodge it. But in fact, he was so fast. So close yet worlds apart might be describing this sword move. With a slight movement, he could cross a long distance. Danger. Timur Muta felt extreme danger. He tried to use his fastest speed to dodge the attack. But in the end, it was still too late. This sword pierced through his body, leaving a huge taiji diagram on his chest. The strange diagram was like a demon's curse. One black and one white. The white half was completely empty. The internal organs and flesh in his body were nowhere to be found. The black half was the body that had been completely charred. It had been completely turned into charcoal. This wound was circular and more than a foot in diameter. Everyone saw it clearly, and it was a ghastly sight. Time seemed to stop. Timur Muta looked at his wound. He couldn't believe this result at all. He couldn't accept it. What kind of move was this? That brat had never used it before. He had been plotted against again. He had to escape. Timur Muta felt his life force rapidly depleting. He had to find a place to heal his wounds. Otherwise, he might really die. Ling Xiao, just you wait. This old man will definitely not let you off. Timur Muta ran away. Because he realized that Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face, as if he hadn't lost any energy at all. This made him really afraid. Facing such a cunning and terrifying young man, he felt that he had to think carefully about his battle plan. Right, he still had hundreds of thousands of troops that had retreated to the vicinity of the Scorpion Men tribe. Previously, he had planned to use them as a precaution. Now, he could use them. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could survive the attack of hundreds of thousands of troops. Seeing Timur Muta run away, the Lizard Men, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners also tried to escape. Sister Xiaoli, don't let them escape. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. He had used more energy than his body could handle. During the battle, he didn't feel anything wrong, but now he felt uncomfortable. His body felt like it was going to fall apart at any time. But he could only pretend, because he was afraid that Timur Muta would find out. Once that old man found out, he really wouldn't have any power to resist. Xiaoli made her move. With her strength at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, killing those Heaven Realm martial practitioners was just like playing around. In addition, many of the Scorpion Men tribe's martial practitioners had also recovered their battle strength thanks to Ling Xiao's pills, so they all joined in the battle. Ling Xiao had chased away the most terrifying enemy for them. What happened next? They had to rely on themselves. Thousands of Lizard Men and hundreds of Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners were all killed on the ruins. There was no sympathy on the battlefield. There was no need for sympathy. Moreover, the Scorpion Men tribe had lost more than 20,000 people this time. It would be strange if they didn't take revenge in anger. The battle ended. All the Scorpion Men surrounded Ling Xiao and knelt down. They worshipped this young man. It was this 16-year-old boy who had broken the norm and created a miracle. Not only did he kill Feng Zhan and Li Bi, but he also defeated Timur Muta. Bang! Ling Xiao fell heavily to the ground. Xiaoli immediately rushed over to help him up. I'm afraid I can't do it. I used the forbidden power this time. My body will be completely destroyed. Ling Xiao was so weak that he almost couldn't speak. No, you can't die. You can't die. I'll take you to the blood mirror pool. Xiaoli stood up with Ling Xiao in her arms. Her eyes were filled with determination. Xiaoli, the blood mirror pool is the forbidden area of our Scorpion Men tribe. Only the king is qualified to enter. A Scorpion Man reminded. Someone reminded Xiaoli that the blood mirror pool was a forbidden place for Scorpion Men and the cultivation place of the Scorpion King. So what? I only know that in this situation, only the water of the blood mirror pool can save Ling Xiao. Do you want to watch him die? Is this how we Scorpion Men treat our benefactor? Xiaoli said furiously. I'm just saying. Don't be angry. What I mean is, can he withstand the water of the blood mirror pool? What if he dies because of it? The Scorpion Man smiled bitterly. Xiaoli looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Young master, do you want to go or not?" "I'll go." Ling Xiao had no choice. He was not afraid of death. But he did not want to die, since the blood mirror pool gave him a chance to survive, he had to try. He was not afraid of Timur and Mutu. How could he be afraid of cultivating in a forbidden place like the blood mirror pool? The blood mirror pool was not a small pool. After being taken in by Xiaoli, Ling Xiao found that the winding paths led to a secluded place. The space was very large and the structure was extremely complicated. If someone who was not familiar with the place entered, he would definitely be trapped inside. At the entrance, Xiaoli was so nervous that she did not know how to proceed. Because she had never been in this place before, she did not know which path to choose. "The third path from the right," Ling Xiao said. Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, but she still walked over as he said. Although his body was extremely weak, Ling Xiao's soul was still very normal. Relying on his powerful soul force, it was not difficult for him to determine the correct path. There was a strange atmosphere in the deep path, which made people feel very depressed. Xiaoli hugged Ling Xiao tighter. On the one hand, she did not want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. On the other hand, she was afraid. At the front of the road, there were faint flashes of light. Xiaoli heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had never been here before, she had heard the Scorpion King mention the general scene of entering the blood mirror pool. Since there was light in front, it was basically right. As they got closer, the light became even brighter. After passing through the dark path, Ling Xiao and Xiaoli were surprised to find that there was a huge space inside. The space inside was no smaller than the Scorpion King's palace. In the middle of the palace, there was a blazing ball of fire. The strange thing was that the fireball was actually in the shape of a three-dimensional Taiji diagram. In other words, it was the Tai Chi ball. Half of it was white and the other half was black. "You have me in you, and I have you in me," exuding a gentle glow. There was a small room near the Tai Chi ball. It should be the place where the Scorpion King usually cultivated. The room was not big, but it was made of special materials that could absorb both black and white energy at the same time. "Sister Xiaoli, is this the blood mirror pool?" Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little confused. Wasn't the blood mirror pool supposed to be a pool of water? "I don't know either. This is different from what the Scorpion King described. According to the Scorpion King scroll, there should be a small blood pool at the end of the tunnel. Inside it is the most precious treasure of our tribe, the blood mirror." Xiaoli forced a smile. "Is there a mistake?" Ling Xiao was stunned. When he checked the tunnel with his soul power, he found that 2 of the tunnels had the effect of assisting in healing and cultivation. However, this one was obviously stronger. Could it be that this was a place that even the Scorpion King had never been to? What was going on with that room? Ling Xiao's mind was a little confused. Forget it, he just needed to trust his intuition. "Sister Xiaoli, take me there." Ling Xiao made up his mind. This was the choice that his soul told him to make. He believed that it could not be wrong. Xiaoli nodded and walked toward the Tai Chi ball with Ling Xiao in her arms. Just as they approached the Tai Chi ball, the huge ball actually spun faster. Then, the black side produced a terrifying suction force, sucking the 2 of them in. "Sister Xiaoli, hold on to me." Ling Xiao's voice was heard in the darkness. Xiaoli thought that Ling Xiao was afraid. However, she did not know that the moment Ling Xiao was sucked in by the Tai Chi ball, he felt the terrifying power of the Tai Chi ball. Without hesitation, he released his Mountain River martial soul. Only the Mountain River martial soul could resist this terrifying power. If Xiaoli was too far away, she would definitely die. The sun and the moon alternated, and day and night rotated. Ling Xiao could feel that the Mountain River martial soul started to spin faster. The Mountain River martial soul devoured, absorbed, and transformed the 2 terrifying energies released by the Tai Chi ball. Xiaoli held Ling Xiao tightly as the energy from the Mountain River martial soul seeped into her body. "Sister Xiaoli, don't let your imagination run wild. Start cultivating. I don't know what the Tai Chi ball is, but for now, it's very beneficial to both of us. It will definitely help you improve your cultivation." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xiaoli nodded and closed her eyes. She let the energy flow into her body instead of resisting it. Ling Xiao did not resist either. The energy of the Tai Chi ball, which had been transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit, seeped into every part of his body and began to repair his almost shattered internal organs and heaven veins. His flesh and blood became pure energy. Ling Xiao's body started a new evolution. After this evolution, his understanding of the light and shadow ultimacy would most likely be greatly improved. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's speculation. Based on the current situation, his judgment should be correct. Because everything was progressing in a good direction. The Tai Chi ball became smaller and smaller, while the red sun and the mountain river martial soul became bigger and bigger. The eye of the world also began to undergo some special changes. It became smaller and smaller until it finally merged into Ling Xiao's left eye. It was no longer a separate ability from Ling Xiao's body. Instead, it became the ability of Ling Xiao himself. The color of the left eye also started to change. The eyeball turned into a Tai Chi ball. It started to rotate and release terrifying energy. It was completely connected with the spirit ocean. The left eye could not only see through all the flaws of martial arts, but also the scene hundreds of miles away. It could also release terrifying soul power to control the souls of the enemies. What was even more frightening was that several of the original abilities of soul judgment had been integrated into his left eye. The predecessor of the soul judgment was the soul dice. It was a secret skill of the soul. However, whether it was a secret skill or not, it was still an external thing. However, it was different now. It was no longer a secret skill. It had become the ability of Ling Xiao himself. There was no need to cultivate it. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, it would continue to strengthen. Tai Chi Eye, that's right. I'll call you Tai Chi Eye. Tai Chi Eye was a special ability. It could be concealed. If one wanted to use it, he could activate it with his soul power. In this way, he could hide this terrifying ability. It would become more terrifying in future battles. Soon after, the Tai Chi ball disappeared completely. It was forcibly divided and devoured by the mountain and river martial spirit and finally transformed into light and shadow energy. Most of it was absorbed by Ling Xiao's body, while a small part was integrated into Xia Li's body. What a terrifying mountain and river martial spirit. It could really contain and control everything. Ling Xiao was very clear about how terrifying the Tai Chi ball was. That kind of terrifying power could actually be absorbed and transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit. How terrifying was the mountain and river martial spirit? The birth of the Tai Chi Eye made Ling Xiao realize something else. His light and shadow ultimacy also entered the sixth step. This time, the light and shadow ultimacy was related to the eyes. Although he was a swordsman, it did not affect his ability to use other attacks. Ling Xiao was good at freely controlling energy. Although his power was more systematic and he only focused on the use and improvement of the mountain and river martial spirit, he did not need to be restricted to the sword. The mountain and river martial spirit seems to have advanced. It has now reached the early stage of the wandering soul stage. Ling Xiao really wanted to see what would happen if he released the mountain and river martial spirit to attack the enemy. However, he still held back. This thing was his trump card. It was his secret weapon. Basically, he would not use it until the last moment. He could feel that in addition to the strengthening of his martial spirit and the advancement of the light and shadow ultimacy, his cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the 8 desolate heaven. His cultivation breakthrough was not fast, mainly because most of the energy was used to transform his body. Now, if he used his body to display the body of light and body of shadow, it would be easier for him to do so. Previously, he was affected by his body size. Whether it was light or shadow, they could only reach the same size as his body. But now, there was no such restriction. This kind of progress was very terrifying. If it had been like this before, his last move, the Tai Chi sword body, could have killed Timur Mutu directly. He looked back at Xia Li. This enchanting sister was still cultivating and had not woken up. It seemed that Xia Li's body was not nourished by the Tai Chi ball, but her cultivation breakthrough should be much better than Ling Xiao's. Without disturbing Xia Li, Ling Xiao jumped into the room. As expected, the room was not big. There was a mirror inside. This huge mirror had already rotted when he touched it. While Ling Xiao sighed, he also looked at the words beside the mirror. These words were very ancient, but they were not a problem when the Tai Chi eye was opened. The human king came to save the scorpion tribe. He gave us the mirror Tai Chi, which could suppress the fire of yin and yang. Over time, it formed the Tai Chi ball, which was the last weapon of the scorpion tribe. The human king, Ling Xiao, could not help but smile bitterly. He Shueli's king. He had heard from Xiaoli that the human king had once saved the scorpion men from the tyrannical rule of the lizard men. Xiaoli did not know there was a treasure mirror, mirror yang mirror. The Tai Chi mirror's energy source was the Tai Chi ball. At the same time, it was also the magic treasure that suppressed the Tai Chi ball. Li 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 was mirror was the Li Shi Shi was Shi spirit Chi, mirror was Li. Even the human king did not expect that the ultimate weapon he left for the scorpion tribe would be eaten by Ling Xiao. Of course, there was no point in not eating it. There seemed to be some problems in the process, so the scorpion tribe did not know about this ultimate weapon. Otherwise, if this thing was used to deal with Timur Mutu, the scorpion tribe would not be as unlucky as they were now. This was probably what the ancients often said, do not force what you don't have in your life. Sometimes, you have to have it. An hour had passed. Outside the blood mirror pool, the scorpion men were checking everywhere in the tribe, hoping to find those who were still alive. At this moment, rosy clouds flew in the sky. A ray of moonlight descended in the daytime. The scorpion men warriors knelt down to pray. They thought it was a fairy descending to the mortal world. When they saw it clearly, they realized it was a peerless beauty. However, this beauty did not look good. She was anxious and angry. Rumble, moments after this peerless beauty appeared, a group of dozens of cavalrymen also appeared. These people were all riding demon wolves that had been carefully selected and raised. They were huge and were good at running in the wild. Where is Ling Xiao? The fairy spoke while the scorpion men warriors were shocked. Her voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Haha, may I ask where fairy is from? We have never heard of such a person as Ling Xiao, much less seen him. One of the scorpion warriors stepped forward and said respectfully. This queen does not want to waste words with you. Ling Xiao's aura is on this mountain. Will you obediently tell me his whereabouts, or will this queen destroy this mountain and kill all of you? I don't care who you are, where you come from, or how powerful you are. Hero Ling is the benefactor of our scorpion tribe. We will not hand him over to you no matter what. Stop dreaming. A child who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old among the scorpion men roared. Oh? The moon maiden's lips curled into a smile. Then she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, the little guy was already in her hand. If you are not willing to tell me where Ling Xiao is, I will kill this little guy. The moon maiden said coldly. You look as beautiful as a fairy, but how can you be so vicious? He is just a child. Come at us. The strongest scorpion warriors stepped forward and glared at the moon maiden as they roared. Let's go. You? The moon maiden sneered disdainfully. With a wave of her hand, those warriors who were at the grotto heaven realm and were only weaker than Xiaoli were easily sent flying. I will give you one last chance. Tell me where Ling Xiao is and you will not die. The moon maiden's voice became even colder. Although we scorpion men are not good people, we will never betray our benefactor. You can kill us or torture us as you wish. The scorpion men warriors might not be as noble as these people said, but those who would betray had already done so. Those who stayed were all loyal warriors who valued friendship and loyalty. These scorpion men did not surrender to Feng Zhan, so they would not surrender to the moon maiden. Haha, not bad. The moon maiden gently put down the scorpion man-child. She did this to prevent anyone from lying to her. If these people were not willing to betray Ling Xiao even in the face of death, then they could be trusted. The scorpion men warriors were stunned. They did not know what the moon maiden was up to. Just as Haim Myung Ko stepped forward to explain the situation, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark yellow sand swept over like ants all over the desert. Oh no, that Timur Mutu is back. There are hundreds of thousands of Black Crow soldiers. What should we do now? What else can we do? Let's just fight. Our benefactor has already done everything he could for us. This time, let's protect ourselves. The scorpion warriors quickly gathered together. They no longer looked at the Moon Lady and the others. Instead, they looked at the group of people in the sky. The Moon Lady retracted her aura and waited quietly. She relaxed because she felt that Ling Zhao's aura did not continue to weaken. Instead, it seemed to have broken out of its cocoon and become stronger. That kid must have gotten lucky again. Since that's the case, I'll help you clean up your enemies. The Moon Lady smiled and looked at the group of invaders. Where's Ling Xiao? Timur Mutu roared. Old dog Mutu, stop dreaming. Even if you kill all of us scorpion men, we won't betray our benefactor. Good, very good. Then I'll kill all of you today. Mutu's injuries had not healed, but they were temporarily under control. He rushed back because he wanted to take revenge and kill Ling Xiao. He did not want Ling Xiao to escape. If Ling Xiao escaped back to the Divine Phoenix Empire, it would not be so easy for him to kill him. Why are you looking for Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady asked calmly. Eh? When did such a beautiful girl come? Who is Ling Xiao to you? Timur Mutu was stunned for a moment before asking. He's my man. The Moon Lady replied. Man? Ha ha ha, that's great, that's great. You came at the right time. I really want to see what kind of expression that brat Ling Xiao will have when he sees you being sullied by me. Listen to my orders. Leave those 3 girls behind. Kill the rest. Timur Mutu gave the order. The crowd began to surround and attack. The Black Stone Mountain was almost packed with people, and there was almost no space for them to stand. Don't attack. The Moon Lady said softly when she saw that Haim Myunkeo and the others were about to attack. Hearing this, everyone from Dark Thorn couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Although they didn't know how terrifying the Moon Lady was, they could sense her terrifying aura. Coupled with Haim Myunkeo and Cold Plum, they were deeply afraid of this fairy-like woman. To provoke this person, one's life would not be long. The Moon Maiden smiled brightly. For so many years, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Not only do you want to kill my man, you also want to defile me. I find it very interesting. Her voice rang out. A bright moon suddenly rose in the sky. This light had already covered up the blazing sunlight. Except the baptism of the bright moon. As her voice fell, the bright moon suddenly shone brightly, and the moonlight illuminated the entire Blackstone ruins. Screams rang out one after another. In front of her, it was as if those soldiers were no longer humans, but straws that were being harvested. This was the role of the strong. If there was no Jining in the northern desert city. If the Black Crow army did not have Timur Mutu. It would have been useless no matter how many people they brought. Although the combined power of an army was very terrifying, it was meaningless if the difference in power was too great. Just like today, the remaining few 100,000 soldiers of the Black Crow army were almost all killed by the Moon Maiden in one move. Only a few Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were still alive. And these people were all seriously injured. Kill. The Moon Maiden would not attack the survivors a second time, so Cold Plum raised the sharp blade in her hand. Kill. Dozens of people from the Dark Thorn roared in unison, their murderous aura filling the sky. What a terrifying woman, what a terrifying team. In this team, the weakest one should be at least at the Avalon of 5 elements. The warriors from the Scorpion tribe were all frightened. The Moon Maiden's power was beyond their imagination. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of people were turned into ashes. Was this something that a human could do? It was too terrifying, it was really too terrifying. The Dark Thorn cleaned up the battlefield, and the only one alive was Timur Mutu. At this moment, Timur Mutu was completely scared out of his wits. Even when he was at his peak, he could kill tens of thousands of Black Crow army soldiers with one move. But this woman could easily destroy hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army soldiers. How terrifying was her power! She was Ling Zhao's woman, no wonder that brat was so arrogant. Wasn't he too lucky? Timur Mutu did not think too much about it. He turned and fled. Even when he was at his peak, he did not dare to fight with such a woman. Moreover, he did not even have 10% of his power now. If he did not run, would he stay and die? Moon has tears. A heavenly voice sounded from the Moon Maiden's mouth, and a tear-like radiance caught up with Timur Mutu. Timur Mutu's body shook violently, and then he fell to the ground, vomiting blood. It's over, it's completely over, he was extremely regretful now. He regretted provoking Ling Xiao. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Moreover, he could not have predicted the future. How could he have known that there was such a terrifying woman behind Ling Xiao? When the warriors from the Scorpion tribe saw this, they were completely dumbfounded. Who was Timur Mutu? He had actually been defeated so easily by this fairy-like woman. Was she still human? She was simply a fairy who had descended from the ninth heaven. They knelt down again. It seemed that their previous prayers were not wrong. This fairy was not here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. She was Ling Xiao's woman. Then wouldn't Ling Xiao also be an immortal? A relatively backward tribe like this believed in gods. Although they believed in the Scorpion god, it did not prevent them from worshipping other gods. The Scorpion god did not save their tribe, but Ling Xiao and this fairy did. They could still tell the difference between good and bad. Cold Plum, I'll leave him to you. I'll go find Ling Xiao. The Moon Maiden did not even look at Timur Mutu. Her attack had completely destroyed Timur Mutu's cultivation. Now, even an ordinary person could kill the seriously injured Timur Mutu on the spot, let alone Cold Plum. Yes, Your Highness. He was called the Moon Maiden? Timur Mutu finally knew who he had fallen into. He had indeed heard of the Moon Maiden. She was the strongest person on the Heavenly Dragon continent, a fairy who had lived for more than 100,000 years. He actually wanted to defile such a woman. He was really blind. He deserved it. But he was not willing to die like this. Your Highness Moon Maiden, may I say something? Timur Mutu said loudly. Speak. Your Highness, you are a hero of the sacred dynasty. You must want to rebuild the sacred dynasty. If you are willing to let me live, then our Black Crow Empire can send troops to help you attack the true demonic empire. This way, the sacred dynasty can be rebuilt. Timur Mutu said. I'm not interested in that. I only care about him. The Moon Maiden said faintly. It had been more than 100,000 years. The Moon Lady was used to the chaos of the dynasty. So what if the sacred dynasty existed? It had nothing to do with her. She only had Ling Xiao in her heart. Your Highness, why don't we imprison him first and make a decision after we find Ling Xiao? Perhaps Ling Xiao can use him. Xianxia suggested. Okay, we'll do as you say. The Moon Lady nodded in agreement. She really didn't care if she killed Timur Mutu or not. After all, she would have a chance to kill him in the future. She turned to look at the Scorpion warriors and said, Where's Ling Xiao? Fairy, Ling Xiao was severely injured by this old man. His body is about to shatter. Our commander Scorpion Li brought him into the forbidden area. At this moment, the Scorpion man naturally had nothing to hide. Hearing this, the Moon Lady suddenly slapped out without any warning. The moonlight palm wind blasted onto Timur Mutu's body. Timur Mutu, who still had a little hope of survival, died with his eyes wide open. You shouldn't have injured him, and you shouldn't have almost killed him. The Moon Lady muttered to herself. Then, she looked at the Scorpion man and said, Lead the way. I want to go to the forbidden area. Yes. The Scorpion warriors weren't idiots. The Moon Lady could easily kill a Yinyang realm warrior, the Grand Tutor of the Black Crow Empire, and the god of war who had been famous in the Black Crow Empire for decades. If he wanted to destroy their tribe, it would only take a flick of his finger. They weren't that stupid. Furthermore, they knew that the Moon Lady wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Why couldn't she go to the forbidden area? The door to the blood mirror pool was tightly shut. The Moon Lady coldly slapped out with her palm. The entire mountain shook, and huge rocks collapsed. However, the door didn't move at all. It seems that there's a formation on the door. Unfortunately, I don't understand it. The Moon Lady sighed and said, Cold Plum, Xianxia, go back. Go back and tell your great General Jining that Ling Xiao is fine. I'll wait here alone. She knew that Ling Xiao was fine, so she didn't worry anymore. However, she didn't want to leave just like that. From today onward, unless Ling Xiao asked her to leave, she wouldn't leave Ling Xiao no matter what. This man was the driving force for her to continue living. Without him, she was bored. We're not leaving. Just leave the matter of delivering the letter to the albatross. We're going to wait here. Although Ling Mei was afraid of the Moon Lady, there was nothing to discuss on this matter. The Moon Lady didn't say anything. Instead, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to wait. Fairy, why don't you find a place to stay first? To be honest, the Blood Mirror Pool is where the king of our Scorpion Men tribe cultivates. Every time he goes in, it'll take at least a month. Sometimes, it'll take a few years before he comes out. It's not a good idea to wait here forever. The Scorpion Men were all very emotional. As expected of their savior, Ling Xiao had so many people willing to protect and wait for him here. Even their only surviving commander, Xiali, didn't hesitate to break the tribe's rules and bring Ling Xiao into the forbidden area to heal. This was probably what they meant by a just cause enjoys abundant support. Dark Thorn, come with me to hunt nearby. Be prepared for a long wait. Hai Miang Ko stood up. Since they had to wait for a long time, they had to prepare food and drink. There's no need to trouble you. Our tribe has been saved by our savior, so there's nothing we can do. Just leave the food to us. After all, we're more familiar with this place. A deputy commander of the Scorpion Man tribe said. Then we'll have to trouble you. Everyone, take a rest here. Hai Miang Ko nodded and didn't say anything else. Waiting was nothing. Hai Miang Ko's life was saved by Ling Xiao. As for the other members of the Dark Thorn, it was needless to say. Ling Xiao had almost single-handedly changed the situation in Northern Desert City. Although the people and civilians of Northern Desert City had to stay in Northern Desert Pass temporarily, they had been betrayed by their own people. However, that was because he was betrayed by his own people, not because Ling Xiao was useless. Ever since that battle, they had both admired and trusted Ling Xiao. They no longer had the unconvinced attitude they had when they first started following Ling Xiao. Let alone a few years, even if they had to wait here for decades, they could just stay. It was better than going back and being destroyed by those dirty political schemes. Xiali was still cultivating in the Blood Mirror Pool. Ling Xiao continued to observe the situation in the room. Although the Tai Chi mirror was destroyed, there was still a stone coffin in the room. It seemed that the stone coffin hadn't been opened for a long time. It was tightly sealed. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could see some secret inscriptions flashing constantly. It should be a magic array. As a magic array master, Ling Xiao didn't know what the magic array was, but the analytical ability of the Tai Chi eye was too strong. In just a moment, the functions, flaws, and components of the magic array appeared in his mind one by one. Although it's powerful, it's a pity that it hasn't been maintained for a long time. It can't stop me at all. Looking at the stone coffin, Ling Xiao smiled and then pointed at several places on the stone coffin. After a while, with a click, the lid of the stone coffin was obviously loosened. What on earth was in it? He took a deep breath and prepared himself. Then he slowly opened the stone coffin. The moment the stone coffin was opened, Ling Xiao was stunned. There was nothing in the stone coffin, it was empty, but that's not right. Why would an empty stone coffin be so tightly protected by a magic array? There must be a problem. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a black shadow suddenly sat up from the stone coffin. To be honest, without the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao couldn't see this black shadow at all. Because this black shadow wasn't a physical body, but a soul in the truest sense, this was something that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only soul force could sense it. Of course, the Tai Chi eye had its special features. Naturally, it could see it. Eye of light. The moment he saw the black shadow, Ling Xiao felt danger. At that moment, he used the sixth step of the profound meaning of light that he had just comprehended, Eye of Light. Although the power of Eye of Light relied on the power of light and the profound meaning of light, it required the Tai Chi eye to release. At that moment, all the darkness was about to be dispelled. Light descended upon the world. The living could be healed, while the dead would be dispelled. The black shadow howled and flew back into the stone coffin. It curled up in a dark corner and couldn't move. Ling Xiao sneered, and the Tai Chi eye moved again. Eye of the Immortal Pot. The Immortal Pot was a soul secret technique, and now it had Ling Xiao's eye technique. The black shadow was illuminated by the light until it was extremely weak. Then, it was absorbed into the eye of the immortal pot and entered an isolated space. This space was connected to the mountain river world. It was completely under Ling Xiao's control. Tell me, what are you doing? Why did you sneak attack me? Ling Xiao's soul entered the mountain river world and asked the black figure coldly. Damn it, I was sealed by the human king for so many years. I wanted to occupy your body, but who knew that you had the same ability as the human king? I hate it. As it spoke, the black figure finally revealed its true form. It turned out to be a huge black lizard. Its size was a little similar to a black dragon. You're the lizard ancestor? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right, the lizard race's strength started with me. The black figure said. Liar, the lizard ancestor has been sealed for almost 100,000 years. You don't have a body, how can you still be alive? Ling Xiao said coldly. Kid, how can you talk to the ancestor like that? Ancestor? Yes, you're the lizard ancestor, but here, you can only listen to me. Ling Xiao waved his hand gently, and the dazzling sunlight was aimed at the huge lizard's shadow. Stop, stop. I'll tell you everything, please don't torture me. The lizard ancestor only had his soul left. To be exact, it was just a soul, so it was naturally afraid of the sunlight's torture. It was just like how it was afraid of the eye of light. The reason I'm still alive is because I once cultivated a soul martial art from outer space, the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Primordial spirit? What's that? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I don't know, but there are martial artists in outer space who can cultivate their soul into a primordial spirit. Even if they don't have a body, they can still live forever. It's said that when they're strong enough, their primordial spirit can even leave their body. It's very terrifying. The lizard ancestor explained. Interesting, so you're not a soul now, but a so-called primordial spirit? Ling Xiao asked. How is that possible? If I really cultivated a primordial spirit, then the human king wouldn't be able to kill me. Unfortunately, I've only condensed a primordial spirit, so I'm still far from a primordial spirit. Source spirit? The cultivation levels in the primordial spirit remnant scroll are primordial spirit, shell emergence, night roaming, day roaming, object manipulation, manifestation, possession, lightning tribulation, and primordial spirit. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. Although his soul power was very strong, it originated from the natural increase of the mountain river martial spirit. He didn't know how to cultivate his soul. The lizard ancestor's primordial spirit remnant scroll was extremely useful to Ling Xiao. Although it was only a remnant scroll and should not be complete, it was undoubtedly an excellent item for Ling Xiao, who lacked a soul cultivation method. However, judging from the lizard patriarch's situation, it was clear that the primordial spirit remnant scroll was extremely difficult to cultivate. Otherwise, why would this fella only cultivate to the first stage, the essence soul stage? This was too strange. Since the primordial spirit remnant scroll is so good, why did you only cultivate to the essence soul stage? Ling Xiao asked with a cold snort. It's all because of that human king guy. I was sealed not long after I obtained this thing. How could I have the chance to cultivate it? The lizard ancestor said with righteous indignation. I see. Ling Xiao felt that the lizard ancestor didn't seem to be lying. Kid, you were able to open the stone coffin today and save me. We can be considered to be fated. How about this, I'll pass the primordial spirit remnant scroll to you and you let me go. This is definitely a good deal for you. The lizard ancestor suddenly said with a smile, I see that your soul power is so strong, but it's a pity that you can't make better use of it. If you have the primordial spirit remnant scroll, everything will be different. Even if you don't cultivate martial arts, you can still roam the mystic world with your soul power alone. You're so kind? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I'm not being kind. I'm not a good person, but I just want to live. This is a deal. The lizard ancestor seemed to be sincere. Well, I have to think about this. Ling Xiao pondered. What are you thinking about? I can feel that you have a very strong martial soul, but you can't control it. Do you know why? The lizard ancestor said. Why? The lizard ancestor was right. Ling Xiao had always been curious. Logically speaking, his mountain river martial soul had merged with his soul and he should be able to control it easily. But in reality, the situation was not so. Obviously, there was a problem. It's simple. The martial soul was brought from the outer world by the human king. So the real cultivation and control of the martial soul also came from the outer world. Let me put it this way. The connection between the soul and the martial soul is much closer than the connection between the body and the martial soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the martial soul, and the easier it is to control it. The lizard ancestor seemed to be determined to make this deal with Ling Xiao, so he had to tell him all the benefits of cultivating the soul. I still don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head. You are obviously a genius. How can you be so stupid? To put it simply, the martial soul is actually the external form of the soul. But the current warriors don't understand it at all. They think that the martial soul will never change and will always have the same form. It's a big mistake. The lizard ancestor shook his head and said, the form and power of the martial soul are completely changed by the warrior's soul and cultivation. Do you know why some people awaken the sword martial soul and others awaken the saber martial soul or other martial souls? I don't know. It's good that you don't know. When you were born, was there a lot drawing activity? The elders put a pile of things in front of the children and then let them choose. Yes, I seem to understand something. In other words, the awakening of the martial soul is actually affected by the warrior's soul? Just like the lot drawing, if you get a sword, you will get a sword martial soul. If you get something else, you will get another martial soul? Ling Xiao suddenly understood. That's right. Basically, it's like that. But some warriors will be affected by external things during the awakening of the martial soul, such as bloodlines, martial arts manuals, weapons, inheritance, and so on. Ling Xiao completely understood the lizard ancestors' words. The reason why he was able to awaken the mountain river martial soul was because of the book he got from Hongqi. He didn't understand it before, but now it was all clear. Most martial artists were passively adapting to their martial souls, and not actively transforming their martial souls. Although once the martial soul was formed, it was difficult to change its form. But in terms of power, combat methods, and so on, it could be upgraded and transformed. For example, if a person had a sword martial soul, at the beginning, it might only be the external form of a sword. It could enhance the warrior's attack. But if one deliberately transformed the sword martial soul to have more characteristics, it could continue to improve while maintaining the appearance of a sword. Just like a magic weapon, it could be continuously tempered. I understand now, I completely understand now. In the past, he was completely confused about martial spirits, but at this moment, it was completely clear. Alright, I'll make the deal. He would not lose anything by letting the lizard ancestor leave after obtaining the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He had the Eye of Light, and the lizard ancestor could not hurt him in his current state. You're indeed a smart person. The lizard ancestor chuckled, and a memory was instantly transmitted to Ling Xiao's mind. Is this the primordial spirit remnant scroll? Ling Xiao carefully identified every word and sentence. He had never seen the real primordial spirit remnant scroll, but his mountain river martial soul could analyze if the words were reasonable and harmful. If the lizard patriarch tried to play tricks on him, he would not show any mercy. The lizard ancestor laughed in his heart. Kid, no matter how smart you are, you won't be able to recognize if I slightly change some of the important words. Moreover, the words are from another world, so you won't know if there's a problem. He had a good plan. If Ling Xiao dared to cultivate the problematic primordial spirit remnant scroll, his soul would definitely be injured. When that happened, he would take the opportunity to seize Ling Xiao's body. In fact, there was one thing that he had not told the truth. His primordial spirit remnant scroll had not only reached the essence soul realm, but also the possession realm. In other words, as long as Ling Xiao's soul was injured, he could possess the body and suppress Ling Xiao's soul to gain control of the body. There was a difference between that and possession. After possession, the other party's soul would also be destroyed. However, possession could not do that, and the other party's soul would have to be suppressed at all times. However, the lizard ancestor was not afraid. In his opinion, his soul was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. As long as he had this opportunity, he would definitely be able to achieve his goal. Are you happy? Ling Xiao suddenly asked with a smile. Of course, I'm happy. I'm about to regain my freedom. The lizard ancestor said with a smile. Still pretending? Although most of your primordial spirit remnant volume is real, there are a few key points that are obviously problematic. Do you really think I'm stupid? I was originally sincere in making a deal with you. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with this old bastard. If he refined this old bastard's soul, he could also obtain the primordial spirit remnant scroll and even this old bastard's martial arts. However, doing so would waste too much time and would be difficult in a short period of time. That was why he wanted to make this deal. But who would have thought that this old thing would be so crafty and actually want to harm him? How could he tolerate this? In the mountain river realm, the scorching sunlight completely enveloped the lizard patriarch. Here, the lizard patriarch could not move freely at all. He could only let the scorching sunlight slowly strip away his soul. I'll give you the real one. I'll give you the real primordial spirit remnant scroll. The lizard patriarch was truly afraid now. Do you regret it now? Too late. Ling Xiao did not waste any more words and his soul left the mountain river realm. The cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll could not be completed overnight. The lizard patriarch's soul could not be refined overnight either. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he should hurry back to the northern desert city. He did not forget that there were tens of thousands of brothers and more than 100,000 people waiting for him there. The imperial family of the Divine Phoenix Empire had plotted against him and the Righteous Alliance had schemed against him, but those people and the Northern Desert Army had fought side by side with him to the end. He could still clearly distinguish between good and bad. At this moment, Xiaoli had woken up from his cultivation. He looked excitedly at his own body, somewhat in disbelief. You broke through? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the Yinyang realm. Xiaoli nodded. This was like a dream. She had directly advanced from the 10th grotto heaven to the first tier of the Yinyang realm, skipping the half-step Yinyang realm that most martial artists had to go through. This meant that she must have obtained an extremely strong power, so much so that she didn't need to accumulate at all and directly broke through to a higher realm. Congratulations, big sister Xiaoli. Although the Scorpion Man tribe lost a Scorpion King in battle, another Yinyang realm expert has been born. At the very least, there shouldn't be any danger for now. Ling Xiao smiled. Young master, you must be joking. We Scorpion men can't go against our blood oath. Since I said that I would become your slave, I can't go against it. Xiaoli said very seriously. She was saved by Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, she would have been humiliated by Blind Scorpion. The Scorpion Men tribe was also saved by Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, the Scorpion Men tribe would have been completely destroyed by Timur and Mutu. Her breakthrough in cultivation was also because of Ling Xiao. She, Xiaoli, was not a good person, but she was definitely someone who valued blood oaths very much. She would never go against her oath. Alright, as you wish. We'll talk about this after we get out. Let's go. I believe your tribesmen are waiting anxiously. Ling Xiao did not insist. What was there to be dissatisfied with having a Yinyang realm slave? Yes, young master. Xiaoli nodded and followed Ling Xiao out of the forbidden area. Outside the blood mirror pool, the members of the Dark Thorn were eating. These delicious barbecued meat and vegetables were all found and prepared by the warriors of the Scorpion Men tribe. The Moon Maiden did not eat. She stood there quietly. Her body was always enveloped by a strange moonlight, making her look like a moonlight fairy. However, no one knew what kind of pain the Moon Maiden was going through. A long time ago, she had taken in a female disciple named Yihua. This disciple was very talented. She was originally groomed to be the successor of the Yihua school's sect master. However, when Yihua was 16 years old, she fell in love with a man. This man's origin was very mysterious, but he was very powerful. Within a few days, Yihua was completely infatuated with him. For this man, Yihua even used the Moon Maiden's trust and took away the Moon Maiden's most precious Moonlight Heart. The Moonlight Heart was the Moon Maiden's heart. It was a heart that looked like beautiful jade. This heart was condensed by the Moon Maiden after countless years. It was the key to helping her transform into a human form. Once she lost it, not only would her cultivation be greatly reduced, but her body would also be extremely weak. The most terrifying thing was that once she could not see the moon, her body would have to endure extreme pain. She had never told anyone about this kind of pain. Only she knew that it was more terrifying than having tens of thousands of steel needles pierced into her heart. Later, she found a way to suppress this pain. That was to stay in her palace because it could release light that was very similar to the moonlight to reduce her pain. Ever since this palace was built, she rarely left the Yuehua school. The first time she left the Yuehua school was to deal with the Demon King. That was to fulfill her promise to the Moonlight Immortal nearly 100,000 years ago. The second time was to protect Ling Xiao at the martial arts festival in the Holy City. This time, it was also for Ling Xiao. The Moon Maiden's body was trembling slightly. The pain had already swept through her entire body. She was in so much pain that she was about to lose consciousness. But she still stood there, enduring the pain. She had to wait for Ling Xiao to come out. She had once been betrayed by her most trusted disciple. She had suffered even greater pain than losing the Moonlight Heart. The fact that she could muster up the courage to trust Ling Xiao once again was an extremely rare thing. Ling Xiao had given her hope. She didn't want to give up. In the forbidden area, Ling Xiao felt his heart beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out. Something seemed to have happened. And he was very concerned about this kind of thing. He felt heartache, but he didn't know what the reason was. So he quickened his pace. With the help of Xiali, the door of the blood mirror pool slowly opened. Perhaps he was worried that Timur Mutu would return, so Xiali walked in front. Ling Xiao didn't object. After all, in terms of current strength, Xiali was much stronger than him. Even in the face of the seriously injured Timur Mutu, Xiali could definitely fight him. However, when the door opened, Ling Xiao didn't see Timur Mutu. Instead, he saw a beautiful figure. This figure had haunted his dreams countless times since he came to the Divine Phoenix continent. He had heard this figure countless times in his sleep. Sister Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao rushed out from behind Xiali and hugged the Moon Maiden in his arms. It was as if they were separated from a long-lost relative. Surprise, peace of mind, in front of the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao felt that he could be a normal person again. He no longer felt any pressure. He didn't need to think about anything. He could just be a 16-year-old boy. This child is not afraid of being laughed at. The Moon Lady smiled and gently patted Ling Xiao's back. Her gentleness was tinged with trembling. No, Sister Moon Maiden, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao's senses were so sensitive. The moment he touched the Moon Maiden, he felt that something was wrong with her. I'm fine. What about you? The Moon Maiden forced a smile, but it was really forced. Nonsense. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. How could he not tell that the Moon Lady was enduring the pain? He looked back at Xiali and said, "These are my friends. Arrange for them to rest first. I'm going to the Blood Mirror Pool again." After saying that, Ling Xiao dragged the Moon Maiden into the Blood Mirror Pool. He had absorbed the Tai Chi ball in the Blood Mirror Pool, but there was still a passage with pool water that could heal all kinds of injuries. This time, it was naturally to find that thing. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this scene, all extremely shocked. Who was the Moon Lady, that was an existence that could destroy hundreds of thousands of lives with a flick of a finger? Why did she feel like an obedient little wife in front of Ling Xiao? When Ling Xiao held her hand, she didn't resist at all. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Ling Xiao, where are you taking me? The Moon Maiden asked with a bitter smile. Go to a good place. Ling Xiao said as he walked, but his tone was a little cold. Are you angry? The Moon Maiden asked with a smile. Although it wasn't easy to smile. Yes, I'm angry. This problem of yours definitely didn't form in a day or two. What's going on? Why didn't you tell me before? Ling Xiao's cold voice showed that he was really angry. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but even if I did, it would be useless. The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry. She didn't know why, but she didn't even blink when facing a powerhouse like Timur Mutu. Facing hundreds of thousands of troops, she could coldly and mercilessly kill them with a wave of her hand. But facing Ling Xiao, she was really a little cautious. Perhaps it was because she felt that this was a man worth protecting from the bottom of her heart. How do you know it's useless if you don't tell me? Ling Xiao sighed and said, Sister Moon Maiden, when I said that I wanted to marry you and become your man, did you think I was joking? That's right, I haven't met the conditions you gave me yet, but I'm working hard, very hard. I like you, and I won't allow you to be hurt in any way. The Moon Maiden smiled, feeling very sweet in her heart. Smile. You still have the cheek to smile? Why did you come here from the Heavenly Dragon continent? Just like how the Moon Maiden couldn't be angry with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao really couldn't be angry with the Moon Maiden. His anger just now was just an act. He liked this woman so much, so how could he bear to be angry with her? Of course it's because I'm worried about you, you little lunatic. The Moon Maiden said with a smile, oh you, don't you know how to feel sorry for yourself? You're always going against those enemies who are stronger than you. I'm really worried about you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Sister Moon Maiden, this is indeed dangerous, but if I don't resist, I'll die in a daze like those beggars on the streets. I've seen too many of such things. Why wasn't he willing to suffer? Why wasn't he willing to compromise? Why wasn't he willing to endure? This had something to do with what happened when he was young. Back then, there were 2 beggars in the beggar sect in Tianfeng City who were bullied by a noble young master. A chose to compromise, chose to endure and cower. In the end, he was tortured to death by the noble young master. B chose to resist, and he killed the noble young master. In the end, he was beaten to death by the noble young master's family. Although both of them died, Ling Xiao still felt that B's death was more valuable. Even before he died, he dragged someone down with him and killed his enemy. But A was too cowardly. Because of this, Ling Xiao had always lived according to B's method. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he had to become stronger than B, he had to become able to protect himself. Sister Moon Maiden, this should be the blood mirror pool that the Scorpion Man King uses to heal and cultivate. Let's see if it can relieve your pain. Soon, Ling Xiao brought the Moon Maiden to the blood mirror pool. There was indeed a pool of blood-red water in the blood mirror pool. There was also a mirror, which was the blood mirror. The Moon Maiden took off her outer clothes and stepped into the blood mirror pool with only her undergarments in an attempt to relieve the pain. It's really effective. The Moon Maiden heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. He really couldn't bear to watch the woman he loved suffer in front of him. But as Ling Xiao sat there, he was thinking further ahead. The water in the blood mirror pool was limited. Once it was used up, it would be gone. Then, how would the Moon Maiden avoid the pain and torture in the future? Would she have to go back and stay in the palace of the Yuehua school? Of course, it was also possible to find the Moonlight Heart, but that was too far away. He didn't know when it would happen. For the Moon Maiden, he had to create a moon. Ling Xiao's thoughts became clear. In the mountain river world, day and night alternated. However, there was sun during the day, but it was pitch black at night. There was nothing. Since that was the case, he might as well create a bright moon in the middle of the night. Creating the moon, this wasn't impossible. After all, Dai had been born. Moreover, Ling Xiao now understood that a martial soul could be upgraded through his own efforts. Sister Moon Maiden, do you mind if I absorb some of your yin-yang origin energy? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Do as you wish. The Moon Maiden believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm her. If Ling Xiao also wanted to harm her, then so be it. In this life, there were 3 people she trusted the most. One was the Yuehua Immortal, the other was her disciple Yihua, and the last one was Ling Xiao. The Moonlight Immortal was nowhere to be found. Her disciple, Yihua, had betrayed her. If she was betrayed by Ling Xiao again, she felt that her life was meaningless. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know this. He didn't need to know. What he did was for the good of the Moon Maiden. That was enough. His goal was to use the Moon Maiden's yin-yang origin energy to condense the embryonic form of the moon. Once the embryonic form was formed, the rest would be easy. As the Moon Maiden's yin-yang origin energy continued to enter his mountain river martial soul, a glimmer of light appeared in the dark night sky. Although it didn't look like a moon yet, the embryonic form had already appeared. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Wu Xiang. For the sake of Sister Moon Maiden, I can only use the Moonlight Treasure Ship that you gave me. The Moonlight Treasure Ship was the Yuehua School's most precious treasure. Although it wasn't good at attacking, it was very useful for traveling. Of course, the most important thing was that it was made of moon wood that had condensed the essence of the moon. It was very effective in condensing the moon in the mountain river world. Just as Ling Xiao expected, as the Moonlight Treasure Ship shrank and disappeared, the glimmer of light finally formed the shape of a crescent moon. The Moon Maiden soaked in the blood pool while Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, constantly extracting water from the blood pool to strengthen the crescent moon. Time continued to pass. Outside the forbidden area, Xiali had been elected as the new Scorpion King by the Scorpion people and buried the one who had died in the battle. It took a full day and night. When the sun rose from the east, the door of the blood mirror pool finally opened. The Moon Maiden held onto Ling Xiao's arm and walked out. The 16-year-old youth was much taller than the average youth because he had been practicing martial arts for a long time. He was already about 1.8 meters tall. She was holy and noble. The man was an extraordinary hero. They're simply a match made in heaven. People couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Although many people still didn't know what the relationship between Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady was, even a fool would be able to guess what was going on from the fact that the Moon Lady had killed Timur Mutu out of anger to how close the two of them were now. Of course, the full moon in Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul had already formed, so there was a strange connection between it and the Moon Lady's body. This made everyone even more certain of their relationship. Looking at this scene, Xiali could not help but feel a little jealous and helpless. She had once thought that once her cultivation reached the Yin-Yang realm, she might be worthy of this heroic young man. As long as she was willing, Ling Xiao would definitely fall in love with her. But now, it seemed that she had been overthinking things. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to the Moon Maiden. In terms of strength, she was also inferior to the Moon Maiden. How could she compare with the Moon Maiden? Master. Cold Plum stepped forward and greeted him. Perhaps only Cold Plum had never thought of such a thing. She only wanted to be by Ling Xiao's side forever and protect Ling Xiao. That was enough. Hai Miankeo could not help but sigh. In the past, she was the Holy Sun, but Ling Xiao had never thought highly of her. She did not understand why at that time. But now, she suddenly understood. His woman was so much better than hers. Her thoughts were nothing but improper thoughts. Young master, what do you plan to do next? Xiali recovered from her disappointment. After all, she was now the queen of the Scorpion Men tribe. She could not always immerse herself in love. Return to the northern desert city. Ling Xiao said. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at the devastated Scorpion Men tribe and said, "Why don't you come with me? Jining in the northern desert city is my good friend. The living conditions there are much better than here. Moreover, you Scorpion Men have offended the Black Crow Empire this time. If they are determined to destroy you, it will be safer to go to the northern desert city." Is it really okay? Xiali said worriedly, the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire are not so friendly to us Scorpion Men. You can rest assured. I can't guarantee the safety of the people in other places, but the northern desert city is fine. Ling Xiao explained. That's fine. It just so happens that I also wish to escort young master. If we can really settle down there, we'll stay. If not, we'll just leave. Xiali nodded and said. Let's go. Our destination is the northern desert city. Looking at Timur Ermutu's head, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Not only did he capture Kumo Jian alive, but he also killed Timur Ermutu. This time, he would like to see what General Jia, who occupied the northern desert city, had to say. Sister Moon Maiden, hold my waist tightly. We should go now. Ling Xiao stepped on the back of a demon wolf and patted the Moon Maiden's hand gently. The Moon Maiden felt the most comfortable staying by his side now because she could feel the power of the moon at all times. Not only did her cultivation recover faster, but she also did not have to suffer anymore. Of course, the Moon Maiden did not have to stay by Ling Xiao's side all the time. The pain would only begin after she left the moonlight. Therefore, it was not a problem to stay with Ling Xiao for a period of time. It was just that it was obviously more comfortable now. The Moon Maiden no longer looked like an expert who had killed hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army with a snap of her fingers. She had completely become Ling Xiao's little wife. Although she had not recognized Ling Xiao's strength, she had already recognized Ling Xiao as a person. Perhaps this time, he wasn't mistaken. Yellow sand, old trees, and dusk crows. Ancient west wind warhorses. The sun was setting. A group of thousands of warriors galloped toward the northern desert city in an orderly manner. On the demon wolf in the lead, there was a young man with a cold and determined face. Behind him, a fairy-like woman gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Her face was filled with happiness and peace. The wind blew, and her long hair danced. It was like an ink painting in the hands of a master. Solemn, tense, high-fighting spirit, this painting had the tenderness of the human world and the passion of the battlefield. Everyone had their own stories, and they would write even more beautiful stories in the days to come. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. The young man stretched out his right hand and signaled everyone to stop. "Boss, there's a situation," one of them said. "Speak." The Northern Desert Pass and Northern Desert City seemed to have been occupied by the Imperial Army. "There's danger everywhere along the way," the other person replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's face turned gloomy. "I wonder how Jining, Qinhua, and the others are doing." "Everyone, listen up. Speed up. If you encounter an attack, don't ask me. Attack immediately. Kill without mercy." Ling Xiao felt the seriousness of the situation. It was very likely that Jining, Qinhua, and the others had been captured. The team continued to move forward at an even faster speed. Moreover, they displayed the banner of the Northern Desert City's Dark Thorn Special Forces. Ling Xiao did not want to give the other party any excuse to blame him. 2 hours later, they could already see the outline of the Northern Desert City and the Northern Desert Pass. Ling Xiao's Taiji I could see everything around him. There was indeed an ambush, and there were quite a few of them. "Listen up, I am Ling Xiao, the military governor appointed by the Emperor, the captain of the Northern Desert Army's Dark Thorn Special Forces." Ling Xiao sped up as he flashed his waist token and shouted loudly. However, there was no response. Ling Xiao even saw mocking smiles in the Taiji eye. Although he had guessed this before, he still could not help but feel heartache when he saw it. The way the Divine Phoenix Empire treated a meritorious subject was really chilling. He did not say anything else but sped up. Since there was an ambush here, then Jining, Qinhua, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Zhu Gaming, and the others were most likely trapped in a cage. As for Feng Qingyan, he had a special identity. Unless the emperor wanted to completely fall out with the fiery phoenix tribe, he should not be in any danger. "You must catch up," Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. The moment thousands of martial artists entered the ambush, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded in the sky. Thousands of arrows pierced through the air. Ling Xiao did not do anything. He continued to speed up on his demon wolf. Xiali had already soared into the sky and pressed down with his palms. The arrows flying in the air actually flew back. Then, there were continuous screams. Ling Xiao did not need to do anything. Xiali alone was enough to deal with those trash. What they needed to do now was to hurry. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for those who had been killed. He had already revealed his identity, but the other party did not come out to verify his identity. Instead, they directly fired arrows. He wasn't that pedantic. "Since you've shot arrows, that means you want to be my enemy. There's nothing wrong with me killing you. Leave one alive," Hai Miankeo suddenly said. Xiali threw a man into Hai Miankeo's hand. This person was wearing Divine Phoenix Empire's armor, and from the looks of it, his position wasn't low, he was at least a centurion. "Who told you to set up an ambush here?" Hai Miankeo asked coldly. "I don't know." That person was stubborn. He turned his head and didn't say anything. Hai Miankeo laughed coldly and stabbed the man in the throat. In that instant, the centurion's eyes were filled with regret. He thought that the other party would interrogate him and give him some benefits, but he didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. However, Hai Miankeo did not care, because there were ambushes along the way. Even if one or two people did not say anything, she did not believe that everyone would not say anything. Xiaoli continued to kill. Hai Myungkeo kept interrogating. Those who did not answer were killed without the slightest mercy. This was a battlefield, not a game. Mercy and sympathy for the enemy might be exchanged for the death of oneself or one's friends. When they were close to northern desert city, Ling Xiao ordered Xiaoli to wait outside the city for the time being, while he led the Moon Lady and the Dark Assassins to the city. Ling Xiao was very clear that there were absolutely no survivors along the way, so the garrison in northern desert city certainly did not know the actual situation. Leaving Xiaoli and nearly 1,000 scorpion men outside to provide support was the best choice. Once there was an unforeseen event, they would be able to seize the initiative. Open the city. Standing outside the city, Ling Xiao roared at the soldiers on the city wall. At this time, General Jia and Jia Yun were nowhere to be seen. Only some unfamiliar faces were left. Who are you? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao introduced himself. Oh, it's General Ling. We have been waiting for a long time. Open the door. The general on top of the city gate curled his lips into a cold smile and then opened the city gate. Ling Xiao and the others walked into the city gate, and the gate was closed again. As soon as Ling Xiao entered northern desert city, he found that they were surrounded. At this time, there were about 10,000 garrison troops in northern desert city, and all of them were present. The archers were on the city wall. The cavalry and infantry surrounded them. What do you want? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Under General Jia's order, we are here to wait for the traitor Ling Xiao. On the city wall, a general walked down slowly. He was at the early stage of 10 Directions Heaven. It was difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat him. However, today, Ling Xiao did not take the 10 Directions Heaven martial artists seriously at all. Traitor? Ling Xiao sneered and said, I chased after Tomohiko Kuma and Timur Mutu for thousands of miles. Now that I am back with Timur Mutu's head, you are saying that I am a traitor? When the general saw this, he was surprised and happy. He was surprised that Ling Xiao was able to take back Timur Mutu's head. This was simply a miracle. They did not even think about it. He was happy that he could now make a great contribution. Ling Xiao, hand over the head. I can give you a quick death on account of your surrender. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. The general sneered. Impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. You will die whether you hand it over or not. Do it. Pay attention to protect Timur Mutu's head. As for the rest, kill without mercy. The general gave the order, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He started to imagine that if he brought back Ling Xiao and Timur Mutu's heads and asked for a reward, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. With a high position and a generous salary, he could get whatever he wanted. At the command, the sound of arrows could be heard from the city walls. Like a swarm of locusts, they pounced toward Ling Xiao and the dozens of dark assassins. This was only the first wave of attack. Their most powerful attack was naturally the cavalry and infantrymen that followed. You are courting death. Ling Xiao snorted and leaped up. The golden crow sword in his hand emitted a golden light. A giant golden crow that was dozens of times bigger than before landed in the northern desert city. Golden Crow rising sun, raging fire burning the city, Golden Crow massacre. With just one move, the arrows were burned to ashes. Countless archers were pierced by the scorching sword aura. Their bodies were burning as they fell from the city walls. This scene made all the divine phoenix soldiers in the city tremble with fear. The information was not right. How could Ling Xiao be so terrifying? How could an ancient martial art practitioner of the 6 heavenly arts release this kind of power? Miserable screams rose and fell continuously. Expressions of fear and despair appeared on the faces that were illuminated by the raging fire. In an instant, more than 200 to 300 archers died. And more than 1,000 were burned to death by the fire or fell to their deaths. The fire continued to spread. It was winter. The north wind whistled, and the fire could not be extinguished at all. But the strange thing was that the dark assassins, with Ling Xiao as the center, became a forbidden zone for the fire. Quickly extinguish the fire. Quickly. This was no longer a battle between two groups of people, it had become a battle between the northern desert city's guards and the flames. If the fire could not be extinguished, more people would die, and it was even possible for the entire army to be wiped out. Looking at the godlike Ling Xiao, the Darkthorn soldiers were filled with admiration. Although Ling Xiao's strength was not on the same level as their great general, or even many commanders. But Ling Xiao's improvement was simply too fast. Just one battle had made him so terrifying. No wonder even great General Ji Ning said that he had to protect Ling Xiao no matter what. This person's potential was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue developing, he would definitely be stronger than those commanders, or even great General Ji Ning. Ling Xiao, why aren't you stopping? Are you still going to persist in going about things the wrong way? Do you really want to become enemies with the entire Divine Phoenix Empire? That general was anxious. Seeing Ling Xiao display such terrifying strength, he simply did not have any thoughts of fighting. His position as a general was obtained through flattery. How could he have experienced any slaughter on the battlefield? Compared to people like Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, and Zhu Gaming, there was simply no comparison. Facing Ling Xiao, he was naturally terrified. If Divine Phoenix Empire wants me dead, then so what if I destroy them? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. After he was born, he had never felt the love of his parents, nor had he been pitied or sympathized with by any country. So he had no sense of belonging to any country in this world. Including the Sacred Dynasty and Divine Phoenix Empire, they were all the same. He only knew that whoever was good to him, he would be good to them. Furthermore, Divine Phoenix Empire was not his country, so what if it was destroyed? He would not hesitate at all. Crazy. Really crazy. That general looked at Ling Xiao. Only then did he realize that he did not receive a fat job. This was simply a job that would take his life. Block him, you guys escort this general to the Imperial City to report. The general was scared. He did not choose to fight with the rest of the soldiers, but to escape. Another shameless person. Ling Xiao sneered. A red sun all quickly condensed on the tip of his sword, and pierced through the air. Bang, there was a loud bang. The general exploded on the warhorse, his body turning into a rain of blood. Death is not to be regretted. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, then looked at the thousands of soldiers who were still alive and asked, "Where is General Ji Ning? What about the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and soldiers? Ling Xiao, do you think we're afraid of you? You'll definitely die if you make Divine Phoenix Empire your enemy. We won't say a word. Kill this traitor." Amidst the raging flames, there were still people shouting that they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. You have guts. Unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now. Assassins, listen to my orders. Kill without mercy. At this time, Scorpion Li was also led in by the members of Dark Thorn. He cooperated with the Dark Thorn to start a massacre. This battle was a must. Because only by going through this battle would these people truly belong to Ling Xiao, and not the Scorpion Men tribe or the Divine Phoenix Empire. Thousands of people died in an instant due to the massacre and the burning of the fire. In the end, only one person survived because he finally said what Ling Xiao wanted to know out of fear. Just a day ago, General Ji Ning and the others were escorted to the Imperial City to be sentenced. Of course, their captivity was exchanged for hundreds of thousands of soldiers who fled to the depths of the desert. Currently, General Jia is leading his troops to search for them. Very good. Give him a quick death. Ling Xiao glanced at that person indifferently, then said to Scorpion Li, listen to my orders. You guys will be stationed in Northern Desert City temporarily and search for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. 2 of the Darkthorn's men will stay behind to assist. The rest will follow me to the Imperial City to rescue them. Young master, what should we do after we find them? Settle down first. This place is not far from the Imperial City. If we need anything, we'll send someone to contact them. Ling Xiao did not intend to attack the Imperial City now because there were too few people. Among the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, there were only slightly more than 30,000 who could fight. The rest were ordinary people who could do logistics. If they really fought, they would be courting death. Moreover, he now had the Moon Lady, a killer weapon, who was comparable to hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It would be fine even if he did not bring the army to the Imperial City. Moreover, the situation might not have reached the point where they had to fight. Even if they were the Dark Thorn, he planned to let them disguise themselves as ordinary people and sneak into the city, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Naturally, he only needed the Moon Lady, Cold Plum, and Xianxia. Scorpionly had to stay. After all, General Jia was not weak. Although he was not a Yin-Yang realm expert, only Scorpionly could suppress him. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really wanted to bring Scorpionly with him. Naturally, he would be more confident in rescuing them. This trip to the Imperial City is very dangerous. If anyone is unwilling to go, I, Ling Xiao, will not force you. You can leave the team now and stay in Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao looked back at the soldiers of the Dark Thorn and said loudly. No one spoke. Everyone in the Dark Thorn had a determined expression on their faces. They were angry, they were sad, they were unwilling. Tens of thousands of soldiers shed their blood on the battlefield, defeated the army of the Black Crow Empire, and defended Northern Desert City. In the end, they even captured the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, alive, and killed the Grand Preceptor of the Black Crow Empire, Timur Mutu. The war was won. It was a complete victory, but what was the result? Ji Ning, Zhu Gaming, Zhang Yufei, Li Ruguang, and LV Chenglong were captured. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Ling Xiao chased the enemy for thousands of miles, but he was convicted of treason. This was humiliation, more resentment. If they could not clear their names, how could they be at ease? Good. We are all good men. Since this is the case, let's split up. You will disguise yourselves as civilians and sneak into the Imperial City and wait for my orders. We are loyal to this country, but if this country betrays us, then we will destroy it. We will listen to boss's orders. Uniform voices sounded. From this moment onwards, the soldiers of the Dark Thorn had changed from being loyal to the Imperial City to being loyal to themselves and to justice. If it was in the past, they might not be willing to betray the country and the Imperial City even if they were to die. But it was different now. If the Emperor wanted his subjects to die, would the subjects really have to die? If the Emperor broke the law, he would be punished the same as the civilians. They could not risk their lives for an emperor who betrayed them. That was not loyalty, that was stupidity. In the prison, Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, and Zhu Gaming were being interrogated. The specially processed torture instruments were tested on their bodies one after another. Ji Ning was covered in blood. LV Chenglong was blind in one eye. Li Ruguang's leg bones were shattered. Zhang Yufei's arm was missing. Zhu Gaming's ears were also chopped off. The cruel torturers' only goal was to make them admit their guilt. They were not willing, even if they had to die. They would not let the enemy have their way. Qin Hua, Meng Tong, and Xian had not been in the Northern Desert Army for long, so they were lucky not to be punished. Ji Ning handed the Northern Desert Army over to them. Of course, there were also the hundreds of thousands of civilians. Within the Imperial City, notices were posted. Everywhere. On them were the portraits of Ji Ning and the others, including Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Cold Plum. Below the portraits of Ji Ning and the other generals were the crimes and the time of their execution. Treason, improper command, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers, attempting to ambush the great general Si Kongzun, and so on. In short, any of these crimes were punishable by death. Below the portraits of Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Cold Plum were bounties. The crimes stated that they were spies of the Black Crow Empire and that the defeat this time was their fault. Due to the stagnation of the news and the lockdown by the imperial family, the news of the Northern Desert City successfully defeating the Black Crow Empire's army did not spread. Therefore, the news that the people here knew was a completely different version. The Northern Desert Army was almost completely annihilated and the Black Crow Empire was blocked by General Jia. Only then did they solve the big problem and protect the peace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. In front of every notice, there was a boiling cauldron of voices and discussions. I didn't expect Ji Ning to be this kind of person. He colluded with the Black Crow Empire and caused the deaths of so many of our soldiers. He deserves to die. Yes, he should be executed by 1,000 cuts. And that Ling Xiao, he fled from the Sky Dragon continent to our Divine Phoenix Empire. We gave him so many benefits, but he actually ran away with the Black Crow Empire. He's simply a shameless bastard. Impossible, how could the great general betray the empire? There must be a misunderstanding here. Beat him up, and he actually dares to speak up for that traitor. He caused the deaths of so many people and he still supports him. The entire imperial city was filled with this kind of atmosphere. You must insult Jining, you must insult Ling Xiao, you must criticize them. Otherwise, you would be in cahoots with them. You would be a bastard who colluded with the enemy and betrayed the empire. Any slightly rational voice would be suppressed very quickly. Those who spoke rationally would even be beaten up until they were half dead. The atmosphere in the imperial city was the same. Jining and Ling Xiao were the sinners of the empire, while General Jia and Si Kongzun were the heroes of the empire. In the prison, Si Kongzun suddenly appeared and looked at Jining, who had been tortured beyond recognition. He sneered and said, "Jining, why do you have to do this? Look at the scene outside. No one believes that you are innocent, and no one believes that Ling Xiao went to kill Tomohiko Kuma. You're all traitors. You're all rebels. As for me, I'm the hero of this country. I fought my way out of the encirclement alone." Ha 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 ha. Bah, shameless. Li Ruguang cursed loudly. Commander Li, don't be angry at this kind of person. He won't be proud for long. Ling Xiao won't die. He will definitely come back to avenge us. Si Kongzun, are you scared? Zhu Gaming sneered. Scared? Si Kongzun said disdainfully, from the northern desert to the imperial city, our people have been investigating. Even if Ling Xiao doesn't die, he won't be able to return to the imperial city alive. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, he is a person with a bounty of more than 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Do you think he can still survive after coming to the imperial city? Jining took a deep breath. His voice was weak, but his eyes were still determined. Si Kongzun, before I die, I just want to ask you one thing. Was this your idea or the emperor's? Si Kongzun smiled and said, Jining, oh Jining, you have lived for so long. How can you still be so naive? Do you really think that I can distort the truth and turn a deer into a horse? I understand. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Jining's face. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, to think that I, Jining, was so loyal to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Righteous Alliance. In the end, I actually ended up like this. If I don't die, I will definitely make the people who plotted against me pay the price. Definitely. Alright, stop shouting. You don't have that chance anymore. Whether you admit to your crimes or not, the people have already determined that you are guilty. Do you know how the emperor plans to punish you? Si Kongzun suddenly asked with a smile. Without waiting for Jining to say anything, Si Kongzun continued, the emperor has given the people of the imperial city the right to take a piece of your flesh. Haha, not bad, right? This kind of death by 1,000 cuts suits your life. Bastard! Li Ruguang roared. Are you still human? How dare you torture a general who has contributed greatly to the empire? Go ahead and curse. You won't have the energy to curse later. There's no need to interrogate them. Take them to the execution ground now. The emperor has said that these people have many henchmen. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the execution should be brought forward. Si Kongzun sneered and walked out of the prison. He was in an extremely good mood. 3 people stood on the city wall. One of them was the Phoenix Army commander of the 9 gates of the imperial city. The other 2 were Jia Yun and the city lord of Border City, Jia Lin. Jia Lin was Jia Yun's father. He was also the one who led the troops to block the Northern Desert Army's escape route and captured Jining and the others to the imperial city. Father, I don't understand. Didn't the emperor send you to capture Jining's defeated soldiers? Why are you here? At this time, Jia Yun was wearing a suit of armor. He also had a bit of heroic spirit. Xiao Yun, you're still too inexperienced. It's difficult to find them in the vast desert when I led the troops to capture them. Besides, even if I did find them, what good would it do to kill them? Jiao Lin sneered. But it's different if you stay here. Your father is now the commander of the Imperial City Barracks appointed by the Emperor himself. I'll deal with any rebels who attack the Imperial City. Father, do you mean those guys will come to save Jining? Jiayun frowned. That's impossible, father. They can't wait to escape. You don't understand those people. Although the civilians won't come, the remaining 30,000 Northern Desert Army will definitely come. They're too close to Jining. As long as they can confirm the safety of the civilians, they'll immediately come to the Imperial City. Jiaolin said confidently. When they arrive, we'll kill them all. In this way, not only will we be above board, but we'll also have a great merit. Don't you think we're just waiting for the enemy to come to us? A cold smile appeared on Jiaolin's face. He might not be as good as Jining in battle, but when it came to scheming, Jining was definitely not his match. Brilliant. As expected of father, this is a brilliant move. I really hope that Ling Xiao can also appear. If he can kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone, that would be great. Jiayun said excitedly. Him? Haha, he won't be able to survive. Facing Tomohiko Kuma, Timur Mutu, Feng Zhan, and the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men, he won't be able to survive. Jiaolin said disdainfully. Even if he does survive, I and General Si Kongzun have set up many ambushes along the way. He won't be able to make it to the Imperial City alive. HIAA, what a pity. Your son wanted to personally end that scoundrel. Jiayun really felt a little regretful. Now, because he had helped to capture Jining and the other guilty officials, he had been conferred the title of Vice Commander of the Imperial Guards by the Emperor. Although this was only an empty post, he could still mobilize many Imperial Guards. On top of that, he had already broken through to the 9th heavenly layer. Ling Xiao was nothing in his eyes. If Ling Xiao were to appear in front of him right now, he was certain that he could easily take Ling Xiao's dog. Life. Commander, we've discovered traces of the Northern Desert Army 10 Li from the Imperial City. Their leader is Qin Hua. A messenger suddenly came to report. Good, just in time. Jiao Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. Lord Commander really has godlike foresight. This one admires you. A Phoenix Cry soldier hastily said. Although he was the commander of the 9 gates, a rather high status, his cultivation was far inferior to Jiao Lin's. Moreover, Jiao Lin currently had a very high status in the Righteous Alliance. After Jining was captured, Jiao Lin's Jia clan could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand. For him to be subservient to Jiao Lin was extremely normal. Haha, Lord Commander, there's no need to be polite. The merit belongs to all of us, so how could I dare to covet it? Jiao Lin chuckled. Unlike Jining, he knew how to conduct himself. It was precisely because he had the support of the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial household that his Jia clan could cover the sky with one hand in the Righteous Alliance. He was keenly aware of this point. Yellow sand filled the air. The army was advancing toward the Imperial City. The faces of all the officers and soldiers were filled with indignation and determination. They would rather die than do nothing. Since there was no justice to speak of in this world, they would fight for it with their own hands. If no one dared to spill their blood, no one would resist. Justice and justice were not something that could be achieved by words alone. It was something that required blood and sacrifice. All of them, including Qin Hua, were keenly aware that there was no chance of survival, but if they did not go, they would not be able to forgive themselves. They would also be letting down their own conscience. When Jining and the others were taken away, they had asked Jiao Lin if there was any justice in this world. Was there still any law? At that time, Jiao Lin only looked at them with a cold smile and said something that they would never forget. Justice? Justice? There was only strength in this world. Power. There's no such thing as justice, a bunch of idiots. That's right, they were idiots. Only at that moment did they realize that the thing they had been searching for was actually so elusive. However, it wasn't that there was no justice in this world. It was just that there were people who were rotten from the roots. The entire Divine Phoenix Imperial Court was rotten and depraved, 9 li away from the Imperial City, on top of the city wall. Jiao Lin looked coldly into the distance. The black mass of the Northern Desert Army was marching towards them. There were less than 30,000 people, so there should still be some left to protect the civilians. It was a bit of a pity, but it was enough. After killing these rebels, they would have a reason to kill the rest of the soldiers and civilians. Archers, prepare. Jiao Lin waved his hand lightly. As he watched the other party gradually enter their shooting range, he realized that his heart was trembling uncontrollably. After so many years, he could finally trample Jining beneath his feet. Rumble. The rumbling sounds from the army were getting closer and closer. 5 Li. General, they have stopped. They are just outside the shooting range of the archers and the array. 1 li away, the army suddenly stopped. Jiao Lin was stunned for a moment. Jia Yun frowned as well. What was going on? Jiao Lin wanted to see the situation in the distance clearly, but the army was too big. More than 20,000 people was not a small number. He couldn't see what was happening in the army. Don't panic. Since they are here, they will definitely take action. Let's wait here. Although Jiao Lin was confused, he believed in his judgment. The other party couldn't have come to the imperial city to watch the show. They must be here to save people. Since that was the case, they just had to wait. In the Northern Desert Army. Young master, you are still alive. That's great. Qin Hua, Meng Tong, and Xian all knelt on the ground. They were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. Don't be too excited. The 3 of you can get up. How is the general? Ling Xiao asked. According to Vice Principal Feng Qingyan, there is a lot of resentment in the city. They think the general is a traitor who colluded with the enemy. He will probably be executed today. Qin Hua said excitedly, we didn't want to attack so rashly, but if the general dies so carelessly, we will feel uneasy. I know. If it was me, I would do the same. Ling Xiao nodded and said, death by dismemberment? Si Kongzun, that old dog, is really ruthless. Young master, since you are here, the army will still be under your command. When the general was taken away, he said that as long as you come back, you will be the second city lord of the Northern Desert City. Qin Hua said. Let's not talk about this first. Let everyone set up camp. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. Now that I am back, there is enough evidence to prove that General Jining is innocent. So, it is not the time to use force. Ling Xiao was not interested in the position of city lord. He rushed back to the imperial city in such a hurry to save Jining and the others. Fortunately, he was not too late. He was very glad. As long as Jining and the others were not dead, he would definitely find a way to save them. Young master, what else is there to say? Let's just kill our way in. Meng Tong said loudly. Kill our way in? Do you know how many guards there are in the imperial city? Do you know how many powerful defensive formations there are? Do you want to kill more than 20,000 people? Ling Xiao said snappily, not only do you have to be brave, you also have to use your brain. You should learn from Qin Hua. Young master, tell us what to do. We will listen to you. Qin Hua said. Tell everyone to rest here and make a fire to cook. We have traveled a long way. Even if we want to attack, we have to preserve our strength. We are at a disadvantage now. Ling Xiao waved his hand and gave the last batch of rejuvenation pills and spirit reversal pills to Qin Hua and the others. He said, distribute them. We have to prepare for the worst. He knew very well that reason might not work. Even if he took Timur Mudu's head and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, he might not be able to see the enemy or the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. If he could not see them, everything would be meaningless. Jiao Lin and the others on the city gate tower would not let them enter the city alive. He had to be prepared for a tough battle. In addition, he had to wait for the arrival of Xiaoli and the Scorpion men. Since Jiao Lin did not pursue the 100,000 people, Xiaoli would definitely come here. With Xiaoli, there would be one more Yinyang realm expert. If they really fought head-on, they might not lose. The Northern Desert Army admired Ling Xiao as much as Jining. They would carry out Ling Xiao's orders without question, regardless of whether they understood it or not. After all, this young man led more than 30,000 people and successfully drove away more than 1 million soldiers from the Black Crow Empire. Even General Jining did not have such a glorious record. He was too strong. It's him. He's actually still alive. On the city wall, Jia Yun finally saw the domineering and arrogant figure clearly. Ling Xiao, Jia Yun's expression became very interesting. Anger, viciousness, rage, all kinds of emotions seemed to have gathered on his face. Ling Xiao ignored Jia Yun. He rode his demonic wolf and arrived at the city gates. He looked at Jia Lin, who was on the city gate tower, and said, "General Jia, I have chased the enemy for thousands of miles. Now that I have returned victorious, I hope you can open the city gates quickly." His voice was very loud. He wanted all the onlookers in the city to hear and see. He wanted the soldiers to understand. He, Ling Xiao, was not a traitor. He was a hero. As he spoke, he raised Timur Mutu's head. "The head of the Black Crow Empire's Grand Tutor Timur Mutu is here. General Jia should recognize this person, right?" Hearing this, the soldiers on the city wall were shocked. They had naturally heard of Timur Mutu's name and recognized his face. After all, he was a person whose fame spread far and wide. The soldiers probably didn't know anything at all. They were just following orders. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't have much hatred for them. The situation was a little strange. The soldiers heard from their superiors that Ling Xiao was a traitor and deserved to die. However, now that Ling Xiao had returned with Timur Mutu's head, what should they say? Could it be that their superiors had made a mistake? For a moment, they were all confused. Jiao Lin sneered and said loudly, "Listen up. The evidence of Ling Xiao's treason is very conclusive. Now that he has suddenly returned, it is clear that he is opening a path for the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps the Black Crow Empire's army is nearby. As for that head, he could easily hire a powerful disguise master to create it. Everyone, don't be fooled by this scoundrel. Archers, formation soldiers, and puppet soldiers, get ready. This Ling Xiao is unforgivable. We must not let him go." The soldiers did not know anything, but they were more willing to believe Jiao Lin's words. After all, Jiao Lin was their commander and a general appointed by the emperor himself. Moreover, with Ling Xiao's ability, how could he kill Timur Mutu? They didn't believe it at all. How shameless! Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lin coldly and said, "Jiao Lin, by doing this, aren't you afraid that the emperor will blame you when he proves that I'm not a traitor and that I did kill Timur Mutu? Rest assured. If I find out in the future that I've made a mistake, this Jiao will definitely kowtow in front of Overseer Ling's grave and apologize. But today, you colluded with the rebels to attack the imperial city. This general is responsible for the safety of the imperial city, so how can I let you in?" Jiao Lin chuckled. "Of course, if you don't want to die, you can also surrender. Since you believe that you are innocent, you can come with us. That way, you can clear your name." Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately scolded, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'll be able to survive if I go with you? Great General Ji Ning trusted a shameless person like you too much. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he be captured by a shameless person like you? Humph, since that's the case, don't blame this Jia for being impolite. Phoenix Cry Army, listen to my orders. You are the commander of the 9 gates. Now that there are rebels who want to attack the city, you should know what to do, right?" This Jiao Lin was also cunning. He was the one who wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but instead, he handed the responsibility to the Phoenix Cry Army. Even if something happened, he could easily escape. This subordinate understands. The Phoenix Cry Army's brains weren't as good as Jiao Lin's. In addition, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. In the past, he didn't have the chance to touch Ling Xiao, but today, he had such a good reason to kill Ling Xiao. How could he not be tempted? Moreover, he knew that Ling Xiao was one of Feng Yinshan's people, and Feng Yinshan was the person who was competing for the throne with the Ice Phoenix clan's crown prince, Feng Mingqishan. Killing Ling Xiao was equivalent to cutting off one of Feng Yinshan's arms. Since that was the case, why not do it? Attack! Thinking of this, the Phoenix Cry Army no longer hesitated. He raised the command flag and waved it down. Whoosh whoosh, boom boom, the arrows, arrays, and puppet mechas attacks began at almost the same time. Retreat first. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Moon Lady beside him and himself retreated out of the attack range. The arrays of the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city were extremely powerful, even more powerful than those of the Northern Desert City. Even an expert like the Moon Lady couldn't easily destroy it. It was just like how Timur and Mutu were powerless when they faced the array attack of the northern desert city. Ling Xiao, give me 3 days and I will destroy this city. The Moon Lady said. It's too late. Today might be the day of the great general's execution. We must enter the city as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked at the majestic city and suddenly thought of the destruction of the sacred city. In the Heavenly Dragon continent, the true demon's empire didn't rely on brute force to capture the sacred city. Instead, they used spies to enter the city. Then, he could naturally use the same method. Although the arrays of the imperial city were complex and powerful, such arrays were left behind from the sacred dynasty a long time ago. After experiencing many wars, although they could still be used, there were many flaws and cracks. This gave Ling Xiao enough opportunity to sneak in. Moreover, the people of the Dark Thorn had already sneaked into the city. If they cooperated to destroy those arrays, the chances of success would be very high. Sister Moon Lady, I will give you a signal later. If Xiali also arrives at that time, you and Xiali will attack the city together. The rest of the people don't move. The two of you are outsiders, so it's not considered a rebellion. You are just helping me. Remember. Be careful. The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao and said. Don't worry. Now that my cultivation has improved and I have comprehended a lot of new things, this is nothing at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. The rest of the people pretended to surround him, blocking the line of sight of the people on the city tower. With the shadow step and the shadow armor, Ling Xiao approached the city like a ghost. Then, he broke the defensive arrays and slipped into the city. About 15 minutes later, Xiali led thousands of scorpion men and arrived. At the same time, Ling Xiao also began to move. After entering the city, Ling Xiao contacted the Dark Thorn who had sneaked into the city in advance. Then, he taught them the method to temporarily close the arrays and gave them the key materials to close the arrays. Then, everyone split up. After all, there were too many arrays. Ling Xiao couldn't handle it alone in a short period of time. He ordered the Dark Thorn to immediately retreat after closing the arrays and head to the execution ground to rescue Jining. Ling Xiao had thought it through very clearly. If the monarch was determined to kill him this time, then he would take this opportunity to destroy the imperial city and kill the monarch. Anyway, it was not difficult to do this with the Moon Lady. However, if the emperor chose to release Jining and the others, he would have to make other plans. After all, it was too risky to destroy the imperial city and kill the emperor. Forcefully attacking was too risky, as Ling Xiao still did not know the true strength of the righteous alliance. Moreover, if he angered the 5 Immortals Island and sent experts, it would be even more troublesome. Thus, it was best if this matter could be resolved peacefully. This was also why he had used the excuse of punishing traitors, not saving Jining and overthrowing the Divine Phoenix Empire. There was strength in numbers, and in just a few minutes, more than 100 formations had been completely destroyed. At this time, the assassins had retreated, and Ling Xiao had slipped onto the walls. As Ling Xiao kicked an attacking soldier off the walls, the Moon Lady, Scorpion Li, and Cold Plum began to move. Quick, activate the formation and attack. A phoenix cry soldier loudly roared. But the attackers were only the archers. All the formations had been rendered useless. But these arrows were simply incapable of stopping the Moon Lady, Scorpion Li, and Cold Plum. What's going on? Jia Lin, Jia Yun, and the Phoenix Cry soldiers were all dumbfounded. Let me tell you what's going on. Ling Zhao's figure appeared on top of the city gate tower. He calmly looked at Jia Lin and said, General Jia, since you've heard that my northern desert city's magic formation blocked the million-strong army of the Black Raven Empire, why don't you consider whether I'm proficient in magic formations and formations? Kill him. Jia Lin did not listen to Ling Zhao's words, nor did he analyze Ling Zhao's words. Right now, he only wanted Ling Xiao dead. This fellow was far too frightening. How had he managed to sneak onto the walls without him noticing? The Phoenix Cry soldier was the first to charge out. But the moment he charged out, Ling Zhao's sword was pressed against his throat. Today, the Phoenix Cry soldier was no longer a match for Ling Xiao. This person was a martial artist of the 10 Directions Heaven level. In the past, he might have been able to crush Ling Xiao, but now, Ling Xiao simply did not care about 10 Directions Heaven martial artists. Was it you who gave the order to kill us? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The Phoenix Cry army froze. He thought that it was because he didn't have the chance to kill Ling Xiao in the past, and that his strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. However, it was only now that he realized that the strength he was so proud of was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. He was afraid, because he thought of his daughter. Back then, his daughter had humiliated Ling Xiao's people and even wanted to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, her cultivation was crippled. Could it be that he was also going to walk that old path? You cannot kill me. The heroic spirit of the Phoenix Cry army was completely gone. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terror. Jiao Lin also hurried forward and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He and Ling Xiao had only met twice. The first time was in Northern Desert City, where he had blocked the Northern Desert Army from entering the city. At that time, Ling Xiao had seemed naive and funny, saying that he wanted to take Tomohiko Kuma's head. This time, it was here that he suddenly felt that he might have underestimated this guy too much. This Ling Xiao might be much more terrifying and cunning than he had imagined. He suddenly smiled and said, Military Governor Ling is indeed powerful, but the Phoenix Cry army is the 9 Gates inspector appointed by the Emperor Lord. If you kill him, it will be the same as slapping the Emperor Lord. I think this might be a misunderstanding. Military Governor Ling has such ability, but he didn't let the people of the Black Crow Empire enter the Imperial City. He definitely isn't a traitor. This guy was really cunning, and because he was shameless, he could say things that others would not be able to say. In order to save the Phoenix Cry army, he had used both kindness and power. Not only did he use the Emperor Lord to threaten Ling Xiao, but he also showed the intention of reconciling. Misunderstanding? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, I don't think there is any misunderstanding here. I, Ling Xiao, am also a military governor appointed by the Emperor Lord. And I have outstanding military achievements. Today, when I returned to the Imperial City, I was attacked by a shameless person. I believe that even if I kill him, the Emperor Lord will forgive me. He was not afraid of angering the Emperor Lord at all. He wanted to establish his power. Anyway, the Emperor Lord already wanted him dead, so what was there to be afraid of? Only by showing enough strength would the other party be afraid of him, truly afraid of him. Ling Xiao, you have to think clearly about the consequences once you make a move. Jiao Lin shouted angrily. Ling Xiao looked at him disdainfully and did not continue to talk nonsense with him. Instead, he looked at the Phoenix Cry army and asked, Who told you to attack me? It was General Jiao Lin. With the sharp sword at his throat, the Phoenix Cry army was scared out of their wits and dragged Jiao Lin into the water. Is he telling the truth? Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lin and asked. That's right, Ling Xiao. You led the rebel army to besiege the Imperial City. Not to mention shooting arrows, even killing you would not be a problem. Jiao Lin saw that he could not convince Ling Xiao and did not intend to convince him. In any case, in his opinion, with his strength, killing Ling Xiao was as easy as flipping his hand. It's good that you admit it. Ling Xiao smiled and sent out his sword, piercing the throat of the Phoenix Cry army soldier on the spot. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao would not show mercy. So what if the Phoenix Cry army soldier was from the Ice Phoenix clan? He, Ling Xiao, was not afraid, since he dared to return to the Imperial City today, he was naturally prepared to fight to the death. You're crazy, you really dare to kill him. Jiao Lin was stunned for a moment and shouted. Doesn't he deserve to die for obstructing and killing a meritorious official? Not only is killing him not a crime, but it's also meritorious. Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lin disdainfully and said, in addition, you allowed him to shoot arrows, so you also deserve to die. However, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. Open the city gates, and I can let bygones be bygones. Killing the Phoenix Cry army soldier was easy, but killing Jiao Lin was a little troublesome. At the very least, he was definitely not Jiao Lin's match and would have to trouble the Moon Maiden or Scorpion Li. Today, his purpose of returning to the Imperial City was not to seek revenge, but to save people. If he could save Ji Ning and the others, it was not a big deal for him to suffer some grievances. However, Jiao Lin was courting death. Ha 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 ha, let bygones be bygones? Who do you think you are? Jiao Lin laughed out loud. Son, haven't you always wanted to kill this kid? Today, I'll give you this opportunity. Kill him and bring his head to the emperor to ask for a reward. Thank you, father. Jiayun revealed a sinister smile. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao even in his dreams. In the Lingyu courtyard, in the imperial city barracks, and even in the northern desert city, Ling Xiao had made a fool of him time and time again, causing him to be ridiculed time and time again. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. Moreover, he knew in his heart that Ling Xiao was too aggressive, and the emperor did not like him at all. If he killed Ling Xiao, the emperor would only be happy and would not be harsh. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao was suddenly amused. It was as if he had heard a very funny joke. Why, do you really think you are invincible? Do you really think those 3 women can charge up the city walls? Jiayun looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, I don't have to do anything, and you will die without a burial ground. Men, capture this traitor. Yes. With Jiayun's order, a few martial artists immediately surrounded Ling Xiao. I'll only say it once. There are some things that you don't know, so I can let bygones be bygones. But if anyone dares to attack again, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely kill them. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and cruel. What an arrogant brat, do you really think of yourself as a hero? Not to mention that it's impossible for you to kill Timur Mutu, even if it's true, a lowly human like you doesn't have the qualifications to become the hero of Divine Phoenix Empire. Jiayun said disdainfully, all of you, attack. Yes sir. 4 people pounced towards Ling Xiao from 4 directions, trying to show their loyalty in front of Jiayun. I've said it before, whoever dares to attack again, kill without mercy. Ling Xiao waved his hand coldly, and 4 scarlet sun alls flew through the air. The 4 martial artists' bodies exploded in midair, and a rain of flesh and blood spilled all over the ground. How could this be? This brat is too overbearing, too arrogant. He actually dared to attack. The martial artists on the city wall were all shocked. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was just scaring them, but who knew that Ling Xiao's attack was really fatal? Moreover, it was extremely vicious and merciless. Jiayun, I've already given you many chances, but you refuse to cherish them. Today, you must die, and no one can save you. Ling Xiao knew that he had to make a move. If he didn't show his might, no one would listen to him, and no one would be afraid of him. Stop him, quick, stop him. Jiayun was afraid. The 4 martial artists that Ling Xiao easily killed were all outstanding martial artists in the army, with the cultivation of 8 desolate heaven. That kind of thing, he simply couldn't do it. This is impossible. Why is the gap between him and me even greater when I've already broken through to the 9th heavenly layer? Jiayun retreated while shaking his head and muttering to himself. He didn't believe that this was true. He had always wanted to kill Ling Xiao after breaking through, but when he broke through, he discovered that someone else was actually stronger than him. This kind of result was simply unacceptable to him. Scram! Ling Xiao was like a tyrannical monster. Anyone who came within 2 to 3 meters of him would be burned by the blazing light. Then, their entire body would be set on fire, and they would scream endlessly. Someone was scared, someone had retreated. This was because they felt that there was no need for them to clash head-on with Ling Xiao for Jiayun. There was no need for them to joke around with their lives. Get out of the way. This general will punish this traitor personally. Jiao Lin was furious. This Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. If he didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. General Jia, please don't interfere in the battle between the younger generation. No idea when, Feng Qingyan actually appeared on the city wall. He was the witness of this trip to the northern desert. He knew everything. But when he was alone, there was nothing he could do. The Fiery Phoenix tribe couldn't provide any valid evidence. Unless they fought with the Ice Phoenix tribe, they wouldn't be able to save Jining. However, the Fire Phoenix tribe would not do that for Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyan knew this, and he felt very guilty. But this didn't stop him from helping. After personally experiencing the tragic scene of tens of thousands of soldiers being killed by his own people, Feng Qingyan didn't mind even if he was chased out of the Fire Phoenix tribe. However, he couldn't do anything by himself. So, he had been waiting. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. If Ling Xiao could turn the tide of a shocking battle with over 30,000 people, then he would definitely be able to solve the current problem. Although waiting was tiring, Ling Xiao finally returned to the imperial city. In the imperial city, many people immediately knew about Ling Xiao's return. However, some people didn't dare to interfere. Some people silently agreed to let Jiao Lin and the Phoenix tribe deal with Ling Xiao. However, Feng Qingyan didn't care. Feng Qingyan, what are you trying to do? Jiao Lin was stopped by Feng Qingyan and couldn't attack at all. After all, in terms of strength, he wasn't as strong as Feng Qingyan. General Jiao Lin, why do you ask when you already know the answer? I personally experienced that battle. Naturally, I know that Jining and Ling Xiao aren't traitors. They are heroes. If you let them go now, it's not too late. Feng Qingyan said indifferently. Rebellion. Everyone is rebelling. Jiao Lin was furious. Impossible. Ling Xiao must die today. He didn't know that his words had decided the tragic fate of his son, Jia Yun. If he had listened to Feng Qingyan and opened the city gates, Ling Xiao wouldn't have killed Jia Yun. However, he didn't do that. Without any obstruction, Ling Xiao had an easier time dealing with Jia Yun than dealing with the Phoenix tribe. The Righteous Alliance's young lord. The son of the imperial city's commander. But at this moment, Ling Xiao raised him above his head with one hand. Jia Yun resisted with all his might, but the heavenly origin energy in his body seemed to be restrained by something. He couldn't use it at all. No matter what he did, he couldn't move it at all. Save me, father. Jia Yun finally broke down. No more pride, no more arrogance, he no longer had the arrogance of someone high up in the air. At this moment, he was only filled with fear and terror. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch my son, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Not only will you die, everyone around you will die too. In a moment of desperation, Jiao Lin made another mistake. He actually used a threatening tone to shout at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Jiao Lin mockingly. Then, he shouted, everyone, listen up. Jia Yun tried to murder a meritorious subject of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Today, I, the military governor, will execute him here. His roar resounded through the clouds. He didn't believe that the people in the city couldn't hear him. He wanted to see if anyone would step forward and get involved in this mess under such circumstances. After saying that, he threw Ling Xiao down the city wall with all his might. If a normal martial artist fell down like this, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, although the city wall was high, a martial artist's body was stronger, especially when Jia Yun was already at the early stage of the ninth heaven. But at this moment, Jia Yun's heavenly origin energy was restrained by Ling Xiao. In other words, Jia Yun was no different from an ordinary person. Jia Yun's body collided with the ground. Then, as if a dye shop had opened, red, yellow, and green all came out. At this moment, silence, it was strangely quiet, everyone could feel Ling Xiao's arrogance and domineering attitude. He dared to kill an imperial uncle in the imperial city, then kill Jia Yun in front of Jiao Lin, and kill the young lord of the Righteous Alliance. Only a madman would do such a thing. Even Feng Qingyan was surprised. Ling Xiao's actions were beyond his expectations. Earlier, he had only stopped Jiao Lin and didn't attack because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Because the bigger the matter, the harder it would be to clean it up. If things went wrong, even a meritorious deed might turn into a crime. But Ling Xiao didn't seem to care at all. Below the city wall, there was only a pile of minced meat. And just a moment ago, this was still a living Jia Yun. This scene was simply a ghastly sight. The people on the city wall only needed to glance down to see the fate of that trash. He was smashed to pieces like a worm. Everyone should know how furious Ling Xiao was. Because Ling Xiao would not normally kill so viciously. Jiao Lin looked at the incomplete corpse and his entire body trembled. He even knelt on the ground and fell limply to the ground. Son. He only had this one son, and he had raised this son to inherit the position of patriarch of the Jia clan. And the patriarch of the Jia clan was very likely to be the future lord of the Righteous Alliance. Gone just like that? Ling Xiao, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. No matter where you run to, I'll tear your body into 10,000 pieces. I'll do as I say. Crazy, Jiao Lin was truly on the verge of going crazy. He roared and bellowed like an injured tiger. Angry? When you surrounded and attacked those more than 100,000 soldiers, when you treated them like beasts and shot them down, did you ever think about what would happen to their families? When you ordered the Phoenix Cry army to fire arrows, did you ever think about what would happen to my family if I died? When you escorted Jining back to the Imperial City for trial, did you ever think about how the soldiers of Northern Desert City would survive if they lost Jining? You didn't, you never thought about it. Now that your son is dead, you can't restrain your anger? You should rejoice that you're still alive. How can your lowly lives compare to my son's? You bunch of lowly commoners. Jiao Lin roared with all his might. Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble a noble like you to open the city gates for us lowly commoners. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste words with this idiot. This person's mind was filled with nobility while others were lowly. His own life was precious while others' lives were worthless. What was the point of wasting words with this sort of person? Open the gates? You still want to open the gates? Ha 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 ha, after killing my son, you still want me to open the gates for you? Jiao Lin couldn't help but reveal a savage expression. You killed the 9 Gates Inspector, the Phoenix Cry Army, and Deputy Inspector Jia Yun. And you also killed several hundred city guards. Ling Xiao, do you know your crimes? Even now, you still want to fabricate a crime for me? Ling Xiao could not help but smile. Jiao Lin was indeed a sly old fox. Even in such a situation where he was about to go crazy, he was still able to maintain a trace of clarity and did not completely lose his mind. This old fox probably knew that if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he needed a good reason to do so. In any case, if you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. As long as he was willing, he could find Ling Xiao's crime. This was not a difficult task at all. Am I wrong? Jiao Lin sneered. I didn't kill the 9 Gates Inspector or Deputy Inspector. I only killed the traitors who tried to stop me from meeting the Emperor and tried to kill me. I'm afraid General Jia doesn't know that I have the authority to act as the overseer. In other words, I can act first and report later. Ling Xiao's voice remained indifferent. If General Jia is unwilling to open the city gates, then I'll have no choice but to hand you over as well. It seems that there is nothing to talk about. Xiaoli, kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was so calm that it was as if he was doing an extremely ordinary thing. He had already given Jarlin many chances. Unfortunately, this person did not cherish them. Yes, sir. Xiaoli did not waste time talking nonsense. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, he immediately pounced on Jiao Lin. At first, Jiao Lin did not care about Xiaoli. When Xiaoli approached him, he felt the terrifying murderous intent that erupted from him. Thief, what are you trying to do? You even want to kill the commander of the Imperial City Barracks? Jiao Lin shouted loudly. Everyone has the right to kill rebels and traitors. I'll take it as cleaning up the traitors on behalf of the Divine Phoenix Empire. As Ling Zhao's voice sounded, Jiao Lin's body flew backward. It was not that he wanted to fly. Instead, he was sent flying by Xiaoli's slap. Cold Plum, open the gate. Ling Xiao ignored Jiao Lin and ordered Cold Plum to open the city gates. I'll go and help too. Although Feng Qingyan was unwilling to deal with Jiao Lin, he was very willing to open the city gates. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Qingyan had already given him a lot of face by not stopping his actions. He was a person who knew how to act shamelessly. Jiao Lin's screams rang out one after another on the city gate tower. This scene left the soldiers guarding the city dumbfounded. None of them dared to go up and help. Jiao Lin was a top Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. If the other party could casually play with an expert at this level like a toy, they would not even be able to kill him with a single finger. Once the Imperial City's arrays were broken, it would completely become a showdown between experts. Whichever side was stronger would have the absolute advantage. Therefore, these people could only watch helplessly as Jiao Lin was tortured there. There was nothing they could do. You don't have to panic. This overseer already has evidence of Jiao Lin and Jia Yun colluding with the Black Raven Empire. They stopped me this time because they don't want me to submit the evidence to the Empyrean Lord. You will be fine. The Phoenix Cry army actually colluded with these two rebels to try to kill me. Naturally, their crimes are not punishable. Now, the Phoenix Cry army has been executed. Jia Yun has also received his retribution. Next, I will capture Jiao Lin alive and personally hand him over to the emperor for punishment. Ling Xiao would not kill Jiao Lin. Jiao Lin knew many secrets. If he killed Jiao Lin so easily, the ones who would be happy would definitely be Si Kongzun, Phoenix Cry Qishan, and the emperor. Young master, Jiao Lin's cultivation has been crippled. A moment later, Xiali came to report. Take him and follow me into the city. Remember, this trash is still useful. Don't let anyone kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold as he killed the Phoenix Cry army and Jia Yun. However, this did not seem to be all that Ling Xiao had. People were surprised to find that the woman who had easily crippled Jiao Lin actually called Ling Xiao young master. Moreover, her tone was filled with reverence. What was going on? What had Ling Xiao experienced during his training at the border? Many people were confused, but they were very clear about one thing. The current Ling Xiao was definitely not someone who could be provoked. They even had a feeling that Ji Ning might really have been wronged. Si Kongzun might also be unlucky this time. The city gate had been opened. The Northern Desert Army and the Scorpion Men tribe marched straight in. No one dared to stop them. This was because almost everyone believed that Ling Xiao was no less terrifying than the emperor. This was not about strength. It was about power, but it was equally important. Was the Phoenix Cry army guilty? Was Jia Yun guilty? Was Jiao Lin guilty? This was actually not important. Just like the emperor could casually convict Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, and the others, Ling Xiao could also convict them. Si Kongzun said that Ling Xiao was a traitor, then Ling Xiao would enter the imperial city today and kill the traitor Si Kongzun. In the world of martial artists, strength was respected. However, this strength could be divided into 2 points. First, one's own strength. Second, the strength of the helpers. Perhaps Ling Xiao's own strength was not enough to turn the entire Divine Phoenix Empire upside down, but with the addition of Moon Maiden and Xiali, it was completely different. He would not feel embarrassed. Because his enemy was not one person, but a group of people. Could it be that when the other party found help, he could not find help? He was not stupid. The army entered the city and left the city gate. However, that ghastly and bloody scene was still deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Who would have thought that the youth with delicate features could actually turn this situation around with his own strength, defeating the Black Crow army of more than 100 people with more than 30,000 people. What's more, he even brought Timur Mutu's corpse. When they saw that the Phoenix Cry army was killed, Jia Yun was killed. Even the moment Jiao Lin was killed, their original suspicions completely disappeared. If Ling Xiao said that he killed Timur Mutu, then it was definitely not wrong. There was no need to doubt this. If Ling Xiao was only a young genius at the level of the 10 great phoenixes, then perhaps many people would be apprehensive, but definitely not afraid. After all, there were too many monstrous geniuses in the mystic world, but those who could truly live to become a giant were few and far between. Especially the young geniuses who showed off their abilities, they died very quickly. So for Ling Xiao, people were apprehensive of his potential, but they would not necessarily treat him as a mortal danger. But the problem was the 3 women by Ling Xiao's side, Moon Maiden, Xiali, Cold Plum. They were really too powerful. The combination of these 3 women was already enough to contend against the True Demon's Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao. To be able to make these 3 women help him, this Ling Xiao was definitely more terrifying than any Yin Yang realm expert. It was still that square. The place where Ling Xiao publicly killed the blood skeleton in the past. It was still a boiling cauldron of voices and people surging. However, today was not a martial arts competition, nor was it a battle arena. Instead, it was a grand execution ceremony. Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, and Zhu Gaming were locked in prison wagons with only their heads exposed. Traitor! Damn it! Shameless! Shameless! Die! All kinds of curses rose and fell. If it was just cursing, it would have been fine. On the way here, countless citizens of the imperial city greeted them with eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even stones. The 5 people who had their inner strength sealed were unable to resist at all. Everyone's face was very dirty, and the dirt was stained with blood. In order to protect the northern region, the 5 of them had been fighting on the battlefield for decades without complaining. But today, they suddenly began to doubt themselves. Why did they do that? Look at the people they were protecting. No one was willing to believe them. These people treated them as enemies, as the most despicable bastards. Treat them in the most vicious and shameless way. They were bitterly disappointed. He was thoroughly disappointed. Perhaps the only thing that comforted them was that the citizens of the northern desert city did not betray them. This made them feel a little better. The 5 of them were rudely dragged out of the cage and brought to the high platform. They refused to kneel, so their knees were broken. They could not stand. The 5 people were stripped of their clothes, but there was no executioner. Because this was not an ordinary execution. This was death by 1,000 cuts. The so-called commoners standing in the square each held a shiny knife in their hands. They looked at the 5 people angrily, wishing that they could cut off their flesh piece by piece right now. Public executions in the imperial city were usually carried out here. However, death by 1,000 cuts had never been carried out since the founding of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the suggestion of Xianxia. He expressed that such a heinous person must be punished in such a cruel way. This way, no one would dare to betray the empire. Humph, I knew it. The northern desert city is so small, how could it not be conquered after such a long time? So it was Jining, this heinous criminal, who colluded with the Black Crow Empire. This kind of trash deserves to be tortured like this. That's right, I took the sharpest knife in the house today. I must cut off a piece of flesh from that Jining's face. I want to ask him face to face, who gave him the guts to betray the interests of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Don't be angry. In the end, that Jining is just a practitioner from the Sky Dragon continent. He's the same as that Xianxia. He's not someone from our Divine Phoenix Empire. No wonder he colluded with them. Most of the people in the crowd were criticizing Jining. Even if some people felt that something was wrong, and some felt that there was a problem with this crime, they did not dare to make a sound. In the past few days, there were already a few people who were killed because they spoke up for Jining and the others. Some of them were commoners, while others were officials of the imperial court. Now, at least in the imperial city, no one dared to stand out and say a word of justice. In the crowd, the soldiers of the Dark Thorn were all gnashing their teeth. They even bit their lips until they bled. When they heard such discussions, they really wanted to kill all these people. These people were even more hateful than the Xianxia. Jining spent the past 10 years protecting them. If not for Jining, the northern region would have been breached, and the imperial city would have been exposed to the iron hooves of the Black Crow Empire. Who knew how many of these people would have died? However, they believed the nonsense of those people without any evidence. They even deliberately fabricated some rumors, portraying Jining as a heinous devil. Endure it, we'll wait for boss to come. Even if they could not endure it, they had to endure it. They were soldiers, they had to wait until the last moment. What if boss doesn't make it in time? Make your move if you can. Killing one is enough, killing 2 is a profit. As long as we can stall for time and don't let the great general be killed. Yes. On the other side, Feng Yinshan sat there with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that his opponent was not only Phoenix Crychishan, but also that unfathomable monarch. And this monarch, in order to stabilize his imperial power, even wanted to kill someone like Jining. He admitted that he was not a good person, but as a crown prince, he knew how important Jining was to the Divine Phoenix Empire. He really wanted to save Jining. But in the Fire Phoenix clan, other than Feng Yanran and a few others who agreed, the rest were all against it. The reason was simple, there was no need to fight with the monarch for Jining. It was not worth it. But he really wasn't happy at all. As a crown prince, he did not even have the ability to save a person. Sometimes, he felt that it was better for him to be a wanderer like Xianxia. Perhaps it was better and freer. Beside Feng Yinshan, Feng Yanran was crying her eyes out. But he didn't know how to comfort her. If only Ling Xiao hadn't died. Then, I would have been able to argue. Feng Yinshan wanted to fight back, but he needed some evidence and witnesses. If Ling Xiao came back, he would have a way. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao might not even be able to enter the imperial city. Si Kongzun looked at Ji Ning and the others kneeling there and was in a good mood. He actually hoped that Ling Xiao could enter the imperial city. That way, he would have an excuse to kill him. But some people didn't want to cause trouble, so Ling Xiao had to die outside and become a lonely ghost. Forget it, a small Ling Xiao was insignificant. As long as he could kill Ji Ning, his biggest problem would be solved. This way, the Divine Phoenix Empire would have no generals that could fight against the true Devil Empire. After destroying the remaining Northern Han, the Divine Phoenix Empire would be his next target. He was in a good mood. The stupid Divine Phoenix Emperor actually wanted to use him and the Yin-Yang Demon King to eliminate his enemies. On the surface, he was working for the Emperor, but in reality, he was working for the true Devil Empire. Looking at the gnashing teeth of the commoners, he smiled even more proudly. Suddenly, he stood up and walked in front of Ji Ning. He stepped on Ji Ning's head and sneered in a low voice, "How do you feel, great general? To be treated so mercilessly by the people you protect and even die in the hands of these commoners, do you feel especially angry and humiliated?" "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Pei, Si Kongzun, you will definitely die a horrible death." Although Ji Ning was disappointed, he didn't give up because his efforts weren't betrayed by everyone. At least in the northern desert, there were more than 100,000 commoners and soldiers who were willing to follow him. Even if it was for those people, he wouldn't cry. He wanted to die in a dignified manner. He definitely wouldn't let the Si Kongzun be happy. Die a horrible death? Si Kongzun smiled and said, "You're the one who's going to die a horrible death now, Ji Ning. Just wait for them to eat your flesh piece by piece. When that time comes, not only will you have to suffer great physical pain, but you'll also have to suffer great psychological pain." After he finished speaking, he stood up and fiercely stepped on Ji Ning's head a few times. Then, he loudly said, "Let's begin. Let the citizens come one by one. Ling Qi, this traitor who colluded with the enemy and caused the deaths of tens of thousands of Divine Phoenix soldiers. Si Kongzun, you lunatic. LV Changlong cursed. LV Changlong, you colluded with Ji Ning and tried to kill this general. Don't worry, after they kill Ji Ning, you will be next." Si Kongzun sneered at LV Changlong. The few people present were all turtles in his jar. No one could escape from his hands. All he needed to do now was to sit there and enjoy the view happily. There was no need for him to be angry. "Ji Zhongran, is there a problem with you being the supervisor?" Si Kongzun suddenly looked at Ji Zhongran and asked. "No problem, I will do my best to ensure that Ji Ning will be killed by 1,000 cuts." Ji Zhongran loudly said. This was a person who was good at currying favor. Because the Holy Emperor did not give him the status of the Holy Son, he betrayed his own country and his family. He colluded with the true Demon's Empire and caused the deaths of countless citizens and soldiers of the Holy Dynasty. And now, he colluded with Si Kongzun and became one of the witnesses to testify against Ji Ning and the others. There were also Wan Qiufeng, Jia Yun, and the others. They spouted nonsense in their testimonies and tried their best to smear Ji Ning and the others. Especially Ling Xiao, they described him as a heinous traitor. Whatever Si Kongzun told them to say, they would say. If they were not told to say, they would not say anything. Begin. Ji Zhongran excitedly waved the flag in his hand. To him, this was a supreme honor. He never thought that it might be a hot potato. No, it might even be something that could kill him. Rumble, rumble, the ground suddenly shook violently. The roar of the demon wolf came from not far away. The ground rose and fell rhythmically, which stunned everyone present. Ji Zhongran also forgot to wave the flag and looked at the smoke and dust on the road. Si Kongzun's mouth curved into a sneer. "He's here, that kid is here. That's great." He was worried that he could not find a suitable reason to kill this kid, who would have thought that this kid would come knocking on his door. The Northern Desert Army. The Northern Desert Army is here. Isn't Jiao Lin guarding outside? How did they get in? Run for your lives. Chaos, the scene was completely chaotic. The common people were not as disciplined as the soldiers. Seeing the black mass of people rushing into the imperial city, they did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly scattered and ran for their lives. The square, which was originally packed with people, was suddenly left with a huge empty space. Boss is finally here. Hey, I told you that boss would not let us down. This time, the general is saved. The members of the Dark Thorn were also wild with joy. Cousin, look, Ling Xiao, it's Ling Xiao. He actually entered the city. Feng Yanran cried tears of joy. General Jining is saved. He really is a guy who appears and disappears like a ghost. He's really too powerful. Feng Yanran, who was crying tears of joy, did not notice that Feng Yinshan's face showed a trace of displeasure. The dignified imperial city was actually so easily breached. If this was the army of the Black Crow Empire, what would they do? Although he was also happy about Ling Xiao's appearance, he did not like the 20,000 people behind Ling Xiao. Jining, what are you standing there for? Since those common people are useless, it's your turn. In front of Ling Xiao, cut this Jining alive. Si Kongzun calmly looked at Ji Zhongran and said. It was as if he was not surprised by this sudden situation at all, and was not nervous at all. This subordinate obeys. Ji Zhongran also recovered from his panic. So what if Ling Xiao came, although he brought 20,000 people with him? These 20,000 people entering the imperial city were like sheep entering a tiger's den. One had to know that within the imperial city, just the number of garrison troops alone reached 100,000, not to mention the Bright Mirror Bureau and the imperial city guards. These added up to 150 to 60,000. If the imperial city guards came to rescue the king, then the number of people would reach 400,000 to 500,000. Ling Xiao was simply sending himself to death. How was he here to save people? What was he afraid of? Sneering at Ling Xiao in the distance, Ji Zhongran simply put away the flag and called for the nearby soldiers to approach Jining. I'll be the first, you guys follow behind. If anyone dares to retreat, I'll take his life. Although Ji Zhongran was a fox borrowing the tiger's might, in terms of strength, he was indeed much stronger than most of the ordinary soldiers. These people really did not dare to follow his orders. Moreover, they were originally the Ice Phoenix clan's lackeys, so they were not afraid of Ling Xiao. At this moment, not only was Feng Yinshan present, but Phoenix Kraiqishan was also present. They had the backing of Phoenix Kraiqishan, Phoenix Kraiwushan, and Si Kongzun. Wasn't it just killing Jining? What was there to be afraid of? Ji Zhongran waved the weapon in his hand with a ferocious expression on his face as he chopped down at Jining's neck. Of course, he wasn't going to kill Jining with this strike. Since it was a death by 1,000 cuts, this strike had to make Jining feel incomparable pain without killing him. Ji Zhongran was a warrior, so of course he could do it. Ah! At this moment, LV Chenglong, who was kneeling beside Jining, suddenly screamed and pounced on Ji Zhongran with all his strength. He actually bit Ji Zhongran's hand with his own mouth. Ji Zhongran's long sword fell to the ground. He screamed in pain. Kill him for me. Ji Zhongran screamed and kicked LV Chenglong in the stomach. Although LV Chenglong's cultivation was much higher than his, he couldn't use his heavenly core force at this moment. Ji Zhongran's kick made LV Chenglong spit out blood. However, what was surprising was that although LV Chenglong's mouth was full of blood, he still bit Ji Zhongran's wrist as if he wanted to bite it off. Crack! Ah! Ji Zhongran screamed in pain as the sound of bones breaking rang out. Hurry up and kill him. Don't worry about death by 1,000 cuts. Just kill Jining by 1,000 cuts. At this moment, Ji Zhongran just wanted LV Chenglong to die. He screamed desperately, hating this lunatic. A group of soldiers rushed up and chopped at LV Chenglong's body. This strong man was bathed in blood, but his face still had a victorious smile. He saw that the Northern Desert Army was getting closer and closer. Jining was definitely not going to die. Ah long. Jining struggled desperately and used his head to push the soldiers aside, but it was useless. His internal force had been sealed long ago, so he couldn't push the Si Kongzun's lackeys away. Brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you attend that banquet. I shouldn't have trusted the Si Kongzun so easily. LV Chenglong, who was on the verge of death, shouted with the last of his strength. stop it, stop it. Even if I didn't go that night, the Xikongzun would still have thousands of ways to frame me. Jining had never blamed LV Changlong. They used to be good brothers and would always be good brothers. Although they had been separated for a very long time, their brotherly affection had never been broken. You bunch of animals. You will all die a horrible death. Jining could no longer remain calm. How could he not be angry when he saw his brother die in front of him? Hell my ass. Ji Zhongran kicked Jining to the ground. I thought you were some great general? You are now a piece of trash. Don't expect that Ling Xiao to save you. He can't even protect himself. As he spoke, he picked up the long saber with one hand and slashed down hard on LV Changlong's body, who had already lost all signs of life. Bastard! 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 As he slashed, he roared. He wanted to chop LV Changlong into meat paste. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. F***ck your mother. In midair, an angry roar sounded. A figure like a ray of light crossed hundreds of meters in an instant and arrived beside Ji Zhongran. Ling Xiao. Xikongzun was a little surprised. When did Ling Xiao become so fast? He was several times more terrifying than before. He couldn't even react in time. Traitor, I will kill you right now. Xikongzun was only stunned for a moment. Then, he pounced on Ling Xiao in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. However, the moment he activated his internal energy, he felt an unprecedented chill all over his body. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His original attack turned into an escape. He ran hundreds of meters away. He saw a woman as beautiful and otherworldly as a fairy. That woman just looked at him quietly. He felt a chill all over his body and didn't dare to move at all. Moon Maiden. Xikongzun naturally recognized the Moon Maiden. How could he not know the top expert of the Sky Dragon continent? However, the Moon Maiden today seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Her aura was even above that of the Yin Yang Demon King. Ling Xiao didn't care about what he was thinking. The golden crow sword in his hand shook and several soldiers who attacked LV Changlong were cut into pieces on the spot. As for Ji Zhongran, he didn't kill him. If he let Ji Zhongran die so easily, how could he vent his grief and anger? LV Changlong was also his comrade. He was the comrade who drove away the Black Crow Empire's army on the battlefield with him. Now, he was tortured to death by a despicable and shameless person like Ji Zhongran. He swore that he would let Ji Zhongran taste the same pain. He would make everyone involved in LV Changlong's death pay the price. Xiaoli, use the most painful poison in the world on him. Make him suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, he went to check on LV Changlong's condition. Unfortunately, LV Changlong's injuries were too severe. Even if he used the best elixirs on him to treat him, it only gave LV Changlong a moment of life. Ling Xiao, good job. LV Changlong glanced at Ling Xiao, then looked at Jining and said, Big brother, don't be sad. Everyone will die one day. Today, I saved your life. Even if I die, it's worth it. I only have one request now. Big brother, you must live well. Because you're not only living for yourself, but also for me. Jining hugged LV Changlong's blood-soaked body tightly and kept crying like a child. Men don't cry easily. It's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. A tough guy like Jining couldn't control his emotions at this moment. More than 10 years ago, when he didn't know Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, and Zhu Gaming, LV Changlong had followed him. The two of them went through fire and water and formed a deep friendship on the battlefield. What was the most important thing in the world? It was nothing more than the friendship between comrades. He was alive, but LV Changlong was going to die. His grief was unimaginable. Ling Xiao stood there, his face gloomy. Ji Zhongran groaned and screamed on the ground. His fingernails had scratched himself until he was drenched in blood. But even so, it was difficult to dispel the hatred in Ling Xiao's heart. The instigator of all this was the Xikongzun. If the Xikongzun didn't die, LV Changlong probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace in the underworld. General LV, I will use the Xikongzun as a blood sacrifice for you. Ling Xiao said word by word. His voice was bone-chilling, but it was so loud that everyone in the square could hear it clearly. "Big brother! Ling Xiao! You must be careful. This country is more terrifying than you think." LV Changlong took a deep breath. He could feel his life force rapidly fading away, and his soul was constantly dispersing. He knew that he wouldn't be able to live. Before he died, he had to tell Ling Xiao and Jining everything he knew. He gripped their shoulders tightly and used the last of his strength to finish what he wanted to say. Then he died with a smile on his face. "Ah!" Jining screamed at the sky. His angry voice pierced through the haze in the sky. Ling Xiao clenched his fists so hard that blood flowed from his hands. The rumbling of the war wolves finally stopped. More than 20,000 soldiers of the Northern Desert Army arrived at the square. Everyone's face was full of grief and indignation. Their clothes were ragged. Their armor was full of the enemy's blood. But their good general, LV Changlong, was cruelly killed. It was in the imperial city of this country. It was in the residence of the emperor. Soon, the garrison of the imperial city began to move. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers surrounded the 20,000 soldiers of the Northern Desert Army and the Scorpion Men tribe. The city gate was closed. The people hid in their homes and peeped in fear. Was there going to be a fierce battle in the imperial city? They were scared. They were really scared. Many of them had humiliated Jining, LV Changlong, and the others. They were afraid that the Northern Desert Army would take revenge on them. Although the Northern Desert Army was full of grief and indignation, they couldn't wait to kill the Xikongzun. However, they were a team with iron-like discipline. They wouldn't act without orders. Everyone held their weapons and suppressed the pain in their hearts, waiting for Jining or Ling Xiao's orders. Ling Xiao was also very sad. He felt that he couldn't hold it in anymore. He really wanted to slaughter the city. This imperial city was too dirty. 90% of the people deserved to die. LV Changlong was dead. Jining, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, and Zhu Gaming were all disabled. Not only were their legs broken, but they were either blinded or had their ears cut off. In short, none of them were intact. A wicked fire burned in Ling Xiao's body, almost burning his mind. The Moon Maiden stood there. Even she couldn't help but feel sad at this time. She had lived for too long and had seen too many similar things. But every time she encountered it, she still found it hard to accept. Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Lan Yuer, take the generals and commanders to heal. Blood flowed from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth with every word he said. It was too painful for him to endure. Faced with such a miserable situation, he really wanted to transform into a demon and go crazy for once. "Stop!" Xikongzun suddenly roared, "Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? You led the rebels of the Northern Desert Army into the imperial city and tried to let Jining and the others go. Do you know that this is a capital offense?" He roared, but he still stood far away. Because he was afraid of the Moon Lady. Death penalty? I'm just a hero who saved this country from the hands of the real rebels. What crime am I guilty of? Ling Xiao stared coldly at Xikongzun. He wished he could slice off the man's flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Who are you calling a traitor? Xikongzun asked coldly. Of course it's you. Xikongzun. Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at Xikongzun and shouted harshly. What was going on? Many people were confused. Most of the guards of the imperial city didn't know the truth, including the civilians. They were just following the crowd. They would believe whatever Xikongzun said. In any case, no one dared to stand out and say that Xikongzun's words were false. Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran were forbidden to talk about this matter by the Fire Phoenix tribe. The survivors were basically the henchmen of the Ice Phoenix tribe, so they wouldn't say anything. Therefore, Xikongzun's words became the truth. Ling Xiao, do you think that people will believe you if you frame General Xikong like this? You've broken the law today. No one can save you. Wan Xiaofeng, who had lost an arm, looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, Don't worry. After you die, I'll take good care of all your women. Kill him. Ling Xiao said lightly. No one knew who he was talking to. But in the next moment, Wan Xiaofeng's head was separated from his body. The person standing next to Wan Xiaofeng was one of the members of the Dark Thorn. After killing Wan Qiufeng, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. This was the characteristic of the Dark Thorn. It was fine if they didn't attack, but once they did, they would definitely kill. Too domineering, too powerful, he actually dared to kill a meritorious person in front of the two princes and the great general. Ling Xiao was really arrogant. Ling Xiao just glanced at the corpse and didn't care about it anymore. That kind of dirty thing was like a smelly rat after it died. There was no need to pay attention to it. Si Kongzun, you probably didn't expect that I chased after it for thousands of miles and brought back Timur Muta's head. Ling Xiao sneered and raised the head. What, how could it be? Shocking, unbelievable, the whole square was in an uproar again. Someone, check the head. Feng Yinshan gave the order at the right time. Someone had already gone to check the head in front of everyone. 15 minutes later. Reporting to the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, this is indeed Timur Muta's head. In the past, Timur Muta fought with the Emperor and was injured. We collected some of his body fibers and compared them. It's completely the same. The person in charge of checking the head wasn't from the Ice Phoenix tribe or the Fire Phoenix tribe, but from the Bright Mirror Department. The Bright Mirror Department was directly responsible to the Emperor. Naturally, there was no problem with the results of their inspection. It really is Timur Muta's head. Ling Xiao, how did you do it? Even though the truth was right in front of him, Feng Yinshan still found it hard to believe. It wasn't just him. The others also found it hard to believe. Reporting to the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, this subordinate captured Tomohiko Kuma alive and lured Timur Mutu to attack the Scorpion Men tribe. He tried to seize the blood mirror of the Scorpion Men tribe to find Tomohiko Kuma's whereabouts. In the end, Timur Mutu fought with the Scorpion King and was seriously injured. This subordinate captured him. Most of what Ling Xiao said was true, but he didn't involve the Moon Maiden. In any case, other than the warriors of the Scorpion Men tribe, there were only people from the Dark Thorn, so no one would betray him. Whatever he said was true. No wonder. I've long heard that the Scorpion King is a Yinyang realm expert and is on par with Timur Mutu. This is understandable. Feng Yinshan nodded. When the others heard this, they also nodded. They finally understood that Ling Xiao was a scammer. However, even if it was a scammer, being able to kill Timur Mutu and obtain his head was definitely a great merit. How could he be a traitor? Since Timur Mutu died in battle, there's no proof. Who knows if the Black Crow Empire is using a corpse to help you become their spy to gain sympathy and trust? Si Kongzun snorted coldly. Old dog Si Kong, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao sneered. He gently stroked the beast ring and released Tomohiko Kuma. Tomohiko Kuma. Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan stood up almost at the same time and shouted in surprise. They were all too familiar with Tomohiko Kuma. Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan both recognized Tomohiko Kuma. This person was too familiar to them. They had fought several times before, and when the Black Crow Empire was still a vassal state of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Tomohiko Kuma had stayed here as a hostage for a long time. It was impossible for them not to know each other. Isn't that the little Duke of the Black Crow Empire? I heard that he's the Black Crow Queen's most beloved son, and also Timur Mutu's disciple. It can't be fake, right? Fake my ass. The two princes have recognized him, and you even suspect them? Oh my god, this Ling Xiao is too awesome. Not only did he take Timur Mutu's head, he even captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. Hero. What a great hero. The people were even more shaken. They began to doubt Si Kongzun's words. On the other hand, Si Kongzun's expression was somewhat ugly. He really didn't expect that Timur Mutu would actually fall into the hands of Ling Xiao. He also didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually capture Tomohiko Kuma alive. This time, the situation wasn't good. Si Kongzun, didn't you say that Ling Xiao betrayed the country and joined the Black Crow Empire? Don't tell me that the Black Crow Empire actually used the lives of Grand Preceptor Timur Mutu and Little Duke Tomohiko Kuma in exchange for Ling Xiao's life? Since Feng Yinshan had found an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. He began to question Si Kongzun. Of all the people present, only Feng Mingqishan and him had the qualifications. The moment Feng Mingqishan saw Tomohiko Kuma appear, he turned around and left. Si Kongzun wasn't one of his people, so he didn't need to get involved in this mess for Si Kongzun. It seemed that this rumored tyrannical Ice Phoenix crown prince wasn't an impulsive person, nor was he an idiot. He wanted to watch Feng Yinshan fight with the monarch. That way, he could sit back and reap the benefits. These people were all shrewd people. They knew very well when to do something and when not to do something. Feng Mingqishan wouldn't be a shield for the monarch. Si Kongzun's expression froze when he saw Feng Mingqishan leave. He kept saying that Ling Xiao had betrayed the country, but Ling Xiao came back with Timur Mutu's head. He said that the dead didn't speak. However, Ling Xiao had captured Jiuma Jian alive. For a moment, he was in Wazun. However, he was still an old fox. He smiled and said, Crown Prince Yinshan, I didn't know that Ling Xiao was pursuing the Black Crow army alone. I thought that he had betrayed the country like Jining. I was wrong about that. However, Ling Xiao led the Northern Desert Army into the Imperial City today, which is treason. He deserves the death penalty. Old dog Sikong, you're really shameless to a certain level. You actually still want me to die at this time? Ling Xiao said coldly. Si Kongzun said loudly, Military Governor Ling, you're wrong. I'm just stating facts. I'm not exaggerating. Do you dare say that you didn't kill Jiao Lin, the Phoenix Cry army, and Jia Yun and then barge into the Imperial City? Ha ha ha, you're stating facts. I said you're shameless. You're really shameless. However, old dog Sikong, it's useless to be shameless in front of ironclad evidence. No one can help you. I believe that the Emperor will give justice to those tens of thousands of dead souls. Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. His voice was full of hatred. However, his words were smart. It was tantamount to roasting the Emperor. If the Emperor couldn't do things impartially this time, no one would obey him in the future. After all, similar things had happened in the history of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Back then, the Dark Phoenix clan leader, who was sitting on the Emperor's throne, attempted to wallow in the mire with traitors and harm the pillars of the Empire. In the end, the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan joined forces to oust him from the throne. From then on, the Dark Phoenix clan lost the right to participate in the election. At that time, the current emperor also participated in the battle. He was very clear about the danger of being enemies with the army and people of the world. The emperor has arrived. A voice suddenly sounded in the square. The army surrounding the square naturally opened up a path for them. 2 palanquins, one in front and one behind, appeared in front of everyone under the protection of the Imperial Guards and the Mirror Department. A person came down from the first palanquin. It was the current emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Mingwu Liang. Guarding beside Feng Mingwu Liang was the commander of the Mirror Department, Feng Mingdehai. Many people knew that these two were blood brothers. Moreover, they were twins. If not for Feng Mingdehai's official robe and Feng Mingwu Liang's dragon robe, many people would have mistaken them. Ling Xiao originally thought that the one who came out of the second palanquin would be the current imperial advisor. However, he was wrong. The one who came out of the second palanquin was a woman. She had a dignified appearance, graceful and luxurious, as if she was a flower queen who ruled over a group of flowers. Jiao Lin and Jia Yun were killed by you? The woman directly passed by the emperor, Feng Mingwu Liang, and came to a place more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. She asked with a cold and cruel voice. Although Ling Xiao didn't recognize this woman, he felt that she should be related to Jia Lin and Jia Yun, and the relationship wasn't shallow. Because he actually felt that Jia Yun was 70% similar to this woman. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded and said, You actually didn't know? Wasn't this a trap deliberately designed by Great General Sikong? Ling Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting? What trap? Sikong Zun suddenly became anxious. I'm spouting nonsense? Then how did you know that I killed Jia Lin, Jia Yun, and the Phoenix Cry army? Could it be that you can predict? Ling Xiao asked with a cold smile. Sikong Zun was speechless. Just now, because he wanted to punish Ling Xiao, he accidentally let it slip. He originally thought that Ling Xiao didn't notice, but who knew that this brat Ling Xiao was actually waiting for him here? He was really cunning to the extreme. That woman coldly glanced at Si Kongzun, seemingly with a murderous aura. But soon, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't care whose trap it is. You killed my husband and son, so you have to die. Feng Mingwu Liang, this person not only led troops into the imperial city, but also killed the Nine Gates commander, the commander of the imperial city barracks, and the Nine Gates deputy commander. I don't need to say how he should be punished, right? This woman actually called the emperor by his name, as if she didn't care about the emperor at all. Feng Mingwu Liang's expression was a little ugly, but this expression only appeared on his face for a moment, and then quickly disappeared. He looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Ling Xiao, you killed those 3 people, which is indeed a capital offense, but I can give you a chance to explain yourself on account of your meritorious service. Your Majesty, this person is a dog, biting whoever he catches. Your Majesty, you can't give him the chance to frame a loyal subject. You must kill him, only then can you convince the public. Otherwise, anyone can lead troops into the imperial city, and the world will be in chaos. Si Kongzun hurriedly said loudly. Old dog Si Kong, are you scared? Ling Xiao suddenly asked loudly. I'm scared? That's funny. What am I scared of? Si Kongzun shrugged and pretended to be relaxed. Aren't you scared? You colluded with Tomohiko Kuma and Timur Mutu to set a trap and let Tomohiko Kuma's subordinate Feng Zhan to injure General Ji Ning with a poisonous arrow. Then, you purposely instigated an internal conflict between the Northern Desert Army and the Expedition Army. After the Black Crow Army invaded, you ignored the safety of tens of thousands of soldiers and insisted on killing the Northern Desert Army on the battlefield. In the end, more than half of the Expedition Army was killed. After that, when the Black Crow Army attacked the Northern Desert Army, you shamelessly abandoned the army and escaped with a few of your lackeys. In the end, you caused Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong to be arrested. The rest of the Expedition Army soldiers were also arrested. Could it be that what I said was not the truth? You want me to die because you're afraid that I'll show you the evidence. So, you're scared. You're scared that the emperor will let you be buried with the dead. These words were like a clap of thunder from the ninth heaven. Many people who had been kept in the dark were shocked to the extreme. This was completely different from what Si Kongzun said. According to Si Kongzun, it was Ji Ning who colluded with the Black Crow Army to injure him and instigate an internal conflict that led to the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers. Who was telling the truth here? What a load of nonsense. Your Majesty, are you going to listen to this traitor's nonsense? He just wants to frame me and create an opportunity for the Black Crow Empire to attack us. Si Kongzun roared. Although these were all true, Si Kongzun would never admit it. Once he admitted it, there would be no way for him to turn the situation around. I'm spouting nonsense? Haha, old dog Si Kong, you must have proof since you said so, right? Then please produce evidence to prove that General Ji Ning and I colluded with the Black Crow Empire to start the internal strife. If you can't produce any evidence, you can't escape the death penalty for harming the general based on your one-sided statement. Ling Xiao had evidence, so he wasn't afraid of Si Kongzun. Evidence? Of course I have evidence. Everyone present has seen it. You attacked the imperial city and killed several soldiers who were supervising the execution. You even colluded with the martial artists of the Scorpion tribe and poisoned Ji Changran. Isn't this the truth? Si Kongzun sneered. Bullshit. Before Si Kongzun could finish speaking, Ling Xiao interrupted him with a roar. He was truly furious, he was so angry that he couldn't be any angrier. Si Kongzun, you still have the nerve to bite people. Please tell me, when the soldiers of the Northern Desert Army shed their blood on the battlefield and defeated 1.2 million soldiers of the Black Crow Empire with their loyalty. When we finally won, where were you, you old dog? You escaped from the battlefield and returned to the imperial city, biting people like a mad dog. You accused Ji Ning, LV Chenglong, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, and Zhu Gaming of being traitors. I'd like to ask, who gave you such power? Who do you represent? What right do you have to convict them? Do you have evidence? Do you have an imperial edict? Ling Xiao was certain that Si Kongzun couldn't produce any evidence or an imperial edict. Perhaps the emperor had tacitly approved of the capture of Ji Ning and the others, but the emperor would never be so stupid as to issue such an imperial edict. He would only hint to Si Kongzun and the others to do so. Therefore, the current Si Kongzun could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. No matter what you say, it's useless. Today, we attacked the Imperial City and killed the commanders of the Imperial City barracks. This is an ironclad fact. You can't deny it no matter what. Si Kongzun knew that some things couldn't be explained clearly, so he didn't bother explaining. Instead, he seized on the fact that Ling Xiao had led an army to attack the Imperial City. An ironclad fact? Haha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed, and it was a very cold laugh. I chased after the enemy, took Timur Mutu's head, and captured Jilma Jian alive. But along the way, I encountered countless people who wanted to kill me, and what they were wearing was precisely the armor of Divine Phoenix Empire. Don't tell me that you were the one who sent these people over. Was your goal to save Tomohiko Kuma? Or did you want to kill me and take the credit? Nonsense. Even if those people were wearing the armor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, they could be people from the Black Crow Empire in disguise. You can't even recognize this point. To think that you're the military governor of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Si Kongzun said coldly. Haha, since that's the case, in order to successfully escort Tomohiko Kuma back to the Imperial City, I asked the warriors of the Northern Desert Army and the Scorpion Tribe to help. What's wrong with that? May I ask Great General Si Kong, since entering the Imperial City, has the Northern Desert Army hurt a single person? Have they destroyed a single brick of the city? They were only entrusted by me to help me escort the prisoner. Not only are they innocent, they're even meritorious. You keep saying that they're rebels, that they want to rebel. Could it be that a great general is such a person who speaks without thinking? What's your goal? Could it be that you want to destroy the northern defenses of our Divine Phoenix Empire before you're willing to give up? Ling Zhao's words were not only meticulous, they were also reasonable and had substance. Even if it was sophistry, Si Kongzun could not find any reason to refute it. With this, he had instead become a scoundrel who was framing a loyal person. He already knew that this guy's mouth was incomparably powerful, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. Humph, they didn't make a move? Then who killed Commander Jiao Lin and the others? Si Kongzun asked with a cold snort. He would not let go of the opportunity to slander Ling Xiao. The ones who killed them were me and my friends. In order to prevent the emperor from misunderstanding, I did not ask the Northern Desert Army to make a move. Ling Xiao said indifferently, actually, even if they made a move, there was nothing wrong with it. I already explained the reason for entering the city and even showed the token that the emperor and the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince bestowed upon me. However, the Phoenix Cry army ordered to shoot arrows in an attempt to kill me. Let me ask, could I have resisted? Should this kind of person not be killed? Even so, we can still sit down and discuss this properly. Making a move should not be done. Si Kongzun said. Don't forget that I am still the military governor and have the authority to act according to the circumstances. I can act first and report later. I suspect that the Phoenix Cry army is a spy from the Black Crow army who is trying to save Tomohiko Kuma and steal Timur Mutu's head. Otherwise, why would he insist on killing me? If he wants to kill me, I will naturally kill him. Could it be that you also think that the authority given by the Emperor and the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince is wrong? Even if the Phoenix Cry army deserves to die, what about Jia Yun and Jiao Lin? Si Kongzun asked again. After I killed the Phoenix Cry army, explained the situation and revealed my identity, Jiao Lin and Jia Yun actually still wanted to kill me. Then may I ask, can I retaliate? Ling Xiao asked in return. Even if you retaliate, they do not deserve to die. Si Kongzun said coldly. Do not deserve to die? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed and said, do you know that the two of them have already become accomplices of the Black Crow Empire? That's impossible. Si Kongzun roared. Nothing is impossible. That day when we defeated the Black Crow army and returned to the Northern Desert City, it was Jiao Lin and Jia Yun who led the army to block our retreat and put us in danger. You said they didn't betray us, so why did they do that? Was it you who gave the order? Ling Xiao asked loudly. How could it be me who gave the order? I didn't know about this at all. Si Kongzun hurriedly cleared his name. Since that's the case, I killed the traitors and helped the emperor get rid of a disaster. How can you say that I'm guilty? Did you become the great general of the Black Crow Empire? Ling Xiao's words hit the heart, making Si Kongzun unable to retort. Although he was very angry, he had always been very restrained. Especially when he took action at the city gate, he didn't let the Northern Desert Army get involved, and when he came to the square, he didn't let the Northern Desert Army do anything either. His purpose in doing so was to not leave any evidence for others to use. This way, he would be able to use his glib tongue to make Si Kongzun speechless. Fine, even if you're right, how do you explain robbing the execution ground and killing Ji Zhongren, Wan Qiufeng, and the many soldiers who supervised the execution? This is also a capital offense, don't you know? Si Kongzun asked again. Robbing the execution ground? Ling Xiao said indifferently, Ji Ning and the others are not only innocent, but also meritorious. They were framed by a traitor like you and set up a private execution ground. I only saved the Divine Phoenix Empire's meritorious officials. Do you think I'm guilty for doing this? Traitor? Ling Xiao actually called Si Kongzun a traitor in front of so many people again, and Si Kongzun didn't have any words to refute. What, old dog Si Kong, you're still not convinced? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Si Kongzun and questioned in front of everyone, you said I was a traitor, you said I was a sinner. Now I've explained it clearly. Then may I ask General Si Kong, how do you explain the numerous crimes you have committed? I think both the Celestial Emperor and the people of the Imperial City want to know the truth. Ling Xiao, even if you have a glib tongue, I, Si Kongzun, am an upright man who is loyal to his country and has never committed any crimes. You accuse me of framing Ji Ning, but you have no evidence. You said that I sent people to kill you halfway, but you still have no evidence. You said that I abandoned the army and fled back to the Imperial City, but the truth is that you and the rebels in the Northern Desert City tried to kill me. I couldn't fight against so many rebels by myself, so I could only return to the Imperial City to ask for help. Si Kongzun believed that Tomohiko Kuma would not betray him, so even if Ling Xiao captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, it would be useless. That was why he dared to treat the lie as the truth. Haha, I knew that you, old dog Si Kong, would not admit it. Ling Xiao sneered. But I have told you more than once that when I returned to the Imperial City, I dared to accuse you of being a rebel because I have evidence. Evidence? Show me what evidence you have. Don't always speak without thinking. I am the Imperial General, not someone you can slander. If you can't show me evidence today, then you will die. Si Kongzun really wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death, but when he saw the Moon Lady standing beside Ling Xiao, he did not dare to move. You want evidence? That's easy. Ling Xiao sneered, then grabbed Tomohiko Kuma's head. What are you doing? Tomohiko Kuma is the only witness. Are you going to kill him? Si Kongzun roared. What? General Si Kong wants him to speak? Ling Xiao asked. Only Tomohiko Kuma knows who colluded with the Black Crow Empire. Since the Emperor is present, then let Tomohiko Kuma speak. I am not afraid of a crooked shadow. Si Kongzun said with a smile. Alright, in that case, ask away. Ling Xiao tapped Tomohiko Kuma's body, waking Tomohiko Kuma from his coma. Tomohiko Kuma, as the little duke of the Black Crow Empire, have you ever colluded with Ji Ning to harm me? Si Kongzun asked loudly. His voice was very loud. Everyone in the square, and even the entire Imperial City, heard him clearly. Tomohiko Kuma gritted his teeth and said, that's right. We discussed with Ji Ning to kill Si Kongzun, then instigate an internal conflict between Northern Desert Pass and Northern Desert City, so that we can capture Northern Desert City in one fell swoop. It's a pity that Ji Ning is useless. He was actually injured by Si Kongzun's poisoned arrows. Then we encountered the evildoer Ling Xiao, who is proficient in the art of war, and defeated our army. I hate him to death. His words were really beautiful. Because he couldn't frame Ling Xiao, he might as well portray Ling Xiao as the hero of Divine Phoenix Empire, and then splash dirty water on Ji Ning. Anyway, wasn't this what Si Kongzun wanted? As long as Si Kongzun was satisfied, he might be able to escape. Although he suffered a big setback this time, he also learned a lot and understood a lot of things. As long as he could return to the Black Crow Empire, he believed that he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that, Ling Xiao? This is the witness you brought back. You should believe what he says, right? Let's not talk about other things. Jining actually plotted against me, and instigated an internal conflict between the Expeditionary Army and the Northern Desert Army. This gave the Black Crow Empire an opportunity to take advantage of. He is a traitor, he deserves to be beheaded. You actually broke into the execution ground to save him. Although your contributions are not small, your contributions cannot make up for your crimes. Even if you can avoid the death penalty, you can't escape punishment. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed loudly. Your Majesty, you also saw that even Tomohiko Kuma wanted to protect Sikongzun. Doesn't this prove that he is a traitor? You have already seen the real process through the Blood Mirror. The Blood Mirror is a divine artifact of the Scorpion Men tribe. It has two special effects. One is to track a person's soul. This is why Timur Mutu wanted to snatch it. The other is even more powerful. It can extract a person's true memories, so no matter how the person lies, it will still play out the real process. Fengming Wuliang's expression was very ugly. Before he came here, he had indeed seen Tomohiko Kuma's true memories. Feng Qingyan had brought them to the imperial palace for him to see. But now, Tomohiko Kuma had actually lied. While slandering Jining, he had also whitewashed Sikongzun. So wasn't the result obvious? Your Majesty, don't be in a hurry to deal with Sikongzun. I hope that all the soldiers and civilians of the imperial city will know the truth. Only then will they understand who is the traitor and who is the hero. Ling Xiao smiled and said to the crowd, Vice Principal Feng, please play the memory extracted by the blood mirror towards the sky. The bigger the image, the better. Okay. Feng Qingyan pointed the blood mirror at the sky. A moment later, a blood-red cloud appeared in the sky. Above the blood-red clouds, a series of memories began to play. They were Tomohiko Kuma's memories. In Tomohiko Kuma's memories, everything was as Ling Xiao had said. That day, Sikongzun had left the military camp and secretly met with Timur Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma to discuss how to deal with the northern desert city. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was enough to stun all the soldiers and civilians in the city. The great general that they had trusted had actually been secretly colluding with the people of the Black Crow Empire. These were Tomohiko Kuma's memories. They were more credible than Tomohiko Kuma's words. In the memories released by the Blood Mirror, there were not only scenes of Tomohiko Kuma colluding with Sikongzun. There were also scenes of Ling Xiao turning the tide of the battle and slaughtering the Black Crow Empire's army. There were also scenes of Ling Xiao calmly dealing with the situation and scaring off Timur Mutu. These scenes made everyone in the imperial city feel their blood boil. They could not control their emotions. Admiration and admiration for Ling Xiao. Gratitude and trust for the Northern Desert Army. He felt ashamed and regretful towards Jining. Hatred and hatred for Sikongzun. All these emotions were intertwined together. It was as if a terrifying volcano was about to erupt in the imperial city. If the emperor could not handle today's matter properly, then the soldiers and civilians of the imperial city might really rebel. Jining was loyal to the emperor and served his country. LV Changlong and the others also fought bravely. Ling Xiao was the divine general of the divine Phoenix Empire who had descended from the heavens. This group of people was actually called rebels by Sikongzun. They actually believed Sikongzun's words and insulted and humiliated Jining and the others. All the regret and shame turned into incomparable anger at this time. Colluding with the Black Crow Empire was a capital offense. He framed Zhong Liang, tortured Jining and the others until they were crippled, and even killed LV Changlong. He even wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Even if that old dog Sikongzun died 1,000 or 10,000 times, it still wouldn't be able to dispel the hatred in their hearts. Emperor, please uphold justice for us and severely punish the treacherous officials. Ling Xiao suddenly cupped his hands and said loudly to Fengming Wuliang. Emperor, please make the decision and punish the treacherous officials severely. Everyone in the Northern Desert Army shouted. Emperor, please make the decision and punish the treacherous officials severely. This time, almost all the soldiers and civilians in the imperial city roared. Even the Phoenix Academy, which used to be at odds with Qingshu College, stood on Ling Zhao's side. After all, the conflict between the two academies was a conflict between the people. However, Sikongzun's actions were already betraying the country. How could they tolerate it? Si Kongzun was trembling all over. He didn't expect that the trap he had carefully set up would become the stage for Ling Xiao to turn the tables. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Ling Xiao personally. Then, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. Your Majesty. Your humble servant believes that you will enforce the law impartially. Ling Xiao kicked the ball to Fengming Wuliang. He wanted to see what kind of choice the emperor would make. Fengming Wuliang was very upset. But there was nothing he could do. To be honest, everything that Si Kongzun did was secretly ordered by him, so he definitely couldn't kill Si Kongzun. However, if he didn't handle today's matter well, once the people started to revolt, his position as emperor would be over. He didn't do all those things just to lose his throne. He wanted to be the emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire forever. He was upset with Si Kongzun's uselessness, and at the same time, he was upset with Ling Xiao's cunning. Today's scene was completely created by Ling Xiao. It was as if he was being roasted on a fire. What could he do? Fengming Wuliang took a deep breath and said, Ling Xiao, don't worry. Si Kongzun committed such a heinous crime. We won't forgive him no matter what. However, the country has its laws. What kind of punishment should be meted out to the law department? What do you think? Your Majesty, your humble servant has no problem with that. However, you can ask the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire if they agree. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't give them a chance to try the case. He knew that Fengming Wuliang wanted to protect Si Kongzun. Once he delayed, Si Kongzun might take the opportunity to escape. Roar, kill Si Kongzun. Kill Si Kongzun. The thunderous roar shook the entire imperial city. Fengming Wuliang's expression became even more unsightly. Right now, Ling Xiao was standing on the side of the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If he didn't agree to Ling Xiao's request, then he would really become the enemy of the tens of millions of people in the imperial city. Your Majesty, Si Kongzun was originally the lightning demon king of the True Devil Empire. This person once infiltrated the sacred dynasty of the Sky Dragon continent and caused the sacred dynasty to be defeated by the True Devil Empire. Do you want the Divine Phoenix Empire to follow the same path? Feng Yinshan finally spoke. This time, he aimed his spear directly at Si Kongzun. This was the best opportunity to gain public support. As long as Feng Yinshan wasn't an idiot, he would do this. Moreover, he really wanted to get rid of Si Kongzun. Not only was Si Kongzun a traitor, but he was also Emperor Fengming Wuliang's subordinate. He must be killed. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains. Crown Prince Yinshan. Hearing Feng Yinshan's words, countless soldiers and civilians shouted his name in support of him. At this time, Emperor Fengming Wuliang had nowhere to run. If he really wanted to incite a revolt, then Feng Yinshan might very well ascend to the throne with the support of these tens of millions of people. Si Kongzun despaired. He was well aware that in this situation, even if Fengming Wuliang wanted to save his life, it was impossible. Ling Xiao was too cunning. Are you done with your nonsense? Just when Si Kongzun had completely sunk into despair and was preparing to accept his miserable fate, the woman from the Righteous Alliance spoke. Everyone was stunned. However, Fengming Wuliang revealed a smile. This foolish and arrogant woman might be a very good turning point. He was well aware that Jiao Lin's wife was a disciple of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Her status was revered and her strength was not ordinary. And in the eyes of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, tens of millions of people were nothing. Thus, although this woman was foolish and arrogant, she was definitely the only existence that could reverse the situation today. Madame Jia, do you have something to say? Fengming Wuliang deliberately asked out of curiosity. Of course I have something to say. Madame Jia coldly said. I don't care which of you is a traitor or which of you is a hero. None of this has anything to do with me. I only care about the person who killed my husband and son today. That person must die. These words were domineering and callous. Her meaning was that no matter what her family did, whoever killed them would have to die, even if they were the hero of the country. In Madame Jia's eyes, there was no country, no people, and no hero. She only cared about her own interests. Sometimes, shielding one's family was an advantage, but sometimes, it was purely pushing one's family into a pit of fire. If Jia Yun didn't have such a mother, he probably wouldn't have been so arrogant, and he certainly wouldn't have died so early. Si Kongzun seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. He hurriedly got down on his knees and said to Madame Jia, that Ling Xiao once humiliated young Master Jia Yun in Ling Yu's courtyard. This person is extremely despicable. Because he envies young Master Jia Yun's talent and status, he has been constantly trying to kill him. On that day in the northern desert, if not for this one's timely rescue, young Master Jia Yun would have already been killed by this brat. I hope that your majesty will give me justice. So what if he's a rebel? So what if he's a spy? As long as Madame Jia is protecting him, what can anyone do to him? Ling Xiao, oh, Ling Xiao, although you've worked so hard to create this situation today, the final victor can only be me. Be at ease. With me here, no one will be able to touch you today. For some reason, Madame Jia really did want to protect Si Kongzun, and she had even said such words in front of tens of millions of soldiers and soldiers. Seeing Madame Jia's arrogant and despotic appearance, Ling Xiao suddenly turned to the Emperor Fengming Wuliang, and said, Your Majesty, this woman has no regard for the law and treats heroes like dirt, yet she wants to protect a rebel. Could it be that the divine Phoenix Empire doesn't belong to your Majesty, but to this woman? Ling Xiao once more threw this difficult problem to the Emperor to deal with. Fengming Wuliang sighed and said, Ling Xiao, you don't know, but the highest authority in the divine Phoenix Empire is not we, but the Righteous Alliance. Madame Jia is a member of the Righteous Alliance, so she naturally represents the will of the Righteous Alliance. Not even we can influence her. Is the Righteous Alliance not bound by the law? Ling Xiao asked. When a sovereign commits a crime, he is as guilty as a commoner, and the Righteous Alliance is naturally no exception. This was a rule that was established when the Righteous Alliance was first established, but, Fengming Wuliang helplessly sighed. This old scoundrel was extremely crafty. Although he wanted nothing more than for the Righteous Alliance to fall, he would never provoke it. With these words, he was clearly telling Ling Xiao and the tens of millions of soldiers that if they wanted to bring Si Kongzun to justice, they should not fight with him, but go to the Righteous Alliance. Of course, although he was smart to do this and stay out of the matter, his way of doing things made the hearts of countless soldiers and civilians turn cold. An emperor actually did not take the initiative to stand up for his country's heroes when they were being bullied and framed. What qualifications did he have to continue holding the position of emperor? Madame Jia, although you are a member of the Righteous Alliance, you cannot disregard the law. Today, Si Kongzun must be killed, but Ling Xiao cannot die. The one who stood out to speak was Feng Yinshan. He was also a smart person, but he was even more daring. Perhaps he knew that it would be very difficult for him to compete with Phoenix Crychishan, who had outstanding military exploits, not to mention that Phoenix Crychishan had the support of the powerful Ice Phoenix clan. In addition, it was the Ice Phoenix clan that currently held power. If he wanted to defeat Phoenix Crychishan and Phoenix Cry Immeasurable, his only way was to find another path and win the support of the people. And this time was his chance. It was true that becoming an enemy of the Righteous Alliance was extremely dangerous and that he could be killed at any time, but after so many years, he had watched as the Righteous Alliance slowly deteriorated. Although the current Righteous Alliance was still not weak, it was far from its former self. If he really had to fight, he really did not need to fear the Righteous Alliance. This was a massive gamble. If he lost, he might die. At the very least, he would be stripped of his position as crown prince. If he won, not only would he have the absolute advantage in the election, he would also be able to win over many people. Those without courage would not dare to make such a gamble. But Feng Yinshan had no path of retreat. He had to do this, and he could only do this. Feng Yinshan, it seems to me that you don't want your position as crown prince anymore. Madame Jia coldly said to Feng Yinshan. If I can uphold justice, root out traitors, and clear the name of a hero, what is there to cherish about the position of crown prince? Moreover, whether or not I am the crown prince is not up to you, Madame Jia, to decide. You can only represent your Jia clan. The Righteous Alliance is controlled by the three great clans. Feng Yinshan sharply countered. Haha, then let's wait and see. Madame Jia disdainfully sneered, and then she turned to Phoenix Cry Immeasurable and said, I want to kill Ling Xiao and take away Si Kongzun. Do you have any objections? I don't think that's a good idea, Madame Jia. You can take Si Kongzun away, but Ling Xiao is Divine Phoenix Empire's hero. He protected the borders. If we let you kill him just like that, what qualifications do we have to be the monarch? Phoenix Cry Immeasurable frowned. He had not expected that he would have to make a choice in the end. If I want to kill him, can you stop me? Madame Jia ignored Phoenix Cry Immeasurable and turned to Ling Xiao. Brat, hand over your life. I will definitely place your head on the graves of my husband and son. After saying this, she actually began to attack. Roar! Suddenly, a roar shook the heavens. Countless soldiers had appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Feng Yinshan, Feng Qingyan, Feng Yanran, the Northern Desert Army, the Scorpion Men, and even the garrison of the imperial city. The dense crowd completely blocked Madame Jia's path. She could not advance even half a step. Are you trying to rebel? Madame Jia was so angry that her entire body trembled. Does the Righteous Alliance want to incur the wrath of the masses? Feng Yinshan coldly asked. At this moment, more and more people were hurrying over. They had come here with only one goal in mind, to protect the hero of this country, to protect the bottom line of this country. If a country could not even protect its own hero, who would be willing to shed their blood for this country? Damn it. Since you want to be buried with him, then I'll kill all of you. Madame Jia was completely enraged. She was a disciple of the everlasting joy Immortal Island, a lofty existence. Yet these ants of the Divine Phoenix Empire dared to openly challenge her. How could she tolerate this? Terrifying energy began to gather. Madame Jia was about to go crazy. Although her cultivation was only at the Grotto Heaven realm, she did not believe that anyone would dare to stop her if she really attacked. Clap! Suddenly, a crisp slap to the face shocked everyone. This slap had come from Jining. After such a long stalemate, Jining's shackles had long ago been broken. You dare hit me? Madame Jia was stunned. Madame Jia, you seem to have forgotten that I, Jining, am also a member of the Righteous Alliance, and an elder of the Righteous Alliance. Your husband and son committed heinous crimes, and not even death can wipe out their crimes. What are you trying to do today? Do you want the Righteous Alliance to become the public enemy? What is that old man doing? What is he doing as the Alliance Lord? Many people seem to have forgotten that Jining was not only a Yinyang realm martial artist, but also an elder of the Righteous Alliance. But Jining's slap and his words had suddenly made them all remember. Ha ha ha, elder, there's no need to be angry. This old man failed to discipline her properly. I will bring her back. An elderly voice came from the crowd. As it turned out, the Righteous Alliance Lord had arrived long ago, but he had been hiding in the crowd. Naturally, he had his own reasons for allowing Madame Jia to cause trouble. He was the head of the Jia clan and the current Righteous Alliance Lord. He had to rely on the support of the Eternal Joy Immortal Island. He naturally wouldn't stop Madame Jia from doing anything. Moreover, Jia Lin and Jia Yun were members of the Righteous Alliance and his family. Since they were killed by Ling Xiao, he naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed as well. But now, he had no choice but to appear. He understood Jining's temper. If he angered Jining, he would really dare to kill Madame Jia. Smiling, he led Madame Jia away. Along the way, Madame Jia asked in grief and indignation, Alliance Lord, don't you want revenge? Revenge is necessary. That Ling Xiao will definitely die, but he can't be killed today. Madame Jia shook her head. Why? Alliance Lord, you should be stronger than that Jining, right? It's not because of Jining. Then it's because of those tens of millions of ants? That's not it either. Then why? Madame Jia didn't understand. Haven't you noticed? There's a woman standing next to Ling Xiao. That woman is the Moon Maiden of the Tianlong continent. She's probably not much weaker than this old man. If we fight, both sides will be heavily injured. In the end, that old fox Feng Ming Wuliang will be the one to benefit. Madame Jia sneered. Don't worry. Ling Xiao must die. This old man can guarantee you. Alright, I'll leave everything to the Alliance Lord. Madame Jia sucked in a cold breath. If that Moon Maiden was really as powerful as Madame Jia said, then she had just walked through the gates of hell. Madame Jia left. Si Kongzun sank into despair once more. It seemed like he could only fight with his life on the line. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him today. Fengming Wuliang glanced at Si Kongzun and sighed helplessly. Then, he walked up to the high platform and said loudly, "My people, I'm heartbroken right now. Our good General Ji Ning was almost unjustly killed. LV Changlong was killed by a traitor while protecting Ji Ning." Speaking up to here, he glanced at Ji Zhongran, who was already on the verge of death and whose flesh had almost been completely torn apart by him, and his heart actually felt a little apprehensive. The scorpion man's venom was too terrifying. Ji Zhongran being alive right now was worse than being dead. Everyone looked at him, wanting to hear what he had to say. "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I must apologize to General Ji Ning and the deceased General LV Changlong. I was deceived by a scoundrel and made a wrong judgment. I am guilty." Speaking up to here, he actually burst into tears. That appearance was simply as if his father had died. Many soldiers and commoners were moved by him, crying and crying. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a bit of disgust. This Fengming Wuliang was probably the culprit behind Ji Ning's wrongful accusation. Unfortunately, he had no evidence. Without evidence, Ling Xiao couldn't touch him, because Ling Xiao didn't want to kill the wrong person. But Si Kongzun had to die today. No matter what decision Fengming Wuliang made in the end, he had already made up his mind. Great General has worked hard and performed a great service. Today, I would like to announce in public that Ji Ning has been conferred the title of Imperial Tutor, king equal to the prince. Last time, he had 100 hectares of fertile land, a house, gold, and spirit stones. From now on, he can enjoy life in the imperial city. Evil, this Fengming Wuliang was a clear promotion to Ji Ning. Although the title of Imperial Tutor and King equal to the Prince sounded much more impressive than the Great General. And in fact, his status was indeed high. But this was an empty position. Under normal circumstances, he didn't have the power to command the army. Ling Xiao inwardly sneered. So be it. Ji Ning was too loyal and righteous. With military power in his hands, he would become the target of others. Without military power, he would naturally be less of a threat to many people, and he wouldn't become a tiger in the way of others. Before Fengming Wuliang could finish speaking, LV Changlong's loyalty and bravery were unparalleled. This time, his tragic death was truly unjust. He will be conferred the title of Count Zhongyi, and his descendants will inherit this title. For LV Changlong, this conferment didn't have much meaning. After all, LV Changlong was already dead. Moreover, he didn't marry or have children, let alone inherit the title. This person had truly dedicated his youth to this country, but his death was too unjust. Rumor had it that as long as one crossed the gate of heaven's chosen, one could obtain a godhood. This godhood could confer the title of god to anyone who died. Although this kind of godhood was generally relatively low and far less powerful than cultivating to become a god, it was still an opportunity. The gods of the mystic world were said to live in a place that mortals couldn't see. They controlled the natural changes of the mystic world as well as birth, old age, sickness, and death. But this was only a legend after all. It was said that there were only a few people who had obtained godhood in the past 100,000 years, and none of them could be confirmed. Because these people basically used the godhood for themselves after obtaining it and wouldn't give it to others. But even so, this was still an opportunity. In a situation where the dead couldn't be resurrected, Ling Xiao could only think of this method. I hope it's not a dream. General Ji Ning, do you think this is a good way to deal with it? After Fengming Wuliang announced his decision, he looked at Ji Ning and asked. The emperor's method of ascending and descending is really chilling. Could it be that I, Ji Ning, was willing to resign myself to death and follow Jia Lin to the imperial city, and you still doubt me? Ji Ning didn't give Fengming Wuliang any face. He criticized Fengming Wuliang's imperial edict as worthless, letting everyone see the emperor's ruthlessness and shamelessness. Fengming Wuliang was both angry and regretful in his heart. He never thought that Ji Ning would be like this. According to Ji Ning's temper in the past, he shouldn't have done such a thing. He must have been influenced by Ling Xiao. However, Fengming Wuliang didn't know that people would always change. Ji Ning had suffered a great change. His best brother was killed in front of him, and he was so loyal to the emperor and his country, but he was going to be demoted and directly turned into a mere figurehead. He had long been bitterly disappointed. Since he was already bitterly disappointed, there was no need to give this emperor any more face. What should be said was what should be said. General, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Alas, in that case, what do you want, General? Feng Ming Wuliang suppressed his anger and asked. It doesn't matter if I reward you or not. Along doesn't need your reward. I just hope that the emperor can kill the traitor and give us justice. That's enough. Jining said faintly. He didn't want to continue serving this emperor. It was really boring. If it weren't for the hundreds of thousands of people in the northern desert who were willing to follow him, he even wanted to simply retire and cultivate his own martial arts. That way, he would live a more carefree life. But now, he couldn't resign. He wanted to be the general of the northern desert people, his own general. Demand justice. Demand justice. Demand justice. The soldiers of the Northern Desert Army were also shouting loudly. They had seen their general being tortured like that. If they did not see their enemy die on the spot, they would not let this matter rest. Could it be that at this time, Your Majesty still wants to let Si Kongzun go? Could it be that Your Majesty is afraid of the true demon's empire, so you don't dare to use torture on him? Ling Xiao coldly stared at Feng Ming Wuliang. Since the other party was so shameless, he would just use the last move. In the eyes of the Moon Maiden, this imperial city was not even worth mentioning. If it was destroyed, then so be it. But if he did that, it might cause many casualties, and many innocent people might die. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had been unable to make up his mind. If Feng Ming Wuliang was willing to execute Si Kongzun, then everything would naturally be much simpler. Your Majesty, please execute Si Kongzun. Give the heroes justice. It was clear and bright, and the sound was like thunder. The massive cry for mercy once more resounded over the imperial city. Feng Ming Wuliang had originally thought that with the Jia clan's interlude, many people would forget about this matter, but he was wrong. Who would forget something like this? Who would dare to forget? Forgetting meant that there might come a day when he himself would become a sacrifice. Feng Ming Wuliang suddenly rubbed his head and sighed. Yinshan, we suddenly feel unwell. I will leave the rest of the matter to you. You must handle it well and not incite a revolt. Since he could not make a decision, Feng Ming Wuliang simply feigned illness and left, leaving this mess to Feng Yinshan. Of course, to a cowardly and hesitant person, this was a mess. But to Feng Yinshan, this was an excellent opportunity. By executing Si Kongzun, he could firmly grasp the will of the people and have Ling Xiao owe him a favor. This would make it easier to use in the future. Of course, he was keenly aware that this was very dangerous. If things went wrong, he might even provoke the state teacher to deal with him. But in truth, he had no other choice. He had two competitors. The first was the current emperor. Sitting firmly on the throne made it very convenient for him to do anything, and he had an extremely good relationship with the immortal island of perpetual joy and the righteous alliance. The other was the crown prince, Feng Ming Qishan. This person had a great reputation in the army. Basically, other than the Northern Desert Army and the Imperial City Army, he had trusted aides in all the other armies. Moreover, those soldiers were also willing to listen to him. Because he was brave and good at fighting. Feng Yinshan was at an absolute disadvantage. Only by gambling could he obtain some capital. For example, as long as he killed Si Kongzun, his reputation in the imperial court would definitely soar. The Northern Desert Army would be grateful to him, and the people of the imperial city would remember him. More importantly, Ling Xiao would miss him. In this way, he would have the capital to compete with the other two. Feng Ming Wuliang left and gave him full authority to handle this matter. He didn't want to offend Si Kongzun and the imperial preceptor, and he didn't want to offend the true devil empire. As for him, he had to seize this opportunity. Everyone heard it just now. The emperor has given full authority to this king to handle today's matter. Now, this king announces that Jining and the others will be restored to their positions, and Jining will be conferred the title of king of the northern region. He will rule over the northern desert and build a giant shield for the divine Phoenix Empire in the northern region. The Black Crow Empire will have no chance to take advantage of this. Feng Yinshan's understanding of full authority naturally included rewards and punishments. If Feng Ming Wuliang didn't admit it, it would be useless. If he said it in front of so many people, unless Feng Ming Wuliang didn't want to be the emperor anymore, it wouldn't be a problem to reward him as long as it wasn't excessive. And Feng Yinshan had grasped the situation very well. Crown Prince Xianxia. Jining naturally knew that Feng Yinshan was helping him, so he also gave Feng Yinshan face. In addition, it has been confirmed that Ling Xiao has made outstanding achievements in the battle against the Black Crow Empire. Not only did he turn the situation around and resist the invasion of the army, he even killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. Such achievements are earth-shattering. This king has specially promoted him to the position of Northern Desert City's military governor to assist General Jining. In addition, he will be conferred the title of Dragon King of the Heavens, and the east of the Eastern County will be his territory. The Eastern County was a small city close to the Eastern Sea. It was even smaller than the Northern Desert City, and much smaller, with a population of only a few tens of thousands. But anyone with a discerning eye knew that Feng Yinshan's words had a hidden meaning. What did he mean by east of the Eastern County? What was Dragon King of the Heavens, east of the Eastern County? Wasn't it referring to the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and wasn't Dragon King of the Heavens also referring to the Heavenly Dragon Continent? In truth, Feng Yinshan was fulfilling his promise. By bestowing the Eastern County to Ling Xiao could begin his great undertaking of destroying the true Demon Empire. And on this point, the Divine Phoenix Empire would not stop them either. Although there was a verbal agreement, there were many cases of the true Demon Empire's soldiers pretending to be pirates and attacking the Divine Phoenix Empire's coastline. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised by this. One had to realize that the highest governing body in the Divine Phoenix Empire was the Righteous Alliance, and below that was the Imperial Household. Generally speaking, only members of the Imperial Household had the right to be conferred the title of king. And today, Jining and Ling Xiao had both been conferred the title of king by Feng Yinshan. This had a very special meaning. Many kings with different surnames were just empty titles with no real meaning. But Jining and Ling Xiao were different. Both of them were kings with different surnames who had their own territories. This was very special. To the east of the Eastern County was Ling Xiao's territory. In this area, Ling Xiao wielded absolute power over life and death. He could deal with anyone he wanted without even reporting to the imperial court. This was the privilege of a king. Feng Yinshan dared to do this because he was thinking about his own future. He knew that Ling Xiao was an ambitious man, but he also knew that Ling Xiao disdained the Divine Phoenix Empire. Thus, Ling Xiao did not directly compete with him. This was a man with true foresight. He was not like those short-sighted people who believed that Ling Xiao would steal their power and status. That was truly foolish to the extreme. It should be said that Feng Yinshan was expressing his goodwill to Ling Xiao. He couldn't even say that he was trying to win him over. With Feng Yinshan's insight, he could naturally see that Ling Xiao was no ordinary person. If he wanted to make such a person his subordinate, he would definitely suffer a loss. It was better to get along and become allies. Many thanks, Crown Prince Yinshan. Ling Xiao indifferently said. In truth, it didn't matter if Feng Yinshan conferred the title on him or not. After this incident, both Jining and the Northern Desert Army were willing to listen to him. In reality, these people had already become his private soldiers. Feng Yinshan's actions were just adding fuel to the fire. Of course, he still appreciated Feng Yinshan's good intentions. If others respected him, he would naturally respect them tenfold. This was his personality. Moreover, he knew very well that he could do what he did today not because he was strong, but because he had the Moon Maiden by his side. This was not his ability. It was because of the Moon Maiden. He could not be too cocky. He was not strong enough. No matter how strong the people by his side were, they could not protect him in every way. Only when he was strong could he be truly strong. Only then could he truly control his own destiny. The East Commandery was a good place to recuperate. There were many pirates running amok there. To others, it might be a dangerous place, but to him, it was the best place to train his troops. No need to thank me. You exchanged your merits for this. I didn't give it to you. Feng Yinshan's words were beautiful. In fact, everyone knew that if there was no one in the court, it would be useless even if one had great merits. Take Jining for example. He had already made outstanding military achievements, but he was sent to a desolate place like the northern desert. This time, he had almost lost his life. After the reward, the next step was naturally the punishment. Feng Yinshan looked indifferently at Si Kongzun and said, Si Kongzun, do you know your crimes? Humph, this commander is magnanimous. What crimes have I committed? Si Kongzun snorted coldly. The facts are all there, yet you still dare to be stubborn. Forget it, it seems that this prince doesn't need to ask any more questions. Men, tie up Si Kongzun and execute him on the spot. Feng Yinshan hoped to cut the Gordian knot. No matter what method was used, as long as Si Kongzun was killed, the entire world would be at peace. Let's see who dares to touch me. Si Kongzun stood there, his entire body flickering with electricity. He looked like a god of thunder, and no one dared to approach him. This was strength. When you had absolute strength, even if you really did commit a crime, no one could execute you. Si Kongzun had no intention of quibbling now. In fact, from the moment Feng Ming Wuliang left, he knew that there was no need for him to defend himself. Even if he did, it would be useless. He believed that Feng Ming Wuliang wouldn't just watch him die. Someone would come to save him. As long as there was someone who was as strong as him, he could escape. Even Ling Zhao's Moon Maiden wouldn't be able to stop him. Your Highness, may this humble subject personally kill Si Kongzun? Jining stepped forward. He wanted to avenge his good brother, LV Changlong. He wanted to kill Si Kongzun with his own hands. Besides, there weren't many people here who could kill Si Kongzun. Other than a Moon Maiden, it was probably him. If he didn't make a move, who else would? Permission granted. Feng Yinshan said resolutely. Thank you. Jining took a deep breath. Light rain began to fall from the sky, as if it was shedding tears for the dead LV Changlong. Brother, big brother will avenge you. Jining lunged at Si Kongzun with his gun and began to fight without saying a word. The rain grew heavier, but no one in the square moved. They were all silently watching the battle. Jining was originally slightly stronger than Si Kongzun. But because of his injury, he was not as good as Si Kongzun. In just a few short exchanges, he was already at a disadvantage. Even so, Jining still refused to give up. Suddenly, the Tai Chi pupil appeared in Ling Zhao's left eye. His powerful soul power enveloped the entire platform. Ling Zhao blurted out a battle song, arrogance, proud laughter, 10,000 waves. Hot blood, heat, red sunlight. Courage like iron, bones like steel. Breadth of mind. Vision of 10,000 miles. Vow to strive for self-improvement. Be a man. Be a man. Be self-improvement every day. Hot blood. Heat surpasses red sunlight. Let the sea and sky gather energy for me. To create a new world. To fight for my ideals. Look at the blue waves, tall and strong. Look at the blue sky, vast and noble. Since I'm a man, I must strive for self-improvement. Walk with your chest puffed out. Let's be pillars. Be a man, use my 100 points of heat. Shine with 1,000 points of light. Be a man. Hot blood and intestines. Heat surpasses red sunlight. In the battle song, Jining's body glowed with red light, and his fighting spirit surged like a torrential river. He actually reversed the situation and took the initiative. Step by step, he forced Si Kongzun to retreat. Jining's eyes were filled with tears. The battle song began to resound throughout the imperial city. What's going on? Si Kongzun couldn't understand where the sudden burst of power in Jining's body came from. It was simply terrifying. It was as if it had suddenly erupted. He turned to look at Ling Zhao, only to find that the boy was still singing the battle song. Yes, it's him. Si Kongzun's heart sank completely. Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao again. This Ling Zhao was obviously not as strong as him, but he was like a nightmare to him. He always appeared at the most critical moment and sabotaged his plans. If Ling Zhao hadn't come, he could have smoothly executed Jining and the others and taken the initiative. If it hadn't been for Ling Zhao, the blood mirror wouldn't have appeared here. Tomohiko Kuma's memories wouldn't have been released, and he wouldn't have been in such a passive position. What made him even more unhappy was that not only had Jining been reinstated, but he had also become the Northern Region King. Ling Xiao was only a 16-year-old boy, but he had also become the Dragon King of Heaven and obtained his own territory. And now, he was being suppressed by the injured Jining. All of this actually originated from this 16-year-old boy. This guy was simply a monster that was more terrifying than a demon. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely not play any tricks. If he encountered Ling Xiao, he would kill him directly. Damn it. Si Kongzun was stabbed in the body by Jining's spear. He was then sent flying and crashed heavily on the ground. His eyes were somewhat dazed at that moment. Jining's attack was really not light. Si Kongzun was severely injured on the spot. But it wasn't enough, Si Kongzun wouldn't die just like that. Jining raised his spear and attacked again. He knew that today was the best opportunity to kill Si Kongzun. If he missed today, he might not find such a good opportunity in the future. However, at this moment, a gust of wind came from the sky and blocked Jining's path. Look over there. In the sky, 5 people came at once. These 5 people all had their faces covered. It was obvious that they didn't want to expose their identities. Those who could stop Jining in one strike were at least at the Yinyang realm. Through the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao had already seen the identities of the people who came. Who dares to rob the execution ground? The thing that Feng Yinshan was most worried about had happened. 5 experts had suddenly appeared in the Imperial City. Could it be that Si Kongzun really couldn't be killed? Feng Yinshan, do you want Si Kongzun to die, or do you want us to destroy the Imperial City? The person who spoke was the stranger. From his tone, he was definitely the kind of person who could do whatever he wanted. Destroy the Imperial City. Feng Yinshan was stunned. He could tell that the other party wasn't joking. These people actually wanted to destroy the Imperial City of the Divine Phoenix Empire for a Si Kongzun. Si Kongzun, this fellow's life was really good. He must die. Jining wanted to avenge his brother, so he didn't care about the other party's threats. You're courting death. One of the masked men stopped Jining. Ling Xiao recognized him. He was Phoenix Cry-to-High, the commander of the Mirror Bureau and the Emperor's most trusted person. It seemed that this imperial family was really complicated. General, you must kill Si Kongzun and avenge LV Changlong. I will stop him. Feng Qingyan made a move. He stopped the masked Phoenix Cry-to-High. His strength was not weaker than Phoenix Cry-to-High's. It seems that you really don't care if I destroy the Imperial City. The stranger's face was gloomy, and he began to gather power in his hands. If you want to destroy the Imperial City, you'll have to get through me first. The dean of Qingshu College, Feng Yinshan's master, had also appeared in the square. His strength was unfathomable, but he was also in the Yinyang realm. He should be weaker than the Moon Maiden, but he should be evenly matched with the stranger. I'll be your opponent. The masked master of state confronted the dean of Qingshu College. The masked Feng Ming Wanchong stopped Jining. Si Kongzun took this opportunity to get up from the ground and was ready to escape. Xiaoli, stop him. If necessary, kill him. Ling Xiao ordered. Today, he could not let Si Kongzun escape no matter what. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of soldiers would have died in vain. You're the new king of the Scorpion tribe, right? You'd better not get involved in this matter. The masked master of state appeared in front of Xiaoli. He wanted to let Si Kongzun go. I'll help you kill Si Kongzun. The Moon Maiden suddenly said. No, Si Kongzun has been seriously injured by General Jining. I'll take his life myself. Sister Moon Maiden, help me keep an eye on the guy in the sky. He's very dangerous. Don't let him destroy the Imperial City. I still have many friends here. After finishing his words, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. Okay. The Moon Maiden sighed. She knew that Ling Xiao hated Si Kongzun to the core. Only by killing Si Kongzun with his own hands could he vent his hatred. Therefore, it was meaningless to stop Ling Xiao. It was better to let Ling Xiao kill Si Kongzun. Si Kongzun, you're the lightning devil. How dare you run away? If I don't kill you today, I, Ling Xiao, am am not human. As the cold voice sounded, Ling Zhao's sword had already pierced Si Kongzun's throat. Bastard, how dare you kill him? In the sky, the master of state, the Yin-Yang demon king of the true demon's empire, suddenly roared. Yin-Yang wheel, resurrect. The Yin-Yang wheel was terrifying because it could bring a person back to life as long as he was still breathing. Ling Zhao's sword pierced Si Kongzun's throat. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would have already died. However, Electric Demon King Si Kongzun was not an ordinary person. He was still holding on to his last breath. He was saved by the Yin-Yang wheel. Kill. Ling Xiao sneered as he waved the golden crow sword in his hand again. Si Kongzun, who had just revived, had his entire head chopped off. Bastard, I'll kill you. Although the 9 demon kings of the true demon's empire were cruel to outsiders, they had a very good relationship with each other. Therefore, the Yin-Yang demon king couldn't just watch as Ling Xiao cut Si Kongzun into pieces. If that happened, there would be no chance of him being resurrected. Although there were many rumors of martial arts that could allow one to be reborn from a drop of blood, they were all just rumors. None of them were true. Maybe there was a deviation in the martial arts, or maybe there was a problem with the inheritance. In short, it was possible to regenerate a severed limb, but it was impossible to regenerate from a drop of blood, unless there was a secret treasure. Ling Xiao once had such a martial art, but it was later proven that regenerating from a drop of blood was unrealistic. Unless there was a large number of secret treasures, one would still die. The Yin-Yang demon king's Yin-Yang wheel was the same. If he wanted to regenerate from a drop of blood, he could only regenerate a severed limb at most. Once he was dead, it was useless. Yin-Yang demon king, your opponent is me. The dean of Xianxia College blocked the Yin-Yang demon king. His white beard danced in the wind, and the wind from his palm was swift and fierce. He completely blocked the Yin-Yang demon king. Get out of my way. The Yin-Yang demon king roared. He no longer hid his identity. His body became incomparably huge, like a huge skeleton. Boom, there was a loud bang between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the dean of Xianxia College wasn't someone to be trifled with. He took the blow head-on. Yin-Yang demon king, don't you want to resurrect him? I can help you. Ling Xiao sneered. His Tai Chi eye turned. Holy King, the special ability of soul adjudication, Holy King. Not only did it give the battle song a special incentive effect, it also had the same effect as the Yin-Yang wheel. At this moment, Ling Xiao was covered in white light. It was as if the Holy King had descended. White light shot out from his Tai Chi eye. The Si Kongzun came back to life. Although it was alive, the Si Kongzun had long lost the ability to resist. Ling Xiao slowly made a cut on its body. Didn't you want General Ji Ning to be dismembered? Today, I'll let you have a taste of that. Ling Zhao's face revealed a ferocious expression. Now, he was willing to turn into a malicious spirit and avenge the dead. He wasn't afraid of the Yin-Yang demon king. With the dean of Xianxia College's strength, he would have no problem blocking the Yin-Yang demon king. He wanted to teach those who had betrayed him, Ji Ning, and the others a lesson. An unforgettable memory. He wanted the Yin-Yang demon king to remember this pain forever and live in sorrow every day. This kind of sorrow couldn't be borne by Ji Ning and the Northern Desert Army alone. The Yin-Yang demon king, the mastermind behind this, had to bear the consequences. Otherwise, there would be no justice in this world. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? When you caused the deaths of tens of millions of people in the sacred city, did you ever think that you would end up like this? At that time, you were in control of everything. You thought that others were ants. Perhaps you thought that it was your masterpiece. You didn't feel any pain. You only felt endless pleasure. When you watched those tens of thousands of soldiers being killed, did you ever think that you would end up like this? At that time, all you thought about was your own achievements and your perfect plan. You treated those people's lives as child's play. You didn't care at all. You didn't even bat an eyelid. When you tortured Ji Ning, LV Changlong, and the others in prison, did you ever think that you would end up like this? At that time, you only laughed crazily and proudly. When you heard their miserable cries, you were even very excited. Back then, when you wanted all the people in the city to execute Jining and the others, did you ever think that one day, you would also be executed? At that time, all you thought about was using the most extreme methods to torture your enemies and make them die in incomparable pain. With every sentence Ling Xiao spoke, he cut off a piece of flesh from Si Kongzun's body. Or his ears. Or his nose. Or his eyes. Yes, he was cruel. But these were the methods that Si Kongzun used to deal with others. He was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Bastard! The Yin-Yang Demon King was so angry that his entire body trembled. Blood even seeped out of the corners of his mouth. It wasn't because he was beaten. He was so angry that he was like this. Ah! Ling Xiao, I'm going to bury you and everyone here with him. In his rage, the Yin-Yang Demon King actually took a hit from the dean of Qingshu College. Then, ignoring the pain, he pounced on Ling Xiao. Yin-Yang Demon King, do you know the helplessness you feel when you watch your brother die? I'll show you now. Seeing the Yin-Yang Demon King pounce over, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The golden crow sword in his hand trembled, turning into several rays of sword light that sliced Si Kongzun into pieces. Azun! The Yin-Yang Demon King's eyes were actually bleeding. Dark red blood flowed from his eyes. No one knew that he and Si Kongzun were actually blood-related brothers. Back then, the two of them had followed the true demon emperor into the mystic world and had grown up together. Their relationship was definitely not inferior to Ji Ning's and LV Changlong's. But today, Ling Xiao had killed Si Kongzun in front of the Yin-Yang Demon King. He didn't even leave the corpse intact. The scattered pieces of the body floated in the air and actually burned, finally turning into ashes. No. The Yin-Yang Demon King knelt there, as if everything was meaningless. So what if the true demon empire rose? His brother was dead, killed by an insignificant person. He hated it. Are you in pain? Are you angry? That's right. Now you should understand the pain General Ji Ning felt when LV Changlong was killed. Do you understand the pain we all felt? Ling Xiao had long since left the place where he killed Si Kongzun. His cold voice reverberated in the air. Ling Xiao, you evil creature! The Yin-Yang Demon King glared at Ling Xiao. You don't need to be so loud. I know you want to cut me into pieces and kill me in the cruelest way in the world. Because I understand this kind of hatred too well. Back in Northern Desert City, when I saw so many people killed by Si Kongzun, I felt the same way now. Ling Xiao looked at the Yin-Yang Demon King calmly and said, also, when I was in the Holy City, I looked at the scorched earth of the Holy City, looked at the corpses all over the ground, and looked at the babies you killed when they were still in their swaddling clothes. More than once, I wanted to tear you to pieces. Today, I killed Si Kongzun, and in the next moment it'll be you. You won't have that chance. I want you to die now. I want all of you to die. The Yin-Yang Demon King had completely lost his mind. There was a limit to a person's tolerance. The moment he saw his own brother being torn into pieces, he had already broken through his tolerance limit. He lost all reason. With hatred and anger, he rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to kill him on the spot. Unfortunately, the Moon Maiden made a move. The Yin-Yang Demon King's strength was impressive, but he was still slightly inferior to the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden coldly swung her palm, sending the furious Yin-Yang Demon King flying. We've lost. Si Kongzun is already dead. This battle is meaningless. Let's retreat. The Yin-Yang Demon King's king was Zun, then the demon great the Ocean's Fang's emperor Cry Si Si Feng S Yang's Cry the mysterious person who wanted to destroy the imperial city side. He retracted his energy and said, let's go, Yin-Yang Demon King. We've already missed our last chance. He shook his head and glanced at the Moon Maiden. Perhaps the Moon Maiden had something to do with the Moon Maiden. Despicable. Ling Xiao, just you wait. I won't let you off. I definitely won't. The Yin-Yang Demon King roared and soared into the sky. If he stayed here alone, he might even lose his life in the end. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. This dazzling new star was rapidly rising. Everyone felt fear and respect. Before this, everyone knew that he came from the Heavenly Dragon continent. He was the heavenly dragon continent's chosen one. But not many people took him seriously. But now, everyone knew, he was extremely intelligent. At the critical moment, he turned the situation around and destroyed 2 million soldiers of the Black Crow Empire. He chased the enemy for thousands of miles and captured the Black Crow Empire's little duke, Tomohiko Kuma. He killed the Black Crow Empire's Grand Preceptor, Timur Mutu. He led his troops to eliminate Jiaolin, Jiayun, and the Phoenix Cry army. He broke into the imperial city and saved the empire's meritorious officials. He was conferred the title of king and minister. He ruled the East County and became a duke. He personally tore the Lightning Demon King, Sikongzun, into pieces in front of the Yin Yang Demon King. His fame was intertwined with blood, slaughter, cruelty, loyalty, and many other emotions. It formed an unimaginable legend. From today onwards, if there was anyone in the Divine Phoenix Empire who did not know of Ling Xiao's fame, then he must be an ignorant person. Crown Prince Yinshan, can you allow me to send the great general off? It was definitely not a good idea for the Northern Desert Army to stay in the imperial city for a long time, so they had to leave. Of course. Feng Yinshan nodded. Ling Xiao's performance, as he expected, became more and more exciting and unstoppable. If this person did not die, then in the future, he would definitely become an unparalleled giant in the true sense. The Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen son was definitely not an empty title. It meant that the sacred dynasty had chosen him. It meant that the human king had chosen him. If he was an incompetent person, then it would be impossible. A path was opened, leading directly to the imperial city's gate. Ling Xiao and Jining rode side by side on demon wolves and left the imperial city. At this time, Jining's legs had already recovered. For experts of this realm, physical disabilities were not much of a problem. As long as their internal energy recovered, they could be healed. Ling Xiao, I have an idea. Jining suddenly said. Great General, please speak. Ling Xiao nodded. The northern desert city has been destroyed, and I have no interest in helping an unrighteous emperor guard the northern region. Take these people under me with you to the East County and create a world that belongs to you. Jining said with emotion, I only hope that you can let the hundreds of thousands of people join the East County and live there. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain has just appointed you as the king of the northern region. Will there be any problems if you leave your post without permission? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. The emperor can't wait for me to leave. You won't object to me going to the East County to be your butler, right? Jining suddenly laughed. Just as Jining said, in fact, after this matter, although Jining still had the title of king of the northern region, the defense of the northern region had been taken over by the crown prince of the Ice Phoenix clan, Fengming Qishan. He was also a fierce general on the battlefield, and he was very powerful. He had countless elite soldiers guarding the northern region. He was much stronger than trash like Jiaolin. After careful consideration, Ling Xiao finally agreed to Jining's request. Because he might not stay in the East County for a long time. If Jining was there, he would definitely be a very good helper. Ha ha ha, in that case, I'll send someone to send my resignation letter now. From now on, I'll be working under you. Jining looked at Sikongzun's tragic death and felt a little better. After all, he had avenged his good brother, LV Changlong. With the help of the great general, the East County will definitely develop quickly. Xiaoli, you should also go to the East County and settle down your scorpion men there. In my city, racial discrimination is not allowed. No matter if you are a scorpion man or a human, you must be treated equally. Ling Xiao had a great ambition, which was to recreate the sacred dynasty under the rule of the human king. At that time, the sacred dynasty would be the real sacred dynasty. All races would be harmonious and there would be no distinction between each other. It would not be like the current situation where they schemed against each other and despised each other. I understand. Xiaoli was the new Scorpion King. Of course, she also hoped that the Scorpion men could have a stable place to live. The East County was undoubtedly such a place. Fiery Phoenix Tribe's Crown Prince Palace. Today, the solemn hall was filled with warmth and friendliness. The three of them sat in the hall and chatted happily. One of them had a phoenix embroidered on his robe and looked noble. Only the descendants of the divine Phoenix Empire's royal family were qualified to wear this robe. He was naturally the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. Sitting on his left was an old man with a white beard. He had a sage-like demeanor and was the dean of Qingshu College, Zhou Yun. The one on his right was wearing a green robe. He was young, but his aura was not inferior to the other two. It was as if he had a domineering aura that controlled heaven and earth. No one dared to underestimate him. Of course, he was Ling Xiao. Before Ji Ning and the others went to the East County, they had to go to the northern desert to meet up with the soldiers and civilians in the desert. Only then could they go to the East County. For the safety of these people, Ling Xiao sent Xiali as well. With two Yin-Yang realm experts escorting them, it was unlikely that anything major would happen. After he returned to the city, he received an invitation from the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. He naturally had a good impression of Feng Yinshan, so he had to give him face. The northern region king gave up northern desert city and wanted to go to the East County with you. I shouldn't have stopped him, but this way, Phoenix cried Qishan can smoothly enter the northern desert. There's almost no place in the divine Phoenix Empire that he can't reach. Feng Yinshan was actually a little dissatisfied with Ji Ning's actions, but he couldn't scold him, so he could only vaguely express his worries. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'm afraid that the crown prince won't get a delicious cake, but a hot potato. Why? Feng Yinshan asked. Your Highness, don't forget that Northern Desert City is facing the powerful Black Crow Empire. Now that I've killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma, the Black Crow Empire won't sit idly by. Once they attack, Northern Desert City will bear the brunt. General Ji Ning's troops won't be able to stop them. Let the Crown Prince deal with this matter. Ling Xiao explained. Even though that's the case, Ling Xiao, you might not know this, but ever since Feng Ming led his troops in Qishan, he has never lost a battle. He is even more legendary than Ji Ning. If he can block the army of the Black Crow Empire, he will obtain even greater prestige and public opinion. Feng Yinshan was still a little worried. Ling Xiao said, then let me help your highness obtain an even greater merit. A greater contribution? Feng Yinshan was somewhat confused. For example, destroying the true Devil Empire. Ling Xiao said indifferently, the East County is harassed by the true Demon Empire's pirates all year round. We have a reason to send troops. Working with the Northern Han Army, it is not impossible to wipe out the true Demon Empire in one fell swoop. Don't forget that Si Kongzun is dead. The true Demon Empire only has one Yin-Yang Demon King, a Yin-Yang realm expert. That's right. This time, let's see who has contributed more. Feng Yinshan's eyes lit up, then this little king will have to trouble you. What's the point of begging? Isn't this the plan we came up with before? Besides, in order to protect the safety of the East County, I have to do this. There were some things that Ling Xiao would naturally not say, such as his plan to rebuild the sacred dynasty. Then when are you going to the East County? If you need anything, just tell me. This little king will think of a way for you. Feng Yinshan said. Of course it's weapons and armor, as well as medicinal herbs and provisions. With these, I have a way. As for the time after Great General Ji Ning arrives in the East County, we can start. As for the specific time, I will inform your highness when the time comes. Ling Xiao was not worried about the source of soldiers at all. One had to know that there were many people who escaped from the Heavenly Dragon continent to become pirates or were sold as slaves by the true Devil Empire. These were the sources of soldiers. Good. There should still be plenty of time, so there's no hurry. We must confirm that we have enough confidence before launching an attack. Otherwise, if we lose, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Feng Yinshan nodded. Of course. Before launching the general attack, I plan to return to the Heavenly Dragon continent. The true Devil Empire is going to hold a heroes' assembly for the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. I have to go and smash this place. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Hee, the true Devil Empire is really unlucky to have met you. Feng Yinshan could not help but smile bitterly. Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I came back in a hurry this time, and there are still many things that I haven't dealt with yet. Since they had finished talking about business, Ling Xiao knew that Zhou Yun and Feng Yinshan had other things to discuss, so he found an excuse to leave. No problem. If you have anything to do, hurry up and do it. If you have any difficulties, feel free to ask. Thank you. Feng Yinshan and Zhou Yun personally sent Ling Xiao out of the palace. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Feng Yinshan's gentle gaze became sharp. Master, what do you think? Of course, Zhou Yun knew what Feng Yinshan was asking. He stroked his white beard and said, "This Ling Xiao is very ambitious. In the future, he will most likely become a formidable opponent for your highness. But right now, he is a very good partner, and what he said just now is indeed very beneficial to your highness." I feel the same way. Feng Yinshan nodded and said, Ling Xiao relied on his extraordinary wisdom and courage to reverse the situation and destroy the 1.2 million troops of the Black Crow Empire. He also killed Timur Mutu and Feng Zhan, and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. Just this point alone is enough to surprise this king. What surprised this king the most was that he even killed Si Kongzun in the end. This can be considered as solving this king's urgent problem, but it also made this king even more shocked. I'm afraid that even the small divine phoenix continent and the heavenly dragon continent won't be able to stop this child. There is no conflict of interest between him and me. Has your highness never thought of unifying the profound world? Zhou Yun asked with a smile. I really haven't. Feng Yinshan shook his head and said, this king knows his own limits. Of the 13 continents in the profound world, our divine phoenix continent is the second weakest. With this bit of ability, wanting to unify the profound world is tantamount to a fool's dream. In fact, as long as we can surpass the 5 immortal islands and control the heavenly dragon, divine phoenix, and white tiger continents, it will be enough. Your ambition is actually not small. Zhou Yun said with a smile. However, Ling Zhao's ambition is probably much greater than mine. Feng Yinshan shook his head and said, this matter, let's take it one step at a time. He is now my right-hand man and must not be offended. If we are not careful, we may become enemies. Master, you have seen this person's way of doing things. He will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If anyone provokes him, he will definitely not swallow his anger. Although this king is not afraid of him now, once I provoke this person, it will not be good. Furthermore, in the competition for the position of emperor, this king is already at a disadvantage. It's good that your highness understands this point. Although Ling Xiao appears to be very cold at times, he is actually very simple. Whoever is good to him, he will be good to them. Whoever schemes against him, he will definitely return the favor tenfold, no, 100-fold. Zhou Yun was very gratified. Let's not talk about him. I asked Master to come today to discuss the prospects of the election. Feng Yinshan brought the topic to the key issue. The current situation is that your highness's reputation is like the sun in the sky. Relying on this matter, you have made a good move, but this is far from enough. Zhou Yun shook his head and said, you should know that the army the Righteous Alliance controls can forcefully change the candidate for the emperor. Are you talking about that mysterious Lingyue army? That's right. Back then, Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue created the Lingyue army to quell the war in the Divine Phoenix continent. At that time, the Lingyue army was extremely powerful. As long as they appeared, they were practically unstoppable. Zhou Yun nodded and said, later on, when the two of them left, the Lingyue army was handed over to the Righteous Alliance and was renamed the Divine Guards of Justice. As for the name, it is a bit tacky, but its purpose is even clearer. It is an army that exists to protect justice. There is a saying among the people that the Divine Guards of Justice rule the world. Many people do not know that this is not a general term, but simply refers to the Divine Guards of Justice. Feng Yinshan nodded and said, the reason why the Righteous Alliance's authority in the Divine Phoenix Empire is higher than the imperial power is because of the existence of the Divine Guards of Justice. After returning to Qingshu College, Ling Xiao took care of some personal matters and seized the time to consolidate his cultivation. It took him 3 days to stabilize his cultivation at the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer. He packed up a little and set off for the East County. This time, he only brought the Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, Hai Myung Ko, and the people from the Dark Thorn. The others, such as Lan Yuer and Dai Yuling, remained in the college to cultivate. The gap between them and Ling Xiao was getting bigger and bigger. They would not be able to help for the time being, so it was better to stay in the college to cultivate and absorb the gains from the battlefield. The time for this trip to the East County was not set. Of course, he would definitely return, but it was hard to say when. After all, Ling Xiao planned to wreak havoc in the eastern region of the world. At this time, Ling Xiao's deeds had already been spread to the East County by the wandering warriors. Everyone knew that their new city lord Tianlong King was a young hero. The 2 battle songs he composed had already been widely circulated. His deeds on the battlefield and in the imperial city were also sung by storytellers and martial artists everywhere. The legendary story of Ling Xiao could be heard in the taverns, tea houses, and even on the streets. He was an enigmatic figure. Some people were looking forward to it. Naturally, there were also people who were disgusted. Although the East County did not have a large population, because it was adjacent to the sea, pirates were rampant. Therefore, the people here were basically all warriors. However, their cultivation levels varied. Outside the East County city, there was a large river that led to the sea. A piece of land was naturally formed. This piece of land was called Turtle Island by the warriors of the East County. Turtle Island was not large, but what was interesting was that it was shaped like an enormous sea turtle. Most importantly, cultivating on Turtle Island was 4 to 5 times better than other places. Because of this place had almost become a place that martial artists would fight for. However, not everyone was qualified to go to such a good place. It was in the hands of the East County Marquis. This East County Marquis was not the master of the East County. He had only inherited his father's title. However, because of his large family and business, and because he was a relative of the imperial family, no one dared to not give him face in this land. The highest official in the East County was the governor. However, the successive governors either died for no reason or became the East County Marquis men. This made the East County Marquis power in the East County like the sun in the sky. He was almost a local tyrant. There were even rumors that the East County Marquis had said, "Eating, drinking, and playing in the East County, I won't do it even if you give me an imperial official." What was an imperial official? It was an official in the imperial city. This was better than the local officials, but he would not do it. He was not stupid. In the East County, he was the emperor. In the imperial city, someone like him was nothing. At this moment, at the entrance of Turtle Island, many warriors were waiting to go through the procedures to enter the island. If you wanted to enter Turtle Island, you either had the special waste token given by the East County Marquis or you had to pay a sufficient price. It could be spirit stones. It could be magic treasures. It could also be beauties or martial arts manuals. In short, whether something was valuable or not was not up to you, but the East County Marquis. Lin Qian, a warrior from the Heavenly Dragon continent. She was relatively lucky. She was not captured and became a slave. Instead, she stayed in the East County and became one of the many wandering warriors in the East County. What was a wandering warrior? It was those warriors who did not belong to a sect. Their martial arts were bought with money. Some of their cultivation experience was also spent to consult others or figure it out themselves. This kind of warrior had no ties and was relatively free. However, they lacked resources and did not have a sect to support them. It was actually very awkward. Lin Qian had just turned 16 this year, and her cultivation had already reached the one-line heaven realm. Not to mention wandering warriors, even among the martial artists of a sect, she was considered a genius. It was a pity that her cultivation had encountered a shackle. She had not felt any signs of a breakthrough for a long time, so she wanted to enter Turtle Island to try her luck. Today, she had finally gathered the spirit stones needed to enter Turtle Island, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was only the amount needed to enter. After that, she would need to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones every day. She calculated that she should be able to cultivate for about 10 days. This was what she earned by risking her life to kill pirates. It was not easy to come by. "Human? Have you been cooped up in your home all this time?" Lin Qian was stopped by the guards at the checkpoint. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. that's for our Divine Phoenix Empire's practitioners. As for you humans, you have to pay at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones to enter. You are robbing in broad daylight. Lin Qian was a little angry. So what if we are robbing in broad daylight? A mere human wants to enter Turtle Island to cultivate. Do you really think you are something? The guard glanced at Lin Qian, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, however, you look good. Our East County Marquis likes beautiful women the most. If you are willing, you can try your luck. If you serve the East County Marquis well, it will naturally not be a problem to enter Turtle Island. That's right. You are so beautiful. Isn't it a pity if you don't use your beauty? A female warrior next to her said with a smile, you little vixens, don't you like to seduce the East County Marquis? There was a hint of jealousy in the female warrior's voice. It was probably because she was old and weak. She was already in her 40s, so the East County Marquis would not take a fancy to her. Lin Qian's expression was a little ugly, and said, you are really going too far. Just wait, City Lord Ling Xiao will soon arrive at the East County. At that time, not only you, but the East County Marquis will also be finished. When City Lord Ling Xiao comes, he will definitely not let you guys mess around like this. While speaking, Lin Qian's eyes became dazzling, and a domineering figure appeared in her mind. Her mood was actually much better. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, little girl, did you take a fancy to that young hero? But I heard that although this person is really powerful, being able to repel more than 1 million troops of the Black Crow Empire at such a young age, he is very cruel and ruthless. However, this person is extremely cruel and cold. If he comes, he might not even be as good as the East County Marquis. Stop dreaming. It can't be. I've heard many people say that Ling Xiao is the Dragon King of the Heavens, and he's a human. He even saved many people who were enslaved in the Imperial City. He must be a good person, and a strong one at that. Lin Qian shook her head. Even though she had never seen Ling Xiao before, for a human to be able to be conferred the title of King and Minister of Divine Phoenix Empire, and to not forget about those of his kind who had fallen on hard times, just these 2 points alone were enough to make him an idol in her heart. She didn't like the young hero who she had only seen a few portraits of. To be more precise, it should be admiration, and yearning. Only when such a person came to the East County could he change the current chaotic situation of the East County and let all the suffering humans regain their freedom. Ha ha ha. The guard suddenly laughed disdainfully and said, idiot. Idiot. So what if Ling Xiao is the Dragon King of the Heavens? Didn't the governor of the East County come in the past? There was a very tough guy, but the next day, he was found to have fallen into the river to feed the fish. I have also heard of that Ling Xiao. At such a young age, his cultivation has reached the early stage of the 6 arts, but compared to our East County Marquis, he is far inferior. Our East County Marquis has the cultivation of the first Grotto Heaven realm. Besides, our East County Marquis is a real relative of the royal family. If it wasn't for the Dark Phoenix clan's patriarch making a mistake, our East County Marquis wouldn't have been sent to this broken place. He might even have become the crown prince. And even if the Dark Phoenix clan was deprived of the opportunity to run for emperor, they were still the royal family. He was just a small prince with a different surname, so what? Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I say, little girl, if you can be the woman of the East Commandery Marquis, even if you are just a plaything in bed, you will have a chance to enter Turtle Island. You will also have endless cultivation resources in the future. Lin Qian's brow creased as she said, I want to go to Turtle Island, but I definitely won't do that kind of thing. If you like it, you can go. Nonsense. If I were a woman, I would definitely be the first to throw myself into the arms of the East County Marquis. How could a little girl like you have a chance? The guard flew into a rage out of shame. What are you talking about? You can't be so rude to a beauty. You have to know how to cherish her. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a smile that was not a smile sounded. A youth flew down from Turtle Island. This person was about 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in colorful clothes and had a big red flower on his head. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was a prodigal son. Young Duke. The guard hurriedly turned around and cupped his hands. Pa, The young marquis gave the guard a slap and said, "How many times have I told you that you should treat beautiful women like beautiful porcelain? You should treat them gently. How can you be so rude?" This young duke was the only son of the East County Marquis, Ming Lu. Ever since the Dark Phoenix clan committed a crime, many people had changed their surnames. Some had the surname Ming, some had the surname Huang, and some had other surnames. The East County Marquis family had changed their surname to Ming. This was the most popular surname in the Dark Phoenix clan. Ming Lu was the absolute favorite son of the East County Marquis. Although this kid was a playboy and lazy, because he grew up soaking in various medicinal herbs, his cultivation was not weak. At the age of 24, he was at the early stage of the 8 Desolate Heaven realm. Although he was not as good as many geniuses, it was not bad. After all, many cultivators might not be able to break through to the transcendent realm in their lifetime, let alone the celestial realm. After slapping his subordinate, Ming Lu looked at Lin Qian and said with a smile, "Beauty, my subordinate doesn't know how to speak, but he is right about one thing. Ling Xiao is nothing. At most, he is a pawn of others. He really thinks he is something. How can such a lowly human be compared to my father? He can't even be compared to this young master. Otherwise, Beauty, if you submit to this young master today, I guarantee that you can cultivate on Turtle Island for free in the future." Ming Lu's eyes were full of greed and lust at this time. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all, let alone Li Qingyan. The reason why he said this was just his usual attitude. He liked to pretend, he would only use force when he couldn't. Lin Qian looked at Ming Lu and felt a little nauseous. A feeling of disgust kept surging from her heart. The son of the East County Marquis, Ming Lu. The dignified young duke. Although he did not lose to others in terms of martial arts or literary talent. However, his character was a complete mess. Some noble young masters had to pretend to be a gentleman on the surface, but they were thieves and prostitutes inside. But this young master Ming Lu did not do that at all. His father was the king here. Other than his father, he was the most powerful here. Ming Lu had known that Ling Xiao was coming because someone in the imperial city had already informed the East Commandery Marquis of this matter. Naturally, he also knew. The person who sent the letter warned them not to fight head-on with Ling Xiao because this young man was not easy to deal with. He also reminded them several times to keep a low profile and give face to the new city lord. But the East Commandery Marquis and his son, who were used to being local tyrants, not only did they not care about these warnings and reminders, they took it as a kind of insult. What a joke. The East Commandery was not big, but it was their home. What did a lowly human brat want to do? How could they not teach him a lesson? When he heard Lin Qian mention Ling Xiao and praise Ling Xiao, he was already angry, but this guy wanted to use his power and influence to make Lin Qian change her words. "I'm sorry, young duke. I'll go back and gather more spirit stones." Lin Qian did not want to provoke this young duke, Ming Lu. She knew that she could not afford to offend him, so she chose to retreat. "You can leave, but you have to answer a question first," Ming Lu said with a smile. Although he was smiling, there was a knife hidden in his smile. It seemed that as long as Lin Qian's answer did not satisfy him, he would destroy this woman in front of him. "Please speak, young duke." Lin Qian nodded. "Tell me in front of so many people. Is I better, or is that lowly human Ling Xiao better?" Ming Lu asked. This was a question, but everyone knew that this young duke had already predetermined the answer. Of course, Lin Qian also knew. But she really could not go against her conscience and tell a lie that even she felt disgusted when she heard it. Reporting to the young marquis, Ling Xiao was conferred the title of Heavenly Dragon King by the imperial court. His rank is higher than that of the East County Marquis, and he is only 16 years old. Lin Qian did not say it explicitly, but her words had already expressed her attitude. Slap. A loud slap sounded at the entrance of Turtle Island, attracting the attention of many people. However, after seeing Ming Lu, these people lowered their heads. They hated themselves for not having the ability to interfere in such an unfair matter. They hated themselves for not being willing to see a good girl being bullied by this bastard, but they did not dare to interfere. *TCH, don't you want face? It's your fortune that our young marquis likes you. Do you really think that you are in high demand? The one who hit her was not Ming Lu, but the guard. The guard was slapped by Ming Lu and felt uncomfortable, but he did not dare to vent his anger on Ming Lu. At this moment, he found a vent, and it was Lin Qian. Of course, he dared to hit Lin Qian because he knew that Lin Qian's answer had angered Ming Lu. As a dog, he naturally had to act on behalf of his master. Lin Qian covered her face and looked coldly at the guard. In terms of strength, she was stronger than the guard. The reason why the guard dared to hit her was naturally because he was relying on the power of the East County Marquis. What's that look in your eyes? You still dare to glare at me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Your idol, Ling Xiao, definitely won't even dare to fart. The guard pointed at Lin Qian and scolded, you still dare to compare such a lowly commoner with our young marquis. I think you are really tired of living. Ming Lu stood there proudly and smiled. It felt good to have a lackey to help him vent his anger. It also saved him from wasting his energy. Did you hear that? Even my subordinate knows that Ling Xiao is just a lowly commoner. What bullshit king with a different surname? It's just a word from our imperial family. If you say he is, then he is. If you say he isn't, then he really isn't even a fart. Ming Lu said with a smile. He was like a winner flaunting his might. Not far from the entrance, there were 3 people. Ling Xiao, Moon Lady, and Cold Plum. They had just arrived at the East County. After reading the information of the East County, Ling Xiao knew that Turtle Island was a place that had to be fought for. When he came to the East Commandery, he had to control Turtle Island, even if he had to offend the East Commandery Marquis. The East County originally belonged to the Imperial Court and the East County official. It was occupied by the East County Marquis and became a place for private wealth and cultivation. He just wanted it back. Haim Myung-ko led the Dark Assassins into the city to investigate the situation. He and Moon Maiden Cold Plum came to Turtle Island to observe. If he wanted to take back Turtle Island, he needed an entry point. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived. Master, that is the only son of the East County Marquis, Ming Lu. This kind of thing is only a small matter. What this guy is really bold is that he actually colluded with the pirates of the True Demon Empire and kept harming the people along the coast. Cold Plum pointed at Ming Lu and said, when I came to the Divine Phoenix continent, I stayed here for a period of time, so I am very clear about this matter. When the pirates rob the people, the East County Marquis will not send troops or delay sending troops. When the pirates rob the things, they will share the spoils with the pirates. It is extremely dirty. Ling Xiao looked at Ming Lu and then at the girl. Although they were just strangers, he was now the Dragon King of the East County, the lord of a city. Lin Qian was also considered his citizen. He would not be happy that his citizens were bullied by bullies. Moreover, Ming Lu kept calling him a lowly citizen. He did not put him, the lord of the city, in his eyes at all. If he did not teach him a lesson, how could he convince the people in the future? Young master, there's no need to be polite with this kind of bitch. I'll immediately get someone to tie her up and send her to your residence. After playing with her, you can reward me and let me enjoy her. The guard chuckled. Ha 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 ha, you are still smart. In the East County, people who refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit should end up like this. Alright, tie this bitch up and send her to this young master's room. When this young master has played enough, I will definitely let you have a taste. At this time, Ming Lu no longer pretended. Instead, he revealed his ugliest side and planned to force himself on her. In his opinion, it was this woman's fortune that he thought highly of her. He did not expect that not only did this woman not give him face, she actually said that he was not as good as that lowly citizen Ling Xiao. Since that was the case, this woman could forget about cultivating on Turtle Island for the rest of her life. When he was tired of playing with her, he would send her to the brothel. Let's see if she still dared to act so shamelessly. Shameless! Lin Qian was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Although she had heard that the East County Marquis and his son were not good people, because she had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, she did not know the extent of their shamelessness. At this moment, when she heard Ming Lu's words, she really wanted to kill this guy regardless of the consequences. Shameless? Haha, this young master will show you how shameless I am today. What a joke. No matter who it is in the East County, this young master can play with anyone he wants. You actually dare to refuse? You really have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Ming revealed a shameless evil smile. What are you waiting for? Do it. Let this human woman enjoy herself. The guard also had an evil smile on his face. He called a few people and pounced on Lin Qian. Even if I die today, I won't fulfill your wish. City Lord Ling Xiao will definitely avenge me. Lin Qian drew her sword and fought. This girl was indeed quite powerful. With just one sword strike, she actually managed to stab a guard until he was severely injured. After all, her cultivation was not low. Those guards were only transcendent realm cultivators. How could they be her opponent? Young Marquis, why don't I do it for you? I only ask that after this matter is done, young Marquis can give me a few days to cultivate on Turtle Island. The middle-aged woman who had been standing next to her spoke again. She was a heaven realm cultivator with 2 forms heaven cultivation. She was stronger than Lin Qian. You? Of course, that's not a problem. As long as you can capture her alive, not only will this young master give you 3 days to cultivate, I can also introduce you to my father. My father really likes women like you who are middle-aged but are still charming. If you serve him well, there will be plenty of benefits in the future. Ming Lu glanced at the middle-aged woman and smiled. Thank you, young Marquis, for your help. The middle-aged woman obviously regarded this as a benefit. Unlike Lin Qian's strong resistance, she was more than happy to do so. Lin Qian, listen to my advice. Apologize to the young Marquis and serve him well. He is a magnanimous person. Maybe he will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. What is Ling Xiao? To put it bluntly, he is just a lowly commoner. Why can't you understand? The middle-aged woman turned her head and looked at Lin Qian. She said with a smile. It was as if she was going to hit the jackpot today. I would rather die. Lin Qian shook her head. Everyone had their own ambitions. She would never do such a dirty thing. You have backbone, but there is no need to keep talking about death. Today, with me here, I want to see who can kill you. A dignified voice sounded from the crowd and then a figure slowly walked to Lin Qian's side. The youth was full of heroic spirit but also had steadiness and maturity. He also had an unfathomable presence that caused people to not dare to underestimate him. The middle-aged woman looked at the youth and did not recognize that this was Ling Xiao. The person in the portrait was too different from the real person. Little child, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you meddle in other people's business here, you will lose your life. The middle-aged woman looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. Even though Ling Xiao's presence was not bad, he was just a youth that looked to be 16 or 17 years old. She naturally would not be afraid. Meddle in other people's business? Today, I will definitely meddle in other people's business. You're already so old, aren't you despicable? Just to go to Turtle Island to cultivate, you don't care about your own family's children and husband and want to throw yourself into the arms of that East Commandery Marquis. You say you are cheap, it's one thing to make your husband wear a green hat, but you also want a good girl to be humiliated by that little Marquis. You aren't just cheap to the bone, you are also bad to the bone. It would be more suitable for you to be a brothel procuress. Ling Xiao's words were not pleasant to hear. When speaking to this kind of woman, was there any need for pleasantries? The middle-aged woman's expression was dark and uncertain. Looking at Ling Xiao, she did not know how to deal with him. A young person that dared to speak to her like this, he definitely had a background. Lin Qian looked at the tall figure beside her and her heart was filled with warmth and a sense of security. She did not know who this person was. But in this vast divine phoenix continent, it was really too rare to encounter a man that dared to stand up for her. In her mind, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly overlapped with this tall figure. Was it really him? Lin Qian's face was slightly red and she couldn't help but feel excited. She had not misjudged him. The Ling Xiao that she worshipped, the young hero that she worshipped, would never watch someone like her being bullied. For a moment, Ling Xiao, who was originally full of heroic spirit, became even more handsome in her heart. Brat, where did this rat crawl out from? Why don't you open your eyes and see who this young master is? Is this something you can meddle in? Hurry up and scram, otherwise, this young master will kill you too. Ming Lu didn't recognize Ling Xiao either. However, even if he did recognize him, he would probably have the same attitude. Towards Ling Xiao, he really did not care about him and was not faking it. After all, he had never seen any of the heroic deeds that Ling Xiao had mentioned. They were all hearsay. How much real information could a storyteller have in his mouth? Why would he care? Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear Ming Lu's words. He still stared at the middle-aged woman and said indifferently, "Scram, I don't want to see you again. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. After this time, don't blame me for being impolite." Although he was displeased and disgusted by this kind of trash, it wasn't to the point where he had to kill her. This middle-aged woman was a typical villain. In order to achieve her goal, she could do anything and sacrifice everyone else. Moreover, Lin Qian was just a stranger. "You're not allowed to leave. If you dare to leave, this young master will kill you." An angry voice rang out. "Brat, this young master is talking to you, and you dare to ignore me? I think you're really tired of living." It didn't feel good to be looked down upon. Especially for someone like Ming Lu. In the past, when he was in the East County, no one dared to not respond to his words. Even a chaste woman like Lin Qian had to respond. As for whether or not she would agree to some rude requests, that was another matter. However, this brat in front of him was not even willing to respond to his words. What did he take him for? Did he take him for air? "Young master, it's too easy to kill this brat. Doesn't the brothel have prostitution services recently? I think this brat is quite good looking. Why don't we sell him there and exchange him for some spiritual stones to spend?" The one who spoke was the guard who had insulted Lin Qian many times before. This guy really played the role of a dog who relied on its master's power to the extreme. However, this time, he had really hit the nail on the head. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but Cold Plum couldn't bear it any longer. In Cold Plum's eyes, there was no good or evil. There was only Ling Xiao. Those who dared to insult Ling Xiao had to die. Especially when it was an insult of this level. Cold Plum made a move. With a light flick of her finger, a plum blossom flew through the air and instantly pierced through the guard's head. Ah! The guard's corpse flew out, scaring many people nearby into screaming. Warriors were braver than ordinary people, but in the face of such an expert who killed without leaving a trace, they were still afraid. "Bastard, who dares to kill my people?" Ming Lu's voice was filled with anger and some fear. "Commander Zhang, hurry up and come over. This young master is being bullied." The Commander Zhang he spoke of was a 10 Directions Heaven Realm warrior. He was much stronger than this foppish young master. When Commander Zhang led more than 100 guards over and protected him, his proud and complacent expression blossomed once again. "I killed him," Ling Xiao said faintly. "He wants to sell me to a brothel as a prostitute. Then I can only let him go to hell to be a little ghost." "Who are you? Do you know who this young master is? How dare you kill this young master's subordinate in front of everyone?" Ming Lu asked coldly. "Young master, he definitely doesn't know you. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would be scared out of his wits. How would he dare to offend you like this?" Commander Zhang said with a smile. "Haha, that's right, that's right. In the East County, who doesn't know who this young master is not polite to this young master? Even the officials from the Imperial City don't dare to neglect this young master." Ming Lu enjoyed this flattery very much. His bootlicking skills are not bad. Your level of narcissism is not bad. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Even if I didn't know who you were before, they kept calling you young Marquis. As long as I'm not deaf, I naturally know your identity. The only son of the East County Marquis, young Marquis Ming Lu. The most shameless and despicable person in the entire East County." Maybe not. Your father, the East County Marquis, might be even more shameless and despicable than you. You. How dare you slander this young master and my father? Who gave you such courage?" Ming Lu was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his 7 orifices. In his entire life, he had never seen such a reckless person before. He almost gritted his teeth and threatened, "Seeing that you're a stranger, I'll give you a way out. In front of everyone here, kneel down and lick my shoes clean." Naturally, he would not give Ling Xiao a way out. However, if he let Ling Xiao die directly, it would be too easy for Ling Xiao. Therefore, he wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao before making a move. "Boy, did you hear what our young marquis said? Hurry up and do as he says." Commander Zhang suddenly burst out with a fierce murderous aura and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The people around could not help but shiver. Whether it was the middle-aged woman or Lin Qian, their faces were a little pale. Ming Lu smiled. He smiled very proudly. He believed in Commander Zhang's strength. Commander Zhang was an expert second only to his father, the East Marquis. To deal with this boy in front of him, he only needed to release his murderous aura to make this boy kneel and beg for mercy. However, his smile soon came to an abrupt end. Because in the face of Commander Zhang's terrifying murderous aura, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he showed a mocking smile. It was as if he was mocking an ant for stretching out his leg in front of an elephant. "You want me to kneel down and lick your shoes clean?" The mocking smile on Ling Xiao's face became more and more exaggerated. He had met many arrogant people in front of him, but this was the first time he had met someone who made such a strange request. "Do you know my name? Do you know what I do? How dare you release your murderous aura in front of a prince? Your Commander Zhang is really courting death." "Prince?" Ming Lu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he understood something and exclaimed, "Are you that Dragon King Ling Xiao? You've finally guessed it. You're smart." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. "Humph, if you're Ling Xiao, that's even better. Commander Zhang, someone is behaving atrociously in our territory. What do you think we should do?" After knowing Ling Xiao's identity, Ming Lu was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed an even more ferocious expression. He was worried that Ling Xiao was a member of a big pirate nearby, so he did not dare to attack directly. After all, the reason why his family could become the overlord of the East County was because of these pirates. Without these pirates, they would lose a lot of gray income. Now that he could confirm Ling Xiao's identity, what was he afraid of? "Understood, young Marquis." Commander Zhang stood in front of Ming Lu and released an even stronger murderous aura. The murderous aura had faintly condensed into a long saber. To be able to reach this level, that was truly considered relatively strong. Worthy of being a martial artist with 10 directions heaven cultivation. You dare to make a move against a grand prince with just this bit of strength? You're not afraid of death, but this killing intent is simply too disgraceful. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. Tie up your family's young marquis." As expected of a young hero. It's rumored that he's extremely arrogant and overbearing, capable and decisive when doing things. He's never been sloppy. He actually dared to kidnap the young marquis. Awesome. I'm just afraid that when a tiger leaves the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. Don't forget that there was a governor who was very unyielding when he came here in the past. However, after seeing how powerful Commander Zhang is, he obediently bowed his head. Ling Xiao is definitely different. I heard that he even dared to kill someone from the royal family. The martial artists of the East County were discussing animatedly. They really did not expect that the new city lord would do such a thing as soon as he arrived in the East County. Was he trying to show off his power to the East County Marquis? How dare you? How could Commander Zhang listen to Ling Xiao's words? Seeing that his murderous aura could not deter Ling Xiao at all, he simply made a move. A short saber appeared in his hand, and his body suddenly moved forward. The saber flashed and slashed toward Ling Xiao's head. This person was indeed bold. He actually dared to kill the city lord of the East County sent by the imperial court, who was conferred the title of Prince Tianlong. It seemed that the East County Marquis family was really the local tyrant in the East County. They were used to being arrogant. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, attempting to murder a prince of the imperial court is a capital offense. As his laughter fell, the sword in his hand had already pierced through Commander Zhang's body. At that moment, Feng Hua was too fast. It was too shocking. Ming Lu and Commander Zhang did not see clearly how Ling Xiao attacked. There was no sword in his hand a moment ago, but in the next moment, Commander Zhang was stabbed. How fast was that? After killing Commander Zhang, Ling Xiao did not even blink. He casually threw the corpse away and then looked at Ming Lu. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted, piercing through the sky and piercing through Ming Lu's courage. Everyone shuddered in fear. Ming Lu directly knelt on the ground. It was not that he wanted to kneel, but that terrifying killing intent forced him to kneel. He wanted to stand up, but his legs were weak and he could not move at all. What terrifying strength! Is this really the 16-year-old Ling Xiao? It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. If Ling Xiao didn't have such strength, how could he capture Tomohiko Kuma alive? How could he kill Timur Mutu? He's too strong. This aura is probably stronger than the East County Marquis. In the crowd, everyone's heart started to beat faster. Impossible. Aren't you at the early stage of the 6 arts heaven? How can you be so strong? Ming Lu knelt on the ground and shouted in fear. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Ming Lu. He was really slow, even slower than an ordinary person's walk. However, with every step he took, it was as if he was stepping on Ming Lu's heart. Ming Lu was so scared that his face turned pale. Clap clap clap. Ling Xiao squatted on the ground and gently patted Ming Lu's face 3 times. He said with a smile, "How can a young marquis kneel on the ground? Weren't you very impressive and arrogant just now? Didn't you want me to kneel down and lick your shoes clean? Why are you kneeling down to me now?" Humiliation, absolute humiliation. Ming Lu, who was at the 8 desolate heaven realm, did not even have the chance to make a move in front of Ling Xiao. He was so scared by his aura that his legs went soft and he could not move. This was such a shameful thing. When the middle-aged woman saw this situation, she hurriedly sneaked into the crowd and tried to escape. However, she was stopped by the indignant crowd. It was understandable that the crowd did not dare to stand up just now. After all, if they stood up, they would only die and would not be able to save Lin Qian. Now that they had Ling Zhao's support, they naturally did not have to be afraid of the East County Marquis, let alone the young Marquis. Lin Qian was already dazzled by him. He was such a powerful and mighty man. He was such an infatuating man. He was such a man who was not afraid of power and dared to do anything. Why didn't she meet him earlier? City Lord, you have to uphold justice for us. The East County Marquis and his son have done all kinds of evil in the East County for many years. They have killed several governors in the past, and those who didn't die have become their lackeys. Someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, punish the East County Marquis and his son severely. Shut up. Ling Xiao said coldly, since you know that the East County Marquis and his son have done all kinds of evil, but no one dares to stand up and resist, you deserve what you have encountered. I will definitely deal with the East County Marquis and his son, but not for you, but for those who dare to resist. He said these words to pave the way for the future. Whoever wanted to live in the East County had to bear the responsibility of guarding the land and protecting their home. Otherwise, they would have to get lost. The crowd fell silent. Although Ling Zhao's words were unpleasant, they were not unreasonable. They were not willing to stand up for themselves and only wanted others to stand up for them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Ling Xiao, you'd better not go too far. That's right, I'm not your match, but my father is much stronger than you. If you know what's good for you, just treat today's matter as a misunderstanding. In the future, we'll mind our own business. You can enter and exit Turtle Island freely. How about it? Ming Lu gradually recovered from his panic. He was not stupid. He knew that he was not Ling Zhao's match, and the other party was the city lord of the East County personally sent by the imperial court. If he wanted to kill him, there would be no problem at all. Therefore, instead of forcefully resisting, it was better to take a step back. He believed that his concession could make Ling Xiao give up on humiliating him. After all, he felt that Ling Xiao would not insist on going against his father. When he returned, he would complain about this brat and secretly kill him. In the future, who would dare to come to the East County to go against them? Slap. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but he gave Ming Lu a resounding slap. Young Marquis, do you know who you are talking to? I, Ling Xiao, the Lord of the East County, Dragon King Tian. Not to mention Turtle Island, even your home is in my territory. You want me to enter and leave Turtle Island freely? Do I need your permission for my own things? Ling Xiao, don't go too far. Ming Lu was too shocked. This boy in front of him was extremely daring. Was he using a chicken feather as a token of authority? He really wanted to take Turtle Island from their hands? Too far? You haven't seen what's even worse. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "This king seems to remember that you just asked me to kneel down and lick your shoes clean. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you kneel down and lick my shoes clean, I won't kill you and let you get lost. How about that?" Although Ling Xiao said this with a smile on his face, in Ming Lu's ears, it was eerie and terrifying. Should he do it or not? I don't believe you dare to kill me, Ming Lu said through gritted teeth. But just as he finished speaking, one of his arms was already gone. I don't know how many innocent girls you've harmed with this arm of yours. I believe no one will object if you chop it off. So, are you going to do it or not? Ling Xiao's face turned gloomy, and his voice was as cold as a sharp blade. No one dared to breathe loudly. He had long heard of this young hero's decisiveness and experience. Moreover, he was never sloppy. No matter who the other party was, he dared to be ruthless. Looking at it today, it was indeed so. I'll do it. Ming Lu looked at his arm in horror. Waves of pain came from his arm, and he could hear himself squealing like a pig being slaughtered. Reason told him that the person in front of him was simply a lunatic. If he didn't do as he was told, he would really be killed. Very well, let's begin, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ming Lu endured the humiliation and lay on the ground, licking Ling Xiao's shoes clean. During this process, many of the surrounding martial artists cheered out loud. After all, the things that Ming Lu had done in the past couldn't be considered excessive even if he was cut into 1,000 pieces. Just helping the new city lord clean his shoes was already far too easy. However, they were also a little worried at the same time. If Ling Xiao and the East County Marquis had a head-on conflict, would the East County start a war? At that time, would they not even be able to be servants? Your dignity? Where's your pride? I'm just a lowly person, and you're kneeling in front of a lowly person and doing such a disgraceful thing. Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ming Lu, who was kneeling there, and his cold voice was filled with sarcasm. Everyone sighed in their hearts. That's right. Ming Lu was so arrogant and proud before. He said that Ling Xiao was useless and even tried to compare himself with Ling Xiao. In the end, such a self-righteous person had now abandoned all his self-esteem and knelt in front of Ling Xiao like a servant. This was a warrior with the cultivation of the 8 desolate heaven. In front of Ling Xiao, he was like a grandson. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant and strong enough. Ming Lu had been telling himself in his heart that after this matter was over, he would definitely make Ling Xiao pay back 100 or 1,000 times. He wanted Ling Xiao to kneel in front of him like a dog, just like he was today. No, it was even worse than this. I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking of taking revenge on me when you go back? Okay, it doesn't matter. You can get lost now. When you go back, tell your father that if you behave yourself in the future, we can stay out of each other's business. If he really wants to make trouble for me, then just come. I'll wait for him. Ling Xiao stepped on Ming Lu's head and said coldly, I heard that you have a few sworn brothers who are pirates nearby. By the way, tell them to wash their necks and wait. With me, Ling Xiao, in the East County, they won't have a good life. Get lost. At the same time, Ming Lu was kicked away. Immediately, a few people hurriedly came forward and carried him away. Naturally, he let Ming Lu go on purpose. Ming Lu alone was not a threat to him at all. Since he came to the East County, he had to use a strong drug. The East County Marquis and those pirates had to be eliminated. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to be spied on by poisonous snakes when he was lying down. Turning around, Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged woman. At this time, the middle-aged woman had been grabbed by the onlookers. Her body was trembling like a sieve. You don't have to be so afraid. I'm really not interested in dealing with you. I just want to give you a piece of advice. As a martial artist, you have to know how to love yourself. What's more, you have a man and a child. After saying this coldly, Ling Xiao no longer paid any attention to this person. At this time, Meng Tong led a group of people to Turtle Island. Meng Tong, replace the people from the East County Marquis Mansion who were originally guarding Turtle Island. Remember, if they want to get lost, you don't have to do anything. If anyone dares to resist, kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Tong and ordered. Yes, sir. Meng Tong received the order and led hundreds of Northern Desert soldiers to replace the people from the East County Marquis Mansion. Those people were also intimidated by Ling Xiao's domineering aura. No one dared to resist. And got lost obediently. Everyone, listen up. From today onwards, the cost of entering Turtle Island and cultivating on Turtle Island will be reduced by half. Everyone must be treated equally. It doesn't matter if you are a human, the Divine Phoenix clan, or the Sea clan. Those who are already cultivating on the island will not be counted. After all, the cost will not be collected by us. He did not intend to make it free. After all, Turtle Island was only so big. If it was free, it might cause the primordial energy of the universe on Turtle Island to quickly dissipate. The gains would not make up for the losses. What's more, there was no problem with Turtle Island charging fees. It was just that the East County Marquis was using public resources for private purposes and charged too much. Ling Xiao reducing the cost of entering Turtle Island by half was already very generous. Hearing his words, all the martial artists present cheered and jumped for joy. They had never thought that they could enter Turtle Island to cultivate for free. It was already very good to pay half of the cost. If that's the case, then do it according to the rules. There's no need to crowd here. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Thank you, Dragon King Tian. The group of warriors began to line up again. Lin Qian walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed solemnly. City Lord, thank you so much for today's matter. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my life. It's what I should do. I admire a warrior like you who dares to resist. How about this, you don't have to pay the cost of entering Turtle Island this time. In addition, you can have 1 month of free cultivation time. I can see that you are a talent. You have to work hard. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Hearing this, Lin Qian was stunned. She had only done what she thought was right. She did not expect to receive such a reward. She was really grateful, excited, and a little flustered. All right, go and cultivate. I just came to the East County and there are still many things I don't know. I have to go to other places to take a look. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Yes. Lin Qian was extremely excited but also a little disappointed because she also saw the 2 women who came with Ling Xiao. No matter which one it was, they were all much more beautiful than her. At best, she could only be considered as one of the lucky ones among the countless people that this young hero had helped. However, she was only a little disappointed. Even so, she was lucky enough. Looking at the envious gazes of the people around her, she felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. Even if she could not become his woman, there was nothing bad about being able to share some of his burden. The middle-aged woman looked at this scene and felt ashamed and regretful. She really did not expect that Ling Xiao was even stronger than the rumors said. The only son of the East County Marquis, he actually chopped off his arm without batting an eyelid. The surrounding martial artists also had their own thoughts. In comparison, although Ling Xiao was younger than the governors who had come to the East County in the past, this young man's actions were the most radical and daring. The East Commandery Marquis had probably encountered a tough opponent this time. City Lord, the East County Marquis is not at home. According to our investigation, he should have gone to the Heavenly Dragon continent. When Ling Xiao left Turtle Island and returned to East County City, Jining had already completely controlled the city. Hai Myung-ko was the one who reported to him. The people of the East County Marquis who resisted were all killed. As for the rest who were willing to stay, they were directly taken in and modified by Qinhua. After all, these people were originally the lackeys of the East County Marquis. Who knew if they really wanted to join him? He had to teach them well. As for Qinhua, he was an expert here. In addition, Zhuge Ming was tasked with rebuilding the East County City. The current East County City's defense was too weak. Once it was attacked by pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable. A large number of formations had to be set up, as well as mechanical weapons. Otherwise, it would definitely not work. Of course, Ling Xiao also contributed some relatively new formations and mechanism diagrams. As for the three generals, Shua Xian, Zhang Yufei, and Li Ruguang, they were in charge of eliminating the nearby pirates. Ling Xiao was about to return to the Heavenly Dragon continent. Before he left, he had to see a peaceful and well-defended East County city. The East County Marquis's departure gave him plenty of time. He guessed that the East County Marquis might have gone to participate in the Heavenly Dragon Continent's meeting of heroes held by the True Demon Empire. Perhaps he would be able to meet him at that time. After settling everything, Ling Xiao handed over the affairs of the East County to Jining while he went to Turtle Island to cultivate. Previously, when he was in the Scorpion Men tribe, he had obtained the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll, but he had not had the time to cultivate it. He could take advantage of this time to cultivate. Perhaps he would gain something new. Moreover, the improvement of his cultivation could not be stopped at any time. Practicing martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not advance, he would fall behind. Moreover, his cultivation was still too far away. He had to hurry up and cultivate. The Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll was completely different from the martial arts that Ling Xiao had cultivated in the past. It was as if he had entered another cultivation world. In the past, the ultimate goal of cultivation was still the body. Even the soul martial arts were the same. The ultimate goal was to strengthen the body through the soul. However, this Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll was different. Its ultimate goal seemed to be to condense the soul into an existence that could stand side by side with the body. It would not affect the body, but it could make the soul extremely powerful. Of course, Ling Xiao knew very well that it was meaningless to bite off more than one could chew. This was because the ultimate goal of many martial arts seemed to be very powerful, but it might not be true. It was better to start from the beginning step by step. The cultivation method of the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll was visualization. Ling Xiao actually did not understand what the so-called visualization was. However, the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll had a specific operation method, which included various hand seals and incantations. Every step was clear and specific. As long as one cultivated according to the steps, one could consolidate the soul into a primordial spirit, and one's soul could leave the body. I forcefully stripped this scroll from the lizard patriarch's soul, so it shouldn't be fake. As for the specific effects, I'll see after I cultivate it. Ling Xiao maintained a skeptical attitude toward everything. Even so, he still had to try because he would not know if it was real or not if he did not try. With that thought in mind, he sat cross-legged. The process of consolidating the soul into a primordial spirit was relatively simple. In fact, Ling Xiao had already done it unintentionally in the past. This time, he spent less than an hour to pass the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll's Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll. During the process, he clearly realized that his soul had become more condensed. His spirit sea had completely melted into a golden bead, which was flickering with a dazzling light in his hollow body. It was easy to consolidate a primordial spirit, but it was not that easy to let one's soul leave the body. Not only was it not easy, but it might also be very risky. Even so, Ling Xiao was still unwilling to give up. It was impossible to be foolproof when cultivating any martial arts. If Ling Xiao was not willing to take such a small risk, he might as well give up on becoming a martial artist. The cultivation method of the coming out stage involved visualization. After watching the cultivation process, Ling Xiao more or less understood visualization. He made hand seals with both hands and chanted an incantation. He kept calm and imagined that his soul was moving forward in a pitch-black cave. If he could walk through the cave and see light, his soul would leave the body. He would be considered to have succeeded in cultivating the coming out stage. Ling Xiao called this cultivation method the light visualization. Wasn't all the visualization for the moment he saw light? Even though the incantation was very complicated and difficult to understand, and the hand gestures were also very difficult to memorize. For other martial artists, just memorizing these things without making any mistakes would probably take 1 or 2 years. But for Ling Xiao, this was not a problem at all. His Tai Chi I had powerful analysis, practice, and even replication abilities. Memorizing these things, even if he could not understand them, he could display them exactly as they were. Soon, his state of mind was peaceful. Outside, there were his most trusted subordinates guarding. He did not need to worry at all, so he could completely focus his energy on cultivation. It could be said that his heart was as still as water. The moment he completely calmed down, a deep and dark tunnel suddenly appeared in his mind, and this tunnel became very clear, as if he was walking inside. But the tunnel was very long, and as he walked, he felt that his footsteps were very heavy. His brain felt like it was being torn apart by something, and the pain was unbearable. He gritted his teeth fiercely, enduring the pain, and did not give up. If a martial artist could not endure pain that ordinary people could not endure, he could not possibly have great achievements. Gradually, the tunnel in his mind merged with his memories. He still remembered very clearly the days when they were beggars in Tianfeng City. They had to experience the days of being chased by the city defense army almost every day. And a dark tunnel outside the city became the best place for them to escape. Almost every day, they had to walk out of that dark tunnel. Standing at the exit of the tunnel and looking at the light outside, many people hesitated and did not dare to go out. Because if they went out, what they would embrace might not be light but the city defense army's butcher's knife, and cruel beatings and death. Because of fear, many beggars would rather starve to death than take a step out of that tunnel. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He was very clear that walking out of the tunnel might be dangerous, but he could get food to survive, and might even see a better tomorrow. Grab the light. Charge out bravely. Suddenly, he pounced out. It was clearly a kind of illusion, but it still made Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of reality. The moment he charged out of the tunnel, the whole world seemed to be different from before. He felt as if his body was floating in the air. The stone cave he was in was only 5 meters high, and he actually felt like he was about to crash into the ceiling of the stone cave. But after the collision, he didn't feel any pain. He looked down in surprise. As a result, he almost screamed out loud. Wasn't he the one sitting cross-legged on the ground? The Ling Xiao on the ground had his eyes closed, and his hands were forming hand seals. His mouth was no longer moving, as if he had fallen asleep. He was even breathing slowly. Successfully hatched? At that moment, Ling Xiao confirmed his current state, and he couldn't help but feel happy. There was also a trace of panic. The primordial spirit remnant scroll also had a reminder of what would happen after the soul left the body. If the wind blew at this time, it might never return to the body. The best way was to strengthen the soul that had just come out of its shell so that it wouldn't be blown away by the strong winds. Soul, formless matter. It clearly existed, but it seemed like it didn't exist at all. Because almost no one in the profound world could see it. Only powerful cultivators could sense it. Powerful martial artists could use their soul force to hurt people, but they really didn't think about hatching their soul out of the body, let alone doing it. Ling Xiao flew in the stone cave, trying to touch the cave walls and things on the ground with his hands, but found that he couldn't touch them at all. This was exactly the same as the description of hatching in the primordial spirit remnant scroll. This kind of feeling was really wonderful. It made people want to shout out loud. However, Ling Xiao also understood that no matter how loud his soul shouted, no one could hear it. He penetrated the stone wall and came out of the stone cave. Whoosh, suddenly a gust of wind blew, and Ling Xiao actually felt an incomparable piercing cold. He was so scared that he hurriedly returned to the stone cave. Sure enough, as the scroll said, when the soul lost the body, it was really a very dangerous thing. Unless your soul was strong enough, otherwise, a dog's bark could directly shatter your soul. At that time, you wouldn't even know how you died. After the soul re-entered the body, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The hatching was successful, so the next thing to do was to strengthen the soul after hatching, so that it could resist the invasion of the outside world. This process was still carried out through visualization. What he didn't expect was that the God Investiture catalog, which had been buried in his memory and almost completely forgotten by him, appeared again. This God Investiture catalog was obtained when he was in the Yuehua school, and there were a lot of pictures of people drawn on it. In the past, Ling Xiao thought that these pictures were the powerful martial artists of the immemorial era. But as he learned more and more things, and his experience continued to increase, especially after learning the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He suddenly understood that the God Investiture catalog didn't describe the martial artists of the immemorial era. It was a group of strong people who didn't exist in the profound world. Because these people seemed to know the method of cultivating the primordial spirit, which was impossible in the profound world. Of course, no matter where these people came from, they could help Ling Xiao a lot at this stage. The so-called visualization was not based on imagination. Instead, it was based on reality as a reference to carry out visualization. In the God Investiture catalog, those strong people happened to be his reference. There was a strong person in it who had 3 heads and 6 arms. Not only was there a scene of him fighting, but there was also a scene of him sitting cross-legged and visualizing. Ling Xiao followed the appearance of this person and imagined that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Then, his 6 arms formed 6 kinds of hand seals. The 3 heads chanted 3 kinds of incantations. Then, he visualized his mountain river world. In the vast mountain river world, the sun and moon alternated, and the stars were speckled. All of this light poured into his primordial spirit and turned into some kind of energy. All of this was visualization, an illusion. In fact, it didn't exist. However, because of the cultivation method of the primordial spirit remnant scroll, these visualizations could become reality. If someone stood next to Ling Xiao at this time, they would definitely see that Ling Xiao seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Those hazy arms and heads were condensed from soul force. Above his head, it was no longer the ceiling of the cave. Instead, it had become an empty universe. Although this universe looked very illusory and unreal, the energy that poured in from it was real. Countless rays of light continued to enter Ling Xiao's mind, and his primordial spirit was rapidly becoming stronger. Ling Xiao felt as if he was immersed in a hot spring. The gentle water touched his limbs and bones, and the suitable temperature allowed his body to relax completely. That kind of comfortable feeling was really as if he had ascended to immortality. However, the visualization was not so smooth. Just like how people would encounter many enemies in reality, the soul would also encounter many dangers during the visualization process. Sometimes, he would be affected by some spiritual object and have some strange thoughts. He could no longer focus, and the things he was visualizing were about to collapse. He would see many women in revealing clothes dancing around him, and that kind of dance was completely used to seduce people. If he was not careful, he might be immersed in it. There were so-called inner demons in the cultivation of martial arts, and in the cultivation of the soul, he would probably encounter similar things, and the effects would be even more terrifying. At the crucial moment, the image of a 3-headed, 6-armed powerhouse appeared in his mind. In just an instant, those women seemed to have met their nemesis and fled in fear. Ling Xiao finally returned to normal. At this moment, he vaguely learned the name of this powerhouse, Neza. A new piece of information was actually transmitted from the God Investiture catalog. This Neza was actually the incarnation of a lotus, so he would not be afraid of temptation. This was because he did not have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. It seemed that using this Neza to suppress evil thoughts and inner demons should be a very good method. Ling Xiao felt that his choice was really too wise. However, after thinking about it, he was still a little worried. Although the primordial spirit remnant scroll was powerful, the process of cultivation was really dangerous. If he hadn't visualized Neza in time to suppress the evil thoughts, he was afraid that he would have been completely crippled. Cultivating the soul was really more dangerous than cultivating the body. However, giving up when there was danger was not Ling Xiao's style. Moreover, he now had experience. If he gave up now, it would be too much of a pity. The experience after that could be said to be bizarre and extremely dangerous. Sometimes, it was as if he was in the deep mountains, surrounded by ferocious beasts. If he was not careful, his soul would collapse. Sometimes, it was as if he had fallen into hell, seeing those scums he had killed before, being surrounded by those evil spirits. It was very dangerous. Sometimes, it was as if he saw poisonous snakes in the cave where he cultivated. His body was bitten by the poisonous snakes, and the pain was unbearable. In any case, Ling Xiao experienced a disaster. Unknowingly, he had been immersed in this state for 2 hours. However, no matter how difficult or dangerous it was, Ling Xiao was always able to rely on his unbelievably strong willpower to withstand it. It was as if nothing could defeat him. It was even more impossible to defeat him. Finally, he saw through the mystery, and his soul became incomparably powerful. The cultivation continued for 3 days. Only then did Ling Xiao wake up to eat something and drink some water. I feel that my soul has become much stronger. Why don't I try to come out of my shell again? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao controlled his soul to leave his body. This time, it was very easy to succeed. There was no need to visualize a tunnel. Just by thinking about it, his soul left his body and floated in the air. He tried to let his soul float out of the cave. Although the wind was biting cold, he no longer felt the pain of dying. I didn't expect it to successfully cross the hatching stage and enter the nocturnal stage. Ling Xiao was delighted. The so-called nocturnal stage meant that the soul could leave the body and fly out in an environment without strong light. This feeling was somewhat similar to the martial soul leaving the body. Ling Xiao even suspected that there was some kind of connection between the martial soul and the soul of a martial artist. However, it was useless to doubt it. A large amount of information from the ancient era had been destroyed. If he wanted to clarify this matter, he would have to be reborn. The lizard ancestor took 2 years to reach the nocturnal stage, but I actually succeeded in 3 days. It seems that other than the problem of aptitude, it is probably because of the mountain and river martial soul and the secret soul technique. Ling Xiao did not think that he was a genius. In fact, he knew his own situation best. Without the mountain and river martial spirit, he could only be a relatively ordinary warrior. Of course, relying on his hard work, he could still become one of the best in martial arts. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to have today's achievements. His soul flew out of the stone house and flew into the distance. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to the connection between the soul and the body. If he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately turn back. He would not take too much risk. His soul had no weight and was almost floating in the air. Relying on his soul power, he could slowly move forward. Ordinary obstacles could not stop the soul from moving forward, unless it was something that could threaten the soul. For example, killing intent, fighting intent, blood chi, soul power, and other energy. Unknowingly, his soul actually floated above the river. There was a small boat in the river that was moving forward. Out of curiosity and fun, Ling Xiao urged his soul to fly into the boat. Young Marquis, in half a month, we will start the operation. We will work together to eliminate this Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be shocked. This young Marquis was definitely Ming Lu. Who was the other person? He went over to take a closer look and found that this person was dressed rudely, but he was clearly a member of the sea race. If he guessed correctly, he was probably a nearby pirate. What a pity. I am really unhappy to let that Ling Xiao live for another half a month. At this time, Ming Lu had lost an arm and was in a sorry state. The usual pride on his face was gone, but there was a hint of ruthlessness. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Moreover, we only need to wait for half a month. Among those who joined Ling Xiao, many are still willing to be loyal to the East County Marquis. When they make a move in the East County City, our brothers of the Seven Island Alliance will think of a way to attack from the outside. The pirate smiled and said, the Seven Island Alliance has more than 200,000 people. Together with the East County Marquis' men, destroying a small East County city is not a problem. Xiaobei, thank you very much. If we succeed this time, your Seven Island Alliance will take 60% of our profits in the future, and we will only take 40%. No matter what, we have to kill this Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. Ming Lu gritted his teeth and said. Of course, that's not a problem. Come. Cheers to our successful cooperation. Xiaobei laughed. I won't drink anymore. I have to go back quickly. These newcomers are keeping a close eye on me. I'm afraid that if I go back late, they will suspect something. Ming Lu stood up and jumped off the boat. The boat was 50 meters away from the shore, but with Ming Lu's strength, there would be no problem for him to cross it. However, when he was in the air, he suddenly felt a chill penetrating his body, and he fell into the river. What the hell? Ming Lu climbed out of the water and looked around vigilantly, but he did not see anyone. Unlucky. As he cursed, he rose into the air again and reached the shore. However, he was already drenched. Even if it was a martial artist, if they fell into the water without any preparation, they would still be in a sorry state. Ming Lu might not know that falling into the water was only a small punishment. The real trouble came from what happened the next day. Ling Xiao did not appear. He only told Ji Ning what he had heard. Then, Ji Ning personally appeared. In just one night, the so-called Seven Island Alliance disappeared from this world. The strongest warrior of the Seven Island Alliance was only at the first Grotto Heaven realm, the same as the East County Marquis. However, who was Ji Ning? He was a Yinyang realm expert. Originally, the Seven Island Alliance was most powerful at appearing and disappearing unpredictably. No one could find their specific location, so even the strongest warrior could not do anything to them. However, with Ling Xiao, all of this was no longer a secret. After Ling Xiao's soul left his body, he completely figured out the location of the Seven Island Alliance. Then, with Ji Ning's help, he destroyed the biggest disaster in the East County overnight. In order to maximize the deterrence effect this time, Ji Ning hung the heads of the 7 leaders of the Seven Island Alliance on the city gate. This not only made the people of the East County run around to spread the news, but it also frightened those who tried to rebel. From then on, they worked under Ling Xiao with peace of mind. As for that trash, Ming Lu, Ling Xiao did not kill him. Instead, he put him under house arrest. This was a very good bait. Whether it was the East County Marquis or anyone else, if they wanted to save Ming Lu, they would have to fall into his trap. He did not expect that his soul would actually break a big conspiracy and solve a big problem. This made Ling Xiao even more focused on cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Half a month later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. He had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll to the late stage of the night wandering realm. He could freely release his soul in an environment without strong light. Furthermore, he could also use his soul to perform some simple soul secret techniques. Although Ling Xiao did not make a breakthrough in his cultivation and did not comprehend the light and shadow profound, his overall strength had definitely increased by a lot. It's time to go to the Heavenly Dragon continent and deal with the True Devil Empire. Ling Xiao chose to go now because he knew that the balance had been broken. With Si Kongzun dead, only the Yin-Yang Demon King was left in the true demonic kingdom. Thus, the opportunity had arrived. This time, even if he could not completely destroy the True Devil Empire, he would still turn this so-called empire upside down, and then completely grasp the Sky Dragon continent in his hands. If the Tianli Union was willing to surrender, that would be the best. If not, then he could only forcibly disband it. A king who created the world absolutely could not be soft-hearted. On this day, Ling Xiao left the East County for the Sky Dragon continent. However, he did not take the same path as before. Instead, he went to the Sky Dragon continent, which originally belonged to the Blue Eyes. Now, this place belonged to the True Devil Empire's base camp, which was also the location of the True Devil Empire's Shanghai. When he was very young, Ling Xiao knew that the Blue Eyes' way of life was very different from the Sacred Dynasty. However, he had never seen it with his own eyes. This time, it was an eye-opener. After getting off the ship, Ling Xiao discovered that the architectural style here was very different from the Sky Peak City and Sky Cloud City. Of course, the most important thing was that the practitioners here seemed to like wearing armor. There were plate armor, chain armor, leather armor, cloth armor, and many other types. Qinhua, get your men to find a place to secretly set up camp. After we understand the situation in Shanghai, it won't be too late for us to launch an attack. Ling Xiao did not come to the Sky Dragon continent to play this time. In half a month, the East County's army had increased to more than 100,000 people. Most of them were the former Sacred Dynasty's army who rushed over after hearing the news. They were all able to go to the battlefield directly. And these people were very respectful to Qinhua. Naturally, it would be best for Qinhua to lead them. Jining led 10,000 Northern Desert Army to guard the East County while the rest of the generals followed Qinhua. There was basically no danger in the East County. Moreover, even if there was danger, Jining would be fine there. So their main direction of attack was naturally the True Devil Empire. The true Devil Empire's Shanghai was adjacent to the sea. Attacking from the sea was the easiest. However, because he did not understand the situation, Ling Xiao got Qin Hua's army to split up and scattered them to some deserted islands in the sea for secret training. Anyway, there were many deserted islands in the stormy sea. He only led 100 dark assassins led by Hai Miankeo and Cold Plum. The dark assassins had also increased in number and they were still elites. Then I shall take my leave first. Marshal, please be careful. Ling Xiao was now the marshal of the expedition against the true Devil Empire. Qin Hua naturally addressed him as marshal. I will. You must also remember that most of the people in the true Devil Empire are from the sea race. You must be very careful when training on the deserted islands. Don't let the sea race discover you. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ling Xiao also reminded. Yes. After sending Qin Hua off, Ling Xiao got the dark assassins to disguise themselves as ordinary people and sneak into the city. With so many people together, it was always more eye-catching. He did not want to be discovered by others before he did anything. Only the Moon Maiden was left by his side. The rest of the people had their own duties and had their own matters to attend to. Let's go, Sister Moon Maiden. Let's go to Shanghai and find this apothecary association. I heard that this apothecary association was introduced after the true Devil Empire was established. It can be considered as doing something good for our heavenly dragon continent. The Apothecary Association was a huge organization that spread throughout the mystic world. All the apothecaries and pills were in charge of this association. It was said that the Apothecary Association's headquarters was located near the Heaven's Chosen Gate. There were many experts in the association. Very few people dared to offend this organization unless they were tired of living. Otherwise, they felt that they would not need pills and medicines for the rest of their lives. Ling Xiao naturally did not go to the Apothecary Association to look for trouble this time. His goal was to obtain the apothecary certificate issued by the Apothecary Association. With this certificate, even the nobles of the Imperial Palace would have to give him some face. It would be very convenient for him to do anything in the future. Of course, the apothecary certificate was also divided into ranks. The higher the rank, the better the effect and the more attention one would receive. Originally, in the Blue Eyes clan, the people of the sacred dynasty were very disliked and had always been looked down upon. However, the situation that Ling Xiao faced today was a little different. As long as he said that he was an apothecary and was looking for the Apothecary Association, these people would immediately put on a smiling face and even show a flattering expression. It could not be helped. Apothecaries were the most respected and revered profession in the entire mystic world. No martial artist could leave the Apothecary Association. Apothecary was a general term that included alchemists, pharmacists, doctors, and other healers. This was also to make it easier to classify. After all, each place had a different name for an apothecary. If they all had different certificates, it would be a mess. Magic City was indeed worthy of being the most prosperous city of the Blue Eyes clan. Now that it was the capital of the true Devil Empire, there was no need to mention the degree of prosperity. However, behind this prosperity, one could see many scenes that people did not want to see. The situation was even more serious than when he was in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Here, it was completely normal to sell sacred dynasty humans as slaves. On the road, there were even people who raised sacred dynasty human children as pets. If they were not obedient, they might even be thrown away. This scene made Ling Xiao determined to destroy the true Devil Empire. Not only because of the previous personal grudges, but also because the true Devil Empire was really not a good thing. An empire that did not treat people as people, what was the use of it? On the northern Han side, someone had already sent a letter. It was believed that in a few days, they would launch an attack at the same time. With this pincer attack, it would be very easy to win while the true Devil Empire was not yet stable. These years, the true Devil Empire had offended many people. Where there was oppression, there was resistance. In the entire Magic City, there was only one alchemist association. The Alchemist Association was probably the most incompatible place with the Blue Eyes clan's buildings. It was a typical building of the Holy Dynasty, with a quaint courtyard. Even from far away, one could smell the fragrance of herbs. Many martial artists like to take a walk here, for no other reason than to be able to breathe the special air here. Above the Alchemist Association's gate was a plaque that did not look so eye-catching. On it were the words Alchemist Association written in green. It was also in the language of the Sacred Dynasty. Although the Sacred Dynasty had declined, the language of the Sacred Dynasty was the only common language in the mystic world. Is this the Alchemist Association? Ling Xiao walked to the door very politely, bowed to the two guards, and then asked. Yes, what can I do for you? The guard glanced at Ling Xiao's attire indifferently. Although he did not drive him away, he looked a little indifferent. Instead, he took a few more glances at the moon lady beside Ling Xiao. After all, everyone liked beautiful women. Cough cough, I'm here to obtain the alchemist certification. Ling Xiao really regretted bringing the moon maiden out. He coughed dryly and said. Sure, but the Apothecary Association has a rule that you must have a recommendation letter from a yellow level apothecary. Take it out if you have it. The guard said calmly. Recommendation letter? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had never been to the Apothecaries Association before, so he didn't know that there was such a requirement. He felt a little helpless. Just as he was about to speak, he was pushed aside by a figure. Get out of my way if you don't have a recommendation letter. Don't block my way. The one who spoke was a young woman around 18 or 19 years old. She was quite pretty, but compared to the Moon Maiden, she was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy, but he was not angry. He was just a little unhappy to be pushed away like this. Just as he was about to say too. An old man walked over and said, Little brother, don't be angry. This granddaughter of mine just can't change her bad temper. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's anger dissipated instantly. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, it's not a big deal. He noticed the badge that the old man was wearing. He should be a yellow-level apothecary issued by the Apothecary Association. This standard was considered top-notch in the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Grandpa, what are you talking to him about? He doesn't even have a recommendation letter and he wants to enter the Apothecary Association. I think he's planning to steal something, right? The young woman said disdainfully. Shut up. The old man said angrily, I've told you many times. Learn to be more reserved when you're outside. Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. What would you do if someone did this to you? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? You've never scolded me before. The young woman was a little confused. Just shut up when I tell you to. The old man looked at the Moon Maiden with a little panic, then said to Ling Xiao, I'm sorry, little brother. Ling Xiao understood that the reason why the old man was so polite to him was not because of him, but because he was frightened by the Moon Maiden. Old mister, even if I'm just an ordinary person, your granddaughter's actions are extremely inappropriate. Perhaps you can protect her when she's by your side, but when she's outside and you're not by her side, aren't you afraid that she'll get into trouble? Ling Xiao's words were a little harsh. That woman had made him unhappy time and time again. With his personality, it was already good enough that he did not make a move. What did you say? Do you know who my grandpa is? How dare you talk to him like that? The young woman shouted, My grandpa is one of the only 2 yellow-level apothecaries in the Apothecary Association. He's the famous Master Taimu. Ling Xiao looked at the young woman and said calmly, It's admirable that you're a yellow-level apothecary, but that's your grandpa's honor. What do you count for? Looking at you, you don't even have a grade, do you? Although this young woman had looks that would definitely attract men, it was useless to Ling Xiao. With such a beautiful woman by his side, how could he be interested in this young woman? Listen carefully, my name is Shan. I came here from 5 Immortal Island with my grandpa. Although I'm not an upper-grade apothecary now, I'll be one soon. Shan listened and said proudly, Today I'm here to take the low-level yellow-level apothecary exam. Master Taimu is indeed Master Taimu. Miss Shan is only 18 years old this year, but you're already taking the exam to become a yellow-level apothecary. This makes many of your peers feel ashamed. One of the guards said with a smile. This flattery came at the right time. Hee, at least you know how to talk. If I pass the exam today, I'll definitely reward you with enough money for wine. Grandpa, let's go in quickly. Don't waste time here. Xianxia turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. She realized that Ling Xiao was quite handsome and seemed to be quite strong. But so what? As long as she became a yellow-level apothecary, she could hire a lot of martial artists like Ling Xiao for free. Young man, we'll go in first. The old man's attitude was quite good from the beginning. This didn't make Ling Xiao angry. He just felt that the girl named Xianxia was a little naughty. Sister Yuanu, I'm really lucky that you're by my side today. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Ling Xiao sighed. Indeed, strength was still very important to a martial artist. After speaking, he looked at the two guards and said, I don't have a recommendation letter with me. Can I use other methods to enter the Apothecary Association? There is. Unless you can refine a low-level yellow-level pill on the spot, or you have one of the 12 sacred flames. The guard said with disdain. Perhaps in their opinion, Ling Xiao didn't have such ability. Ling Xiao smiled faintly when he heard the two guards' words. Although he couldn't use the sacred fire to attack for the time being, he could still use it for alchemy if he just wanted to show it off. As he extended his palm, a ball of crimson flame suddenly rose up. The blazing heat made the entrance of the Apothecary Association unbearably hot. The two guards couldn't help but take a few steps back. True Samadhi fire. One of the 12 divine fires. How can you control such a flame? Do you have the true Samadhi fire martial soul? Or have you reached the grotto heaven realm? Or are you a yellow-grade super apothecary? The two guards weren't so surprised for no reason. Anyone who could control the 12 divine fires, or rather, the 12 sacred fires, either had the martial soul of such a flame or had reached the grotto heaven realm. Unless he was a yellow-grade super apothecary. Apothecaries had to be proficient in controlling flames. Only yellow-grade super apothecaries could control the divine fire for a short period of time. The two guards wouldn't have been so surprised if the person in front of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, or at least a martial artist in his 40s or 50s. Most importantly, Ling Xiao looked like a 16-year-old kid. Regardless of which possibility it was, he was a talent that the Apothecary Association valued greatly. Gentlemen, there are some things that are better left unknown. However, does what you said just now still count? Can I take the Apothecary Association's assessment now? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't answer their questions. He had only shown the true Samadhi fire because he wanted to enter the Apothecary Association. Moreover, there were already many people watching because of the true Samadhi fire. It was better to enter the association as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. No problem, no problem. Master Apothecary, please enter. The attitude of the two guards took a huge turn. The indifferent attitude from before was completely gone. Instead, it was replaced with a respectful attitude. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He had seen a lot of people like this who were arrogant before they became deferential. Sister Moon Maiden, let's go. Ling Xiao called out to the Moon Maiden, and the two of them stepped into the Apothecary Association. After walking into the Apothecary Association, the rich medicinal fragrance became even more obvious. Ling Xiao sniffed with his nose and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was because he could tell from the smell that there were many precious medicinal ingredients. Medicinal herbs like that were hard to come by. If he joined the Apothecary Association, he would have a much higher chance of obtaining these items. The members of the Apothecary Association were all busy with their own duties, so they didn't care who was coming in from the outside. This was because the guards would never let the troublemakers in. However, the Moon Lady by Ling Xiao's side was too dazzling, attracting a lot of attention. The Moon Lady didn't look much older than Ling Xiao. She was in her 20s and looked more like a big sister. Therefore, many people would probably think that it was the elder sister who sent her younger brother to participate in the pharmacist examination. What would you like to order? As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a lady in a green dress walked out and asked the two of them with a smile. I would like to participate in the pharmacist examination, but since it's my first time in the Apothecary Association, I don't know where to go. Ling Xiao explained. The lady in green didn't look down on Ling Xiao at all. This was because she had worked in the Apothecary Association for many years and had seen many young genius pharmacists who were already low-grade yellow-grade pharmacists at the age of 18 or 19. For example, Miss Xianxia was only 18 years old this year. It shouldn't be a problem for her to get a pharmacist certificate. The young man in front of her seemed younger, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was even more talented than Xianxia. Therefore, the lady in green was very cautious. These people might be future masters, so it wouldn't do her any good to offend them. The two of you, please follow me. The lady in green smiled professionally and invited Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady to a table. She said, "Are both of you participating in the examination?" "No, just me." Ling Xiao replied. "Oh, then please tell us your name, age, race, and master. We need to register. If you pass the examination, this information will be recorded in the Apothecary Association's database." The lady in green said. Ling Xiao, 16 years old, human, master, Yuan Venerate. Although Ling Xiao had a few masters, Yuan Venerates had the greatest influence on him when it came to pharmacists. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a Yuan Venerate. At the mention of Yuan Venerates, he really missed them. He hadn't seen them in a long time, so he wondered how his master was doing, 16 years old. "If you pass the examination this time, I'm afraid you will become the youngest low-grade yellow-grade pharmacist in the history of the Apothecary Association," the lady in green said in surprise. "Why is it only low-grade? Can't it be high-grade or super-grade?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "You must be joking." The lady in green thought that Ling Xiao was joking. Ling Xiao didn't explain further. If he was joking, so be it. However, the lady would know that he wasn't joking when the examination results were out. After the registration, Ling Xiao was given a number. There was more than one person participating in the examination today, so he had to wait according to the number. The examination venue of the Apothecary Association wasn't small, so there were already many people inside. Some of these people were accompanying the examinees, while others were staff members of the Apothecary Association. Of course, the most important people were the examinees. The old man called Taimu was also present. He was chatting and laughing with another old man. It seemed like they had a pretty good relationship. The two old men were the president of the Apothecary Association, Lin. He was a typical member of the Blue Eyes race. It was said that his cultivation base and grade were comparable to Taimu's. He belonged to the Apothecary Association, so even the people of the True Demon's Empire didn't dare offend him. In the line of sight of these onlookers was an isolated area where the examinees would take part in the examination. At this moment, there were more than 10 people waiting there. Among them was the lady called Taiyunshan. "Lin, I heard that the Lightning Demon King's daughter, Si Kongyu, is also taking part in the examination. Where is she?" Taimu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't the Lightning Demon King Si Kongzun, then Si Kongyu was Si Kongzun's daughter. However, he immediately laughed again. Si Kongyu was Si Kongyu, and Si Kongzun was Si Kongzun. Although they were father and daughter, Ling Xiao had never interacted with this girl. As long as she didn't provoke him, he wouldn't do anything. "She's coming soon." Si Kongyu said that she had to prepare something. The Lightning Demon King's daughter is very talented, especially in terms of alchemy. She's probably even better than your granddaughter, Taiyunshan. She's planning to take the yellow grade advanced apothecary certificate this time. Lin chuckled. Sigh, this girl is only 17 years old. It's really infuriating to compare with others. My good granddaughter is also considered a genius, but compared to this girl, she really pales in comparison. They are simply not on the same level. At this point, Taimu suddenly saw Ling Xiao walking towards the assessment area. He asked in surprise, "Little brother, you're here too?" "Of course. I'm also here to take the apothecary certificate." Ling Xiao replied faintly before walking into the isolation area. The Moon Maiden stood there alone. She was like a pure and untainted lotus flower that could only be admired from afar and not touched. "This kid is really arrogant. He doesn't seem to be giving you any face, Master Taimu." Lin chuckled. "It's not his fault. My precious granddaughter offended him outside just now. Taimu smiled bitterly. No wonder. It's fine to offend him, but it'll be troublesome to offend the woman beside him. She's an expert. Although I can't see her exact cultivation base, she's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Lin reminded him. I know that. Taimu sighed and said. Let me see that kid's information. Lin told the lady in green behind him. Ling Xiao, 16 years old, human, master, Yuan venerate, the lady in green replied. The woman in green replied directly. All the information was recorded in her mind. 16 years old. Good kid. Not bad. He's actually so young, and he's actually a disciple of a Yuan venerate. That Yuan venerate actually took in such a disciple before he died? Lin was stunned. He felt that Ling Zhao's information wasn't simple at all. Could this Yuan venerate you're talking about be the one who was once hailed as the most outstanding apothecary in the history of the Apothecary Association? He died because he entered the Heaven's Chosen Gate? Taimu asked. That's right, it's him. Lin nodded. It's hard to say whether this kid is a disciple of a Yuan venerate. After all, I have seen many people who use the name of a Yuan venerate to swindle others over the years. If this kid didn't fall for it, then he must be lying. What if it's true? Taimu chuckled. That's impossible. Unless this kid's talent is at Xikonyu's level, how could a Yuan venerate take notice of him? Lin shook his head. Maybe. In fact, Taimu also felt that it would not be easy to reach Xikonyu's level. However, he hoped that he could take a look. After all, this kid was, in a while. It was not that the two of them looked down on Ling Xiao. According to the information from the Apothecaries Association, most apothecaries advance to the lower yellow level at around 30 years old. Geniuses were around 20 years old. For example, Iron Spruce Fir. And Xikongyu was a special case among special cases, unable to be judged according to conventional standards. They did not think that Ling Xiao would be an exception like Xikongyu. After all, if there were too many exceptions, they wouldn't be considered exceptions. Because of this, the two of them felt that the possibility of Ling Xiao becoming a low-grade Huang alchemist was rather low, let alone reaching Xikongyu's level. President, Deputy President, I'm sorry I'm late. While Taimu and Lin were discussing Ling Xiao, a cold and aloof voice was heard. This voice reminded Ling Xiao of Haim Myungkeo. Haim Myungkeo used to speak to everyone in this manner. Was she another powerful woman who stood high above the masses? Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the owner of the voice with the others. Xikongyu. She was indeed outstanding. In terms of beauty, she wouldn't lose out to the Moon Lady. Her arrogance and coldness also gave her a special aura. It was obvious just by looking at the wide-eyed stares of the people around her. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This woman was really a rare beauty, and she was very special. Perhaps it was because she was a mixed blood between the sea tribe and the human tribe, but her appearance was different from human and sea tribe beauties. Her hair was a strange blue. It was so blue that it shined, but it was also very smooth. Under normal circumstances, humans wouldn't have this kind of hair color unless they dyed their hair or cultivated some special martial arts. Compared to Xikongyu, Tai Yunshan could only be considered normal. Of course, she wasn't bad in the normal category. Especially that water blue silky hair, it was really eye-catching. Murderous aura, just as Ling Xiao was observing Xikongyu, he suddenly felt a cold gaze on him. He hurriedly looked back and realized that the Moon Lady's gaze was cold and dissatisfied. Haha, I didn't expect Sister Moon Lady to be jealous. Ling Xiao was very pleased. Although he liked the Moon Lady very much, he never really understood how the Moon Lady felt about him. Even if she traveled thousands of miles to save him, it could be understood as a sister's love for her brother. But this kind of jealousy could only be caused by love between a man and a woman. It's not too late. The time is just right. Let's go to the assessment area first. The assessment is about to begin. I hope the news of your father's death won't affect you. Lin sighed. The news of the Lightning Demon King being killed in the Divine Phoenix Empire had already spread to the Magic City. Everyone was very surprised. In the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, there weren't many people who could kill the Lightning Demon King. It was just a little strange. This news only mentioned that the Lightning Demon King was killed, but there was no detailed process of how he died. Don't worry, President. I won't be affected. Anyway, I haven't seen him since I was born. Xikongyu said indifferently, and then she walked towards the assessment area. Ling Xiao actually understood why the news of him killing Xikongzun wasn't completely spread. It was because some people wanted to protect him. They didn't want the True Demon's Empire and the Xi clan to know that he killed Xikongzun. And some people wanted to save face. If others knew that Ling Xiao killed Xikongzun, then this Xikongzun's death would be a little too cowardly. He was actually killed by a nameless, insignificant person. How embarrassing. Because of this, both sides tacitly omitted Ling Xiao's information. There aren't many people participating in the assessment today. All of you can start together. Go to the front of the pill furnace according to your number plate. There's only one assessment for the low-level yellow-level alchemists, and that is to refine a low-level yellow-level pill by yourself. When everyone arrived, Lin began to explain the content and rules of the assessment. You can collect the materials over there. As long as it's something that the Apothecary Association has, it's fine. But don't think about getting anything that's too expensive. After all, it's hard for us to get precious materials. Lin continued, the assessment will last for 1 day. If you can't refine the pill within 1 day, you will fail the assessment. Also, I need to remind you that if you fail more than 3 times, you will fail the assessment. You are not allowed to disturb each other. Focus all your attention on your own pill furnace. Each of you will be refining a different pill, so it's useless to peek. You may begin now. Because Taiyun Shan, Ling Xiao, and Xikongyu entered the examination room one after another, their numbers were connected. The pill furnaces for this assessment were also connected. Taiyun Shan looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't care where you're from, I don't care what your name is. In short, when I'm refining the pill, you're not allowed to affect me. Even if you fail, you have to control yourself. Otherwise, you'll suffer afterwards. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to Taiyun Shan at all, causing Taiyun Shan to feel embarrassed. She did not dare to hit people here, otherwise she would lose her qualifications. No matter how stupid she was, she still had to control her emotions. Ling Xiao had already begun to check the tools. After confirming it, he picked up the name of the pill that was placed there. At that moment, he could not help but frown. Qi Eruption Pill. This kind of Qi Eruption Pill was a standard low-grade Huan-grade pill. It could allow Transcendence and Heavenbane cultivators to erupt with powerful combat strength for a short period of time. Of course, after the eruption, there would be a relatively long period of weakness. Ling Xiao had never refined this kind of pill before, because it felt that this thing was of little value. Many special martial arts could be used to replace it. Of course, more importantly, the refining of this Qi Eruption Pill required a very high degree of control over the flame because it required all the medicinal efficacies to be injected in an instant. Although it was a low-grade Huan-grade pill, even if a mid-grade Huan-grade alchemist refined it, the failure rate was very high. Ling Xiao, you don't need to refine that Qi Eruption Pill. Change it. You can't refine that thing successfully. Taimu suddenly said. This should be our staff's mistake. Although the effect of the Qi Eruption Pill is only low-grade Huan-grade, the difficulty of refining it is mid-grade Huan-grade. Lin also nodded his head. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head. To others, this Qi Explosion Pill might be very difficult to refine, but to him, this was not a problem. After all, not only was his control of the fire extremely outstanding, it was practically perfect. Keep pretending. The president and my grandfather are trying to persuade you out of goodwill, yet you refuse to listen. If you fail the test later, just wait and cry. Taiyun Shan snorted coldly and began to concentrate on refining his own pills. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was a guy who overestimated himself. As for Xikongyu, she didn't even glance at the other examinees from beginning to end. She had been concentrating all her attention on her own test. Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. If you fail, it will be too late for regrets. Taimu reminded. Thank you for your concern, Master Taimu. I feel that I have the ability. Ling Xiao said. All right then, you can continue. Since he couldn't persuade Ling Xiao, since he had already done his best, there was no need to persuade him anymore. In the process of choosing the herbs, the others all asked for 3 sets, but Ling Xiao only asked for 1 set. Because to him, 1 set was enough. Even if he wanted so much, he couldn't take it away. Why? What's wrong with this kid? He actually only asked for 1 set of herbs. Is he going to give up? Seeing this scene, Lin frowned and said, Who recommended him? President, he doesn't have a recommendation letter. He was let in by the guards at the entrance. The lady in green replied. Nonsense, call those 2 guys over. I want to ask them personally. Lin Feng now felt that Ling Xiao was here to cause trouble. Otherwise, how could a 16-year-old youth only take 1 set of ingredients to refine the most difficult low-grade Huang-level pill, the Qi explosion pill? How could this be explained? Could it be that he was really that confident? Old Lin, don't be so nervous. His cultivation doesn't seem to have reached the grotto heaven realm. Even if he wants to cause trouble, he won't be so brazen. Taimu said with a smile. Then you mean that he really has the confidence to refine the Qi explosion pill in 1 try? Lin asked. I don't know. Let's wait and see. Taimu wasn't sure either. At this moment, those who had chosen the herbs had basically started to refine the pills, including Si Kongyue and Tai Yunshan. The pills that the 2 of them refined were considered average and not the easiest. However, it was still easier than Ling Zhao's Qi explosion pill. It could be seen that Taimu and Lin didn't cheat. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the hall. It turned out that a cauldron had exploded. Eliminated. It was very common for cauldrons to explode during the alchemist assessment. It was because of this that a recommendation letter was required. However, those who had a recommendation letter might not necessarily be the real deal. This was a little helpless. After that, 5 to 6 people exploded their cauldrons. Not only were they injured from the explosion, but they also ruined the herbs. For such people, the Alchemist Association had to compensate for their losses. Of course, it wasn't the association that compensated them. They had to compensate the association. This was also to prevent more and more irresponsible people from coming here to cause trouble in the future. Exploding cauldrons wouldn't affect others. This was because every candidate was trapped in a small array. Even if a cauldron exploded, it would only hurt themselves and not affect others. Perhaps because of the explosion, Lin and Taimu temporarily relaxed their attention on Ling Xiao. It wasn't a good thing for 5 to 6 people to explode their cauldrons. President. What's the matter? Lin wasn't in a good mood. Therefore, when someone came to report to him, his attitude wasn't good either. Those 2 guards are here. The lady in green said awkwardly. What's wrong with the 2 of you? You let that kid in without a recommendation letter. Aren't you afraid that he will cause trouble? Perhaps because he was angry, Lin's voice was a little loud. This caused Ling Xiao to temporarily stop what he was doing and look over. The Qi explosion pill was nothing to him, so it didn't matter if it was delayed. President, he has Samadhi true fire. That guard hurriedly explained. I don't care about Samadhi true fire. Wait, what did you say? He has Samadhi true fire? Lin's eyes suddenly widened, like a bull's eyes. Are you sure? There's no need for them to be sure. Old Lin, look. Taimu suddenly pointed to Ling Zhao's position and said. Lin turned his head and saw that under Ling Zhao's cauldron, a crimson flame was rolling non-stop. It was constantly releasing strong heat, causing all the surrounding flames to pale in comparison. It's really Samadhi true fire. Lin shouted in surprise. As the president of the Alchemist Association, he shouldn't have lost his composure like this. However, he couldn't help it. He was simply too excited. A martialist with one of the 12 divine flames was an absolute treasure for the Apothecary Association. They had to be recruited into the association no matter what. The true Samadhi flame was the flame most suitable for alchemy among the 12 divine flames and was something that countless people would fight to own. How could he not be excited? If he only possesses the true samadhi fire, then so be it. But this kid's control of the true samadhi fire is so skillful that it doesn't seem like the actions of an amateur. Perhaps we two old fellows have misjudged him. Taimu also said solemnly. That's right. It's not easy to control a divine flame. Even a yellow-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to use it as freely as he does. Martialists with the true samadhi flame martial soul would have a hard time using this flame to refine pills unless they reached the grotto heaven grade. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to do it as easily as he did. This kid isn't simple. Lin's originally angry expression started to show some joy. He isn't just not simple. I think he has already become a low-grade yellow-grade alchemist a long time ago. He just didn't come to the Apothecary Association to take the assessment. Taimu smiled bitterly. That can't be. He is only 16 years old. Based on what you said, wouldn't he have already learned alchemy in his mother's womb? Lin shook his head. The truth is right in front of us. I'm not making it up. Taimu shrugged his shoulders. Could the Yuan Venerate really still be alive? If he is, then I'm afraid he will become a strong contender for the position of the Apothecary Association's president. I'm afraid our current president is going to panic. Lin suddenly chuckled. The current president didn't have a good reputation. He had only obtained this position with the support of a certain someone. Originally, the president of the Apothecary Association didn't belong to any country's living forces and existed independently. However, to a certain extent, he was about to become a subsidiary organization of someone else. Although many people were dissatisfied, they didn't dare voice their displeasure. After all, almost everyone who dared to speak up had been dealt with. Lin was also one of the people who was unhappy with the current president. If the Yuan Venerate was really still alive, it would be great news for the Apothecary Association. At the very least, they wouldn't have to be controlled by others in the future. I don't know if a Yuan Venerate is still alive, but I do know that this kid isn't any worse than Xikongyu. Youngsters nowadays are really not to be underestimated. Taimu smiled bitterly and said, originally, my granddaughter had always treated Xikongyu as a target to pursue. Now, a fellow who might not be inferior to Xikongyu has appeared out of nowhere. She should be crying. That might not be the case. Being able to skillfully control the divine flame does not mean that he can perfectly refine pills. After all, other than controlling the flame, there are many other requirements when refining pills. This includes the strength of one's spiritual strength, understanding of medicinal ingredients, etc. It is still too early to say that he is not inferior to Xikongyu. Lin shook his head, let's wait and see. Taimu smiled and didn't say anything else. He was also very interested now. What kind of shocking result could Ling Xiao create? Countless people were paying attention to Ling Xiao. It was not because of his handsomeness, but because of his skillful alchemy skills. Xikongyu's talent in alchemy wasn't weak. She was actually able to control the flame while paying attention to the commotion caused by Ling Xiao. Previously, she really hadn't paid much attention to Ling Xiao. At most, she had thought that Ling Xiao's appearance was passable. However, Xikongyu had never cared much about a man's appearance. She was more concerned about a person's talent. She had always thought that her control of the flame and her grasp of medicinal ingredients were the best among the younger generation. However, when she looked at Ling Xiao, her arrogance and condescension seemed to have crumbled instantly. This is impossible, she exclaimed. She had actually failed to refine the pill because she had been distracted. She didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, she continued to watch Ling Xiao's hands move up and down. Those were simply a pair of demonic hands. Even the Alchemist Association's branch president, Lin, and the branch president, Taimu, didn't have such skillful skills. Could this kid have learned alchemy when he was in his mother's womb? This made her pride crumble instantly. On the other side, Tai Yunshan's pill had also failed. It was also because she was shocked by Ling Xiao's outstanding alchemy skills. This guy actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He made me lose face. Tai Yunshan suddenly felt ashamed when she thought of the words she said in front of Ling Xiao. She actually said that others would fail and explode. However, the one who had failed was her. This kind of reversal was a little hard for her to accept. It was simply too tragic. The two of them looked at each other for a long time before reluctantly retracting their gazes. They once again placed the second set of medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace. No matter how surprised they were, they still had to complete the assessment first. Especially Xikongyu. Although she was shocked by Ling Zhao's outstanding skills, she still didn't want to admit defeat. This was only the low yellow level alchemist assessment. After that, she still had to take the intermediate and advanced alchemist assessment. If she performed well, she believed that she wouldn't have any problems obtaining the yellow level advanced alchemist certification. No matter how good Ling Zhao's skills were, if his level was lower than hers, then she would still have the advantage. Thinking of this, she instantly became spirited again. However, Ling Xiao, who she treated as a competitor, didn't notice the two's reactions and thoughts. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already put all his energy into refining the Qi explosion pill. Just as Lin and Taimu said, although the divine fire's effects were better for refining pills, it was also harder to control. If he didn't have the mountain river martial soul, he probably wouldn't be able to do this. Thus, he had to be even more careful and attentive. If he failed, then it would be embarrassing. After all, he only took one set of ingredients. If it was ruined, then he wouldn't have any more ingredients to use. Refining pills was very boring. Time also passed very quickly. Unknowingly, an hour had already passed during the boring refining process. In order to refine a perfect grade Qi explosion pill, Ling Xiao put in a lot of thought. He didn't want to refine that kind of defective pill. It would ruin his reputation. Since he was going to refine it, then it had to be perfect. A perfect grade Qi explosion pill could eliminate flaws. After using it, it wouldn't cause the body to become weak. This could be considered as benefiting martial artists. It's done. Time was almost precise to the smallest unit. Ling Xiao waved his hand and opened the cauldron. A fragrance wafted out, and a crimson-red pill flew out. Ling Xiao picked up the porcelain bottle that he prepared and put the pill inside. The entire process was done in one go. In the eyes of others, it was especially cool and elegant. Clap, clap, clap. The moment he finished refining the pill, there was a huge round of applause. This applause definitely didn't come from one person. The audience basically applauded. Even Taiyun Shan, who had already finished refining the pill. Taiyun Shan's temper wasn't very good. She had been spoiled since she was young, but she had a good point. She wouldn't be jealous of those who were stronger than her. Instead, she would admire them. Xikongyu didn't clap. Her face wasn't very good, and it was a little pale. She had waited for this day for a long time. Her father had died, but she wanted to become someone stronger than him. But now, Ling Xiao had appeared and disrupted all her plans. Even though her assessment had yet to end, Ling Xiao's every move had attracted the praise of so many people. Even with her beauty, she was unable to snatch the applause from the crowd. At the very least, she was considered to have failed in this test. And it was a complete failure. There were still people in the assessment area who were continuing to refine pills. After all, the time limit was 1 day. Ling Xiao, Taiyun Shan, and Xikongyu had finished so early because their talent was better and they practiced more on a daily basis. Little brother, you really don't show off. With this technique, I'm afraid you're even more outstanding than many of the older generation alchemists. Taimu said with a bitter smile. Sir, you're too kind. I'm only displaying what I've learned. I wonder if I passed the assessment? Ling Xiao asked. No hurry. Let's first check Xikongyu and Taiyun Shan's pills. After all, they finished first. Lin's attitude towards Ling Xiao became very good. Although it couldn't be said to be respectful, it was at least very respectful. Of course. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. Moreover, President Lin gave him a good impression. Yun Shan, your pills have been successfully refined. However, the quality isn't good enough. You still need to work harder. But congratulations, you're already a low-grade Huang rank alchemist. You can register later and get your alchemist certificate. Lin and Taimu said after checking Taiyun Shan's pills. Hearing this, Taiyun Shan was obviously relieved. She didn't want to compete with anyone now. She only wanted to pass the assessment. Xianxia, your pill refinement is almost perfect. It's more than 90%. It's quite good. This means that your pill refinement level is actually higher than low-grade Huang rank. Alchemists. Do you want to continue with the intermediate alchemist assessment? Lin asked. Of course. Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao and nodded firmly. Since he couldn't compare with Ling Xiao in terms of the refinement process and the perfection of the pills, then he could only surpass Ling Xiao in terms of the level of alchemy. Alright, since that's the case, your pharmacist certificate won't be issued for the time being. We'll talk about it after you've completed all the tests. Lin smiled and finally walked up to Ling Xiao with Taimu. Ling Xiao passed the porcelain bottle containing the pills to Lin. At this moment, many people gathered around. Just now, Ling Xiao used the true samadhi fire, and the refining skills he displayed during the refining process were also very outstanding. They really wanted to know what kind of pill this refined was. Xianxia and Taiyuan Shan also watched this scene nervously. Although Xianxia already believed that Ling Xiao's pill would definitely be more perfect than hers, she still had a little bit of expectation that the result would be different from what she imagined. What kind of pill did you refine? Taimu asked. Qi explosion pill. Ling Xiao replied. That's not right. The Qi explosion pill is obviously dark red and doesn't have any luster, but your pill is bright red and has a very high luster. This isn't a Qi explosion pill, right? Xianxia said loudly. Ling Xiao didn't explain. If the two alchemists couldn't see what was going on with his pill, then he would really be worried about the standard of the Alchemist Association. He might as well not join. This should be a perfect grade Qi explosion pill, right? And you even ignored the side effects? Lin asked with a smile. The president has a good eye. That's right, this is indeed a perfect grade Qi explosion pill. After taking it, there aren't any side effects, and the duration of the Qi explosion is much longer. Ling Xiao nodded. Perfect grade pill. It can't be, right? This kind of pill can only be seen in books. Can anyone refine it in real life? Xianxia couldn't believe it. She already had a high opinion of Ling Xiao, but a perfect grade Qi explosion pill was really something she couldn't accept. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after trying it. Ordinary Qi explosion pills can only last for 1 minute at most. As far as I know, the perfect grade Qi explosion pill can last for 3 minutes. Ling Xiao, how long can your Qi explosion pill last? Lin asked. After all, he had never seen a perfect grade pill before, so to make an accurate judgment, he had to test it out. 5 minutes. Ling Xiao replied. 5 minutes. You have to be reliable. You can't speak carelessly just because your pill is beautiful, Xianxia said. Xianxia said. President, you should find someone to test it out. Even if I explain, I don't think anyone will believe me. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything because the truth was the best explanation. Lin took the pill and swallowed it directly. His cultivation was at the half-step grotto heaven realm. In the heavenly dragon continent, except for a few yin-yang realm experts, heaven realm experts were considered absolute powerhouses. One had to know that in the heavenly dragon continent's 12 sects, experts who had just entered the heaven realm were inner court elders. It was still the same now. On the heavenly dragon continent, the cultivation of cultivators was generally lower. This was something that couldn't be helped. Those who could advance to the grotto heaven realm were very rare. Strictly speaking, the half-step grotto heaven realm also belonged to the heaven realm. It was just that above 10 directions heaven, one could enter the grotto heaven realm. Although the effect of the Qi explosion pill would be greatly reduced for cultivators of this level, as an alchemist, Lin could clearly distinguish the true effect of the Qi explosion pill. He wouldn't be at ease if he let others use it. A moment later, Lin couldn't help exclaiming, being able to allow me to enter my explosive state for 10 breaths of time, I'm afraid this pill of yours is even more powerful than you said. If an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator were to use it, they would be able to maintain this state for 10 minutes or even a quarter of an hour. I see. Taimu had never heard of Lin having such a high evaluation of a pill. However, Lin would definitely not be biased towards Ling Xiao. He was very clear about this point. In other words, this G explosion pill was really powerful. Xikong face instantly turned pale. She was completely defeated. The little bit of expectation she had disappeared at this moment. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. You've passed the low-grade yellow level alchemist assessment. Are you still willing to take the assessment? Lin asked with a smile. Of course I'm willing, but taking the assessment step by step is too slow. Can I take the yellow level super alchemist assessment directly? A yellow level super alchemist was the most powerful alchemist in the yellow level. So far, no one had heard of such an alchemist on the Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. Little brother, don't joke around. Our Shanghai Apothecary Association only has the qualifications to get a Huang level apothecary certificate and below. If you really want to get a Huang level apothecary certificate and above, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the Five Immortal Island or the White Tiger continent to try. Taimu smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao really didn't know about this. He shrugged helplessly and said, forget it. Since it's not possible, then forget it. I'll just take the Huang level apothecary examination. When Ling Xiao said he wanted to take the Huang level apothecary examination, everyone thought it was just a joke, so they didn't take it seriously and didn't have such a big reaction. However, at this moment, when they heard Ling Xiao's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Are you sure you want to take the Huang level apothecary examination? Why? I can't. Ling Xiao said helplessly, didn't you guys say that Shanghai Apothecary Association has the qualifications? Why can't I? Ling Xiao, what kind of joke are you making? Huang level apothecary is such a sacred certification. The two people standing in front of you spent over 100 years to reach this level. You're actually making such a joke. You're not serious at all. Xikong shouted sternly. No, Miss Xikong, I want to take the Huang level apothecary examination. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Why are you so agitated? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Logically speaking, Xikong didn't know that he killed her father, Xikong Zun. Why was she always going against him? Alright, stop arguing. Lin waved his hand and said, Ling Xiao, let me ask you very seriously. Are you joking with me just now? After all, you have to know that a Huang level apothecary examination costs a lot of money. It's also a huge burden for our branch. Therefore, it can't be as casual as a Huang level apothecary examination. President, I'll also say this responsibly. I do want to take the apothecary examination. Ling Zhao's expression also became serious. After getting Ling Zhao's confirmation, everyone present was a little dazed. Their brains couldn't work anymore. It must be known that although a 16-year-old low-level Huang level pharmacist was powerful, it was still acceptable. Even a genius like Xikong could achieve this. It was just that Xikong had been delayed for a few years, so she only passed the examination at the age of 17, but everyone could still accept it. However, what kind of concept was a 16-year-old Huang level advanced apothecary? Although Xikong kept saying that she could pass the test, in reality, she only had less than 30% confidence. However, Ling Zhao's attitude was as if he was making a solemn vow. If this kid isn't a monster, then he's definitely an idiot. Does he really think that the certification of a yellow level advanced apothecary is a joke? I think he's just trying his luck. A high-grade yellow level alchemist must be able to concoct high-grade yellow level pills, and the perfection rate must be at least 60%. Can he do it? Don't get carried away. Although I admire you, the alchemist examination is a very sacred matter. You can't joke about it. Taiyan Shan looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you fail the test, not only will you have to pay for the damages, but you will also be punished by the Apothecary Association. Can you do that? I should be able to do it. Ling Xiao said calmly. Let's put it this way. How confident are you? Taimu was also a little nervous. Could it be that they really met a super genius in the alchemist world today? Be humble and say that I'm 100% confident. Ling Xiao said casually. Be humble, 100% confident? Was this modesty or bragging? Ling Xiao really wasn't bragging. He could even concoct a high-grade yellow level pill, so refining a high-grade yellow level pill wasn't a problem at all. It was just that due to the limitations of his cultivation, he might not be able to concoct too many in a short period of time. After all, concocting pills would consume internal energy, soul force, mental energy, and other factors. It was very taxing on a martial artist. If one's cultivation wasn't enough, then they wouldn't be able to withstand the torment. No one would believe such words. No one would dare to believe such words. 100% confident? You're just bragging. I've also seen many arrogant youths. They had also announced how strong they were in a certain field, but in reality, they weren't strong enough. Sikongyu stared at Ling Xiao and said, "You're as arrogant as them. You don't know what you're talking about." Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Lin. "You're the president here. If you don't want me to take the yellow level advanced alchemist certification, I can choose to leave immediately. Anyway, when I reach the Divine Phoenix continent, there's also the Alchemist Association. I won't be hanging myself on a tree." Men, immediately arrange for the yellow level advanced alchemist certification. Lin clenched his teeth and finally made up his mind. What was a little loss of money? If he really succeeded, then he would have done a great service. He might even be transferred back to the headquarters from the Divine Dragon continent. He was already tired of staying in this small place. With such a great service, how could he give it to someone else? What are you waiting for? Go. Seeing that his subordinates didn't move, Lin roared again. Ling Xiao, don't worry. We accept your participation in the yellow level advanced alchemist certification. Thank you very much. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Although the Divine Phoenix continent had the same organization, it was too troublesome to travel back and forth. It was better to get the certification here. One must know that an advanced alchemist certification was absolutely respected in the Divine Phoenix continent, Divine Dragon continent, and even the Five Immortal Island. A lot of things would become very simple. The people from the Alchemist Association went to prepare for the certification. Lin didn't lie. The advanced alchemist certification required a lot of effort. It might involve some precious herbs that were really not easy to obtain. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people who weren't 70 to 80% confident would definitely not be allowed to take the certification. It was too wasteful. Little brother, although we've already agreed to let you participate in the test, the two of us old men are bearing the risk. You can't fool us. If we fail, we'll become the laughing stock of our peers. Taimu said with a smile. Don't worry. The two of you will only be envied by your peers. You won't become their laughing stock. What I want to know now is, what benefits will there be after becoming an official member of the Alchemist Association? Although Ling Xiao had heard a little about it in the past, it was only hearsay after all. It would be better for him to consult a proper guild leader. Only then would he be able to obtain accurate information. Of course there are benefits. There are quite a lot of benefits. Taimu said with a smile, first of all, herbs. Think about it, if you want to get a precious herb by yourself, I'm afraid it will be very difficult, right? But after joining the Alchemist Association, you can share it with all the members. You should know that the Alchemist Association has branches on the 13 continents and many islands in the mysterious world. Our members are all over the mysterious world. Some herbs have special origins. Even if you know where they are, it will be difficult to travel thousands of miles. We can use special methods to bring these herbs to you. You can exchange with other alchemists or buy them at a lower price. Another benefit is that the Apothecary Association has its own special information network. If you need any information about herbs or elixirs, you can go to any branch to inquire. Basically, our information will be synchronized and changed in a relatively short period of time. That's not bad. I'll have to trouble you guys in the future. Ling Xiao knew too little about the outside world. If he had the Apothecary Association's information network, it would undoubtedly increase his knowledge and experience. Of course, it would also save him a lot of time searching for herbs. Time was money. Time was cultivation. It really couldn't be wasted casually. President, the examination hall is ready. At this moment, the lady in green reported to Lin Hui. How is it, Ling Xiao? Once you enter the examination hall, you won't have the chance to regret. Do you want to start? Lin Hui confirmed again. Even now, he was still feeling uneasy about this matter. He felt that it wasn't quite appropriate. No problem at all. Ling Xiao nodded. All right then, come with me. Lin Hui turned and walked towards the examination hall. Taimu followed behind and left the assessment for the low-grade yellow-level pharmacists to the green-clothed lady and the rest. Yunshan, you and Sikongyu will wait here. The examination is very strict. There can't be any accidents, so you guys can't go in to take a look. Taimu stopped Tai Yunshan and Sikongyu who wanted to go in to take a look. Grandpa, I'll just go in to take a look. Just one look and learn some experience. Who knows when I'll have to take the examination. Tai Yunshan acted coquettishly. It's useless to act coquettishly now. Grandpa is the vice president of the Apothecary Association and the examiner this time. What if you affect others? After speaking, Taimu walked into the hall and closed the door. Outside the door, the guards quickly blocked the entrance. You're my grandfather, but you didn't even let me in. Tai Yunshan pouted and turned to Sikongyu. Sikongyu, aren't you going to take the examination? Why don't you go? We'll talk about it after he's done. How could Sikongyu still have the mood to participate in the exam? She only wanted to see if Ling Xiao could pass this Huang-level exam. Do you think he can succeed? Tai Yunshan asked. Didn't he say he's 100% confident? Right now, Sikongyu also did not know how to answer this question. Ling Xiao's expression, which was filled with confidence, was a huge blow to her. If it's you, how confident would you be? Tai Yunshan asked again. 40%. Sikongyu thought about it. Perhaps even if she used all of her skills, she would only have a 40% chance of success. TSK. I thought you were a monster. Who would have thought that someone even more monstrous than you would come today? Now, I'm looking forward to it. Tai Yunshan looked excitedly at the closed door, his eyes filled with anticipation. She couldn't beat Sikongyu, but if Ling Xiao could beat Sikongyu, he could at least help her suppress Sikongyu's arrogance. Sikongyu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. About an hour later, the door opened. It's out. I wonder how it went. Tai Yunshan clenched her fists and stared at them with her eyes wide open. Taimu was the first to come out. Taimu had a helpless expression on his face. He looked like he was about to cry. Lin was the next to come out. Lin was also sighing. He was obviously unhappy. Grandfather, what's wrong with the two of you? You look like frosted eggplants. Did that brat fail the exam? Tai Yunshan asked loudly. Her question was the same as everyone else's question. Frosted eggplants? Haha, this analogy is really appropriate. The two of us are really like eggplants that have been hit by frost. This young man is truly formidable. This brat is simply a complete evildoer. Taimu shook his head and smiled bitterly. He succeeded? Tai Yunshan's eyes widened. That's right. He succeeded. He's the youngest yellow-grade advanced alchemist in history. He seems to be holding back. Maybe he wasn't joking when he said he wanted to participate in the yellow-grade Supreme Alchemist exam. Lin nodded his head and said. Hearing Taimu and Lin's words, everyone was shocked. They looked at each other. This was the yellow-grade advanced alchemist exam. Not the yellow-grade intermediate alchemist exam. That brat was only 16 years old. What a terrifying brat. How did he grow to be so powerful? Yeah, a 16-year-old yellow-grade advanced alchemist. This has never appeared in the mystic world. If this brat was placed in other continents, he would definitely be a genius among geniuses. Comparisons are odious. Sikongyu felt her heart beating rapidly. An unprecedented sense of fear and frustration emerged from the depths of her body. She originally wanted to become the youngest yellow-grade intermediate alchemist. However, this Ling Xiao had left her far behind. He didn't even look at the yellow-grade intermediate alchemist. Instead, he went straight for the yellow-grade advanced alchemist, or even the yellow-grade supreme alchemist. Is he still human? Tai Yunshan exclaimed in shock. This was indeed what everyone was thinking. That's not right. It's normal for the two of us to be affected. Why are the two of you affected as well? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Taimu sighed. Regardless of whether it is the utilization of medicinal herbs, the control of flames, or the final formation of the elixir, he is better than the two of us. If he was an old fellow from the same generation as us, we would be jealous. However, we wouldn't be like this. But he is only 16 years old, this is simply too much of a blow. Lin also said, I am more and more convinced that the Yuan Venerate is not dead. Furthermore, he has successfully returned from the other side of the Heaven's Chosen Gate. He is living in the mystic world and has even been to the Sky Dragon continent before. At this moment, Ling Xiao also walked out with a faint smile on his face. It seemed like this exam was as easy as ever for him. Almost all the alchemists present looked at him with admiration. He was only 16 years old, yet he was actually more powerful than the president and vice president of the Shanghai Alchemist Association. In time, this brat might even become a strong candidate for the position of president of the Alchemist Association. Is the alchemist certificate not done yet? Lin asked his subordinates. President, it should be done soon. I will go and urge him. Don't worry. Take your time. Just don't make any mistakes. Since he had already passed the exam, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry anymore. Waiting a little longer didn't seem to make much of a difference. Soon, the lady in green came back with an exquisite white jade certificate. This document was made of thin white jade. It was mainly for the convenience of wearing and storing it in a storage ring. In terms of appearance, the apothecary certificate was really beautiful. The words Huang Level Advanced Apothecary were written in green on the front with Ling Xiao's name below. On the back was the emblem of the Apothecary Association. It had an anti-counterfeiting function and was impossible to fake. Ling Xiao, don't underestimate this certificate. It's a special treasure. Not only does it have your information, but it can also contact the members of the Apothecary Association nearby. What's more amazing is that it can receive the information released by the Apothecary Association at any time. This information is all news and the latest research results of the apothecary world. You can even chat and discuss with apothecaries from other places through it. When Lin personally gave the apothecary certificate to Ling Xiao, he smiled and said, of course, Huang level advanced apothecaries can only contact apothecaries below the Huang level. You can't contact apothecaries above the Huang level unless you continue to raise your apothecary level. If you need any herbs, you can also use this apothecary certificate to announce it. If others have it, they will contact you directly and trade it through the Apothecary Association. It's safe and secure. Ling Xiao had a surprised expression on his face. He originally thought that this apothecary certificate was just a certificate. He didn't expect it to have so many functions. This was too magical. If he had known earlier, he would have joined the Apothecary Association earlier. He definitely wouldn't have waited until now. It was no wonder that almost all apothecaries would choose to join the Apothecary Association. Very few would choose not to, unless it was a special situation. Just this benefit was enough to make these apothecaries yearn for it. There is a method of selling apothecary certificates in the black market. A low-grade Huang level apothecary certificate can reach a high price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Most of the functions can't be used after buying it. After all, this apothecary certificate is bound to the apothecary. Lin smiled and said. Lin Fan's palm caressed the black robe. The soft touch was like a woman's soft skin. It was extremely wonderful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be speechless. 10 million low-grade spirit stones, and it was only a low-grade Huang level apothecary certificate. How expensive would it be to go from an intermediate to a high-grade apothecary certificate? Looking at the beautiful apothecary certificate in Ling Zhao's hand and hearing Lin's words, Tai Yunshan and Si Kongyu's faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Especially in Tai Yunshan's eyes, there was a hint of appreciation. Alright, Si Kongyu. You can start taking the Huang level mid-rank alchemist certification. The examination hall has already been prepared. Follow me. Lin looked at Si Kongyu and said. Forget it, I won't take the test today. I'll come again next time. Right now, Si Kongyu's state of mind was unsettled. She had received a very serious blow. If she were to participate in the examination now, she would most likely not be able to pass. She was a smart person and didn't waste time. Alright, it won't be too late to come back when you're feeling better. Lin shook his head helplessly. Her father's death had not shaken Xikongyu, but Ling Zhao's performance today had completely shaken Xikongyu. It seemed that this matter had quite a big impact on Xikongyu. Also, the two of you can collect your low-grade yellow-level apothecary certificates from the front desk. After seeing a genius like Ling Xiao today, Lin suddenly felt that the rest of the people were boring. Tai Yunshan pouted. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. You can't do anything about this obvious difference in treatment. Who asked you to be a low-grade yellow-level apothecary, while others are genuine high-grade yellow-level apothecaries? Ling Xiao, if you have any requests, just tell us. If we can do it, we'll definitely do our best to help you. After Xikongyu and Tai Yunshan left, Lin and Tai Mu invited Ling Xiao into the office and gave him the highest level of treatment. After all, Ling Zhao's apothecary level was the same as the two of them. Even his level of refining pills was probably better than the two of them. Lin even wanted to immediately report to the headquarters and let Ling Xiao become the vice president of the Shanghai branch. There is a small matter. I wonder if the two of you have heard of something called soul armor. The so-called soul armor was something that Ling Xiao learned from the primordial spirit remnant scroll. If a warrior who started practicing the primordial spirit remnant scroll had a soul armor, he could do more things. More importantly, it could protect the primordial spirit from collapsing. Using it for a long time could speed up the condensation and formation of the primordial spirit. Without a doubt, this was definitely a very important thing for warriors who cultivated the primordial spirit. He was just casually asking and didn't have much expectation. However, what he did not expect was that Tai Mu gave him a surprise. Soul armor is a rare item. Only people from the soul race can make it. There are very few of them in the market. Moreover, they are usually worth more than 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. The key is that you can't buy it even if you have the money. Tai Mu frowned and said, however, your luck is not bad. In Shanghai, there is someone who happens to have a soul armor. However, whether you can take it from him or not will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Oh, please tell me about it. Ling Xiao could not help but feel happy. He did not know which continent the soul race lived on. It was said that there was a tribe of the soul race in the White Tiger continent, but it was definitely not all of them. Therefore, it was very difficult to find a soul armor. Since Tai Mu said that there was someone in Shanghai who had it, no matter how difficult it was to get it, it would probably be easier than buying it from the soul race. Before I tell you, I have to remind you that this guy is very stingy. If you want to get something from him, it will be harder than reaching the heavens. Unless you have something that he urgently needs. Tai Mu reminded him. Tell me about it first. Whether or not we can make a deal is a matter for later. I can't be scared by this, right? Ling Xiao laughed. Tai Mu, are you talking about the emperor of the true demon empire, Jiao Badian? Lin suddenly exclaimed. Heh, that's right. It's that Jiao Badian. Tai Mu laughed, although Jiao Badian's cultivation cannot be compared to the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King, the Sea race still gave him the position of emperor of the true demon empire. This guy is just like his name, extremely tyrannical. If someone does not listen to his orders, he will not waste his breath and will directly eliminate them. If it's him, I think you should give up, Ling Xiao. Jiao Badian looks down on and hates humans the most. In the past, when the true demon empire almost unified the mystic world, it was humans who destroyed their plans. Lin said helplessly, moreover, this guy is the emperor of the true demon empire. How can you possibly meet him? Why can't I meet the emperor of the true demon empire? I have seen the saint emperor of the sacred dynasty and the emperor of the divine phoenix empire. This new true demon empire has just been established. Why should I be afraid of him? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, many thanks to the two presidents. I will go and find Jiao Badian to discuss the soul armor. It was impossible to discuss. Since the soul armor was in Jiao Badian's hands, he had to snatch it. Since they were all enemies, there was no need to be polite. Ling Xiao left the Apothecary Association under the surprised gazes of Lin and Tai Mu. He didn't say how he was going to get the soul armor. After all, if he said that he was going to snatch it, it would scare the Apothecary Association. The Moon Lady had been following Ling Xiao, so she knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. When do we do it? The Moon Lady asked. At night. It's too eye-catching during the day. Ling Xiao said with a smile, but Sister Moon Lady, you don't have to come with me this time. Why? The Moon Lady asked after a pause. Sister, don't you feel it? The Yin-Yang Demon King has returned to the true demonic empire. If you appear in the palace, he will definitely sense it. At that time, the secret operation will become a public operation. It will be very disadvantageous for us. Ling Xiao replied, you just need to stay outside and help me. If the Yin-Yang Demon King appears, just stop him. I've already sent people to investigate Badian Jiao. He's not very strong. He's just a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. There's no need for you to do anything. But even so, you're still not his match. The Moon Lady said. That's not necessarily true. How do I know if I don't try? Ling Xiao really wanted to exchange blows with a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He wanted to rely on his own strength and not rely on external forces. Okay, I agree. But if you're in danger, I'll rush in immediately. Don't blame me then. The Moon Lady said with a smile. Of course. Ling Xiao chuckled and disappeared with the Moon Lady on the bustling streets of the demonic city. At night, Ling Xiao snuck into the palace of the true demonic empire. He learned about Badian Jiao's whereabouts from a eunuch using the soul secret technique. It turned out that Badian Jiao was cultivating in a secret realm inside the palace. Come out. You're indeed strong to be able to reach this place. But this secret realm of mine is full of arrays. You can't hide from me. Ling Xiao originally planned to get rid of Badian Jiao secretly and then extract the memories from his soul to find the location of the soul armor. However, the moment he entered the secret realm, he was detected by this guy. Ling Xiao was quite generous. He revealed himself and said with a smile, Jiao Badian, I have no ill intentions. I just want something from you. What do you want? Badian Flood Dragon looked at Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to want to fight, but his overbearing aura enveloped Ling Xiao like a storm. Soul armor. Ling Xiao replied. Then you've come to the wrong place. I don't have any soul armor. Badian Jiao faintly said, and since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. I only need to lightly shout and the outside will immediately surround this place. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Hee, you can try. Ling Xiao smiled. Badian Jiao frowned and tried to transmit his sound waves, but he failed. The array formation that was originally used to protect him had now become a cage that trapped him. Unless he killed Ling Xiao here, no one outside would know what happened here. Bang! Badian Jiao suddenly slammed his palm on a nearby boulder, shattering it into pieces. Who are you? What's your purpose? Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't be so nervous. You're a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and I'm just a Celestial Realm martial artist. Are you afraid that I'll kill you? I just said that I only want your soul armor. You can exchange it with other things. He planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. After all, this was Badian Jiao's territory. Once they fought, unless he killed Badian Jiao, there would be endless trouble. Give up. I've already used the soul armor to protect my soul. Unless you kill me, you can't take it away. Badian Jiao said coldly. If that's the case, I'll have to do it. Ling Xiao stretched his body and said, Badian Jiao, how many humans have you killed? Too many to count. I can't even remember. You humans are born to be lowly. So what if I kill you? Badian Jiao said disdainfully. That's good. I won't feel guilty if I kill you now. Ling Xiao muttered to himself for a moment before his voice turned cold. Kill me? Can you kill me? Badian Jiao stood up as he spoke. His body erupted with a shocking amount of heavenly origin energy, and his violent aura became even stronger. Do you want to fight? I've always wanted to see how powerful a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist is. You can be my sparring partner. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but he became serious in his heart. This was the first time he planned to use his cultivation to fight a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He didn't want to borrow the power of the Moon Lady or the Butterfly Lady. He wanted to rely on himself to fight a martial artist who was much stronger than him. Just you? Ha 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 ha. Badian suddenly laughed and said, "You'd better ask your partner to show himself." "You want to fight me? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're just at the early stage of the 9th heavenly realm. Do you really think you can win against me?" His laughter was full of confidence and mockery. "I really don't have any partners." Ling Xiao shrugged. "If that's the case, then die." Badian had lost his patience. He was worried that Ling Xiao had partners, so he didn't dare to attack immediately. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao really didn't have any partners with him. He had come alone. There was no need to wait. Badian expression became ferocious. He stomped on the ground and pounced at Ling Xiao like lightning. The moment Badian shot at Ling Xiao, the surrounding air turned cold. A terrifying cold current gathered in the air. As a result, the cold air that formed blocked Ling Xiao's vision. Ling Xiao could feel that the air in the secret realm had suddenly become viscous. It was as if some kind of power had stuck to his body and limbs, making him unable to move faster. A Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, even if he was only at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, could not be underestimated. It was rumored that the biggest difference between a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist and a Celestial Realm martial artist was that they could form their own Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven was also called a domain. In a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had an absolute advantage. Some had a sudden increase in combat strength. Some had a restriction on the opponent's movements. Some could cooperate with the Grotto Heaven to launch attacks. No matter what, the advantage of a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was the key to crushing a Celestial Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao believed that Badian Grotto Heaven should be the so-called Cold Current Grotto Heaven. In this environment, the opponent's speed would be greatly reduced, while Badian own speed would increase. In this way, he had a huge advantage. If Ling Xiao couldn't think of a way to deal with this Grotto Heaven domain, then the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be Ling Xiao. There was no doubt about that. Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment. Ling Xiao released a blazing defensive technique. Ling Xiao activated the Scarlet Sun Feathered Raiment, and the blazing temperature began to melt the surrounding cold. His speed gradually recovered. Badian was shocked by this scene. He did not expect Ling Xiao to think of a way to deal with his icy stream grotto so quickly. Even so, within this paradise, he still had the advantage in terms of speed and strength. There was no doubt about this. "Badian, do you really want to fight to the death with me? I said that I only want the soul armor, and I will give you enough." Ling Xiao unsheathed his golden crow sword and carefully observed his surroundings. In this grotto, Badian was like a dragon in the deep sea, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He had to be careful. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. This was a battle with a great disparity in strength. What Ling Xiao needed to do was to fight with all his might. "Cut the crap. You broke into my palace in the middle of the night. This is already a capital offense. How dare you dream of getting something from me? You are delusional." Badian cold voice came from the pitch-black water. "You will die today. It seems that there is no way to solve this peacefully. I can only fight." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he felt danger coming from behind. He did not even look back. He swept the golden crow sword behind him, and a golden crow broke through the water. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. The golden crow collided with more than 10 diamond-shaped water spikes. The icy water spikes exploded and extinguished the golden crow in an instant. The gloomy cold air rushed toward Ling Xiao. However, the cold air had mostly dissipated. Faced with the obstruction of the Scarlet Sun Feathered Raiment, it instantly became scorching hot and then disappeared. "Good lad, you do have some skills. No wonder you dared to break into my palace alone." After a probing attack, Badian confirmed that Ling Xiao had come alone. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. Ling Xiao was clearly an early-stage 9th heavenly layer cultivator, but he gave off the feeling that he was more difficult to deal with than many half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The blazing light surrounding his body could actually repel the cold air quickly. It was not easy to deal with him. Ling Xiao had a rough idea of Badian Jiao's strength. Badian Jiao was definitely the son of an official. He was indeed strong, but he was weaker than many Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators he had seen. Badian Jiao did not seem to have enough combat experience. If Wu Xiang was here, he would probably be able to deal with Badian Jiao within 10 moves. With this judgment, Badian Jiao's was the trash Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. If he couldn't even deal with the trash of the Grotto Heaven Realm, then he would have wasted his Taiji Eye and the cultivation of the nascent spirit remnant scroll. After observing for a while, Jiao Badian noticed that Ling Xiao did not panic at all. Instead, he maintained his composure. He could not help but be on guard. At the same time, he was somewhat angry. Although I'm not as strong as the Yin Yang Demon King or the Lightning Demon King, I'm still a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. Dealing with a brat like you will be a piece of cake. Badian Jiao sneered. Suddenly, a huge wave rolled up. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly approached Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not panic in the face of this sudden attack. Although this was Badian Jiao's Grotto Heaven Realm, he could see through everything with his Tai Chi Eye. It was impossible for Badian Jiao to sneak attack him. When Badian Jiao charged over, Badian Jiao stabbed out with the golden crow sword. A ball of blazing light condensed on the golden crow sword. Crimson Sun all, Badian Jiao's eyes were blinded by the strong light. He knew that things were bad. Although he did not know how powerful the Crimson Sun all was, he had a rough idea from the Golden Crow Rising Sun's attack. He had to block it. Even if he was a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, he would be injured if this thing hit him. He opened his mouth and suddenly, a ball of cold air quickly condensed and formed a thick layer of ice in front of him. Ice shield. Bang! The Crimson Sun all fiercely slammed into the ice shield, and the intense rotation of the Crimson Sun all caused the ice shield to gradually melt and crack. Badian Jiao was shocked when he saw this. Although the ice shield he formed in a hurry was not very strong, it was still a move of a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. How could it not block this brat's attack? Badian Jiao was vexed. He pressed his hands on the ice shield. The entire icy stream Grotto Heaven turned into a huge flood dragon and slammed into the ice shield. Ling Jiao's expression changed slightly. The terrifying impact sent him flying. A Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator was indeed a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. He was at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. Seeing Ling Xiao being sent flying, Jiao Badian couldn't help but sneer. He waved his hands, and more than 10 sharp water spikes appeared around him. They shot towards Ling Xiao in an earth-shattering manner. Ling Xiao was still retreating. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to dodge. However, under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao would never be able to dodge. Body of light, the moment he was attacked, Ling Xiao's body turned into specks of light and scattered. All of the water spikes landed in the air. Before Badian Jiao could be shocked, Ling Xiao counterattacked. The specks of light condensed and a human figure formed. Then, a black and white cone of energy condensed on the golden crow sword. It was several times stronger than the Crimson Sun all. Divine Light Shadow all, this ball of energy was like a huge arrow that had left the ballista. It pierced through layers of obstacles at an extremely fast speed and shot toward Badian Jiao, who was only 10 meters away. At that moment, Badian Jiao was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to not only break his attack so easily, but also launch an attack at him in such a situation. He didn't show any mercy from the beginning. He really wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. This kid had given him too much of a surprise. However, being scared was just being scared. How could Badian Jiao allow Ling Xiao to behave so atrociously here? Badian Jiao roared as he looked at the light and shadow divine all that was shooting toward him. The cold current in the entire Grotto Heaven domain condensed together. The cold air kept acting on the light and shadow divine all, and the sticky obstruction kept pressuring the ball of energy. The terrifying light and shadow divine all was still flying forward as if it couldn't be stopped. Badian Jiao was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. In the end, he was glad that the light and shadow divine all stopped when it was about a foot away from his head. Badian Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He definitely didn't expect this. Since the beginning of the battle, he had obviously had the upper hand when they clashed head-on. However, the problem was that except for the first time when Ling Xiao clashed with him head-on, the rest of the time, he basically didn't have the chance to accumulate power. Ling Xiao's every attack was so sudden and powerful that Jiao Badian couldn't use his full strength to fight back. He was originally stronger than Ling Xiao, but now, he couldn't use his full strength and was being toyed around by Ling Xiao. Jiao Badian was usually very domineering, and no one could go against his wishes. But today, he was being humiliated by Ling Xiao. How could he tolerate such resentment? Brat, if I don't kill you today, how can I continue to be the emperor of the true demon's empire? I'll show you my true strength. As soon as Jiao Badian finished speaking, his entire body began to transform. His original human appearance instantly turned into a strange flood dragon. However, the flood dragon's upper body still had many human characteristics. After transforming, Jiao Badian didn't stay idle. He swung his huge tail with explosive force at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao definitely wasn't Jiao Badian's match in a head-on clash. If he was hit by the tail, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At that time, he would become a target that others could easily bully. But that was only if he was hit. But would Ling Xiao be hit? The answer was no. In that instant, a pair of black and white wings sprouted from Ling Xiao's back as he activated the light speed technique. With a single leap, he actually flew tens of meters into the air, leaving Badian Jiao with only a carefree back view. What kind of movement technique is this? How can it be so powerful? Jiao Badian's attack failed, and his tail smashed into the ground. The huge gully vented his anger, but it didn't calm him down. This person who had barged into the palace in the middle of the night was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if he was outside, he would definitely be an outstanding person. At the very least, he was a super genius. What's your name? Jiao Badian suddenly stopped attacking and asked. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and floated in the air. He smiled and said, asking for a guest's name at a time like this isn't the way to treat a guest. Cut the crap. I don't want to kill you just like that because of your talent. Jiao Badian was telling the truth. The true Devil Empire was rapidly growing, and needed a genius like this kid. In a few years, this would definitely become the cornerstone of the true Devil Empire. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My name is Ling Xiao, the chosen one of the sacred dynasty. Oh right, your Plague Demon King, Evil Beast Demon King, and the recently deceased Lightning Demon King were all killed by me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Now that he had confirmed Jiao Badian's identity, Ling Xiao decided to go all out and kill him. It could be imagined that the emperor of the true Devil Empire had been killed by someone who had broken into the palace. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely have a huge negative impact on the army of the true Devil Empire. At the very least, it would cause morale to drop. So you're that Ling Xiao? Looks like I can't spare you. After hearing Ling Xiao's self-introduction, Jiao Badian's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Now that he knew Ling Xiao's true identity, how could he let him leave so easily? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's not that you don't want to spare me. It's just that I suddenly realized that you're a pushover, so I decided to kill you." After saying that, Ling Xiao's aura began to rise rapidly. Previously, he had not used his full strength, and he had not even used the power of his mountain river martial soul. At this moment, his crazy aura was like a sharp sword that was pointed at Jiao Badian. Behind Ling Xiao, the sun and moon shine together appeared. How is this possible? You're still holding back. Jiao Badian was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's aura continue to rise. Perhaps it was because he sensed the strength of his opponent. Jiao Badian touched his storage ring lightly. A huge three-pronged trident appeared in his hand. Jiao Badian had to use a weapon to deal with an opponent whose cultivation was much lower than his. This showed how much he valued Ling Xiao. It also showed that he was starting to be afraid. However, Ling Xiao's aura was still rising. The light of the sun and moon continued to shine in the cold current, compressing Jiao Badian's cold current paradise into a piece of paper. A Grotto Heaven Realm expert without the paradise domain might not be much stronger than a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Ling Xiao was relying on the Mountain River Martial Soul's terrifying effect to erase Jiao Badian's advantage. The rest of the battle would depend on their experience and fighting techniques. Eye of Light. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye released a dazzling light. Jiao Badian closed his eyes subconsciously. The moment he closed his eyes, he knew that he was in trouble. He wanted to open his eyes, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he opened his eyes, Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place, but he had clearly been stabbed in the abdomen. The wound was bleeding profusely, and many of the scales on his body had shattered. Damn it! Jiao Badian ignored his injuries and waved his trident. Countless water spikes condensed into even more powerful ice spikes, which flew towards Ling Xiao. Pouncing from all directions, Ling Xiao had no way of dodging. However, Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. As his Tai Chi eye rotated, a powerful soul power gushed out from it. Burning the heavens, the terrifying flames spread out, and an extremely spectacular scene appeared in the sky. Kacha! 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 All the ice spikes were burned into steam by the blazing flames and disappeared without a trace. Soul power. Secret soul technique. You're not from the soul race, are you? Jiao Badian was even more shocked. He couldn't understand how a cultivator could use such a terrifying secret soul technique unless he was from the soul race. Ling Xiao ignored Jiao Badian's question. Since he had already started attacking, he wouldn't stop. Light shadow escape, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Jiao Badian's head, and the golden crow sword in his hand stabbed down. An even more resplendent light bloomed. This was a huge killing intent formed by the interweaving of light and shadow. The speed was too fast, the angle was too tricky, and the attack was too sudden. Facing this attack, Jiao Badian could only brandish his trident in an attempt to block it. At this moment, Jiao Badian no longer underestimated his opponent. Facing Ling Xiao's strange attacks, all he could do was block and be on guard. Although he felt aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. He believed that if he fought force with force, he would definitely have the upper hand. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't give him the chance to fight force with force. Eye of Darkness, the sixth step of the Shadow Profound Meanings Void technique, was the complete opposite of the Eye of Light. When he used it, Jiao Badian felt his surroundings turn dark, and he didn't know where to attack with his weapon. When he tried to use his soul power to determine Ling Xiao's location, it was already too late. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from the top of Badian Jiao's head. Although his head was tough, his scales were still shattered. The destructive power of the light shadow was simply terrifying. If Badian Jiao wasn't a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, this attack would have sent him straight to hell. The injured Badian Jiao frantically waved his huge body to protect himself. Violent gales shot out in all directions and sent Ling Xiao flying again. Tisk, just a little bit more. Ling Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. His golden crow sword had almost pierced Badian Jiao's head, but this guy had interrupted it. Fortunately, this attack had at least injured Badian Jiao. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to use his continuous attacks to injure Badian Jiao. This way, even if Badian Jiao was a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, he would lose his ability to fight due to excessive blood loss and exhaustion. He had to torture this guy to death no matter what. There was no other way. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it wasn't easy for him to defeat Badian Jiao easily. It was already quite difficult for him to torture this guy to death. This guy is clearly at the early stage of the 9th heavenly realm. How can he be so powerful? Badian Jiao panicked and actually used his life-saving technique. Layers of ice covered him. If Ling Xiao wanted to injure him, he would have to break through this layer of ice first. From the start of the chase to now, Badian Jiao's mind was still in a daze. It was a pity that he didn't know that Ling Xiao's martial soul was too powerful. Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. Although his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's soul power was stronger than his. Ling Xiao's soul power was already at the level of a second Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. As a result, Ling Xiao's overall strength was actually above his. What's wrong? The Emperor of the True Demon's Empire, the tyrannical Badian Jiao, wants to be a coward today? Don't worry, I'll just break your tortoise shell. Ling Xiao knew that Badian Jiao was scared out of his wits. He probably couldn't even unleash half of his usual strength. This was the time for him to unleash his strongest attack. Behind him, the sun and moon disappeared, replaced by a huge Tao Tai. The golden crow sword in his hand, the light and shadow energy began to condense. If Badian Jiao had chosen to interrupt Ling Zhao's attack, he might have been able to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was a coward, and he didn't dare to come out. Badian Jiao's attack, which gave Ling Bada Bashan Jiao. When Tyrant Flood Dragon sensed how terrifying this move was, he suddenly understood. Badian Jian Jiao. After removing the huge ice coffin, Badian Jiao held the huge trident with both hands, and a cold aura began to condense. Since Ling Xiao wanted to meet force with force, then he would fulfill Ling Zhao's wish. This time, they would meet force with force to determine the victor. He didn't believe that Ling Zhao's attack would be stronger than his without so many strange moves. Soon, layers of ice began to condense on the trident, making it look beautiful and dangerous. The energy was still condensing. Badian Jiao's body was covered in a thick layer of ice, as if he was about to be frozen. Ice Dragon Spiral Stab. Badian Jiao's body and the trident in his hand began to spin at an increasingly fast speed. It was like a huge spiral cone. The surrounding air was torn apart, sucked in, and distorted. Kill. Finally, the huge ice spiral dragon soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. With a sonic boom, it turned into a white shadow and shot towards Ling Xiao. You're going to die today. Badian Jiao had no other thoughts. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was still standing where he was. The light and shadow energy continued to condense on the golden crow sword. Since he wanted to decide the victor in one move, Ling Xiao had to make sure that his attack was strong enough. Doomsday of the Tao Tai. Finally, the huge monster roared and rushed out. It seemed to have been prepared for a long time. It opened its huge mouth and waved its claws at the spinning ice dragon. Boom! After the collision, a terrifying energy wave spread out in all directions. The ground was torn apart, and an area of dozens of square meters was torn apart. After the attack, Ling Xiao was still standing where he was. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He had already put away the golden crow sword. Badian Jiao's entire body had sunk into the ground. His bones were probably all shattered, and he could no longer move. Badian Jiao, I'll ask you one last time. Where is the soul armor? If you give it to me, I'll spare your life. After all, the soul armor was the most important thing for Ling Xiao. As for Badian Jiao's life, he could take it at any time. It was not a big deal. If he could defeat Badian Jiao once, he could do it again. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, brat, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, you won't get the soul armor. Although Badian Jiao could still speak, his voice was weak and haggard. Is it funny? Don't you know that you've missed the best chance to live? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. His Tai Chi eye moved, and a terrifying soul power entered Badian Jiao's spiritual sea. You didn't lie to me. I'll let you use the soul armor. However, this kind of thing belongs to the capable. You don't deserve it. Ling Xiao wiped away Badian Jiao's spiritual imprint and put the soul armor on his origin soul. The soul armor was neither gold nor silver. It was made of a very special material. It could completely fuse with one's soul. It was very rare. After wearing it, one could clearly feel that one's soul had found a home and a sense of security. In the future, it would not be so dangerous when one's soul left the body. Ah! Kill me! Kill me! Badian Jiao roared angrily. You can't die yet, and you won't die. To be exact, this body of yours is still useful. Continue cultivating here, Chen Feng said. Ling Xiao planned to attack the true demonic empire and needed a spy. However, until now, he had not found a spy in the true demonic empire. Since that was the case, he might as well use his soul to control Badian Jiao. This way, it would be easier to carry out his plan. No. No. Badian Jiao's face was filled with fear. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the young man in front of him was much more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Ling Xiao killed Badian Jiao's soul and put it away with the eye of the divine flask. After that, Ling Xiao treated Jiao Beishan's body carefully and restored it to its original state. Only then did he leave behind a part of his soul and enter Xiaobaishan's body. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to do this. But now, after cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he could split off a part of his soul to control a soulless body. This couldn't be considered as possessing. Possessing was much more difficult than this. After all, possession was to control a living being. After dealing with Xiaobaishan's body, Ling Xiao used the shadow steps and the shadow armor to silently leave the true demonic empire's palace. Perhaps it was because he was too pampered, or perhaps he was very confident in the palace's formation. No one in the true demonic empire's palace noticed Ling Xiao's presence. Except for the eunuch whose memories had been erased. After successfully leaving the palace, the Moon Lady was still waiting there in boredom. The Yin-Yang Demon King didn't appear, so the Moon Lady sat there cross-legged to cultivate. The moonlight at night was very bright, and it was very good nutrition for her. Let's go, big sister Moon Lady. I've already obtained the soul armor. Ling Xiao had gained a lot tonight. Not only did he obtain the soul armor, but more importantly, he had further honed his battle skills and understood his own strength. Facing the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist who lacked battle experience, he still had a chance of winning. And it wasn't a small possibility. But if he wanted to win, it would take too long. It's almost dawn. You've been busy for a few hours. The Moon Lady chuckled. I had no choice. That guy was very difficult to deal with. I had to slowly grind him to death. It's too difficult to kill him directly. Ling Xiao shrugged. He was really helpless. Alright, go back and rest for a while. Aren't you going to meet the people from the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society tomorrow? The Moon Lady grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and disappeared into the night in a flash. The Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society was a relatively recent organization. It was a bit similar to the previous Heavenly Truth League. It was organized by some warriors who were trying to rebuild the Sacred Dynasty, and there were some acquaintances of Ling Xiao. Because they had the same goal, Ling Xiao planned to cooperate with the Sacred Dynasty. This way, he would have a greater chance of killing the Yin-Yang Demon King and destroying the true demonic empire. Wait, there seems to be a situation over there. In the darkness of the night, in an alley, a cultivator was being pursued. The identity of the person running for his life was unknown, but he was a human. However, the identity of the person chasing after him was very clear. He was from the Sea clan, and was probably a secret force of the true Devil Empire. In such a situation, it was impossible for Ling Xiao not to help. The Moon Maiden nodded and floated to the ground. Along the way, he flung Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao borrowed this force and his figure flashed. He turned into a bolt of lightning in the night sky, and several Sea clan warriors who were chasing him were killed on the spot. They did not even have time to scream. The person being chased was actually seriously injured, and he was barely holding on to escape. If Ling Xiao did not help, he would definitely die. Seeing Ling Xiao kill a few Sea clan warriors, the tense strength in his body seemed to relax, and he leaned against the wall and slid down. Thank you, little brother. How should I address you? He asked weakly. Why are you being chased by the Sea clan in the middle of the night? Ling Xiao did not answer his question. Instead, he asked another question. The man hesitated for a moment before seeming to make up his mind and said, I won't hide it from you, little brother. I'm from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society. Because I was carrying out a mission, I was discovered by the Sea clan's lackeys and was seriously injured. Please, can you go to the nearby Langdon city and look for us from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society? We need reinforcements. Right now, a large number of our brothers are trapped in the forest outside the city, facing the siege of pirates and the true Demon's Empire's lackeys. The situation is critical. Aren't you afraid that I'm also a lackey of the Sea clan? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, you just killed a few of the Sea clan's lackeys. The man shook his head. But I'm not familiar with Langdon City, and it's even harder to find people from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society. You people come and go like a shadow. How can a stranger like me find you? Ling Xiao shook his head. It's okay. After you reach Langdon City, you just need to find someone called Wu Xiang. She'll pass our message to the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society headquarters. Wu Xiang? Ling Xiao was stunned and asked, "Are you talking about Wu Xiang from the Yuehua school?" "That's right. He used to be the leader of the Yuehua school. Now, he's the dean of the Heaven's Choice Academy. I'm telling you this because I trust you. I hope you won't tell anyone else." Perhaps because he felt that he was about to die, the martial artist from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society tried his best to tell Ling Xiao everything he could. If it were someone else, Ling Xiao might not help. However, this Restoration Society was related to his senior brother, Wu Xiang, so he had to help. "Here, take this pill first. I guarantee that you won't die. Leave on your own after you can move. I have something to do first." Ling Xiao looked outside the city. The sky was still dark, and he could vaguely see a blood-red murderous aura outside the city. If he was not wrong, that should be the place where the people from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society were surrounded and killed. "Little brother, don't tell me you're planning to save people outside the city? Don't be rash. The strongest among those pirates has reached the 10 Directions Heaven, and there are 4 of them. The rest are also powerful celestial realm martial artists. There are more than 40 of them. You won't be a match for them alone." The martial artist from the Restoration Society was so anxious that he even forgot to put the healing pill into his mouth. "Nonsense." Ling Xiao stuffed the healing pill into his mouth and said, "Although it's not far from here to Langdon City, your people will all be dead by the time you get there. Then I'll go with you." The martial artist from the Restoration Society took the healing pill and realized that it was indeed magical. As soon as he took it, the wounds on his body began to heal quickly. Even though these wounds were originally just external injuries, such a miraculous pill was truly rare to come by. He actually felt that he could stand up and fight. "You'll just be a burden if you go. But it's good to bring you along, so there won't be any misunderstandings." Ling Xiao lifted the martial artist's clothes and then leaped up. His feet left the ground and he actually flew in mid-air. The martial artist from the Restoration Society was dumbfounded. If he guessed correctly, the young man in front of him was definitely not older than 10 years old. How could he have such a magical movement technique? He could even glide while carrying someone. In the sky, the moon lady disappeared into the clouds and followed closely, but she did not show herself. She also knew that she could not spoil Ling Xiao too much. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be like a flower in a greenhouse, never to grow. A moment later, Ling Xiao appeared in the sky above the forest. In the Taiji eye, the dark forest became bright, and he could clearly see that there were more than 10 human warriors surrounded in the middle. They were surrounded by Sea Clan warriors. It was easy to distinguish between humans and Sea Clan warriors. After all, Sea Clan warriors had a strange fishy smell on them. Floating in the air, Ling Xiao asked, "Are you talking about those Sea Clan warriors?" "Yes, it's them. We were originally preparing to enter Mo to meet with the Chosen One who was about to arrive here, but we were attacked by pirates. We even attracted the lackeys of the True Demon Empire and fell into a dangerous situation." The Restoration Clan warrior explained, "Young hero, what do we plan to do? I'll cooperate with you. It's not worth it. You can stay and rest." Ling Xiao carefully observed for a bit. Among those sea race martial artists, the strongest were 4 Deva realm martial artists with 10 Directions Heaven cultivation. This was nothing to him now. As for the rest, it was a piece of cake. Moreover, these Restoration Clan warriors were not to be trifled with. Especially one of them, a young girl wearing black clothes and holding 2 short knives in her hands. Her strength was not ordinary. Although his cultivation base was only in the 8 Desolate Heaven, he could still handle a 10 Directions Heaven Sea Tribe cultivator with ease. Her movement technique was ingenious. Her knife technique was even more exquisite. The enemy basically could not touch her. This woman was not old, about 20 years old. She was definitely much older than Ling Xiao, but compared to the other warriors, she was considered very young. Her blades were stained with the blood of the Sea Clan warriors, so she naturally became the target of the Sea Clan warriors. Killed at B*TCH first. One of the Sea Clan warriors pounced on the dual-blade woman in anger, and at the same time, he called out to the other Sea Clan warriors beside him. However, no matter how many people besieged the dual-blade woman, she could always use her beautiful movement technique to maneuver and avoid being surrounded. This way, the enemy's siege strategy was ineffective. Even so, the consumption was great. If this continued, sooner or later she wouldn't be able to run anymore. Don't be afraid, Lu Chuang has already gone to London City to get reinforcements. As long as we can hold on for an hour, we'll be saved. The dual-bladed woman was obviously the leader of these warriors, so she also had the responsibility of boosting their morale. She could not let the morale of her own people fall too much. That's right. Brothers, hold on. If we can't even overcome such a small obstacle, how can we revive the sacred dynasty? Sometimes, mental power could really make a person brave and fierce. However, just like the chi explosion pill, it could only last for a short period of time. Perhaps by the time the reinforcements arrived, all of them would have already been killed. Ha ha ha, you stupid humans, stop dreaming. That Lu Chuang has already been killed by our people, and you still want to call for reinforcements? Dream on. Just accept your deaths obediently. Nothing I say can save you today. The oceanic species warrior laughed out loud. If not for Ling Xiao, perhaps the outcome would have been as he had expected. If Lu Chuang was killed, it would be impossible for reinforcements to arrive. On the other hand, these warriors from the Restoration Nation of the Sacred Dynasty would all die in battle. Kill. The Sea Folk martial artists reorganized their attacks, wanting to make these Restoration Nation martial artists despair. Boom, all of a sudden, a dazzling light fell into the forest and exploded between the oceanic species warriors and the Restoration Nation's warriors. 6 to 7 oceanic species warriors died on the spot. The bodies of these dead cultivators emitted a charred smell. It was obvious that they had been burned by some kind of high temperature. As the smoke dispersed, a young man appeared in front of everyone. His long black hair emitted a strange luster, and his entire person seemed to contain an explosive power. The young man smiled and looked at the oceanic species warriors. Although his appearance had surprised both sides, the martial artists of the Restoration Nation were still excited. This person had killed several oceanic species warriors without saying anything. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he had also made his stance clear. He was probably here to help them. As for the sea race warriors, their expressions when they looked at Ling Xiao were not so kind. Their eyes were filled with hatred, and they were furious at this warrior who had appeared out of nowhere. Kill him. The furious leader of the oceanic species warriors gave the order. It was obvious that the other party was not one of them, so there was nothing to say. They just had to do it. Although the warriors on their side were basically all warriors with cultivation levels below 3 talents heaven, they were still oceanic species warriors. They would not allow any human to attack their fellow warriors. Following the leader's order, 4 figures turned into afterimages and pounced on Ling Xiao from 4 directions. These 4 oceanic species warriors were all warriors of the Avalon of 5 elements. In the Sky Dragon continent, they would definitely be considered experts. But in the Divine Phoenix continent, they were only considered ordinary. After all, the number of Grotto Heaven Realm warriors in the Divine Phoenix continent was much higher than in the Divine Phoenix continent. Facing the sudden attack from the oceanic species warriors, Ling Xiao only smiled slightly. He did not draw his sword. Against such warriors, he did not even need to use his hands, let alone his sword. The ultimate skill of the 6th step of the profound meaning of light, Eye of Light. As the Tai Chi eye rotated, 4 laser-like rays of light pierced through the air and penetrated the bodies of the 4 oceanic species warriors under everyone's watchful eyes. Bang, 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 bang. After the 4 rays of light shot out, Ling Xiao's eyes returned to normal. The 4 oceanic species warriors flew out as if they had been struck by lightning and landed on the ground. On the throat of every sea race martial artist, there was a very obvious burning hole. Perhaps it was because of the burn, but there was not a trace of blood. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, revealed an even more brilliant smile. After returning to the Sky Dragon continent from the Divine Phoenix continent, his strength was definitely at the top of this continent. Other than an extremely small number of warriors, he could be said to have crushed everyone. 4 practitioners of the Avalon of 5 elements were nothing in his eyes. How can this be? From the moment the oceanic species warriors attacked to the moment Ling Xiao's Eye of Light unleashed its power and killed the 4 oceanic species warriors, only a short time had passed. If one had to be precise, it would not have been more than 10 breaths. This scene not only stunned the several cultivators of the Restoration Nation, but also caused the Sea Tribe cultivators to feel a deep sense of dread. They did not expect that this young warrior, who looked somewhat immature, would actually have such valiant strength. Just how much power was contained in his body that didn't seem to be very tall? Terrifying. Who exactly is he? How can his attacks be so overbearing? The dual-wielding lady had long forgotten to attack. She looked at Ling Xiao with her mouth agape for a long time. When she finally came back to her senses, she let out an unprecedented cry of surprise. Yu Qin was sure that the young man was younger than her, but his strength far exceeded hers. Yu Qin, not bad, right? That's the reinforcements I asked for. At this moment, Lu Chuang, who had been thrown into the forest by Ling Xiao, ran excitedly to the martial artists of the Restoration Society. Lu Chuang, you're not dead? Didn't the Sea Race martial artists say that they killed you? Yu Qin asked in surprise. Of course, there was also joy in her surprise. Her comrade was still alive, which was the best-case scenario. Yes, I was almost killed. These lackeys' noses are too sharp, and their strength is too strong. I didn't even leave the Devil City, and they caught up to me. If it wasn't for that young hero's help, I'm afraid I would have died without a burial place, and you guys would be finished too. Lu Chuang shrugged and smiled bitterly. He saved you? Why did he save you? Why did he come to save us? What did you promise him? Yu Qin frowned. She didn't believe that there would be people who would help others for no reason. Lu Chuang shook his head. He didn't mention anything. I'm guessing that he's related to Wu Xiang, the president of the Restoration Society. He only decided to help us after hearing President Wu Xiang's name. Could he be President Wu Xiang's friend or junior? Yu Qin knew that Wu Xiang was once a student of the Yuehua school. Even though the Yuehua sect no longer existed and was completely integrated into the Heaven's Choice Academy, there were still many disciples from the Yuehua sect who went out to travel. I'm not sure about that, but you've seen his ability. He easily killed 4 practitioners from the Avalon of 5 elements. This kind of ability is really valiant. With him around, we won't have to die. Lu Chuang shook his head. Don't be too complacent. Don't forget that there are 4 warriors of the 10 directions heaven among the Sea Race warriors. Even he might not be able to handle them. We have to think of a way to help him. Yu Qin was sure that Ling Xiao was Wu Xiang's friend or junior, so she didn't think too much about it. It was just that the opponent was too strong. It was impossible for that young man to handle them alone. They were still at a disadvantage. Then what should we do? Why don't I go back and call for reinforcements? We can't let this young hero die for us, right? Lu Chuang said worriedly. Alright, go to Landon City immediately. Be careful this time. We'll try our best to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Yu Qin nodded. There's no need for that. You guys can just rest and recuperate. Just as Lu Chuang was about to leave, Ling Zhao's voice rang out. With a faint smile and a hint of confidence, it was as if he didn't care about those Sea Race cultivators at all. Do you know that there are 4 10 directions heaven martial artists among them? Now is not the time to be stubborn. Yu Qin said loudly. Trying to be brave? If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have come here alone. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He didn't even turn around to look at Yu Qin. Yu Qin, I think we should just forget about it. Even if I go and ask for help now, it will be too late. It's almost dawn. Lu Chuang said with a bitter smile, who knows, he might be a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm expert, or even a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Stop joking. He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. Have you ever seen a Grotto Heaven Realm expert at this age? Yu Qin shook her head. But where does his confidence come from? Lu Chuang was also confused. No matter how he looked at it, Ling Zhao's strength was incomparably strong. However, it was a little difficult to convince him that Ling Xiao was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It was already very impressive for a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist at the age of 16 or 17. And he still wanted to advance to the Grotto Heaven Realm and become a Realm Lord? Perhaps he has some other trump card. When he was traveling, he might have obtained some powerful treasure. Yu Qin thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Just as Lu Chuang said, it was too late to call for reinforcements now. After dawn, as long as the sacred dynasty took action, they would definitely be targeted by the true demonic empire. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Now, all hope could only be pinned on that young man. She hoped that he was not just bragging, but really had some ability. The martial artists of the Restoration Empire placed all their hopes on Ling Xiao. As for the Sea Race martial artists, they were a little wary of Ling Xiao. Of course, being wary did not mean that they were afraid, but that they valued him more. The leader of the Sea Race martial artists looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said in a cold and gloomy voice, "Lowly human, this is the true demonic empire. Once dawn comes, you will be finished. Offending our Sea Race here, you have done a very stupid thing. Maybe there's no need for dawn." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and began to secretly gather strength in his hands. After all, there were many opponents. It would not be easy to deal with all of them in a short period of time, so he had to catch them off guard. He could not let these guys escape, or else it would ruin his plan. "Yes, there's really no need for dawn, because you will die before dawn comes," the leader of the Sea Race martial artists said coldly. The Sea Race martial artist coldly said, "Now, I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Immediately disappear from here and we can forget about what you've just done. Let bygones be bygones? I think you're afraid?" Ling Xiao laughed. The leader of the Sea Race shuddered. Ling Xiao had guessed his thoughts correctly. He was indeed a little wary. Ling Xiao's previous appearance was too dazzling. Moreover, he had killed 4 martial artists of the Avalon of 5 elements with almost no effort at all. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that Ling Xiao had not used his full strength. It was best not to make an enemy of such a terrifying person. However, how could he admit that Ling Xiao had guessed his thoughts correctly? "Human, you are courting death." A cold murderous aura erupted from the leader of the Sea Race martial artists. His body was trembling violently as he roared, "Kill. Leave no one alive. Kill all these lowly humans." Yes. The remaining martial artists of the Sea Race heard the order and charged towards Ling Xiao furiously. They did not care about the morals of the pugilistic world. As long as they could kill their enemy, it would be their victory. As for the rest, who would care about it? "Lu Chuang, take care of the injured. The rest of you, come with me to help this young hero." Yu Qin had already decided to help Ling Xiao fight. After all, he was here to help them. They could not just stand by and watch. Seeing that the remaining martial artists of the Sea Race were all charging towards Ling Xiao, she shouted and led the martial artists of the Restoration Nation to charge forward. Boom! Suddenly, a tyrannical and overbearing aura was released from Ling Xiao's body, and it actually blocked them. "I've said it before. Stay there and recuperate. I alone am enough to deal with them. You will only be a hindrance if you interfere." Ling Xiao's voice was filled with unquestionable confidence. "How can you be like this? I'm just trying to help you." She heard Ling Xiao say that she would be a hindrance if she went up to help. Yu Qin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was a warrior of the 8 Desolation Heaven after all. How could someone say that she would be a hindrance? She really couldn't take it lying down. However, she really didn't dare to fall out with Ling Xiao now. After all, Ling Xiao was their only savior at this moment. If they offended Ling Xiao, they would really be in trouble later. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for that." Ling Xiao's voice softened a lot. "Stubborn child." Yu Qin stomped her feet, looked back at the warriors of the Restoration Nation, and said, "Don't lower yourself to the level of a child. If you find something wrong later, go up. We can't let him die. Otherwise, our Restoration Nation will be too ashamed to face others." Yes. Almost all the warriors of the Restoration Nation thought that they would definitely take action next. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to stop so many people. However, in the next moment, all of their jaws dropped to the ground. The powerful murderous aura that Ling Xiao suddenly released made them feel great fear. It was as if they were facing a terrifying existence that had killed thousands of warriors. That terrifying murderous aura even condensed into a huge blood-red longsword that floated above the young man's head. This guy can't be an old monster, right? How can he have such a terrifying murderous aura at such a young age? Even I feel a chill all over my body. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was standing there surrounded by blood-red murderous aura, Yu Qin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She couldn't speak very well. Even if he's not an old monster, I'm afraid he's a veteran of killing. I'm afraid that countless warriors have died in his hands. Lu Chuang's throat twitched as he said. Yu Qin, do you think he's the chosen one? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked in a low voice. Yes. That's right, that's right. It must be him. I've never heard of such a freak among humans. Yu Qin suddenly remembered. The Sacred Dynasty had arranged a secret meeting with the Chosen One, Ling Xiao, in Shanghai. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should have arrived by now. As for the legendary Heaven's Chosen Son, although they had never seen him before, there were many legends about the Heaven's Chosen Son. No wonder he's so domineering, so valiant, and so confident. He's not afraid even when facing so many cultivators. The Chosen One is indeed the Chosen One. Even if his cultivation is not strong, his battle prowess is frighteningly high. Lu Chuang revealed a joyful expression. He did not expect that he would be saved by the legendary figure. This was a great honor. Great, the Heaven's Chosen One has appeared. We are all saved, ha ha ha. The martial artists of the Restoration Nation all revealed happy smiles after surviving a calamity. When Ling Zhao's terrifying killing intent rushed towards the Sea Race martial artists, the Sea Race martial artists were clearly affected by the killing intent. All of them panicked and were shocked. They could feel what this powerful killing intent meant. The young man in front of them was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He was a demon who had killed countless people. The moment of panic was an excellent opportunity for Ling Xiao. But to the Sea Race martial artists, it was definitely doomsday. Ling Xiao released the doomsday Tao Tai that had been condensing for a long time without holding back. The huge Tao Tai roared and charged into the crowd. The first to bear the brunt was a 10 Directions Heaven Sea Race martial artist who was charging at the front. In an instant, his entire body was swallowed by the huge Tao Tai. Not even his flesh was left behind. One-sided, it was a complete one-sided massacre. Ling Zhao's mouth revealed a cold smile. He was not playing around when he was talking nonsense with the other party. The doomsday Tao Tai that had been accumulating power for half a day did not kill a large number of enemies. It would be a waste of his attack. Screams intertwined into one. Death had become the main theme here. It was just one attack, a 10 Directions Heaven martial artist died in battle. More than 10 martial artists of Avalon of 5 elements and above died without leaving behind any corpses. This was Ling Zhao's battle record. Moreover, it was only a single move. Suddenly, powerful, the effect was shocking. Looking at Ling Xiao who stood there like a god of war, all the martial artists from the Restoration Nation were dumbfounded. They had imagined that Ling Xiao was very strong. But they did not expect such a situation. Even a martial artist who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm could not create such a terrifying scene when facing so many Celestial Realm martial artists, right? No matter what, the other party was a martial artist with 4 10 Directions Heaven cultivation. The rest were also martial artists of Avalon of 5 elements and above. But under Ling Zhao's hands, they were like puppets without any resistance. Just one move, it caused the tragedy of more than 10 martial artists not leaving behind any corpses. The most terrifying thing was that there was actually a 10 Directions Heaven martial artist among them. What was this guy's cultivation level? Both Yu Qin and Lu Chuang did not understand and were completely dumbfounded. But the battle did not end there. In the next moment, Ling Zhao's body turned into a black and white light and then completely disappeared. When he appeared again, another martial artist with 10 Directions Heaven cultivation had his body pierced through, dying until he could not be more dead. Ling Xiao was like a ghost with the speed of light. They could not block it, they could not capture it. Don't panic, form a battle formation and protect each other. The Sea Clan martial artists did not collapse immediately. After a moment of panic and loss, they quickly organized a new attack. The so-called battle formation was a very flexible formation. It used the cooperation between martial artists to form a special formation. Not only could it increase the corresponding attributes, but it could also rely on each other and not be broken down one by one. Ling Xiao's performance was so amazing that the Sea clan martial artists thought that they could not charge in recklessly. If they did, they would definitely be defeated by Ling Xiao one by one and all of them would die here. Flood Dragon Hunting Formation. It was a very simple battle formation. But it had quite a good combat strength. The formation was like a flood dragon, with the remaining 2 10 directions heaven martial artists as the leaders, and the rest of the martial artists following behind. They could not only assist the 2 of them but also be protected by the 2 of them. It was really impossible for Ling Xiao to break them one by one. If I can't break them one by one, then I'll destroy this flood dragon. Ling Xiao sneered and finally took out the golden crow sword. On the sword blade, killing intent gathered, stronger than before. I didn't expect him to still have strength. What cultivation level is this guy? I heard that when the Chosen One left the Heavenly Dragon continent, he was not a Heaven Realm martial artist, right? Lu Chuang said in shock. I heard that when he left, he should already be a one-line Heaven martial artist. Yu Qin said. But even if that's the case, how long has it been since he left? Less than a year. How on earth did he cultivate? Is he still human? Lu Chuang was completely unable to believe it. What is a super freak? This is a super freak. Why is he the Chosen One and not Hai Myung Ko? Not Mo Wushang? Not someone else? Don't you understand? Yu Qin sighed. President Wu Xiang once told me many things about the Chosen One, but I didn't believe it at that time. I was like you, thinking how powerful a 16 or 17-year-old boy could be. What could he accomplish, but now I believe it. Not only that, but I've also become a supporter of this Chosen One. While she was speaking, the battle was still going on. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Xiao seemed to have found a way to deal with the flood dragon hunting formation. At that moment, Yu Qin and the others seemed to feel that Ling Xiao had disappeared. It was as if the one standing there was no longer Ling Xiao, but a sword. It was a sword that could break anything. Tai Chi sword body, a cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Man and sword merged perfectly. Light and shadow formed a perfect Tai Chi. A bright light flashed through the dark forest. There was no magnificent scene. But the result was very shocking. Ling Xiao's figure appeared again, but what was left on the ground were corpses. Only a 10 directions Heaven Sea clan cultivator saw that the situation was not right and actually betrayed his comrades at the last moment, turning and fleeing. Looking at the Sea clan cultivator who was fleeing further and further away, Ling Xiao stabbed out with the golden crow sword. A crimson sun all pierced through the night and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the escaping Sea clan cultivator finally fell to the ground, his body burning. But what was strange was that the flames did not spread to other places, only burning on the Sea clan cultivator's body. It's all settled. Are you guys alright? After putting away the golden crow sword, Ling Xiao looked back at the Restoration Nation cultivators and asked. At this time, the Restoration Nation cultivators were still immersed in the shocking battle just now. Startled by Ling Xiao's question, Yu Qin hurriedly replied, We're fine, we're fine. Luckily you came in time. Although we're all injured, it's not too serious. Thank you. That's right. No matter who you are or why you saved us, you're our savior. We have to thank you. My name is Lu Chuang. You saved me in Demon City before, so I owe you 2 lives. Lu Chuang said that with a smile. Hehe, it's just a small matter. Moreover, the oceanic race has taken over our human countries and treated us like 2-legged beasts. They have abused and humiliated us as they wish. I have never been soft-hearted when it comes to killing them. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young hero, you're not called Ling Xiao, are you? Yu Qin probed. That's right, I'm Ling Xiao. Why? Ling Xiao did not mind revealing his identity since he would meet the Restoration Nation sooner or later. You're really Ling Xiao. You're the Chosen One, Ling Xiao. Lu Chuang jumped up excitedly. The wounds on his body split open, causing him to grimace in pain. Heaven's Chosen One, I guess. Back then, at the martial arts festival held in the Holy City, I indeed received such a title. Ling Xiao said with a smile. It's really you. That's great. Our president has been talking about you. He said that if you were here, the Restoration Nation would definitely develop and grow stronger. Yu Qin said with a smile, by the way, Lord Chosen One, are you going to Demon City to meet the Restoration Nation? If so, let's go together. With Lu Chuang and I leading the way, it'll be easy for you to find the Restoration Nation's branch in Demon City. Let's go to Landen City. I've been wandering around Demon City and found that the true Demon's Empire is guarding this city very tightly. Plus, so many Sea Clan martial artists died here today. They'll definitely be more nervous and it'll be easy for something to happen. Why don't we go to Landen City? I haven't seen your president, Wu Xiong, for a long time. Let's catch up with him, Ling Xiao said after some thought. No problem. Landen City is considered a subsidiary city of Demon City. It's very close to here. It'll take about 15 minutes to get there. Perhaps it was because of her admiration, Yu Qin completely agreed with Ling Xiao's suggestion. Alright, let's go together. I have some rejuvenation pills here. Take them and let your people take them. They're very effective in treating injuries. Since the Restoration Nation was established by his benefactor and senior brother Wu Xiong, they were considered his people. Ling Xiao naturally had to treat them better. It was just a dozen or so rejuvenation pills. They were nothing valuable. Lu Chuang, to prevent any misunderstandings, you should go back and report to the chosen child about going to Landen City. Yu Qin, this woman, was quite considerate. After all, the original meeting place was in Demon City. Now that Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to go to Landen City, she had to inform him in advance. Otherwise, there might be some misunderstandings and it would not be good for anyone. No problem, Lord Chosen Child. I'll take my leave first. Lu Chuang smiled and jumped up the tree like a monkey. His figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At that moment, the sky was already turning bright. Ling Xiao followed Yu Qin and the rest around Demon City. He quickened his pace and headed toward Landen City. Although it would take a longer journey, it was much safer. No matter what, the Restoration Nation of the Sacred Dynasty was a reactionary organization to the true Demon's Empire. If he went there openly, it would be the same as inviting others to capture him. Moon Lady had been following Ling Xiao but she didn't show herself. As long as she stayed near Ling Xiao, she would be able to absorb the moonlight energy in Ling Xiao's body. She knew clearly that Ling Xiao was still a young man who was still growing. Many times, if she was present, it would make things much simpler and lose the meaning of training. For example, in the battle earlier, if she were to appear, those Sea Clan practitioners would probably turn around and leave. They wouldn't choose to battle at all. Along the way, Yu Qin told Ling Xiao about the general situation of the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Nation. This organization had not been established for a long time but its influence wasn't weak. It had always been active in the heart of true Demon's Empire, engaging in rescuing humans, spying for information and assassinating traitors. Although there weren't any large-scale military operations, but it had brought a lot of trouble to true Demon's Empire, causing them to have no intention to continue expanding. When the morning sun hung high in the sky, Landen City had already appeared in everyone's vision. Landen City's scale was much smaller than Demon City but it was bigger than Heaven Peak City. Its scale was about the same as Skycloud City. Seeing this city, the practitioners from the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Nation revealed a relaxed smile. Only when they were here, would they feel safe. Although Landen City was under the control of true Demon's Empire City Lord, but it was still not comparable to Demon City. The Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Nation's influence was still huge and many of its members had infiltrated into the City Lord's residence. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information. After entering the city, Yu Qin and the others did not show any special behavior. They were just like ordinary martial artists. They walked towards a large trading company in the middle of the city. Xianglong Trading Company. On the surface, this trading company was doing business, but in reality, only a few people knew that this place was actually a contact point for the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society. As for the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society headquarters, there was actually no fixed location. Once there was any movement, they would immediately move. Therefore, this contact point was usually a gathering place for the Restoration Society's core members. The rest of the Restoration Society's warriors were sent away by Yuqin along the way. They all returned to their residences to wait for the next mission. Only Yuqin brought Ling Xiao into the Xianglong Trading Company. The Xianglong Trading Company's scale was very large, and its business was very prosperous. If one was not an internal member, it would be hard to imagine that this was the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society's contact point. The workers and shopkeepers here were all members of the Restoration Society. Although they looked ordinary on the surface, they were all warriors who hid their strength well. At critical moments, they could all fight with their weapons. Lord Chosen One, you might not know this, but the current power structure of Langdon City is very special. The strongest is naturally the City Lord's mansion because they have the true demonic empire as their backing. The City Lord of Langdon City is a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. We don't know his exact cultivation level, but we can be sure that neither our Restoration Society nor the other organization, the Heavenly Reason Alliance, dares to provoke them. Yuqin introduced, the Heavenly Reason Alliance is also secretly active. They have some cooperation with our Restoration Society, but they don't completely trust each other. However, they are very strong and are on par with our Restoration Society. Ling Xiao nodded. The City Lord's mansion of Langdon City represented the true demonic empire. The Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society represented the Heaven's Chosen Academy. Naturally, the Heavenly Reason Alliance represented themselves. These three powers were all in Langdon City, so they would definitely have a lot of contact with each other. Wu Xiang was also very powerful. The Restoration Society was the latest to be established, but they were on par with the Heavenly Reason Alliance. He was indeed a rare talent. He just did not know if his senior brother's cultivation level had increased. Ling Xiao. Without waiting for Yuqin to report, Wu Xiang had already rushed out impatiently. He was the president of the Restoration Society and also the owner of the Xianglong Trading Company. Under normal circumstances, he would not show his face, for safety reasons. But after listening to Lu Chuang talk about Ling Xiao, he was a little excited. Ling Xiao was not only his savior, but also his good brother, and a junior brother that he admired very much. Although they were not related by blood, their relationship was better than that of many biological brothers. At the same time, Wu Xiang hugged Ling Xiao tightly. Ling Xiao did not resist. He was also very excited. After being a martial artist for so long, he did not have many true friends, and Wu Xiang was definitely one of the most important ones. Senior brother, I haven't seen you for a few months and your cultivation seems to have improved. Finally, they separated after a warm hug. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiang and smiled. What am I? In just a few months' time, I've only managed to raise my cultivation from the first paradise to the pinnacle of the second paradise. Compared to a monster like you, I can't even begin to compare at all. Wu Xiang smiled bitterly. Although he did not know the exact cultivation of Ling Xiao, he was sure that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the extreme realm that a 16-year-old youth could reach. It's okay. Ling Xiao said modestly. Don't be modest. Let's go, I'll take you to see two friends that you know before. Wu Xiang put his arm around Ling Xiao's shoulder and walked inside. The structure of the trading company was very special. It was not obvious from the outside, but when one went inside, one would find that this was simply a small castle. It would not be easy for anyone to attack this place. The three people passed through layers of protection and finally arrived at the deepest courtyard. Ling Xiao indeed saw two acquaintances. Acquaintances who were both enemies and friends. One was Feng Yaorao. The other was Army Breaker. It seems that we are fated. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Greetings to the Chosen One. Feng Yaorao and Army Breaker bowed. Alright, you don't have to be so polite in front of me. The three of us can be considered to have gotten to know each other after fighting. Just call me Ling Xiao, lest we become strangers. Although he had fought with Feng Yaorao and Army Breaker before, there was no deep hatred between them. On the day when the Holy City met its end and the Sacred Dynasty was destroyed, these two people did not choose to leave with Sikong Zun. Instead, they went to the Heavenly Truth League. However, they were not happy during their time in the Heavenly Truth League. Because the Heavenly Truth League was simply like a puppet of the true Devil Empire. There were many things that made them unhappy. Therefore, in the end, they joined the Heaven's Chosen Academy and became Wu Xiang's right-hand men. Feng Yarao's cultivation had now reached the Avalon of 5 elements. Army Breaker was on par with her. Although this kind of cultivation was nothing in the Divine Phoenix continent, in the Heavenly Dragon continent, it was definitely the backbone and could be of great help. Alright, then I'll call you Brother Ling, Feng Yarao said with a smile. Her smile was still so enchanting, but it was more mature and seemed to have experienced many things. If you don't mind, can I call you Brother Ling? Army Breaker was a little embarrassed. During the martial arts festival, he was completely defeated by Ling Xiao. He was completely conquered by Ling Xiao's charisma and strength. Of course I don't mind. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, to be able to turn an enemy into a friend was also a good thing for him. Brother Ling, can I exchange a few moves with you? Army Breaker was bursting with fighting spirit as he asked. Army Breaker, you're simply looking for a beating. He was stronger than you before, and now he's definitely much stronger than you. If you fight with him, you won't have a good time. Feng Yarao smiled. I know, but I still want to try. Army Breaker said. Alright, you can make your move. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Army Breaker waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Then, a violent killing intent burst out, and he pounced on Ling Xiao like a ferocious tiger. At the same time, the long spear was thrust out, and it actually let out the roar of a ferocious tiger. Strong heaven origin energy was released. Compared to the martial arts festival, he was much stronger. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. Facing Army Breaker's fierce attack, Ling Xiao suddenly activated his Tai Chi Eye. Eye of Darkness, the 6th step of the shadow. Profound meaning. At that moment, Army Breaker felt as if he was swallowed by a pitch-black monster. Not only did he lose feeling of his long spear, but even his heaven origin energy seemed to be pouring into a bottomless abyss. Feng Yarao and Wu Xiang looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had already estimated Ling Xiao to be very strong, but they were still shocked by this scene. Army Breaker, who was at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements, was actually defeated by Ling Xiao, who didn't even make a move. After a while, Ling Xiao withdrew his Tai Chi Eye. Army Breaker regained his ability to move, but his eyes were filled with shock. Ling Xiao's arrival in the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Conference added to the joyous atmosphere. Ever since he became the president of the Restoration Conference, Wu Xiang, who did not dare to drink easily, made an exception and had a few drinks with Ling Xiao. Of course, drinking was not the only thing during the banquet. Ling Xiao and the Restoration Conference planned to work together, and this time, they were discussing the details of the collaboration. The Restoration Conference would act secretly and sneak into Demonic City to prepare for the uprising. Ling Xiao would lead the army to attack from the outside. With a pincer attack, it was definitely possible to destroy Demonic City. As for the specific details, both sides were very cautious and discussed for a full 2 hours before deciding. After the discussion ended, Ling Xiao reluctantly left Langton City. Although he really wanted to stay with Wu Xiang and the others for a while longer, there was an important matter at hand. He could not afford to waste time here. After leaving Langton City, Ling Xiao originally planned to go directly to Demonic City to continue his investigation. He wanted to be prepared to flatten Demonic City. However, on the way, he suddenly remembered that he still had something important to tell Wu Xiang, which was about the current emperor of the true demonic empire, Jiao Badian. Jiao Badian was a very important chess piece. If he told Wu Xiang, it would be easier for Wu Xiang and the others to act. After all, he was the emperor of the true demonic empire. However, when he returned to Langton City, he realized that something was not right. He definitely did not leave for more than 15 minutes, but the current Langton City felt completely different from before. Although there were many sea folk soldiers patrolling the streets of Langton City before, they were all normal patrols. However, this time, the entire Langton City seemed to be under martial law. Even the people doing business on the streets were nowhere to be seen. The entire city was shrouded in dark clouds. It was the calm before the storm. Ling Xiao did not enter the city through the normal way because he realized that it was unrealistic. Outside the city gates, on top of the city towers, there were a large number of soldiers guarding. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. What happened? Ling Xiao was a little worried. He suspected that what had happened last night had been exposed, and the sacred dynasty was now being targeted. If that was the case, then the sacred dynasty's situation would be extremely dangerous. Ling Xiao used Shadow Step to easily avoid the patrolling guards and headed for the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. Several people were lying on the ground in front of the Xianglong Trading Company. Although they were not dead, they were all tied up and looked very angry. The Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company's signboard had long since been smashed into pieces. It lay weakly on the ground, already broken into pieces. Ling Xiao's frown deepened. His worries had become reality. It seemed that something had really happened to the Xianglong Trading Company. Although he did not know what was going on, he would not allow Wu Xiong to be in danger no matter what. Although they were not related by blood, they were closer than brothers. He would never allow anything to happen to him. Ling Xiao, there's an ambush in the courtyard, but you can handle it with your strength. Do you want me to help? In the sky, the Moon Maiden asked with concern. Sister Moon Maiden, find my senior brother Wu Xiong first. If he's fine, don't interfere. Ling Xiao said. Okay. The Moon Maiden agreed and flew to the backyard of the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. With her around, Wu Xiong and the others would not be in danger. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, then kicked open the tightly shut door. Just as the door opened, several arrows pierced through the air and flew toward him. They tore through the air and shot fiercely toward Ling Xiao. In the face of the sudden attack, Ling Xiao's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he did not see it at all. A layer of reddish-gold light appeared on his body. He still lifted his foot and walked forward. When the arrow was more than a meter away from him, it was as if it had encountered the sun and instantly turned into ashes, not leaving a single drop of metal behind. At the same time that the arrow turned into ashes, Ling Xiao's figure had already closed in on the person who shot the arrow. There were 4 archers, and each of them shot 2 arrows in unison. Their cultivation base was around the celestial realm, around the heaven and earth realm. Each of them was wearing the standard leather armor of Langton City soldiers. Die. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. When he approached the archer, 4 rays of light shot out from the Taiji eye and pierced the 4 archers' throats. Master Ling Xiao. Behind the counter, a person covered in blood struggled to climb out and shouted at Ling Xiao. His voice was hoarse and low. It was obvious that it was caused by his serious injuries. Even so, he had an ecstatic expression on his face. When he saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he saw his savior. You're the shopkeeper from before. Although Ling Xiao had only been to the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company once, his memory was very good. He remembered very clearly that this person was one of the shopkeepers of the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. Although the 2 of them had never spoken a word, Ling Xiao still remembered him well. Pfft. The shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of blood and looked very weak. Ling Xiao hurriedly took out a rejuvenation pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He asked, "What happened?" "I've only been gone for 15 minutes. How did this happen?" "Don't ask any more, Master Ling Xiao. Hurry to the backyard." The city lord of Langton City suddenly went berserk. I don't know what happened, but he sent people to besiege the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. President Wu Xiong was harmed and poisoned. I'm afraid he can't use his full strength. The situation is critical. People who did such secret things were most afraid of betrayal by their partners. However, betrayal was very common in this industry. Wu Xiong was either inexperienced or too trusting of others. That was why he was plotted against and tricked. However, no matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao would never allow anything to happen to Wu Xiong. Fortunately, the Moon Lady had gone over. Wu Xiong would definitely not die. This made him feel better. Don't worry. Senior brother Wu Xiong is not that easy to deal with. Ling Xiao channeled his energy to treat the shopkeeper's injuries. This was because he found that this person's injuries were very serious. Just the rejuvenation pill alone would not be able to save him. He had to channel his energy to treat his injuries. Otherwise, he would really die. Since Wu Xiong and the others were not in danger, it was fine to stay and help this person. Who is the traitor? Ling Xiao asked. Gao Yangjun. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and said, this Gao Yangjun was originally a genius martial artist that the president thought highly of. He was not even 30 years old, but his cultivation had reached the half-step grotto heaven realm. But I didn't expect this guy to betray us. Damn it. I'll remember this name. He must die. Ling Xiao hated traitors. Even more than he hated his enemies. Is there anything else you know? Tell me everything. Ling Xiao asked. Also, Master Ling Xiao, be careful. This time, there is a grotto heaven realm martial artist who brought people to attack our auspicious prosperity trading company. He is the East County Marquis of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This guy is very powerful. If the president was not poisoned, he would definitely be able to kill him. But that might not be the case now. The shopkeeper replied. The East County Marquis? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I thought I wouldn't meet him here, but I didn't expect to meet him here. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Killing Jiao Badian was not enough for him. This time, he wanted to experience the thrill of fighting with a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist when facing the East County Marquis. Jiao Badian was too weak and had no reference value. The East County Marquis was different. This guy was once a war hero of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Although he had become arrogant now, he would not lose his past experience. Therefore, this guy was definitely an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. It was very difficult for him to face a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist with his early 9th heaven cultivation. But he was not afraid. After all, he did not use his full strength when dealing with Jiao Badian. Where did that Gao Yangjun you just mentioned go? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure. After Gao Yangjun betrayed President Wu Xiang, he left. Maybe he's in the City Lord's mansion. The shopkeeper said. Okay, after I settle the matters here, I'll go to the City Lord's mansion to settle the score with Gao Yangjun. The traitor must die miserably. Otherwise, it will be difficult to punish him as an example to others. Ling Xiao patted the shopkeeper's shoulder gently and said, Okay, you can rest here first. I've already healed most of your injuries. At least you won't die. After I settle the matters in the backyard, I'll treat you again. Okay. The shopkeeper was not clear about Ling Xiao's strength, but the reputation of the Chosen One was too well known. He had absolute worship and blind trust for the Chosen One, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood up, and then his face became gloomy. A cold murderous aura spread in all directions. In the backyard of the Shenlong Trading Company, the City Lord's Mansion's army had forced the Shenlong Trading Company's martial artists to a point where they could not retreat. Both sides were at daggers drawn. Their gazes were filled with incomparable hatred and killing intent. In the air, two figures were fighting. This was an absolute life and death battle. There was no room for mistakes. Whoever made a mistake would die without a burial place. One of them was Wu Xiang. At this moment, his countenance was ghastly pale, and his expression was furious. His attacks had become even fiercer and unreasonable, and it was even to the extent that he didn't hesitate to suffer injuries in order to kill Xianxia in a short period of time. There was no other way. He was poisoned. Moreover, it was a poison that was very difficult to cure. The longer the battle dragged on, the weaker he would become, and the less likely it would be for him to win. His opponent was a martial artist who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid. But now, the only way to solve the auspicious prosperity trading firm's predicament was to kill him as soon as possible. He could escape. With his cultivation and strength, no one here could stop him. But if he left, what would happen to his brothers? He was the one who founded the sacred dynasty. How could he choose to run away at this critical moment? That was too despicable and shameless. It wasn't his style either. On the other side was a middle-aged man wearing a purple battle robe and a purple gold crown. He looked very noble. He was the East Commandery Marquis. The East County Marquis knew that Wu Xiang was poisoned, so he did not fight Wu Xiang head-on. He only relied on his movement skills to dodge. Looking at Wu Xiang's sorrowful and helpless look, a victorious smile appeared on his face. This smile was full of mockery and ridicule. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Below the battlefield, the martial artists of the auspicious prosperity trading firm did not dare to act rashly. Although their eyes were about to spit fire, they were so angry that they wanted to die together with the enemy. But there was no other way. If they moved, the people of the city lord's mansion would also move. In the end, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also cause greater losses. Feng Yaorao and Army Breaker, who were standing at the front, had gloomy and ugly expressions. Their faces were filled with unwillingness and intense anger. The other party could have led an army to kill them all. But he didn't do that. Why? Because he wanted to torture their president in front of him. This was humiliation, helplessness, and heart-wrenching pain. Yaorao, listen. Once the battle starts, I will do my best to protect you. No matter what, we must find Ling Xiao. We must take revenge. Army Breaker suddenly looked at Feng Yaorao and said, if the East County Marquis continues to fight like this, President Wu Xiong will be defeated sooner or later. Only Ling Xiao can take revenge for us. When we joined the Restoration Society together, we said that we will live and die together. I will not run away. Feng Yaorao shook her head and said, silly. If you don't leave, who will spread the news here? Who can take revenge for us? Army Breaker said angrily. Isn't there still Yu Qin? Her cultivation is stronger than ours. If she leaves, we will have a higher chance of winning. Feng Yaorao said indifferently. I won't leave. I won't leave President Wu Xiong. Yu Qin shook her head firmly. Stop arguing. No one can leave here today. There is only one path for the people of the auspicious prosperity trading firm, and that is death. The East County Marquis voice suddenly sounded. It was filled with strong disdain and contempt. I'm tired of playing. Wu Xiong, don't blame me for being shameless. You can only blame yourself for being blind and mistaking Gao Yongjun for being despicable. He. Puff. Wu Xiong fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was even uglier, and his body was extremely weak. It was almost to the point where he could not fight. Brothers, protect the president. Army Breaker shouted. He raised the long spear in his hand and rushed over with his men. Since they had already come to this point, they might as well die. At least, they had to drag a few people down with them before they died. Kill. A group of people rushed up at the same time. Those who stayed were all loyal and brave warriors of the sacred dynasty. Even in this extremely dangerous situation, they could still use their own blood to defend the dignity of the Restoration Society. Humph, a bunch of trash. Don't do anything. Let me do it. The East County Marquis snorted coldly and said, you want to overthrow the rule of the true demonic empire with just 3 melons and 2 dates? It's simply the biggest joke in the world. In front of absolute strength, your bold words and courage are worthless. All of you, die. With a sneer, the East County Marquis body burned with black flames. This flame was actually cold. It was a flame from the underworld. It was the biggest characteristic of the Dark Phoenix clan. He punched out with both fists. The powerful black flames turned into a huge dark phoenix and pounced out. A loud phoenix cry sounded. The entire auspicious prosperity trading firm was covered by black clouds. It was as cold as hell. Chance. Wu Xiong, who was lying on the ground and seemed to be unable to move, suddenly stood up. The blood-red light in his hand turned into a huge cross. Blood cross. The East County Marquis face changed greatly. He knew that he had been fooled. He did not expect Wu Xiong to be so calm at this time. He could even think of such a way to deal with him. The East County Marquis did not want to fight Wu Xiong head-on. But this time, he had to. Damn you, Wu Xiong. I should have killed you earlier. The Dark Phoenix that was originally attacking Army Breaker and the others changed direction and attacked Wu Xiong. But because of the lack of time, before the Dark Phoenix could fly out, it was hit by Wu Xiong's blood cross. A sorrowful cry resounded throughout the entire Xianglong trading company. The East County Marquis was also sent flying by this attack. There was a bloody blood cross on his chest. The wound was very deep. His bones and internal organs could almost be seen. This was Wu Xiang's attack when he was extremely weak. Otherwise, this attack would definitely be able to kill the East County Marquis instantly. The injured East County Marquis was both terrified and angry. This time, Wu Xiang was completely lying on the ground, unable to move. He roared and rushed out in anger. Army Breaker and the others had already been stopped by the people brought by the East County Marquis. They could not stop the East County Marquis' angry attack. His vision had already begun to blur. Wu Xiang struggled to look at the figure with a helpless and bitter smile on his face. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. We just met, but we have to part forever. I thought that everyone was as loyal as you. I didn't expect this. I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. If he died in battle, Wu Xiang would not have any regrets or unwillingness. This was because he had already made up his mind when he bet his life on the revival of the sacred dynasty. Even if he died, he would fulfill his wish. His own career. But he was too cowardly to die like this today. He was betrayed by one of his most trusted brothers. He was depressed. Ha ha ha, Wu Xiang, go to hell. Die with anger and unwillingness. The East County Marquis laughed crazily. He approached Wu Xiang at an extremely fast speed and smashed his hands toward Wu Xiang's head. Not only did he want Wu Xiang to die, he also wanted Wu Xiang to die a horrible death. Bang! When the fists wrapped in black flames were less than a foot away from Wu Xiang's head, a dazzling light suddenly flickered. The East County Marquis could see a fist. A fist that was glowing with golden light. Perhaps it was because the distance was too close, but the fist looked so huge and powerful. Their fists collided with each other. The East County Marquis felt a blazing power coming from the fist and then crazily spread into his body. The terrifying power caused his entire body to tremble, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Bastard, which bastard dares to meddle in this Marquis' affairs? The East Commandery Marquis was at a disadvantage, and he was even angrier. That's right, he didn't use too much strength to kill Wu Xiang because he wanted to torture Wu Xiang and didn't want to kill him directly. However, when he saw the fist that suddenly appeared, he also increased the output of heavenly essence energy. However, he was still forced back a few steps. The guy who came was quite strong. However, no matter how strong he was, he had to kill anyone who dared to help the sacred dynasty in Langdon City. What appeared before him was a young man. An elegant young man with black hair fluttering in the wind. Dressed in green, he stood there like a sharp sword, overbearing and domineering. Ling Xiao gently pinched his right hand that was in pain. Then, he raised his eyes and looked coldly at the East County Marquis. His cold voice seemed to come from the world of hell. East County Marquis, I'll take your life. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very confident and powerful. His voice was filled with intense hatred and anger, and it contained a terrifying killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. No one doubted this guy's words. He wasn't joking. Ling Xiao. Lord Ling Xiao. Feng Yaorao, Army Breaker, Yu Qin, Lu Chuang, and the other warriors of the Xianglong Trading Company all saw this young warrior. Not many people knew Ling Xiao. However, the four guys in front recognized him very clearly. Their faces changed from shock to ecstasy. Originally, Ling Xiao had just left today. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to suddenly return. Therefore, they didn't think that Ling Xiao would appear to save them. But now, not only did Ling Xiao come, but he also displayed very powerful strength. He actually sent the East County Marquis flying. The heavens are not giving up. Feng Yarao sighed. Yes, Lord Ling Xiao came at the right time. Yu Qin nodded and said. The previous battle had made her completely aware of Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. As long as Ling Xiao was willing to make a move, today's outcome could definitely be reversed. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the four leaders, the other warriors of the Xianglong Trading Company also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, since the leaders were so confident, what else did they have to worry about? The warriors of the city lord's mansion were shocked and puzzled. The young man in front of them was too young and his powerful strength was too inconsistent. Their originally strong confidence began to waver. Their morale gradually fell. Ling Xiao? You are that heaven's chosen one, Ling Xiao? The Dragon King Tian who was conferred the title by Crown Prince Feng Yinshan? The East County Marquis had also heard of this name. Although he didn't know Ling Xiao, he still knew about Dragon King Tian. Someone in the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city had directly sent Ling Xiao's information to his table. Ling Xiao ignored the East County Marquis. Instead, he bent down and touched Wu Xiang's pulse. Suddenly, he injected the power of light into Wu Xiang's body. The power of light had an immediate effect in expelling the poison. Soon, the poison in Wu Xiang's body was completely burned away. Senior brother, are you all right? After a simple treatment, Ling Xiao asked with concern. At the same time, he gave Wu Xiang a bottle of rejuvenation pills. It was easy to expel the poison, but it wasn't so easy to recover from the injury. He still had to rely on pills. Cough, cough, Wu Xiang coughed twice and coughed out some blood. However, the color of the blood was no longer black. It was obvious that his injury had recovered a lot. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Good boy, you came at the right time. I thought that I would be separated from you. Isn't this to teach you a lesson? In the future, don't think that everyone is as trustworthy as me. You still have to have a good eye for people. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't blame me. This time, it is indeed my fault. If it wasn't for me, so many of our brothers wouldn't have died. I am indeed guilty. Wu Xiang smiled bitterly. I only hate the East County Marquis. This guy is clearly a noble of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Why would he come to Langton City to help the people of the True Devil Empire deal with us? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of beast-like ferocity and viciousness. He smiled and said, East County Marquis, I will definitely kill him. However, this matter doesn't seem to be that simple. A single Gao Yanjun isn't enough to make your revival empire lose everything. I suspect that someone else is interfering. Let's not talk about that for now. Don't underestimate the East County Marquis. He's a warrior with the cultivation of the first grotto heaven, Xianxia heaven. Although he is only at the early stage of the first grotto heaven, with your cultivation, you really can't kill him. Wu Xiang shook his head and said, Fortunately, after the battle with that guy, I launched a sneak attack and left a scar on his body, weakening his combat strength. This is advantageous for you. If you can defeat a warrior with the half-grotto heaven realm, then you should have a 50% chance of defeating him. I know. Ling Xiao nodded and said, but a warrior with the first grotto heaven realm is not a big deal. I have already killed one. I don't care if I kill one more. Don't worry. My attack contains a strong demonic aura. It should have seeped into his body by now. You can use it. Wu Xiang reminded him. Senior brother, you are amazing. Even in this situation, you can still think of weakening that guy's strength. Thank you. Ling Xiao had to admit that it would be a little difficult to deal with the East County Marquis at his peak. After all, he was an old fox. He was not as easy to deal with as Jiao Badian. Now that Wu Xiang had laid the groundwork, victory was in his hands. Wu Xiang said that he had a 50% chance of winning, but in his opinion, it should be 70%. Bastard, I am asking you a question. How dare you ignore me? The East County Marquis was furious when he saw that Ling Xiao not only ignored his question, but also took care of Wu Xiang. However, perhaps because he had just suffered a loss, he did not rashly launch an attack. Ling Xiao handed Wu Xiang to Army Breaker. Then, he turned around and looked at the East County Marquis with a cold smile on his face. He did not say anything. He just slowly took out the golden crow sword. Murderous aura was released from his body rapidly. It condensed into a blood-red sword. Of murderous aura around his body. It was faintly discernible, but it was extremely fierce. Even if he was dealing with the injured East County Marquis, Ling Xiao planned to go all out. He did not want to fail miserably. After all, he did not know enough about the East County Marquis. Only by going all out and gaining the upper hand in one go could he win more easily. Looking at Ling Zhao's shocking murderous aura, the East Marquis frowned. He had long heard that this Dragon King Tian was domineering and unreasonable. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant. He did not give face to anyone and dared to touch anyone. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed so. Ling Xiao, you have just received the title of Heavenly Dragon King. Don't tell me you want to die here so quickly. I advise you not to mix around with these people from the sacred dynasty. It won't do you any good. The East Marquis felt threatened by Ling Xiao. He did not want to fight head-on, so he threatened him. However, Ling Xiao still did not say anything. He was still accumulating his strength. Today, the East County Marquis had to die. Ling Xiao had beaten up his most valued senior brother, Wu Xiang, to such a state. If he didn't act ruthlessly, then he, Ling Xiao, wouldn't be the rumored tyrannical young hero. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Seeing that Ling Xiao was stubborn, the East County Marquis decided not to talk nonsense. A powerful fighting spirit burst out from his body, and the heavenly essence energy kept condensing on his fists. I forgot to tell you. Ling Xiao suddenly said, your forces in the East County have been wiped out by me. Your precious son, Ming Lu, has also been killed by me. What? When the East County Marquis heard Ling Xiao's words, his body trembled, and the power that he had condensed dissipated a lot. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly moved. Holding the golden crow sword tightly in his hand, his feet turned into a stream of light, and his entire body shot out like a laser. At the spot where he was originally standing, an entire piece of stone had been burned black. This scene caused the crowd to burst into exclamations. The warriors from the Restoration Nation naturally exclaimed in excitement. The warriors from the city lord's mansion exclaimed in worry. What a cunning brat! Facing Ling Xiao's sudden attack, the East County Marquis realized that he had been tricked. Ling Xiao was too cunning. He had actually used words to shake his will before the attack, causing him to fall into panic and uneasiness. However, he was an old fox after all. Although he had panicked for a moment, he still gathered a huge amount of energy in the shortest time possible and condensed it on his fists. The black flames became even more ferocious. Then, he blasted out at Ling Xiao. Although this punch had not completely condensed, there was no other way. Ling Xiao's attack was too sudden and too fast. He had no choice but to fight in a hurry. In the end, he had been tricked by Ling Xiao and suffered a loss. Boom, the golden crow sword and the fists wrapped in black flames exploded in the air. The remaining energy waves spread out, forming a series of explosions. The stone slabs under Ling Xiao and the East County Marquis' feet were directly turned into powder. Damn it! The East County Marquis, who had suffered a loss, took another 4 or 5 steps back. Blood spurted out from the wound that was about to stop bleeding. However, Ling Xiao only stopped and did not take half a step back. After all, he had taken the initiative to attack, and he had taken advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness. If he still retreated, it would be a bit too lame. It would be better to quickly turn around and slip away. Bah! The East County Marquis spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and sneered, I thought you were great, but it turns out that you were just SOSO. You used a cunning method and only made the wound on my body open up. With such a method, you dare to threaten to kill me? Although he had suffered a loss, the East County Marquis laughed instead. Because he thought that he had figured out Ling Xiao's background. Although Ling Xiao's strength was not bad, it was definitely below the Grotto Heaven realm. He was a warrior at the early stage of the first Grotto Heaven realm. How could he be afraid of a warrior in the celestial realm? When he thought of how he had been afraid of this kid before, the East County Marquis felt a little ashamed. However, Ling Xiao's mouth only turned into a cold smile, and he did not say anything. The first attack failed, so the second attack was launched. On the golden crow sword, a reddish-gold light condensed, and Ling Xiao's body shot out again. When he was about to reach the East County Marquis, his figure suddenly disappeared. This scene made the East County Marquis frown again. If someone said that they had seen through Ling Xiao, then they would definitely suffer under Ling Xiao's treacherous and boundless attacks. Ling Xiao never believed that others could see through him. In this world, if there was one person who could see through him, then it would be him. Just now, through the exchange with the East County Marquis, his Tai Chi I had already received detailed analysis information and the specific situation of the East County Marquis. The East County Marquis was indeed very strong. He was much more experienced than Jiao Badian. However, the thickness of his heaven's origin energy was not as thick as Jiao Baishan's. Moreover, this person was more suspicious and conceited. Many times, he would hesitate before making a move. To put it nicely, he liked to attack after the enemy had made the first move. To put it bluntly, he did not have confidence in himself. He had to wait for his opponent to attack before he could make a judgment. Ling Xiao caught the East County Marquis's flaw and suddenly changed his move when he was close to the East County Marquis. The sudden change in Ling Xiao's moves made the East County Marquis unable to catch it at all, and he could not control it after making a move. He did not follow his opponent's routine, so he had the upper hand. Once again, the East County Marquis was tricked by Ling Xiao. Although he dodged very quickly, there was still a burn mark on his waist. The air was filled with the smell of meat. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the East County Marquis, who dodged him again, and said with a smile, "Is this what you mean by seeing through me?" The East County Marquis's face was gloomy, and his expression was very ugly. He thought that he had defeated Ling Xiao, but when Ling Xiao really made a move, he realized that he did not understand anything at all. Ling Xiao was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He was also much more cunning. A person's combat strength was not just based on their cultivation. Intelligence also played a large role. It would be very difficult to deal with a cunning kid. The East County Marquis still wanted to say something fierce, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not give him the chance and attacked again. Ling Xiao's attacks were very fast. Furthermore, each attack would display a completely different move and appear from a different angle. This made the East County Marquis feel very uncomfortable. Originally, he should be suppressing Ling Xiao, but now, the battle scene was that Ling Xiao was constantly attacking, and he was constantly defending. Moreover, even if he was defending, there were still some wounds on his body. Even though these wounds looked insignificant, each and every one of them was like a humiliation to him. A warrior in the Grotto Heaven realm was actually suppressed by a warrior in the early stage of the ninth heaven. How could he still be proud? Where was his dignity? Everyone was dumbfounded. Army Breaker and Feng Yarao simply did not know how to describe their feelings at all. Previously, I thought that he was at most in the 10 directions. Heaven realm, but now it seems that I was wrong. This guy's cultivation has probably entered the Grotto Heaven realm. No. Feng Yarao shook her head and said, his cultivation should be at the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer, and the reason he revealed such terrifying combat strength was because he was in control of the battle. The East County Marquis's every move is completely under his control. He is very aggrieved. Coincidentally, the East Commandery Marquis thought so too. Fighting with Ling Xiao really made him feel very vexed. It was like a cat that wanted to tease a mouse but ended up being teased by the mouse instead. Cats were indeed stronger than mice, but mice were too cunning. All kinds of tricky attacks and cunning tricks made the cat unable to resist at all. The more she fought, the more frightened she became, and the more she was at a disadvantage. This can't go on. The East County Marquis also knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Losing face was still a small matter. If he really fell into the hands of this young man, his life would be in danger. What's more, this brat had claimed that he had killed his son, Ming Lu. He still had to investigate whether this was true or not, but this brat had to die. Brat, I'm tired of playing with you. Die. As a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm, the East County Marquis naturally had the power that belonged to a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm, which was the Grotto Heaven domain. With a sudden roar, he released the heavenly elemental energy in his body without holding back, filling the entire space. The black flames no longer wrapped around his hands. Instead, they continued to spread and formed a complete space. Ling Xiao was completely trapped in the black flames. Netherworld Fire Grotto Heaven. It's over. As the East County Marquis's furious voice fell, Ling Xiao's originally swift movements became stiff. The flames were like burning ropes that wrapped around his body, making him almost unable to move. Let's see where you can escape to. The East County Marquis had always been unwilling to use the Grotto Heaven domain because it consumed too much internal energy. Moreover, as a warrior at the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, he was not so skilled in controlling the Grotto Heaven domain. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, he would not be able to find a way to kill Ling Xiao in a short period of time. Suddenly, a pitch-black saber appeared in his hands. An even denser force and flames condensed on the saber, and the surrounding black hellfire continued to pour into the saber. The saber became extremely huge and terrifying. Ling Xiao was still struggling. His body was bound. Not only could he not attack, but he could not even dodge. Facing the attack, he could only struggle desperately. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, you can't move now, right? Brat, you can be proud that you forced me to use the Hellfire Grotto Heaven. Hellfire Devil Saber, slash. The huge black saber slashed down fiercely under the East County Marquis' wave. It was as if space had been torn apart, and it carried an unparalleled terrifying power. Ling Xiao raised the golden crow sword to block it. The black and white colors condensed into a divine olive light and shadow, and with an explosive rotating force, it welcomed the arrival of the devil saber. Boom, a huge explosion sounded. Like a volcanic eruption, all the power of the attacks from both sides was released at the same time, spreading towards the sky and the surroundings. The onlookers retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying shockwave. Even so, there were still people who could not withstand the terrifying sonic boom and fainted on the spot. White foam came out of their mouths, and they were in a sorry state. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The power of this attack was indeed terrifying. Even though he used the divine olive light and shadow to block it, he still felt his body constantly falling. Then, he smashed hard into the stone ground. The ground trembled, and dark red blood flowed out of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the city lord's mansion booed. During this period of time, Ling Xiao had been suppressing the East County Marquis, and they had been suffocating. Now that they saw Ling Xiao being directly cut into the ground by the saber, the suffocating air in their chests was completely released. The boos and mocking laughter intertwined. The East County Marquis also laughed. As expected, when a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm faced a warrior of the Celestial realm, he had an absolute advantage. This was not something that could be made up for by cunning. Boy, now you know how powerful I am, right? Unfortunately, it's too late for you to regret it now. How dare you use my son to threaten me? You have already angered me. The East County Marquis walked towards the sunken ground. His thunderous voice resounded throughout the backyard, and the warriors of the Restoration Nation had ugly expressions on their faces. They were a little helpless, a little disappointed, and a little angry. Brothers, regardless of whether Lord Ling Xiao can win against that bastard or not, we have to fight with him to the end. Army Breaker roared. In fact, it was already not easy for Ling Xiao to fight until now. A warrior of the early stage of the ninth heaven was not on the same level as a warrior of the first Grotto Heaven realm. To be able to leave so many scars on the East County Marquis and fight so bravely, this was really worthy of praise. Next, it was their turn to fight. Even if they lost, they had to lose with dignity. Qianjun, why are you in such a hurry? He hasn't lost yet. Wu Xiang smiled and said, haven't you noticed that Ling Xiao hasn't used the power of his martial soul yet? His martial soul is extraordinary. Also, he has that mysterious soul secret skill. Isn't it impossible for the East County Marquis to win this battle so easily? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Army Breaker retracted his foot and looked at the damaged ground again. Bang, a figure jumped out of the pit. The East County Marquis, who had just approached the edge of the pit, was tricked again. Even though he dodged quickly, he was still hit by Ling Xiao's brute body. Two of his front teeth flew out, and he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he took a few steps back, and his arms were slightly numb. Although he had ambushed the East County Marquis, he did not cause much damage to him. However, he had suffered a great loss because of the previous collision. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have fallen apart. The advantage of a Grotto Heaven realm warrior having a Grotto Heaven domain was too great. Even though the East County Marquis' Grotto Heaven domain was not mature enough like Jiao Beishan's Grotto Heaven domain, he had an advantage over him. It seemed that he had to use the Mountain and River Martial Soul. Only by using the Mountain and River Martial Soul could he not be afraid of the Grotto Heaven domain. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue today's battle. Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not been injured for a long time. However, such an injury did not make him feel afraid. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Killing the East County Marquis? There was a chance. After all, the East County Marquis had even used his Grotto Heaven domain. What was there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao, let me ask you now. How is my son, Ming Lu? As long as you tell me the truth, I can give you a more comfortable death. Otherwise, you will definitely die a miserable death today. The East County Marquis thought that he had won, so he was not in a hurry to attack. As he continued to gather his inner strength, the black saber in his hand once again burned with an even more intense black flame. He asked Ling Xiao about his son, Ming Lu. I've already told you, I've already killed him. If you're lucky enough to survive, you can still find his grave. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he took a deep breath. An instant later, an explosive power was released from his body. Black and white intertwined to form an armor of light and shadow on his body. Half of it was heat. The other half was cold. Yin and Yang intertwined, greatly increasing his defense. If they encountered the East Commandery Marquis' powerful attack again, they would not be as miserable as before. Controlling heaven and earth, the moment the mountain river martial spirit appeared, Ling Xiao entered a higher realm than the union of heaven and man. It was as if he was the master of this space, controlling everything here. At that moment, the laughter and boos stopped abruptly. The martial artists of the city lord's mansion looked at this young man in horror. They couldn't understand how such a terrifying power could be hidden in that body that didn't seem to be very tall. The East County Marquis was even more nervous. He even felt the aura of death. The realm that Ling Xiao displayed at this time was not like that of a heaven realm martial artist at all. Instead, it was like that of the gods who had mastered the laws of heaven and earth in the ancient times. How was this possible? It must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. This guy's cultivation was so weak. How could he have such a terrifying realm? Kid, although I don't know what tricks you played to make your aura suddenly become so powerful, it's useless to be strong on the outside. Today, you will only die. Perhaps in order to hide his panic, the East County Marquis roared angrily. Are you afraid? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile as he mocked. Afraid? Why would I be afraid of you? What a joke. The East County Marquis' thoughts were exposed by Ling Xiao, but how could he admit it? Whoosh. No matter what the East County Marquis said, Ling Xiao's attack suddenly began. Light and shadow escape. Ling Xiao's body suddenly turned into a ray of light that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Almost in an instant, he had already approached the East County Marquis. This kind of speed was unheard of. At least, the East County Marquis had never seen this kind of speed from a Heaven Realm martial artist or even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. The East County Marquis' expression changed drastically. He no longer cared about hiding his strength, and his body began to change rapidly. Finally, he turned into the original appearance of a member of the Dark Phoenix clan. Their ferocious faces and black wings were their most distinguishing features. At the same time, a terrifying aura that was twice as powerful as before erupted from his body. Then, the black long saber in his hand slashed out fiercely again. It was aimed at the ray of light that suddenly flew over. However, the light and shadow escape was not a move that could be used to fight the enemy head-on. The ray of light seemed to have been calculated. It actually stuck to the edge of the black long saber and rushed behind the East County Marquis at an extremely strange angle. In just an instant, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and the golden crow sword stabbed toward the East County Marquis' back without hesitation. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If Ling Xiao could assassinate the East County Marquis with this attack, then this battle would be over. If the assassination was not successful, then they really did not know how to kill the East County Marquis. They were afraid that it would be troublesome. Ding, sizzle, the golden crow sword stabbed the East County Marquis' body, and it actually made a strange sound of metal clashing. The ear-piercing sound of friction made the martial artists of the city lord's mansion completely relieved. However, it made the martial artists of the Restoration Nation start to be on tenterhooks again. Good boy, you can actually master such a terrifying move. However, it's useless. Although your move is fast, its power is not enough. It's completely impossible to break my defense. As he spoke, the East County Marquis suddenly turned around. The long saber in his hand slashed fiercely at Ling Xiao from his waist. He actually wanted to cut Ling Xiao in half. Clang, the black saber slashed on Ling Xiao's body, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. I can't hurt you. It seems that the power of your attack is not very strong. It actually can't break my defense. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure disappeared again. Then, everyone heard the clanging sound in the air. After he entered the realm of controlling the heaven and earth, he was no longer controlled by the netherworld fire grotto heaven. Therefore, what he had to do next was to continuously attack until he broke through the East County Marquis' turtle shell. As for the East County Marquis' sudden increase in defense, Ling Xiao guessed that it might be the toughness of his body after the transformation, and then combined with the completely shrunken netherworld fire grotto heaven. The use of the grotto heaven domain was not limited to one way. When it was greatly compressed, it could be used for defense and attack. It was much more flexible than expected. Ling Xiao's attacks continued, bombarding the East County Marquis' body like a storm. However, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from time to time, and it was extremely strange. So what if you are fast? So what if you are cunning? Ling Xiao, your cultivation has determined that you can't break my defense no matter what. Perhaps he knew that he could not dodge Ling Xiao's attacks no matter what, so the East County Marquis simply did not dodge. He relied on his strong defense and allowed Ling Xiao to bombard his body continuously. A cold smile bloomed on his face. As long as his defense was not broken, he would be invincible. What could Ling Xiao do to him? Hellfire armor? Amidst the continuous attacks, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I was also observing the East County Marquis' situation. The dense hellfire wrapped around the East County Marquis' body, forming a thick layer of defense. This might be the legendary defensive armor after compressing the grotto heaven domain to the extreme. No wonder he could not break through it. One had to know that such a large grotto heaven domain had been merged into such a small armor. The defense was very shocking. In addition, after the transformation, the East County Marquis had the terrifying body of the Dark Phoenix clan. His defense had reached a point where it was almost unbreakable. I didn't expect that a warrior in the celestial realm like you would know about the grotto heaven armor. That's right, this is the powerful defense that only warriors in the grotto heaven realm can have. It is the evolved product of the protective heavenly essence energy. Even if I am only at the early stage of the grotto heaven realm and the grotto heaven armor is not strong enough, it is not something that you can break through. The East County Marquis looked at Ling Xiao calmly and revealed a smug smile on his face. He knew that as long as he maintained this state, Ling Xiao would be tired and lose his spirit sooner or later. At that time, it would be his turn to perform. The Hellfire armor is nothing special. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and suddenly retreated. An even stronger force erupted from his body. He broke through? This kid actually broke through during the battle? The East County Marquis' face became gloomy again. Although the breakthrough from the early 9th heavenly layer to the middle 9th heavenly layer wasn't much, this breakthrough brought about an all-round improvement. What's so strange about that? Did you really think that I was just playing around with you? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Making breakthroughs in battle was nothing out of the ordinary for him. His cultivation had been suppressed from the start. In order to maintain one step at a time, he had to make steady progress. In battle, it was the accumulation of power and the mastery of one's cultivation base. Once he reached a certain level, as long as he released the suppression, his cultivation would naturally break through. The East County Marquis' Hellfire armor was indeed not easy to deal with, so he had to increase his combat strength as much as possible. Breaking through his cultivation base was only one of them. East County Marquis, your tortoise shell is not bad, but do you really think it is so perfect? I will smash it today for you to see. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a plan in mind. He held the golden crow sword in his right hand. Another purple flash sword appeared in his left hand. On the golden crow sword, the black and white light and shadow divine all began to condense. In any case, the East County Marquis did not dare to remove the tortoise shell to attack him now. He had plenty of time to accumulate power. The light and shadow divine all became bigger and bigger as the black and white intertwined. However, there didn't seem to be any changes on the purple flash sword. There was only some power accumulating. However, the East County Marquis definitely did not know what Ling Xiao was going to do. The East County Marquis did not dare to be negligent. He used all his power on his defense, and the Hellfire armor seemed to become thicker. Light and shadow divine all, Ling Xiao stepped on the ground and his body suddenly shot out. The closer the distance, the more powerful the move would be. Although the light and shadow divine all could attack from a distance, Ling Xiao had to be close to the opponent's body in order to generate more power. His speed was still so fast that the East County Marquis could not react in time. An ear-piercing sonic boom resounded through the sky. The huge light and shadow divine all flew past the East County Marquis's hands at a very strange angle and then stabbed into his abdomen. At this moment, the arrogant smile on the East County Marquis's face instantly turned ugly. He did not expect that just a small breakthrough would make Ling Xiao's attack so much stronger. The most terrifying thing was that the light and shadow divine all did not stab directly at him. Instead, it spun crazily and drilled into his Hellfire armor like a drill. Crack, crack, crack. The East County Marquis felt that his body was spinning along with the light and shadow divine all. He could not control it at all. The scenery in front of him also flew past his eyes quickly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The light and shadow divine all spun faster and faster. Although there was no problem with the other parts of the Hellfire armor, a small indentation appeared at that point. Moreover, this indentation showed signs of expanding. If this continued, the possibility of the indentation turning into a hole was very high. Little bastard, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful strength that you haven't used yet. However, it's still useless. As he roared, the East County Marquis stretched out his hands and grabbed the light and shadow divine all. He forcefully used his terrifying strength to stop the crazy rotation of the light and shadow divine all. Even though there were a lot of bloody blisters on his hands because of this. But this time, he won once again. While Ling Xiao was stunned, he used his hand to chop down on Ling Xiao's neck. Although he had put away the big black sword, this hand chop was still very dangerous because it had fused with the power of the Hellfire. If this attack landed on the ground, Ling Xiao's neck would probably be broken. However, at this moment, the East County Marquis suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura pouncing on him. He did not know what kind of feeling it was, but he knew very well that it was the threat of death. It was a very terrifying attack. He had to dodge it. He retreated as fast as he could. He even gave up on continuing to attack Ling Xiao. Everyone was a little confused. They did not understand why the East County Marquis suddenly chose to retreat when he had the chance to defeat Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, they were even more confused. Ah! The East County Marquis let out a shrill scream. His left arm was torn off by something, and blood splattered all over the ground. Everyone did not understand why the East County Marquis was injured for no reason. Moreover, his injury was so serious. Little bastard, what did you do? What dirty tricks did you use? The East County Marquis, who was in unbearable pain, did not expect that his powerful defense would be vulnerable to Ling Xiao's attack. Most importantly, he still did not understand what Ling Xiao had done and how he had injured him. The fear of the unknown instantly enveloped his entire soul. He was afraid. He was really afraid. The young man in front of him was no longer a mouse in his eyes, but a monster in the skin of a mouse. The asterisk starred, I'll kill you. Perhaps anger and roar could weaken the East County Marquis' fear. His voice drowned out the rest of the sounds in the entire Shenlong Trading Company. It was like the roar of a wild beast. No matter what method Ling Xiao used, he had no way out now. Only by killing Ling Xiao could his fear be completely reduced. This time, he completely used the dark fire winter on his own attack. Suddenly, a huge hand descended from the sky and slapped Ling Xiao's body. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in a weakened state because he had launched 2 attacks in a row. He could not dodge it. The huge hand was formed by pitch-black dark fire, and it pressed Ling Xiao to the ground. Puff, once again, Ling Xiao was injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was much paler. Although he had the light armor to protect his body, his internal force was still limited. Most of it had been consumed in the attack, and now the light armor was weak. Injuries were inevitable. Moreover, this was already the best situation. If it were an ordinary warrior in the Heaven Realm, he would have been killed by the East County Marquis. Die. 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 Let's see what else you can do now. The East County Marquis felt that since he controlled Ling Xiao would not be able to release any attacks. The fear in his heart had also weakened a lot. He sped up and approached Ling Xiao. The East County Marquis planned to kill Ling Xiao completely. He did not want to continue fighting. Ling Xiao had terrifying potential that he did not have. Almost every time he was defeated, he would stand up again and release even more terrifying energy. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Bang! The gigantic hand of Hellfire was hit by the attack. Bang! The huge impact collided with the dark fire hand again. Even though Ling Xiao was pressed to the ground, he still had a terrifying amount of strength to resist this giant hand of Hellfire. Bang! Once again, cracks appeared on the hand of Nether Fire. The light on Ling Xiao's body did not weaken. Instead, it strengthened again. Continuous breakthroughs, everyone was dumbfounded. He had seen cultivators break through quickly, but he had never seen anyone break through so quickly. It was only a battle, but he had broken through from the 9th heavenly layer early stage to the 9th heavenly layer middle stage. But what was going on? How did he break through again? The late stage of the 9th heavenly layer. Bang! Finally, the streaks of light pierced through the hand of Nether Fire, and the gigantic palm disintegrated. The East Commandery Marquis was only stunned for a moment before Ling Xiao broke free from his powerful control move. East Commandery Marquis, show me what other moves you have. Today, I will make you admit defeat. At this moment, facing the East County Marquis, Ling Xiao's confidence increased a lot. The East County Marquis was first injured by Wu Xiang, and then Ling Xiao left many wounds on his body. It seemed that there was no problem, but in fact, as time passed, his body was already riddled with wounds, and his strength had decreased greatly. It was not until Ling Xiao used the Void Shadow Crocodile sneak attack to bite off one of the East County Marquis' arms that the East County Marquis did not have the slightest advantage in front of Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao did not need to play any tricks. Next, he was going to have a clash of absolute strength with the East County Marquis. The purple flash sword was put away, and the golden crow sword was pointed at the East County Marquis. Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer. The shadow of a huge monster appeared behind him, and Tao Tai let out a roar that made people tremble. Are you going to fight me head-on? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The East County Marquis was most afraid of Ling Xiao's strange and unpredictable attacks. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao's head-on attacks. At this moment, Ling Xiao showed that he was going to fight him head-on. What was he afraid of? Even Wu Xiang felt that it was unwise for Ling Xiao to give up his advantage and use this kind of fighting method. But he did not say anything. He felt that his junior brother had a reason for everything he did. Since he chose to fight head-on, there must be a reason. He chose to trust him unconditionally. The warriors of the city lord's mansion booed. East County Marquis, since that kid is courting death, let's send him on his way. That's right, kill him. Kill that idiot. They all thought that Ling Xiao had underestimated his opponent and became arrogant after taking advantage of him continuously. That was why he chose this kind of fighting method. This was stupid, but they liked it very much. Because this way, Ling Xiao would be finished. Hellfire Ghost Slash. In fact, the East County Marquis did not need these people to say it. His fear came from Ling Xiao's terrifying and unknown attacks, not Ling Xiao's strength. Therefore, he was not afraid of fighting with strength. Doomsday of Tao Tai. Ling Xiao was also not afraid of the East County Marquis. He believed in his analysis. The current East County Marquis was no longer the East County Marquis from before. His attack could completely destroy his opponent. When the terrifying giant beast roared and pounced towards the East County Marquis in the direction of the Golden Crow Sword, the East County Marquis suddenly realized that the hellfire on his black saber had actually retreated. This was only a momentary reaction. It was impossible for him to give up his attack even if he wanted to. Bang! The saber and the sword collided. The black hellfire and the profound meaning of the shadow were fighting. The collision was so direct and so loud. At this moment, the ground where the two of them were standing began to crack inch by inch. Then, there was a series of explosions, and the stone slabs were completely turned into powder. The black flames and the strange shadow intertwined, producing an extremely destructive power. It was as if some monster had trampled on this place. Everyone around the battlefield fell silent. They looked at the two people who were shrouded in energy and smoke in shock. How was the battle situation? Who won? This was a question that affected everyone. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that they felt pain even when they breathed. They could even feel the pain of their skin being cut by the energy. However, they did not intend to leave. This battle concerned the survival of the Restoration Kingdom. It also concerned the dignity of the City Lord's mansion in Langdon City. After the smoke and dust settled, the figures of the two people appeared in their sight. The East County Marquis was still holding the saber with both hands. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao stood there, holding the golden crow sword in his hand. His expression was very ugly, and his body was still trembling. His eyes, mouth, ears, and nostrils were all covered in blood. He looked very miserable. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the warriors of the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Kingdom completely sank. Tragic, however, in the end, it was all for naught. They still lost. Protect Ling Xiao. We must not let him die. Wu Xiang struggled to stand up. Although Ling Xiao had lost, they could not give up. Even if all of them died here, they could not let the hope of the Sacred Dynasty and their good brother die with them. Yes. At this moment, although the warriors of the Restoration Kingdom were disappointed, they did not intend to retreat. Up until now, although Ling Xiao had lost, he had also severely injured the East County Marquis. As long as they dared to fight, they would definitely win this battle. What's there to protect? I'm fine. Ling Xiao sat down on the ground and stuffed a few rejuvenation pills into his mouth. He waved his hand at the people from the Restoration Alliance. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually dared to sit down in front of the East County Marquis. Could it be that the two of them had formed a deep friendship during the battle and were not prepared to continue fighting? Something's not right. Wu Xiang suddenly looked at the laughing East County Marquis. Only then did he realize that the East County Marquis laughter was getting softer and softer. This was not the laughter of a victor at all. It was a sorrowful and unwilling laughter. Bang! Finally, the East County Marquis laughter stopped abruptly. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. The black saber in his hand also fell to the side. At this moment, everyone could see even more clearly. There were many small cracks on the East County Marquis body. It was as if pottery had been smashed but had not completely shattered. Crack, crack, a strange sound rang out. The cracks finally became bigger and bigger. The East County Marquis body began to fall apart. It was like a broken statue. It was completely in a mess. This terrifying and bizarre scene caused all the martial artists to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. It was too terrifying. Hiss! In the crowd, many people could not help but gasp. They felt their scalps go numb. They could not tell if it was fear or disgust. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still had a victorious smile on his face. At such a young age, he looked elegant and handsome. But, when he struck, he was actually so ruthless. He tore his opponent into pieces with 5 horses right away. Gulp! Looking at Ling Xiao, the warriors of the City Lord's mansion all retreated. They were really frightened by Ling Xiao. Their hearts had long been filled with fear. Even some of the more timid members of the Restoration Alliance were frightened. They looked at Ling Xiao's ghost-like appearance. Then they looked at the miserable death of the East County Marquis. They were really scared. However, Wu Xiang, Feng Yarao, Army Breaker, Yu Qin, and Lu Chuang did not retreat. Instead, they rushed over and helped Ling Xiao up. Brat, you've given your senior brother a huge surprise today. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Wu Xiang asked with a smile as Yu Qin supported him. Ling Xiao wiped the blood off his body and said, "Now, other than the blood on my body, I need to take a hot bath." He was actually quite badly injured. The East County Marquis was much more powerful than Jiao Badian. This attack had injured his internal organs. He really needed to recuperate. However, that was all. Amazing, amazing. I didn't expect you to kill a first Paradise Realm martial artist with your early 9th heavenly layer cultivation. Even I didn't expect this. Although he had already injured the East County Marquis, to be honest, the damage he had done to the East County Marquis was not as serious as he had imagined. The subsequent battles also proved this point. Although the East County Marquis's combat power had decreased, the decrease was not so obvious. Yes, this is too amazing. If you were at the Grotto Heaven Realm, I would not be surprised if you defeated him. But you killed an opponent who is at a higher realm than you. Your combat strength is simply too terrifying. Army Breaker did not know what to say now. Ling Xiao, who was not as good as him in the past, could easily defeat him with a single finger today. Was this the difference in talent? If so, then it was a little too big. I was lucky, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was not being modest. If he had faced the East County Marquis at his peak, the result would definitely not have been like this. He might have won, but after winning, he would probably be in a half-dead state. This battle was really too lucky. The East County Marquis was injured, underestimated his opponent, and did not know him well. These were all factors that allowed him to win this battle. And as Tai Chi, I could see through everything about the East County Marquis. In this way, the East Marquis would die in his hands. It was only natural that he would be the one to kill him. Of course, the strength of the Mountain and River Martial Soul was the biggest contributor. Without the Mountain and River Martial Soul, even with these advantages, he might not be able to win. The Mountain and River Martial Soul allowed him to not lose to his opponent in terms of strength, spirit, inner force, and aura. Is this still luck? Feng Yarao stuck out her tongue and said, "Why do I feel that you have been tricking that guy from the beginning to the end? That guy was completely tricked by you. Let's not talk about this anymore. How should we deal with the warriors of the City Lord's mansion?" Ling Xiao glanced at Wu Xiang and asked. He still had to ask Wu Xiang's opinion on how to deal with the warriors of the City Lord's mansion. "What do you think?" Wu Xiang asked back. "Kill." Ling Xiao grinned, but his smile was a little cold and ferocious. Hearing this, the warriors of the City Lord's mansion all panicked. The reason why they were so arrogant and fierce was none other than the Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, the East County Marquis, following them. But now, Ling Xiao had actually killed the East County Marquis, and he had done it so cleanly. It was so fierce and cruel. They no longer had the arrogance to show off. They were all scared out of their wits. "Run!" It was not known who shouted, but the martial artists of the City Lord's mansion scrambled to flee outside. Ling Xiao did not make a move. In fact, he was injured now. Although he was not seriously injured, he did not want to make a move to prevent his injuries from worsening. However, the warriors of the Restoration Nation would not let these people go. Under the lead of Army Breaker and the others, they began a one-sided pursuit. The warriors of the City Lord's mansion had no intention of fighting. In the end, they left hundreds of corpses and fled in a hurry. In the sky, the Moon Lady smiled. In fact, in the end, she could not help but want to make a move. It was Ling Xiao who stopped her. Ling Xiao wanted to solve the battle by himself. In the end, she did not make a move. Seeing Ling Xiao deal with such a powerful opponent with his own strength, the Moon Lady was happy for him. Although Ling Xiao was riddled with scars because of this. However, he had also gained a great harvest. Not only did he have a breakthrough in cultivation, but he had also accumulated combat experience. This was more precious than anything else. I seem to see another human king rising. No, perhaps you will do better than him. The human king is still too benevolent. Because of this, he left behind many disasters and made many mistakes. But you are different. In the tidied-up meeting room of the Shenlong Trading Company, Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged there to heal his injuries. Although there were many people sitting around him, it did not affect him. Ling Xiao had long been used to cultivating in a noisy environment. The people in the meeting room waited quietly. No one made a sound, afraid of disturbing him. After all, at this moment, to the people of the Sacred Dynasty, Ling Xiao was the true savior. When the chosen one of the legends became a living savior, it would be even more realistic and real. There were also many people outside the door, looking at Ling Xiao with admiration. Although Ling Xiao's ruthlessness had caused many people to feel some fear, they were no longer afraid after they understood the situation. Even if Ling Xiao was a demon king, he was still their ally. What was there to be afraid of? What's more, the warriors of the Restoration Nation were all people who lived on the edge of their blades all day long. They might lose their lives one day. Many of them had even seen their companions being tortured to death by the enemy. Just like today, among the dozens of people who died in the Xianglong Trading Company, they were all killed by the East County Marquis. They couldn't wait to cut the East County Marquis into 1,000 pieces. Now that Ling Xiao had achieved it for them, they should be grateful and happy, not afraid. Senior brother, I'm fine. About an hour later, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Next, I plan to go to the city lord's mansion. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, then the city lord of Langdon City, Jiao Lai, must be dealt with. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our plan. No problem, I've almost cured the poison now. I'll go with you. Also, we have to gather more people. The city lord's mansion is a tiger's den. It's not easy to barge in. Wu Xiang nodded and said. The Restoration Nation of the Sacred Dynasty is a secret organization. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if you all revealed something at once? Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry, the people who should be lurking in Demonic City have already gone. Now that we've taken down Langdon City and sealed the news, we can cooperate with you and completely destroy Demonic City. Wu Xiang smiled. Well, the true demonic empire won't last long anyway. The reason why they could be so fierce before was because they had the support of the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Electric Demon King. Now that I've killed the Electric Demon King, the Yin-Yang Demon King can't do anything alone. He might not even dare to come back. Ling Xiao nodded and said, let's go together. Also, send your people to guard the city gate. No matter who it is, they are not allowed to leave the city during this period of time to prevent the news from leaking out. Alright, leave it to us, the people from the Restoration Empire. Wu Xiang nodded. If that's the case, let's set off and meet this Langdon City city lord, Jiao Lai. Ling Xiao stood up and didn't seem to be injured at all. Everyone was very surprised by this. After all, his recovery ability was a little too strong. He had just fought a bloody battle with the East Marquis, but he had recovered in an hour. His body was practically at the level of a war god. Ling Xiao and Wu Xiang walked at the front, followed by more than 30 elites from the Restoration Society. The rest went near the city gate of Langdon City, ready to move at any time. As long as Ling Xiao killed Jiao Lai, they would dare to take over the ownership of the city. On the other hand, the assassins led by Xianxia and Cold Plum had also received the news. They sent out 50 people to follow Cold Plum to Langdon City to assist in the restoration of the country. As for Xianxia, she continued to stay in Shanghai to gather information. Everyone carried out their own duties, and it was quite thorough. The Moon Lady still did not appear, but she was still guarding Ling Xiao. She now had the intention to cultivate Ling Xiao's ability to solve problems on his own. Unless Ling Xiao was really in danger, she would definitely not interfere. On the street, the soldiers who were ordered to patrol were still walking back and forth. They saw a group of fierce-looking people walk out of the Xianglong Trading Company. One of the recruits was about to rush forward to stop them, but he was stopped by a veteran. Idiot, do you really not understand the situation? Are you courting death if you go over now? The veteran said angrily. We're eating the food from the city lord's mansion. We can't just do nothing, right? The recruit said. The food from the city lord's mansion? Don't forget, we're all humans. This is our territory, and it's just that the Sea clan has occupied it. We can just turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. Otherwise, if we die, the Sea clan won't pity us. The veteran simply hid in a nearby tavern and went to sleep. Out of sight, out of mind. The recruit was stunned for a moment, then he simply hid. Of course, there were still people who were not afraid of death. There were many who pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and scolded him as a lowly person on the street. Unfortunately, these people did not need Ling Xiao to do anything. The people of the Sacred Dynasty quickly cleaned them up like trash. Many pairs of eyes appeared from the buildings on both sides of the street. These were all residents of Langdon City. and they were basically humans of the Blue-Eyed Clan. Is this Restoration Clan finally starting to act openly? Does it mean that we don't have to live such a humiliating life in the future? Sigh, what can a few young people do? Although those fish and prawns look ugly and smell fishy, they're not weak. Brother, you don't know about this, right? I just got the news that that young man, the one at the front, actually killed the East County Marquis. Really? Of course it's true. My friend saw it with his own eyes. Tisk tsk, then there might really be a chance. For the Blue-Eyed Clan, other than a portion of the nobles who were willing to submit to the Sea Clan, most of them did not have a good impression of the Sea Clan. After the Sea Clan established the true demonic empire, the Blue-Eyed Clan was completely branded with the mark of shame. Their lives were worse than pigs and dogs. Life was too hard. They were all looking forward to their previous lives. If one day, someone could destroy the true demonic empire, they would definitely be very grateful. Under the gazes of so many pairs of eager eyes, Ling Xiao and the others sped up and rushed to the city lord's mansion. After a while, the heavily guarded city lord's mansion appeared in their sight. It's really like an iron bucket. It seems like City Lord Jiao Lai already knows that we're here to seek revenge. Wu Xiang said. It doesn't matter if he knows. Today, we're going to shed all pretense of cordiality with the City Lord's mansion. If they can use force, so can we. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Seeing Ling Xiao and the others arrive, someone had already gone in to report. Bastard, are you trying to rebel? This is the City Lord's mansion. What are you doing here? The general guarding the City Lord's mansion was a warrior at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. His sea blue armor was quite beautiful. His aura was also quite strong. Unfortunately, this kind of roar was more or less a show of strength. Even the East County Marquis had been killed. Could it be that a mere 9th heavenly layer warrior like him wanted to defy the heavens? You're right. We're really here to rebel. We're here to rebel against your true demonic empire. The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth raised into a smile as he said indifferently. Crazy, the guards felt a chill in their hearts. Although the sacred dynasty had been secretly active in the past and went against the true demonic empire, they had never dared to do it openly like today. However, even if the other party was crazy, they did not dare to act rashly. Among the guards of the City Lord's mansion, many of them had escaped from the Xianglong Trading Company. They had seen how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He had killed the East Marquis in such a miserable way and even smiled so brightly. This guy was definitely an extremely perverted devil. Get out of the way. I won't make things difficult for you. My target is only the Sea Clan. If you humans from the Blue-Eyed Clan are willing to surrender, I don't mind accepting you. Ling Xiao took a step forward and said with a smile on his face. He took a step forward, but the guards were so scared that they took a few steps back. Their expressions were very ugly. It was fear and helplessness. Why are you all retreating? The city lord has ordered that these rebels and traitors are to be killed without mercy. If you kill one, you will be rewarded with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you kill the leader, you will be rewarded with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If anyone can kill Wu Xiang or Ling Xiao, they will be rewarded with 10 million low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the person who went back to report ran out and shouted at the guards. Among the guards, most of them could not help but look at him with greedy eyes. This was the kind of person who valued money more than his life. Of course, there were also those who were more rational. They moved to the side and took advantage of the chaos to slip away. If they lost their lives, what was the use of so many spirit stones? It seems that you really want to die. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and continued to walk forward. At this moment, without his order, the warriors of the Restoration Hall would not make a move. This was also what Wu Xiang had told them when they came out of the Restoration Hall. What are you afraid of? You will be a hero again in 20 years. If we can really kill these people, we won't have to worry about it for the rest of our lives. The sea blue armor suddenly shouted, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. That's right, kill them. As the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. This was true. With the huge reward, many people could not hold back. They clenched the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Ling Xiao with the sea blue armor. 10 million low-grade spirit stones. They would not be able to earn that much even if they had 10 lifetimes. As long as 1 or 2 people took the lead, the others would be hot-headed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of people actually all rushed towards Ling Xiao. There were over 100 fully armed guards. However, in the face of these people, Ling Xiao only smiled. His right hand took on the shape of a long sword, and then he waved it gently. Golden Crow Rising Sun. As Ling Xiao waved his right hand, a powerful and blazing energy was released, which turned into a huge golden crow and pounced on the group of guards. Boom, it was as if a real golden crow had crashed into the crowd. The blazing heat instantly turned several martial artists who came into contact with it into a pool of blood. The terrifying impact spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, over 100 ferocious-looking guards were lying on the ground, and not a single one of them was in one piece. It was normal to lose an arm or a leg. The most frightening thing was that many of them had burn marks on their bodies. That was even more horrifying. Go in. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao waved away the burnt smell in the air. Then, he turned around and spoke to the dumbfounded martial artists of the Restoration Nation. Immediately after, he took the lead and stepped onto the first step, walking towards the city lord's mansion as if he had returned to his own home. Looking at Ling Xiao's proud and upright figure, everyone couldn't help but laugh bitterly in astonishment. With just a gentle wave of his hand, hundreds of celestial realm martial artists were wiped out in an instant. Although the cultivation of these martial artists might only be at one-line heaven, yin-yang heaven, or tri-talent heaven, they were all celestial realm martial artists. But these were all heaven-tier martial artists, and they were actually annihilated just like that. This was a bit too shocking. This guy is still as crazy and powerful as before. Feng Yarao stuck out her tongue and could not help but praise. When she first met Ling Xiao, she was frightened by Ling Xiao's endless terrifying performance. She did not expect that the Ling Xiao today was even better than that time. The city lord's mansion was indeed the city lord's mansion. Just the private soldiers alone numbered in the tens of thousands. When Ling Xiao and the others stepped into the city lord's mansion, they were quickly surrounded by the armed private soldiers. The strength of these people was uneven. The weakest was only a transcendent realm martial artist, while the strongest was a 10 directions heaven realm martial artist from the Sea clan. It seemed that even the private soldiers were divided into different ranks. But what was the use of this? Even if there were 10,000 of them, Ling Xiao would still not be affected at all. He did not even bother to take action. Opening the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao used his soul force. The Eye of the Divine Tomb evolved from the Divine Tomb in the Soul Adjudication. The Tai Chi Eye turned, and a void door appeared beside Ling Xiao. A huge skeleton warrior walked out of the void door. It held a large saber in its hand and looked majestic. It was a powerful existence at the first Grotto Heaven realm. The strength of this skeleton warrior was related to Ling Xiao's soul force. Generally speaking, it was one level weaker than Ling Xiao's soul force. Ling Xiao's current soul force had reached the second Grotto Heaven realm. Then, the skeleton warrior that was summoned naturally reached the first Grotto Heaven realm. At this time, the skeleton warrior's equipment was obviously more complete. In addition to the large saber in its hand, it also had leather armor on its body. It could be seen that it was also in the process of growing. Kill them. Facing the enemy, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest mercy. The huge skeleton waved the large saber in its hand, and a terrifying force was released, forming a huge crescent moon. With this slash, hundreds of people nearby all fell to the ground, opening a spacious path for Ling Xiao and the others. Oh my god, why do you have so many secrets? Why didn't you summon this guy when you were facing the East County Marquis? If you summoned it, wouldn't it be much easier? Wu Xiang could not help but ask. If I summoned it, how could I train? What Ling Xiao did not say was that he still had the Butterfly Lady and the Moon Lady to help. It was only for the sake of improving that he suppressed these two powers. The skeleton warrior was too strong. Against those Heaven Realm warriors, the Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were completely crushed. Along the way, the warriors of the City Lord's mansion were either dead or injured. None of them could remain intact. Ling Xiao also felt it. In the past, when he summoned the skeleton warrior, he would always feel dizzy, and it would not last more than 10 minutes. But today, it was obvious that this skeleton warrior was not only stronger, but it could also last longer. He did not even feel the slightest discomfort. This was probably because he had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. As expected, that thing had to be cultivated properly. Even if it did not have much meaning to Ling Xiao, as long as it could improve his soul force, it would be excellent. The warriors of the Restoration Nation who were following behind Ling Xiao had numb expressions. Ling Xiao had shocked them time and time again. He had made them dumbfounded time and time again. Their jaws had dropped many times. In the end, they felt that their faces were numb. End of chapter 1147. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.